Not being allowed to follow, Bai Ying and Bai Feng looked at each other helplessly, feeling very sorry. It had been a long time since they had worked with the prince. The other two, who were allowed to follow, were smiling happily. Yes, Prince, I am ready and can go with you at any time. Bai Mu and Bai Xing could not suppress their smiles at all, looking at Bai Ying and Bai Feng very frankly. I will go back to the mansion first, you wait outside the mansion. Song Jingnian drove away on horseback, and the four looked at each other and hurriedly followed. In the mansion of the Grand Princess Yong'an, when the servants saw a familiar figure appear at the door, they widened their eyes in surprise, and then hurriedly ran to the Grand Princess's courtyard to announce the good news. The prince is back, Your Highness, the prince is back. The servant's happy voice quickly spread to the Grand Princess's courtyard, and also to other courtyards. The reactions in each courtyard were different. In the Begonia courtyard where the Grand Princess lived, the Grand Princess, dressed in luxurious clothes, was taking a nap on the chaise longue. Two maids were fanning her gently, and two trusted maids were waiting beside her. When they heard the news suddenly, the two maids were immediately surprised. The Grand Princess on the chaise longue also opened her eyes. Although she was over 40 years old, she looked very young because of her good maintenance. However, there were some bruises under her eyes, as if she didn't sleep well. Who is shouting outside? It's so rude. The Grand Princess spoke with a somewhat unhappy tone. The maid hurriedly said, Your Highness, it seems that the prince is back. I'll go out and take a look. After that, the maid got up and went out. The Grand Princess's originally calm eyes suddenly lit up when she heard this, and she looked surprised. What? Jingnian is back. Is it true? The Grand Princess excitedly sat up from the chaise longue and hurried to go out. Seeing this, the maid knelt down hurriedly to put on her shoes. The nanny held her hand and said softly, Your Highness, please go slowly. If the prince comes back, he will definitely come to you first. As she was speaking, a tall figure walked in from outside the door. Song Jingnian had deep and cold eyebrows and was wearing a black brocade robe. He strode into the house. When he saw his mother, his eyes softened instantly and his tone softened. Mother, I came back to see you. With a smile on his face, he walked quickly to the eldest princess. Just as he was about to kneel down to salute, he was stopped by the eldest princess. You still remember to come back. I thought you had forgotten that there was a mother like me in this mansion. Although the eldest princess was very happy, she couldn't help getting angry when she thought of her son's previous stubbornness. The two maids beside him smiled helplessly and then hurriedly said, Your Highness, you are so happy to hear that the prince had returned just now, but why are you angry now that you see him? Song Jingnian smiled helplessly. Mother, I am unfilial. Please don't be angry. Anger is harmful to your health. When he said this, the eldest princess became even angrier. Humph. You know that anger is harmful to your health. I was sick before, but you didn't seem to worry at all. You stayed in your Taoist temple, didn't go home, and didn't even look at me, your mother. Knowing that his mother was very angry, Song Jingnian was also helpless. He was not good at saying nice things, so he could only apologize. Mother, don't be angry. I gave birth to such an unfilial son like me, and you have suffered a lot. Song Jingnian felt guilty towards his mother, but he was also helpless. Hearing what he said, the eldest princess immediately said in dissatisfaction, What nonsense! Who in the capital doesn't envy me for having a son like you, who is proficient in both civil and military affairs, and who is handsome and elegant? Looking at the entire capital, whose child is as good as you. Your mother is very proud of you. Don't talk nonsense. Song Jingnian smiled. Since I am so good, then mother, don't be angry. This time I came back on the order of my uncle. Do you know about Ian's disappearance? Song Jingnian didn't want to waste time, so he talked about business. The eldest princess nodded. Yes, I know. It's hidden. I didn't say it out loud, for fear of attracting more attention. Song Jingnian nodded. Yes, that's the best. I'm going to find Ian, mother. Take care of yourself. The eldest princess nodded, sighed, looked at her son with expectant eyes and asked, After you come back, don't go to Yuntai Mountain, okay? Song Jingnian didn't answer. He didn't want to stay in the capital. It was too messy here, not as quiet as Yuntai Mountain. Seeing that he didn't speak, the eldest princess sighed helplessly, and the expectation in her eyes disappeared. Forget it, I won't ask anymore. It's up to you. In 3 years, the eldest princess slowly accepted it. She was powerless to change her son's mind, so she could only change her own mentality. Mother, my son is leaving now, take care. Song Jingnian proposed to leave, and the eldest princess also knew that this mission to find the prince was very important, so she didn't stop him. Okay, go. Be safe and take care of yourself. Even though she was reluctant, she could only say this. Song Jingnian nodded. Take care, mother, I'll take my leave. Song Jingnian left, and the eldest princess looked at his back with a face full of reluctance. In her life, she only had this one child and all her spiritual sustenance was on him, but she didn't expect that an accident would happen in the war 3 years ago, causing him to have physical problems and never get married in this life. When she thought that her son would have to spend the rest of his life alone, she was extremely worried. Don't worry, Your Highness. Since the prince has gone down the mountain, maybe he won't go there again. The eldest princess sighed again, feeling very upset and not wanting to say a word. Seeing her like this, the nanny was worried, but there was nothing she could do. As soon as Song Jingnian left his mother's yard, he saw his father, Duke Chun. Duke Chun was middle-aged and a little fat, but he had an elegant temperament, regular features, and a very good image. Seeing Song Jingnian, he smiled with excitement in his eyes. Jingnian, you're back? Why have you lost so much weight? But the food in the mountains is not to my taste. Now that I'm back, don't go. The mountains are not as good as home. Before Song Jingnian could speak, he heard another voice. Is it really the prince who is back? I thought it was the servants shouting. A woman dressed in luxurious clothes came over with a smile, her voice full of exaggerated surprise. It was Aunt Zhou from the Duke's mansion. Song Jingnian glanced at the two of them, his face without any emotion, and said in a cold and hard tone, the prince has something to do, so I'm leaving first. Seeing this, Aunt Zhou said helplessly, I haven't seen you for 3 years, and the prince is still as taciturn as before. Duke Chun didn't say anything, his face looked very ugly. Master, let's go back. Since the prince has gone down the mountain, maybe he won't go to Yuntai Mountain in the future. Aunt Zhou took his arm and was about to pull him away. But Duke Chun didn't move. He pulled out his arm and said lightly, you go back first. I'll go see the princess. Hearing this, Aunt Zhou's eyes were full of hurt, but Duke Chun didn't look at her. Okay, then I'll go back first. Aunt Zhou walked away calmly on the surface, but when she turned around, the resentment in her eyes slowly emerged. Duke Chun came to hiding courtyard, and when she heard that he was coming, the eldest princess's face was calm, and there was no ripple in her eyes. Yong'an, is Jingnian going to move back? Chun Guogong opened his mouth. He hadn't called his wife like this for a long time. The princess said lightly, I don't know. If you want to know, go ask it yourself. Why ask me? Seeing that she was still so cold, Chun Guogong felt helpless. Jingnian ignored me, and I am too failed as a father. The princess snorted coldly, her tone was sarcastic, so the duke also knows that he is a failed father. Then don't bother Jingnian. He is grown up now and doesn't need a father. It's best for him if you don't bother him. The princess, words made Chun Guogong look very ugly. Looking at his wife's delicate and gentle face, he now misses them more and more in the past. When they were newly married, she was also tender, gentle and considerate to him, but now, she will never smile at him again, and will always respond indifferently. Sighing helplessly, he knew that it was useless to say more, so he just lowered his head and walked out. The princess looked at his lonely back and sneered. Ha! Hypocritical villain, I was really blind to fall in love with him. When the nanny heard what her princess said, she felt helpless and distressed, and hurriedly said comforting words. At this time, Song Yan from Lingxi village didn't know that his cousin had come to find him. There were people in the yard, so he could only hide in the utility room. Chu Ning came to play with Mu Yun. Mu Yun was drawing design drafts. She still needed a set of design drafts for the Bai family. She was busy by herself. Chuning didn't mind. She ate the snacks made by Zizhu in the yard and waited for her. Zizhu, your craftsmanship is really good. This pastry is so delicious. Chuning praised Zizhu's craftsmanship and leaned back in the rocking chair and rocked leisurely. Zizhu smiled and said, Miss Chu, if you like it, tell me if you want to eat it in the future, and I will make it for you. Chuning smiled. That's so embarrassing. I can come here often to eat in the future. Hee hee, I won't be polite. In the utility room, Sanchi listened to the voice and felt that it sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. He wanted to take a sneak peek, but was afraid that he would be exposed to others and cause trouble to Mu Yun and the others. He had promised Mu Yun that he would hide well. Aining, come and have a look. I have even drawn your set. Come and have a look. Do you like it? Mu Yun's voice rang out in the study. Upon hearing this, Chuning got up excitedly and trotted over. Mu Yun showed her the drawing he had designed for her. At first glance, she was amazed. Use aqua green scattered flower damask to make it. The actual effect should be better. The fresh and pure color is very suitable for this season. Mu Yun said. Chuning couldn't wait to speak, Sister Mu. When can it be done? I can't wait. Mu Yun smiled. I'm afraid it will take some time. You wait. Chuning nodded. Mu Yun glanced at the location of the utility room, thinking that Chuning had been here for a long time and Sanchi had been stuck in the room for a long time, so she asked Chuning to go out for a walk together, so as to make room for Sanchi. Chuning was naturally very happy and hurriedly followed her out. The streets of Lingxi County were neither big nor small. The two of them were walking on the streets and saw the three Jean people again. Chuning held Mu Yun's hand and whispered, I don't know what these Jean people are doing here. They seem to be wandering around the city every day. Brother Ningji had someone follow them before, but later they didn't follow them because they didn't seem to have any purpose. Mu Yun smiled and said, maybe they're just here to have fun. Chuning hummed and just came to the beauty pavilion store. She pulled Mu Yun in. There were a lot of people in the store, but because the goods were in short supply, everyone looked more and bought less. Most of them made reservations. However, the service of the beauty pavilion was good. Whether they bought or not, the female workers would seriously introduce it to the customers so that everyone who came here liked it very much. Even if they didn't buy now, they would come back to buy in the future. The two of them walked around the beauty pavilion and Chuning said, Sister Mu, have you ever thought about selling these cloths to the capital? Lingxi County is too small. If it were in the capital, your shop would really make a fortune. Mu Yun smiled and said, of course I have thought about it, but the funds are limited, so the development is a bit slow. But it won't be long, at most a year, for the beauty pavilion to open in the capital. Chuning knew Mu Yun's abilities, and she was very envious. Sister Mu, you are amazing. I find that compared to you, I really can't do anything. Mu Yun smiled helplessly. Ning, it's best to know nothing. It means that you have someone to protect you and don't have to worry about your livelihood. I envy your life. Chuning thought about it, and it was true. She had been smooth sailing since she was a child. Her biggest worry was that Xiao Ningji was sent here and their engagement was almost broken. Apart from that, everything was going well for her. Sister Mu, you are right. I should be content.
Mu Yun smiled.
Ning, Xiao Ningji should be able to go back to Beijing in a few years. I should go there too. We can see each other in Beijing in the future. The original owner's real home is in Beijing. She will not let go of anyone in the Mu family who hurt the original owner. Sooner or later, she will seek justice for the original owner. Chuning was very happy. That's great, Sister Mu. Then we can play together in the future. Thinking that the speed of making money was too slow, Mu Yun sent Chuning home and went to find Peng Qingyun again. She planned to develop some new food, such as modern braised food, which is both cold and hot food. The operation is also simple. It can be opened as a chain store and opened in every city. The location requirements are not high. Only a small shop is needed. The most important thing is that the investment is not large. It's just that the supply of raw materials is not easy to solve. She went to Peng Qingyun to tell him her idea. Peng Qingyun obeyed everything she said. When it comes to raw materials, she can only go to farmers' homes to collect chickens and ducks raised by others, but the cost is a bit higher. Muyan thought that the chickens she asked Da Qiang and his wife to raise might encourage other villagers to raise chickens and ducks and make it a professional breeding. The duck's down can be recycled, the duck body can be made into roast duck and sold, and the rest of the internal organs and wings and duck feet can be used to make stewed food. But there is no suitable person to raise these at present. Muyun first wrote down the recipe of stewed food and asked the chef of the restaurant to make it and taste it first. Then she went back to Qinghe village again and found the village chief. She told the village chief about raising ducks. No matter who raised the ducks according to her requirements, she would recycle them all and guarantee that they would not lose money. The village chief was naturally very happy and promised to leave it to him. He immediately asked a cousin who was relatively honest in the clan to raise the ducks first, and then found a few reliable families and told them about it. As for whether to raise the ducks, it was up to them. In the end, several families were willing to raise them, and several families said that it was useless to raise them and were unwilling to try, and the village chief did not force them. Ducks used for making braised food and roast duck do not need to be raised for too long. Half a year to a year is enough. The days passed by in a hurry, and it was the day before the Bai family banquet. The dresses were not ready until this day. Mrs. Bai had urged them several times, but the garment workshop was too busy and there was nothing they could do. After breakfast in the morning, Muyun brought Master Zhao to the Bai family with 6 sets of dresses. Mrs. Bai couldn't wait to call them to her yard and tried on the new dresses with anticipation. Mrs. Bai's dress was a cinnabar-colored brocade long dress embroidered with large peonies. The exquisite peony embroidery was lifelike. The new fabric had a superior texture. The red and gold thread embroidery was luxurious, but not tacky. The style of the dress was very novel, and they had never seen it before. Mrs. Bai was very satisfied with the first set she tried on. "Madam, you look really good. It's worth waiting for so long. Everything is worth it," the confident nanny beside her praised, with a smile in her eyes. The maids also praised again and again, and Mrs. Bai couldn't stop smiling. Muyun said, "Madam Bai, this dress will look even better with the right jewelry and hairstyle." The maid in charge of makeup said, "Tomorrow I will change your hair and hair for you, which will definitely make you more beautiful." "Madam Bai, this is the second set, try it on again." Muyun took out the second set. Madam Bai liked it very much just by looking at it, and hurried to try it on again. Second Miss Bai came in a hurry and asked where her dress was. Muyun handed her dress to her, and the maids held up the 2 dresses for Second Miss Bai to see. One was a fiery red long dress with scattered flowers. The whole dress was fiery red, and the skirt was embroidered with hibiscus flowers of the same color. It was not obvious from a distance, but it was amazing when you looked at it closely. There was no other color embellishment, and the skirt had a more design sense. The hem was layered, and it would flutter and spread out in the wind when walking, like a blooming flower, swaying in a beautiful arc. The other one was a water blue daffodil embroidered long skirt, with blue and white interwoven embroidery patterns, refreshing and noble, and with a girl's delicate and cute look. Both skirts were very beautiful, and Miss Bai liked them at first sight, and couldn't wait to pick up the skirt and try them on in the house. Mrs. Bai came out wearing a dark purple dark flower pattern robe skirt, and the whole person looked even more noble. The style and color were very suitable for her age, full of texture, and her temperament was improved a lot. "Madam, these 2 skirts are beautiful. I have never seen such beautiful clothes in my life." The confident nanny around her couldn't help but praise. When this outfit came out, it was not an exaggeration to say that their lady was the most elegant lady in the whole Lingxi. Mrs. Bai couldn't close her mouth with a smile, and she had never been so satisfied. Miss Bai also tried on a fiery red long skirt and walked out. The maids and Mrs. Bai were stunned. When the fiery red skirt walked, it was simply wonderful and beautiful. "Qian looks so beautiful. I thought she was a fairy." Mrs. Bai looked at her daughter lovingly and praised her with a smile. Bai Qian smiled proudly and satisfied. "Mom, I like this dress so much. I will wear it tomorrow. I will definitely amaze everyone. Mrs. Bai nodded, and then the mother and daughter looked at the dress of Miss Bai Ruoshing, a water green Sueyan shirt, paired with a pleated skirt with scattered flowers and misty green grass, and a light green Sueyan gauze. Although the color was plain, the style was so beautiful. Mrs. Bai was very dissatisfied. She looked at the second piece, a plain white long skirt. The folds of the skirt were like the light of snow and moonlight flowing lightly on the ground. It was graceful, soft, elegant, and lively. It seems very ordinary, yet very special. Mrs. Bai's face was not very good, and her smile suddenly faded when she looked at Mu Yun. The clothes that Miss Mu made for my eldest daughter don't seem to be suitable. Mu Yun tried to design the clothes in a low-key manner according to Miss Bai's characteristics. She couldn't design ugly clothes for such a beautiful person. Madam Bai, these are designed according to Miss Bai's temperament. Miss Bai is as elegant as a chrysanthemum and has a refined temperament. I think these two sets of clothes are very suitable for her. What do you think is not suitable? Let Miss Bai try it and see what is wrong. I can still make some changes. Seeing that she was so rude, Madam Bai was very dissatisfied. But she liked the clothes of the beauty pavilion very much. She couldn't offend this boss and had to treat her well, otherwise she would have nowhere to buy beautiful clothes in the future. It's nothing. You can send it to her, Madam Bai said reluctantly, and then spoke again. Madam Liu, bring the reward to Miss Mu. According to what was agreed upon, one skirt was 50 taels, including the design fee, labor fee, and fabric fee. The total price of 6 skirts was 300 taels, and Madam Bai gave an extra 50 taels as a reward. Thank you, Miss Mu, for this time. Please don't refuse next time you need me. Mrs. Bai didn't want to give a reward, but she couldn't bear to offend Mu Yun. The clothes she designed were really beautiful. For the beautiful skirts in the future, she had to make friends with Mu Yun. At the same time, she also invited Mu Yun to attend the banquet at his house tomorrow. Mu Yun took the invitation to Miss Bai's yard. Compared with Mrs. Bai's yard, this place is really deserted. There are some flowers and plants in the yard, and there are few decorations in the house. It looks empty. Miss Bai greeted Mu Yun politely. Seeing the beautiful skirt, she didn't have much expectation. For her, wearing it might be worse than not wearing it. Thank you, Miss Mu, for taking the trouble. I like the skirt very much. Thank you, Bai Ruoshing said lightly. There was no joy in her expression, only sadness that did not belong to her age. Mu Yun smiled and said, Miss Bai, you are welcome. You are so beautiful. I am very happy to design clothes for you. I hope you like my design. The sadness in Bai Ruoshing's eyes was like a ball of mist that could not be melted, which made people feel pity. Miss Bai, do you have any troubles? Maybe you can tell me. Maybe I can help you. Bai Ruoshing looked at Mu Yun with some surprise, with a look of surprise in her eyes. There seemed to be a glimmer of hope in her cold and moist eyes, but it quickly dissipated and turned into a faint sadness. Thank you, Miss Mu, but you can't help me. Mu Yun smiled confidently. That's not necessarily true. You didn't say it, how do you know I can't help you? People should know how to plan for themselves and seize opportunities. You should think carefully because you only have this chance. Bai Ruoshing looked up at Mu Yun with curiosity and confusion in her eyes. But why do you want to help me? Mu Yun smiled and said, because you are beautiful. I can't bear to see you so sad. Bai Ruoshing was speechless. Facing Mu Yun's words, she didn't know what to say. 2 blushes quietly climbed up on her fair cheeks, which made her look more charming and made people like her even more. Mu Yun felt that if he were a man, he would definitely like a beauty like Bai Ruoshing. Just looking at her was very pleasing to the eye, and she looked soft and fragrant. Miss Mu, you are too kind. You are obviously prettier. Bai Ruoshing's words were not compliments. In her opinion, Mu Yun was indeed very beautiful. Even if she was dressed simply, without makeup or hairpins, she was still beautiful and refined. Mu Yun smiled lightly. Okay, we are all beautiful. Let's not talk about this.
Let's talk about you.
If you are sure you don't need my help, I will leave. Mu Yun looked at her and saw that she was still hesitant. He stood up and was about to leave, but was stopped by Ruoxing. "Wait, Miss Mu." Muyan smiled with his back to her, knowing that Ruoxing would not let go of this opportunity so easily. Ruoxing told Mu Yun about her situation, and after listening to her, Mu Yun also understood her predicament. Mrs. Bai was not her biological mother, which Mu Yun had guessed before, so it was not surprising. Ruoxing just wanted to leave this home, but a woman could only leave her natal home by getting married, so she had only one way to get married. She had been looking for a suitable husband for herself all along, and she found a place that satisfied her in all aspects, but she had not yet contacted that person and did not know if the other party was willing to marry him. Because of Mrs. Bai, she rarely leaves the house and cannot contact others. If she arranges a marriage for her according to Mrs. Bai's idea, Ruoxing knows that she will never be able to live a good life. After the banquet tomorrow, Mrs. Bai should arrange a marriage for her, so she is worried and more worried. Mu Yun is curious about what kind of man can make a beauty like her like him. Ruoxing blushed. She didn't like that man very much, but she thought he was suitable and reliable, and there might be a good future in the future, so she made up her mind. Mu Yun talked with Ruoxing for a long time and finally told her not to worry when he left, and he would definitely help her get what she wanted tomorrow. Ruoxing had expectations in her heart, and the sadness in her eyes dissipated a little. After Mu Yun left the Bai family, she asked Master Zhao to go back by himself, and she walked towards the scholar's house that Ruoxing mentioned. To be precise, he was not a scholar, but his family was poor, with only an old mother at home, and the house was also a mud house, and the conditions could not be worse. Fortunately, Xiaocai is diligent and progressive, and is a reliable person. Ruoxing also accidentally met him once, and since then she noticed this person, and then she inquired about his situation and became interested. Mu Yun walked towards the outskirts of the city, curious in her heart, and her pace quickened a lot. As soon as she left the crowd, she saw several figures flying over the roof in front of her. She stopped immediately and looked carefully. The figures had jumped down and entered someone's house. Mu Yun frowned, thought about it, and carefully approached the house. The master sent a message that someone from the capital seems to be coming, and I don't know when they will find this place. If it doesn't work, you should retreat. As soon as Mu Yun approached the gate, she heard the voice inside, very clearly. This opportunity is rare. If you miss it, there will be no next time. You can't leave. As long as the person who comes is not Song Jingyan, there is no need to worry about the others. Several different voices sounded, discussing. Mu Yun was carefully putting her ear to the door, and suddenly a cat jumped down from the side, and she almost made a sound. But although she was stable and didn't make a sound, the cat moved the somewhat shabby wooden door and made a sound. Mu Yun immediately ran away and quickly ran towards the outskirts of the city, but the people behind were faster and caught up in a blink of an eye. Mu Yun was helpless. She suffered from the lack of qinggong.
Who are you?
A man from the kingdom of Jin asked, looking at Mu Yun with a ferocious look, as if he wanted to eat people. Mu Yun laughed twice. I'm looking for my child, who was very naughty and didn't know where he ran away. You guys chased me fiercely and scared me to death. Mu Yun stroked his chest, looking frightened. The man didn't care and stretched out his claws to pinch Mu Yun's neck. Just as Mu Yun was about to dodge, a branch suddenly broke through the air, bringing with it a sharp gust of wind. The Jin man quickly withdrew his outstretched hand and barely avoided the flying branch. Then, a man flew over and blocked Mu Yun. When he saw the man's face, the Jin man was shocked and frightened. Swallowing uneasily, the Jin man pulled the two people behind him back a few steps. Do you want to get out now, or wait for me to make you get out? The man was Song Jingyan, who was brought from the capital. All the soldiers of the Jin dynasty knew him and hated him. The Jin man concealed his hatred and panic, took a few steps back, and then turned and ran. Mu Yun was blocked behind Song Jingyan and could only see a tall back. She felt a little strange. Was this a hero saving a beauty? It was her first time to experience this. He had broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, and looked handsome from behind. However, She had been in this world for quite a long time and had not seen a truly handsome man, except for the kid Sanchi. After seeing the Jin people leave, Song Jingmian slowly turned around and looked at Muyun. When Muyun saw his face, a flash of surprise flashed across her eyes. This face really suited her aesthetic taste. He wore black clothes and had black hair. His eyebrows were sharp, and his eyes were deep and cold. His skin was neither white nor black, but slightly wheat-colored. His nose was straight, and his lips were lightly pursed. The whole person exuded a healthy, masculine, powerful, and calm temperament. Muyun's first feeling was that this man was very handsome, and her second feeling was that this man was not simple. Seeing that Muyun was fine, Song Jingmian turned around and left without saying a word. Muyun was stunned when she saw this. He saved her, but didn't say a word? What did this man mean? Hey?
Wait. Muyun shouted subconsciously.
Song Jingmian stopped and looked back at her in confusion. Muyun looked at his face and softened his voice, saying, "Thank you for saving me." Song Jingmian spoke lightly. His voice was mellow and low. "You're welcome." After that, he turned and left again. Muyun couldn't shout anymore, so he could only watch the handsome guy's back as he left, feeling sorry. I don't know where this guy is from. He looks so good, and I don't know if he has a family. Muyun walked for a long time before he saw two earthen houses in the remote suburbs. I think that's the home of Chun Xiaozai that Bai Ruoxing mentioned. This house is really shabby. Muyun frowned when he saw it. Bai Ruoxing might not be able to live in such a house. I don't know if she has seen the house of this scholar. With a doubtful mentality, Muyun walked to the door of the earthen house. The door was blocked by some wooden stakes, forming a small yard. The yard was very clean, and there were some beautiful wildflowers. An old woman was sitting in the yard fiddling with some grass roots, not knowing what they were. The scholar didn't see them. Muyun approached the wooden door and said, "Excuse me, is this the home of Chun Xiaozai?" The old woman heard the voice, looked up, and saw a beautiful girl, and was a little surprised. "Do you have something to talk to my son?" Muyun smiled and said, "Annie, I want to talk to Chun Xiaozai about something." At this time, a man came out of the house. The man was wearing a green linen shirt, which was washed pale. Compared with the ugly clothes, his appearance was more outstanding, with delicate eyebrows and fair skin, a standard scholar's appearance. "I am Chun Chongsheng. I wonder what the girl wants to talk to me about?" Chun Chongsheng didn't know the girl in front of him, and his eyes were full of doubts. Muyun smiled and said, "Mr. Chun, can you please have a word with me?" Chun Chongsheng nodded, then gave his mother a few instructions, and walked out with Muyun. When they came to an open space, Muyun spoke, "It's like this. There will be a banquet at the Bai mansion in the west of the city tomorrow. Mr. Bai wants to invite you to attend. I wonder if Mr. Chun can go there." Chun Chongsheng was puzzled. "I don't know Mr. Bai. Why did he invite me to the banquet?" Chun Chongsheng occasionally went out for social events. Since he passed the imperial examination this year, he has made more and more friends, but he was selective in his social events. He refused some unnecessary social events. He knew about the Bai family, but he had never met them. Muyun smiled and said, "Mr. Bai admires Mr. Chen's talent very much. There will be a poetry meeting tomorrow, and many literati will participate. Mr. Bai might as well go and take a look. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. Here is an invitation." Muyun directly handed the invitation to Chun Chongsheng, not giving him a chance to refuse. "By the way, excuse me, does Mr. Chun have a sweetheart?" Hearing this, Chun Chongsheng recalled the glimpse he had a few months ago, and his heart was moved again, followed by full of regrets. In the past few months, he would often go to the city to play, but he had never seen that face again. Coming out of his memories, Chun Chongsheng shook his head slightly. "I haven't thought about the love between children for the time being. If you want to be a matchmaker when you are young, I am afraid you will be disappointed. I have no intention of getting married now." His mother at home often urged him to get married. Although the family conditions were not good, at least he had the reputation of a scholar now, so it was not difficult to get married. However, his goal was never to be a small scholar, and he had no intention of getting married, and he didn't want to be with someone he didn't love for the rest of his life. So he always refused matchmakers to come to his house to match him. Now, seeing Mu Yun like this, it seemed that he was also going to match him, so he immediately expressed his thoughts. Hearing this, Mu Yun looked into his eyes, which were calm and steady. It seemed that this man had a plan for his future. She began to worry that Bai Ruoxing's idea might not be realized anymore. Mu Yun put away her thoughts and smiled. I didn't mean to do that. I just thought that Master Chen has reached the age to get married, so I asked casually. Don't mind, Master Chen. Seeing that she was not here to propose marriage, Chen Chongsheng felt better. He didn't know when he started to get married. Master Chen, please come to the banquet. I'll take my leave first, Mu Yun said, and left. Chen Chongsheng looked at the invitation in his hand, and there was still a trace of doubt in his eyes. Back in the yard, Chen's mother immediately asked, Chongsheng, do you know that girl? Chen Chongsheng has always been alone and refused to get married. Chen's mother was helpless and increasingly confused about his thoughts. She was worried about his lifelong event. Now that he finally saw a girl coming, the old man had a lot of thoughts in his mind. Chen Chongsheng knew what his mother was thinking when he saw her expression and eyes, and he said quickly, I don't know her. It was sent by Master Bai's family in the west of the city. They said that the Bai family will have a banquet tomorrow and invited me to attend. Chen's mother didn't know what a banquet was, and she had never been there. Seeing that it was not what she thought, she was a little disappointed. Okay, then are you going? Chen Chongsheng said lightly, I don't know. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Chen's mother started nagging again, saying that he should have been married a long time ago. If he didn't like what the matchmaker said, he could find someone he liked and propose marriage. Chen Chongsheng was helpless, but he also listened to his mother's nagging patiently without showing any impatience. When Mu Yun returned to the city and passed by the restaurant, he went in to take a look. Unexpectedly, he saw the man who had just saved her. Her eyes lit up and she hurried over. Sir, what a coincidence. We meet again. Song Jingnian and Bai Mu Baixing were having dinner. They saw a woman suddenly appear and chat with his prince, which surprised them both, and then looked at Mu Yun curiously. Song Jingnian frowned slightly, looked up at Mu Yun, and seeing her smiling face, he nodded slightly as a greeting. Mu Yun had a smile in his eyes. This person was really aloof and spoke very little. Looking at the food on the table, she said, You didn't order the special dishes of this restaurant. Young master, to thank you for your help just now, I will treat you to a meal. Waiter, come here. Hearing Mu Yun's call, the waiter hurried over. Miss Mu, what do you want? Mu Yun said, Bring all the special dishes of the restaurant. This table is free. I'll treat you. The waiter nodded repeatedly and hurried to the kitchen to order food. Mu Yun walked to sit opposite Song Jingnian and asked with a smile, Are you from out of town? Seeing that the prince did not drive them away, Bai Mu and Bai Xing also started talking to Mu Yun. Well, we pass by here,
Bai Mu said.
Mu Yun couldn't help but look at Song Jingnian. This man had a unique appearance and temperament, and she always couldn't help but want to see him. Where are you going? Mu Yun asked while looking at Song Jingnian, but it was Bai Mu who answered her. We're out for fun. We'll go wherever we want. We don't have a specific destination. Mu Yun nodded. Is that so? You guys are really cool. Bai Mu asked, What's your name, young lady? Are you a local?
Mu Yun nodded. Yeah, 유개소.
My name is Mu Yun. What about you? Bai Mu glanced at his own prince, then said, My name is Bai Mu. This is Bai Xing. This is my master. His surname is Song. Bai Mu didn't dare to call the prince by his full name. Miss Mu, why did I see the Jin people in this city just now? I haven't seen them anywhere else. It's so strange. Bai Mu looked innocent, as if she was really just confused, but Mu Yun was more suspicious. She was from another place, and she asked about the Jin people as soon as she arrived. She couldn't help but think too much. I don't know either. Just now, the Jin people were chasing me. It was only with the help of Mr. Song that I could sit here and treat you to a meal. Isn't it strange that the Jin people showed up? Aren't the two countries living in peace now?
What?
Is it not peaceful again? Muyan looked around and asked in a low voice. Seeing her gossiping look, Bai Mu was a little disappointed. It seemed that she was just ignorant and could not get any information. The new dishes came up soon, and Muyan asked everyone to start eating. Muyan looked confused.
I don't know why they chased me.
I just passed by the door of a house and seemed to hear someone talking inside. Then a cat suddenly jumped out and made a noise. Then the door opened and they rushed towards me. I was scared and ran away. Muyan didn't look like she was lying. Song Jingnian looked at her and didn't ask any more questions. After that, he was silent all the time and didn't say a word. Seeing that he was really aloof, Muyan gradually lost interest. Finally, she told the waiter not to take their money, thanked Song Jingnian and left. Watching her leave, Bai Mu asked, "Master, did the Jin people really chase her because they misunderstood that she overheard their conversation? Could there be other reasons?" Song Jingnian put down his chopsticks and said lightly, "I don't know for now, but those people from the Jin kingdom are concentrated in this small county town, and it is very likely that they are looking for Ian. Have you finished eating? Let's go to the county government office to have a look. If I remember correctly, last year's new champion Xiao Ningji was sent here." Bai Mu thought for a while and replied, "It seems so. It's quite a coincidence." After the three of them finished eating and went to pay, the waiter refused to take it. Song Jingnian then realized that Mu Yun was still the owner of this restaurant, which made people look at him with some new eyes. The dishes here are not inferior to those in the capital, and there are even more varieties. The waiter refused to accept it, and he didn't insist. He thanked him, and the three of them walked out and then walked towards the county government office. In the backyard of the county government office, Xiao Ningji was playing with Chu Ning. It was rare for him to have time to accompany her. Chu Ning seemed very happy. The two talked and laughed in the yard, until the servant came to report that there was a young man named Song who wanted to see him. Hearing the surname, Xiao Ningji and Chu Ning were a little surprised. In the capital, only the royal family had the surname Song. He hurried out to see. When he came to the hall of the government office and saw Song Jingnian, Xiao Ningji was puzzled, and Chu Ning beside him had already knelt down to greet him. "Your servant Chu Ning greets His Highness Prince Ping." Chu Ning had met Song Jingnian twice, but Xiao Ningji had never met him, so he didn't know him. Hearing Chu Ning's words, he also hurriedly reacted and immediately half knelt down to greet him, with surprise in his eyes. "Your humble servant Xiao Ningji greets His Highness Prince Ping. I didn't know that the prince had suddenly arrived, so I couldn't greet him. Please forgive me." The legendary god of war, His Highness Prince Ping, would suddenly appear here. Xiao Ningji was more curious than surprised. Song Jingnian said lightly, "Miss Chu, Lord Xiao, there is no need to be polite. Get up." The two of them got up, and then Xiao Ningji invited them to sit in the backyard and asked someone to make tea for them. After sitting down, Song Jingnian asked, "Is there anything unusual in Lingxi County recently?" Xiao Ningji didn't understand what Song Jingnian meant by the unusual place, but he knew that Song Jingnian had been fighting with the Jin kingdom in recent years. Now that Jin people frequently appeared in this county, and Song Jingnian was also here, this strange thing must be related to the Jin people. He secretly guessed and then hurriedly replied, "Your Highness, if you want to talk about strange things, there are some recently. A few days ago, 4 or 5 bodies were salvaged from the river. They were all Jin people. After examination by the coroner, these dead Jin people were all highly skilled in martial arts. They had countless knife and sword wounds on their bodies, and their hands had calluses from holding swords for many years. Therefore, it is inferred that the dead Jin people are not ordinary people." A few days later, several merchants from the kingdom of Jin appeared in the city again. They came in the name of visiting shops for business, but I don't know whether they are merchants or not. Song Jingnian frowned and asked, "Are the bodies of those dead people still there?" Xiao Ningji shook his head. "It's been more than 10 days, almost 20 days, and the bodies have been left there, and they are still rotten. I had them disposed of a few days after they were fished out." Song Jingnian nodded and then asked, "Do you have a map of the city? And the population records of each household?" Xiao Ningji was a little embarrassed. Who could have the population records of each household? He hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, I have the map, but I don't have the population records of each household, only some of the households. Song Jingnian nodded slightly. Okay, bring them all to me for a look. Xiao Ningji personally went to find the map and the population records of some important families that he had asked someone to sort out before. Suddenly, only Chu Ning and Song Jingnian were left sitting in the living room. Although Chu Ning admired Song Jingnian very much, she couldn't help but feel a little scared when facing his cold and powerful aura. After Xiao Ningji left, she suddenly became a little restless. Bai Mu and Bai Xing were standing behind Song Jingnian, and they could clearly sense Chu Ning's embarrassment. Only Song Jingnian was drinking tea as if nothing had happened, waiting quietly. The air was full of silence. Just when Chu Ning couldn't help it, Xiao Ningji finally came back, and she was relieved. Well, Your Majesty, I won't disturb you to talk about business anymore. I'll take my leave. Song Jingnian nodded slightly, and then his eyes returned to the map and record book that Xiao Ningji had just handed over. Chu Ning breathed a sigh of relief after she ran out. The atmosphere just now was really too depressing, and she didn't dare to breathe. In the room, after reading it, Song Jingnian still frowned. Sir Xiao, starting tomorrow, you find a reason to search all the houses in the city and send people to follow and watch those Jin people. Report any situation to me immediately. Xiao Ningji was curious, but he didn't dare to ask more, and hurriedly responded, Yes, Your Highness. But Your Highness, what is the best reason? I am afraid that if the reason is inappropriate, it will delay Your Highness's business. Looking up at the uneasy Xiao Ningji, Song Jingnian remembered something about him. Last year, Princess Baoqing Song Qinyu fell in love with the new champion Xiao Ningji and publicly asked for a marriage, but was rejected. It was widely spread, and he knew about it even though he was in Yuntai Mountain, so he remembered Xiao Ningji. Xiao Ningji was completely shocked. It was unbelievable that such a big thing as the prince's disappearance happened in the small Lingxi county under his jurisdiction. Xiao Ningji began to worry. Thinking of the bodies of the Jin people salvaged from the river before, he became even more worried. Your Highness, is the disappearance of the prince related to the Jin people? Xiao Ningji asked nervously. Song Jingnian nodded. Well, the Jin people may be dissatisfied with the status quo and are ready to make a move again. If the prince falls into their hands, the consequences will be disastrous, so the prince must be found as soon as possible. Xiao Ningji nodded solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty, I will give the order now. In this way, we will say that valuables have been lost in the government office and we need to search one by one, but we will not make a big move. We will only search carefully and secretly. In this way, we will not alarm the Jin people. However, the progress may be slow. Song Jingnian nodded. Well, I understand. Take your time. At present, the prince should be safe. I think he should be hiding somewhere. As long as we keep an eye on the people from the Jin kingdom, there will be no big problems. Xiao Ningji did it immediately, and also asked people to clean the room and arrange for Prince Ping and others to rest. It was already evening, and it was getting dark. Song Jingnian said that he would stay in an inn, so he didn't bother. In the end, he took Bai Mu and Bai Xing to the inn. The next day, after getting up early, Mu Yun sent the children to the academy. It happened that the skirt that Yuya wanted to give to her friend last time was ready. She was afraid that the children could not hold it steadily, so she sent them to the gate of the academy and then let Yuya take the things in. On the way back, she saw many yamen runners walking on the road, and they would knock on other people's doors, as if asking something. She felt strange and wanted to ask, but was afraid of attracting their attention. There was someone hiding at home, and Mu Yun became more sensitive. Sanchi didn't look like a fugitive, and the people who were looking for him were from the Jin country, so they should have nothing to do with the court. Mu Yun returned home with many questions. Zizhu prepared steamed buns and porridge, and Sanchi was already sitting at the dining table. His injuries were almost healed now. They were all skin injuries. After healing, he healed faster. Now he is like a normal person. Sister Mu, you are back. Come quickly. The buns made by Sister Zizhu are ready. They are very fragrant. Wash your hands and eat. Sanchi saw Mu Yun and shouted enthusiastically. After living here for more than half a month, he felt that he had gained weight. It was really because Ziju's cooking skills were so good and there were so many varieties. He ate until he was full at every meal, and naturally he gained a lot of weight. Muyun went to wash her hands and came over, looking at his round and fair face and those bright and cheerful smiling eyes. Even if she wanted to drive him away, she couldn't say it in front of this face and eyes. Sanchi, it's only been a short time and you've gained weight. If you gain weight again, I'm afraid your family won't recognize you when you go home. Muyun sat down and joked with a smile. Sanchi chuckled twice. It's okay. Before, my father and mother said that I was too thin. It's better to be fatter. If they knew I was fat, they would be very happy. Muyun's mouth corners gradually widened and then pretended to be surprised. Sanchi, have you recovered your memory? Sanchi's smile froze on his face. He spoke too quickly, and he didn't see Muyun's surprised look, and he didn't react to his exposure. I mean that all fathers and mothers in the world are the same. Look, you have also raised Yuanbao Yuya to be white and plump, saying that this is the best look. I think my father and mother must think so too. His explanation was a bit far-fetched, and he even felt guilty about what he said. Seeing that he lowered his head and did not dare to look at him, Muyun laughed out loud. It was not until Ziju brought breakfast that he slowly raised his head and looked at Muyun. Muyun looked directly into his guilty eyes, and his eyes seemed to see through everything. Sanchi hurriedly withdrew his eyes and lowered his head to eat the buns. Today we are going to the Bai mansion for a banquet, and Peng Qingyan will also go. His carriage is waiting at the door of the garment shop. Muyun will come out after he is packed up. She was wearing a plain white brocade robe and skirt with a light green blouse on the outside. It was exquisite and elegant. This dress made her look more gentle and beautiful, which made people shine. This was the first time she dressed up properly. As soon as she came out, she stunned Peng Qingyan for a moment. Muyun's beauty is not the kind of bright and beautiful beauty that astounds people at first sight, but the kind that gets more beautiful the more you look at her. It didn't seem so before she was not dressed up, but now that she is dressed up, she suddenly looks eye-catching. Besides her clothes, she also wore jewelry from the beauty pavilion. The design was unique and different from those cookie-cutter jewelry. It was very eye-catching and attracted attention. Let's go. The party should be about to start. Muyun walked over and said. Peng Qingyan came back to his senses and said with a smile, all your clothes are from our beauty pavilion. After today, I'm afraid our orders will increase again. Muyun smiled lightly. I want to advertise our beauty pavilion's things, so of course I have to dress up. Peng Qingyan was about to invite her to get on the carriage, when Chuning suddenly ran over and asked curiously, where are you going, Sister Mu?
Wow.
Sister Mu, you look so beautiful today. Seeing Muyun dressed up, Chuning couldn't help but praise her. Muyun smiled and said, we're going to Bai mansion to attend the banquet. Why are you here, Ning? Chuning pouted. Brother Ningji has important things to do, so he has no time to accompany me and can't take me with him, so I thought of coming to find you, Sister Mu. Can I go with you? Muyun nodded. Sure, let's go together. Chuning happily got on the car, and the three of them went to Bai mansion together. When they arrived, Bai mansion was already very lively. Muyun looked around but didn't see Bai washing. He only saw Mrs. Bai being praised by a group of ladies, asking where her dress was made. It was so exquisite. Sister Mu, they all want to buy the dress from Beauty Pavilion. Your Beauty Pavilion business is so good. Everyone likes the dresses you design. Muyun smiled. She was very happy about this. Mrs. Bai saw her and immediately called her over with a smile. Let me introduce you. This is Miss Mu, the owner of Beauty Pavilion. She designed my dress herself. Mrs. Bai was very happy because of her dress today, and she became even more proud because of the praise. Before Muyun could say anything, several ladies came over and surrounded him. Miss Mu, can you design a set for me too? Money is not a problem. Miss Mu, next month is my daughter's coming-of-age party. Can you please take the time to design 2 sets of dresses for us mother and daughter? I'm willing to pay 100 taels for each. Miss Mu, please design a set for me too. It's my birthday in 2 months.
Please help me.
Miss Mu, Everyone was talking at once, and Muyun didn't know who was talking. He only noticed the lady who offered 100 taels. Pang Qingyun hurriedly helped Muyun out and said, "Everyone, anyone who wants a dress can go to the beauty pavilion to make an appointment for customization. Today is Mrs. Bai's birthday. Let's celebrate Mrs. Bai first." Hearing this, everyone restrained themselves a little. Muyun smiled and dealt with several ladies for a long time. After all, these were all potential consumers in her store in the future. She had to maintain a proper relationship and not be too cold. But she had something on her mind, so she quickly found an excuse to leave. Finally, she came out from among the ladies. Muyun hurriedly pulled Chu Ning to the garden where young men and women were playing. She had to see if Chun Xiaocai had come. In the garden, young men and women were reciting poems, writing calligraphy and painting, playing with birds and flowers, and cheering at pot-tossing. The scene was lively and harmonious. Bai Ruoxing sat in a corner, drinking tea silently, while Bai Qianqian on the other side was surrounded by people. The contrast between the two was obvious. Many men also noticed Bai Ruoxing, but although they couldn't help but look at her, no one went over to talk to her. Muyun felt strange. She walked towards Bai Ruoxing. Bai Ruoxing was wearing the dress she designed. It really suited her. The fresh aqua green color made her look even colder. She was a real cold beauty. "Miss Bai," Muyun called out with a smile. Seeing Muyun, Bai Ruoxing's eyes lit up instantly. Just now, Madame Bai's personal maid brought 2 portraits and told her that they were the husbands chosen for her. She was asked to choose one today. If she didn't, Madame Bai would make the decision for her. One was a wealthy businessman from Yinzhou, 40 years old, fat, and looked disgusting to her. The other was the stupid son of the local Zhou family in the south of the city, 5 years older than her, unable to take care of himself, and even less stupid than a child. The two had one thing in common: their families were rich, much richer than the Bai family. Madame Zhou had already arrived, but the wealthy businessman hadn't been seen yet, but he was expected to be here soon. Bai Ruoxing was anxious, but she didn't show it on her face. She just sat quietly waiting for Muyun. She was extremely glad that she didn't refuse when Muyun offered to help her yesterday. Otherwise, no one would help her at this moment. "Sister Mu, you're here." As Bai Ruoxing spoke, her eyes couldn't help but turn red. Muyun immediately wanted to protect her. He asked hurriedly, "What's wrong? What grievances have you suffered?" When Muyun asked this, Bai Ruoxing's watery eyes suddenly became even more watery, and the tip of her nose couldn't help but turn red, and she was about to cry. "There are so many people here." Muyun was afraid that she would really cry, so he whispered, "It's okay, it's okay. Tell me if you have any difficulties. I will help you, but don't cry. I can't bear to see beautiful girls cry the most." It would have been better if Muyun didn't say it. When she said this, Bai Ruoxing couldn't help it. It had been many years, and no one had cared about her since her mother died. Muyun, a stranger, was so kind to her, but her biological father didn't care about her and let her stepmother bully her. He didn't even care about her marriage. Knowing that her stepmother hated him, he still gave her life to her stepmother and didn't care. In this cold home, she was worried every day, afraid that when she woke up the next day, she would become someone else's family and no longer be herself. No matter how scared she was, this day still came. And the person who was willing to help her at this time was a stranger who had only met her twice. Bai Ruoxing felt wronged, and in a complicated mood. Chuning also hurriedly said, "Don't cry, beautiful sister. You won't be beautiful if you cry." Bai Ruoxing was just emotional for a while, and her reason quickly returned. She only shed 2 tears, and she hurriedly wiped away the tears with a handkerchief, and then smiled. "Sorry, I made you laugh." Muyun hurriedly asked, "Did something happen?" "You are so sad." Bai Ruoxing whispered the matter to Muyun. After listening, Muyun was not angry yet, but Chuning was angry. "That's too much. Your stepmother is such a rascal." Muyun hurriedly pulled Chuning. "Ning, keep your voice down, or someone might hear you." Chuning said angrily, "If someone hears it, then let them see how vicious this Mrs. Bai is. She wants to ruin Sister Bai's life." How can she be so vicious? Muyun said coldly, I don't think Mrs. Bai cares about her reputation. Chuning asked worriedly, what should we do? Sister Mu. Let's help Sister Bai. Muyun nodded, I came here today to help your Sister Bai. Please stop talking. Chuning heard this and nodded and stopped talking. Bai Ruoxing said with some concern, Sister Mu, I asked you to look around, but I didn't see that Mr. Chen, but he didn't want to come to the banquet? Before Muyun had time to look for him, she came to Bai Ruoxing as soon as she got out of the group of ladies. Don't worry, I'll go and see. He should come. He has accepted the invitation. Ning, you stay here with Ruoxing, I'll go and see. Chuning was very curious when she heard what they said, but she also knew that it was not good to ask now, so she didn't ask more and nodded. Don't worry, Sister Mu. I will take good care of Sister Bai and won't let that vicious stepmother bully her. Muyun nodded, got up and walked away, looking for Qin Xiaocai in a place where there were many men. After just looking around, she really didn't find anyone, and Muyun was a little disappointed. Just when she was thinking about how to help Bai Ruoxing without Qin Xiaocai, she suddenly saw two men coming from the archway of the garden, one of whom was Qin Xiaocai. Muyun's eyes lit up immediately. He finally came. She hurried over to Bai Ruoxing. Ruoxing, Qin Xiaocai is here. Bai Ruoxing was delighted. Is he really here? Muyun nodded. Really, he should have just arrived, walking from the garden archway. When he came, Bai Ruoxing felt relieved. As long as he came, she would have a way to make this marriage happen. She had lived in this backyard for so many years. If she didn't know how to do anything and didn't have some tricks, she would have died countless times. Sister Mu, please help me. After passing the two archways over there is a pond full of lotus flowers. I'm going to jump in, but I have to wait until Qin Xiaocai comes. Only he can save me, not anyone else. Muyun was worried. Although the weather was not cold now and falling into the water would not hurt the body, for women of this era, this would damage their reputation. Bai Ruoxing's method was really not a good one. Chu Ning hurriedly advised her to change her method. There was no need to damage her reputation in this way. Bai Ruoxing smiled coldly and spoke lightly. There is no other way except this. In the end, everyone needs to see the scene of me being rescued, and the marriage can be settled on the spot. Otherwise, my mother will not allow me to get married. She doesn't want me to live a normal life. She also wants me to bring her huge benefits, so she won't let me get married so easily. Muyun frowned and thought for a few seconds and finally said, Okay, I will help you. Just follow this method. The result is the most important. As long as it is the result you want most, it doesn't matter if the process is not beautiful. There are few perfect things in the world. It's good enough to get the result you want. It's easy to jump in, but you have to think of a way to lead Qin Xiaocai over. Bai Ruoxing is still very confident about her face. If Qin Xiaocai is not interested, it can only be said that they are destined not to have this fate. Her idea is very simple, that is, to use this face to attract Qin Chongsheng and let him go over, but she doesn't know if she can attract him. Muyun thinks that if Qin Chongsheng is not attracted by a beauty like Bai Ruoxing, then there must be a problem. Bai Ruoxing stood up and walked past Qin Chongsheng on purpose. In order to ensure that he could see her, she deliberately slowed down her pace. When she noticed Qin Chongsheng's sight coming over, the handkerchief in her hand fell inadvertently and was blown by the wind and hung on the flower branch next to Qin Chongsheng. The moment he saw Bai Ruoxing, Qin Chongsheng was stunned, and then he was extremely happy. He didn't expect that he would see the person he had been thinking about for a long time today. Bai Ruoxing looked up at her handkerchief, and her eyes met Qin Chongsheng's. She nodded slightly as a greeting, and then walked over to pick up her handkerchief. Originally, she thought that maybe Qin Chongsheng would help her pick it up so that they could have a chance to talk, but unfortunately, he didn't seem to want to help her pick it up. Bai Ruoxing was a little disappointed. Was he not interested in her? Just as he picked up the handkerchief and was about to leave, Qin Chongsheng spoke. Miss, I wonder if you still remember me. Afraid that the girl he had been thinking about would disappear again, Qin Chongsheng mustered up the courage to walk forward and speak carefully. Looking at Bai Ruoxing face to face, his heart beat fast. She was really beautiful, with fair and tender skin, moist and bright eyes, and a whole person radiating light. Really like a fairy. Bai Ruoxing looked puzzled. Why do you say that, sir? Have we met? Her voice was still so cold, and it sounded very good to Qin Chongsheng. He was a little nervous, and his ears were red. We met once a few months ago, in front of the grain shop on East Street. Bai Ruoxing seemed to recall, and then nodded. I seem to have some impression. Sorry, my mother called me. I have to go first. Bai Ruoxing left, and Qin Chongsheng followed her back with his eyes, and he was slow to come back to his senses. Mu Yun went to Bai Qianqian and whispered, Second miss, why is your sister going to the backyard? Why doesn't she come to greet the guests with you? Bai Qianqian looked over and saw Bai Ruoxing's back disappear. She hurriedly got up and chased after her. Her mother told her today that she couldn't run away. The marriage hasn't been decided yet. She had to settle the marriage in front of everyone before she could be completely at ease. Bai Qianqian chased after her. Mu Yun was thinking about how to let Qin Chongsheng go and saw Qin Chongsheng walking towards the backyard, but when he reached the archway, he stopped again. It's not good to barge in someone else's house, so he still maintained his politeness and quality. Seeing that he didn't move forward, Mu Yun immediately walked over. Mr. Qin, you're here. I thought you weren't coming. Seeing Mu Yun, Qin Chongsheng said calmly, just so happens that a classmate of mine is coming, so we came together. Mu Yun nodded and then asked, Mr. Qin, have you seen Miss Bai? Qin Chongsheng shook his head. I don't know Miss Bai. Mu Yun smiled. You don't know her? I saw you were talking just now, and I thought you knew her. I just had something to deal with, and when I finished it and came to find Miss Bai, I didn't see her. Qin Chongsheng was immediately surprised. Are you talking about the beautiful lady in the aqua green dress? Mu Yun nodded. Yes, that's right. Mr. Qin, do you know where she went? Qin Chongsheng pointed to the front and said, She went over there. Excuse me, is Miss Bai the girl from the Bai mansion? Mu Yun nodded. Yes, but this Miss Bai is pitiful. She was tortured by her stepmother since she was a child. I heard that her stepmother wants to marry her to a fool today. Miss Bai seems to know about this. I'm afraid she will be upset, so I want to come for her. Hearing this, Qin Chongsheng immediately became anxious. Anyone can see the panic in his eyes. Seeing this, Mu Yun couldn't help but smile. It seems that Qin Chongsheng really likes her. Sure enough, Ruoxing's charm is infinite. After meeting her once, this man was attracted to her. From this point of view, it's more than just attraction, it can be regarded as love. What should Miss Bai do? Qin Chongsheng was anxious, but didn't know how to help. Mu Yun shook his head. What can we do? It's the parents' order and the matchmaker's words. No one can resist. Mu Yun looked regretful, but Qin Chongsheng was anxious, but he didn't know how to help her. Miss Mu, the second lady beat my eldest lady. Please help me call the lady. The maid Xiaoyu ran over in a hurry, anxious to cry. Mu Yun didn't move yet. Qin Chongsheng ran over first. He remembered that this was the maid next to Bai Ruoxing just now. At the edge of the pond, Bai Ruoxing deliberately angered Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian was so angry that she slapped her directly. Calculating the time, she looked at the archway with her peripheral vision and saw a figure running over. Bai Ruoxing grabbed Bai Qianqian's hand and pushed herself into the pond. Before she fell, she saw the figure of Qin Chongsheng and was immediately relieved. Seeing that the girl he had been thinking about was pushed into the water, Qin Chongsheng ran towards the pond with all his strength and jumped in without hesitation. Even though he couldn't swim, Bai Qianqian was so frightened watching the scene, and when she came to her senses, she wanted to run away in a hurry. The maid Xiaoyu stopped her and loudly accused her of being vicious. Second miss, how could you push my eldest daughter? What if something happens to the eldest daughter? Mu Yun hurried to the pond and saw the two of them struggling in the water. She was a little anxious. Seeing Qin Chongsheng like this, it seemed that he couldn't swim. Why did he jump in if he couldn't swim? Mu Yun hurriedly called for help. Come on, someone fell into the water. At this time, behind the rockery, Song Jingyan spoke to Bai Mu. Go and help. Bai Mu nodded, and just as he walked over, he was seen by Mu Yun, who hurriedly pulled him. Is it you? Come on, help save people, but let the girl and the young man be salvaged together. Please help me. Mu Yun whispered the last two sentences close to Bai Mu. Bai Mu was speechless, glanced at Mu Yun, and seeing her pleading eyes, he had no choice but to agree. Bai Mu threw out a rope and put it on Bai Ruoxing in the water, then threw out the other end and put it on Qin Chongsheng, pulling the two together. With the support of the rope, the two stopped panicking. Bai Ruoxing was soaked, trembling, and her face was extremely pale. Qin Chongsheng couldn't bear to watch, but he kept his courtesy and didn't dare to touch her. "Miss Bai, how are you?" he asked anxiously. At this time, a group of people suddenly ran in from outside, all looking over here. The maid cried and accused Bai Qianqian, and everyone heard it. In the pond, Bai Ruoxing trembled all over and said, I seem to have a cramp in my leg. Can you trouble me to help me, young master?" Qin Chongsheng was afraid of ruining her reputation, so he didn't dare to touch her, but at this time Mu Yun's words suddenly rang in his mind. Mrs. Bai wanted to marry her to a fool, and she was powerless to resist. For some unknown reason, a voice sounded in Qin Chongsheng's heart. Maybe this is an opportunity. His body is faster than his brain. He picked up Bai Ruoxing and walked to the shore. Everyone looked at the two of them in surprise. When the two of them came out, Mu Yun immediately took a cloak and covered them with it. Qin Chongsheng's heart was beating like a drum, thumping non-stop. He wanted to let go of Bai Ruoxing, but she still hugged his neck tightly, her face full of fear. He couldn't bear it and couldn't let her go. "Miss, are you okay? The second young lady is so cruel. She wants your life. What can we do? Now your reputation is ruined. What can we do in the future?" Madame Bai immediately stopped the maid from talking nonsense and shouted, "Come here. Drag this maid who is talking nonsense and stirring up trouble away." Seeing this, everyone knew what was going on. Although they had long known that Mrs. Bai treated the daughter left by her first wife badly, they did not expect that she was so excessive. It was not easy for Miss Bai to live to this day. Everyone looked at Bai Ruoxing with sympathy and looked at Mrs. Bai with contempt. Mrs. Bai was always proud and could not stand others looking at her like this. She was so angry that her face turned blue. "This maid has bad intentions and is trying to sow discord between you two sisters. She deserves to be sold," Mrs. Bai said coldly. Bai Qianqian also hurriedly explained, "That's right, mother, it was obviously my sister who fell in by herself. This maid insisted on slandering me like this. Mother, you should sell her immediately and make the decision for your daughter." The mother and daughter were so blatantly confusing right and wrong that everyone was shocked. They just felt that the two were too shameless. Bai Ruoxing's face was desolate, and she spoke weakly. "Mother, my daughter's reputation has been ruined today. I would like to leave home and practice in the nunnery, always accompany the ancient Buddha, and spend the rest of my life." Hearing this, Qin Chongsheng became anxious. "I am sorry for being rude, Miss Bai. If you are willing, Qin is willing to marry you, but my family is poor. I am afraid that you will be wronged." Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Chongsheng, and they immediately started talking again. "This is Chen Xiuzai. He is handsome, but unfortunately his family is too poor. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is penniless. Yes, it is because he is too poor and can't marry a wife. Although he has a little fame, his future is still unknown. Who dares to take risks with their daughter? Now that it is like this, it is unreasonable for Miss Bai not to marry him. After all, her reputation has been ruined and she can't marry again." Among the ladies, there was also the mother of the fool. Seeing this situation, her face was also unhappy. Her family was also a well-known family. She would not want a daughter-in-law who had ruined her reputation. She immediately said, "No one wants a woman whose reputation has been ruined. I think Miss Bai can only become a nun." After saying that, the ladies snorted coldly and turned away. Mrs. Bai felt a headache. Qin Chongsheng was still waiting for Bai Xingrua's answer. After hesitating for a long time, Bai Xingrua said, "Marriage is decided by parents and matchmakers. I can only listen to my mother's arrangements. Please ask my mother." Seeing that Bai Ruoxing was in such a state and could only ask her mother's opinion, everyone felt even more sympathetic. Mu Yun took the lead and said, Madam Bai, I think this young man is a good match for Miss Bai. Compared to becoming a nun, marrying this young man is also a good choice. If Miss Bai's lifelong happiness is ruined because of this accident, I think Madam Bai will not bear it. Chu Ning also followed up and said, yes, yes. A beautiful girl, because her sister pushed her into the water. Her life was ruined. How pitiful and innocent. Madam Bai will not be so vicious to really let Miss Bai become a nun. Upon hearing this, Madam Bai immediately shot a resentful look at Chu Ning, as if she wanted to eat someone. Please be careful with what you say. Miss Ruoxing herself said that she accidentally fell down, and it had nothing to do with Qianqian. Someone took the lead in persuading, and the others couldn't help it. Under the premise of not affecting their own interests, most people were willing to help. Madam Bai, I think you should just help them. Although the eldest daughter is not your biological daughter, you shouldn't go too far. Mr. Chen's family is very poor, and I'm afraid their lives will not be easy in the future, but it will be better than living in a nunnery. Yes, yes. Madam Bai, please help them. If a good girl doesn't get married and becomes a nun, your youngest daughter's future will be affected. The second daughter will also get married in the future, and the reputation of the elder sister will affect the younger sister. With an elder sister who is to go to a nunnery to become a nun because of her damaged reputation, the second daughter will probably have a hard time finding a husband in the future. Everyone was talking at once, and Mrs. Bai felt her head buzzing. She couldn't think of any excuse to shut them up. Besides, if this were to happen, it would indeed affect her daughter. Chun Chongsheng came to Madam Bai and bowed. Madam Bai, I am willing to marry Miss Bai. Please help me. Just when Mrs. Bai was hesitant and unwilling, Mr. Bai came. I agree to this marriage. Mr. Chen, go back and prepare the betrothal gifts. You can come to propose marriage tomorrow. Hearing what Mr. Bai said, Chen Chongsheng was immediately delighted and thanked him repeatedly. Bai Ruoxing lowered her head and instantly felt that her body was not so cold anymore. Mrs. Bai wanted to say something, but was stopped by a look from Mr. Bai. Okay, let's all go. Xiuyu, quickly help the eldest lady back to the room and let the court doctor take a look. Mr. Bai ordered. Xiuyu nodded repeatedly and helped her young lady away. Chen Chongsheng looked at her departing figure with worry in his eyes. Mr. Bai called Chen Chongsheng to the inner courtyard to talk, and the others returned to the garden to continue the banquet. Only Mrs. Bai was no longer interested in the banquet, but she had to greet the guests and maintain her dignity. After everyone left, Muyan walked behind the rockery. She knew there were people behind it just now, but there were too many people here, so it was not easy to come over to check. Chu Ning also hurriedly followed. Sister Mu, where are you going? Seeing Song Jingnian behind the rockery, Muyan smiled. Why are you here? And sneaking around. Chu Ning, who followed, was startled when she saw Song Jingnian, and then just as she was about to salute, she was stopped by Mu's quick eyes and hands. Miss Chu, I didn't expect you to be here too. Bai Mu winked at Chu Ning, and Chu Ning immediately reacted. Her bent knees straightened up, and she said hurriedly, yes. Are you guys here to play too? Chu Ning felt so embarrassed that she couldn't speak clearly. Muyan was curious, and Ning, do you know each other? Ning nodded. Facing Muyan's curious and inquiring eyes, she felt guilty about lying.
They are.
We are Chu Ning's distant relatives. So, I'm her cousin. Song Jingnian spoke for the first time because he was afraid that Chu Ning wouldn't introduce them well. From some perspectives, he and the Chu family are also somewhat related, although they are a little bit related. Chu Ning was stunned. Cousin? The great war god King Ping said he was her cousin. She didn't dare to accept this honor and was very nervous. Seeing that Mu Yun was still looking at her, Chu Ning nodded repeatedly. Yes, he is my distant cousin, who came here to play with us. Chu Ning was not good at lying, and Mu Yun saw through her guilty look at a glance, but she did not ask any more questions. Oh, it's your cousin. But didn't you say you were just passing by for fun? How come you are here to see your cousin now? Muyan smiled and looked at Song Jingnian with a teasing tone. Chu Ning had no idea what was going on. Bai Mu wanted to explain, but he felt very uncomfortable with Mu Yun's teasing look. Song Jingnian had no choice but to speak again without blushing or beating his heart. I didn't know she was here before, and I only found out later. Chuning reacted in an instant and said hurriedly, Yes, 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 I came here secretly. Except for my family, no one else knew. My cousin. I only found out about it when he met me here. Song Jingnian nodded and continued, Yes, this girl sneaked in to find Xiao Ningji, and the Chu family is embarrassed to tell anyone about this. Chu Ning blushed a little. What she did was indeed a bit out of line. She didn't know if her parents were still angry. They didn't reply to the letter Xiao Ningji sent back. They were probably still angry and didn't want to pay attention to her. Muyan smiled, so that's how it is. Is young Master Song also coming to the Bai Mansion to attend the banquet today?
Muyan asked.
Song Jingnian replied indifferently, No, I climbed over the wall and came in. I heard that it was very lively here, so I came in to take a look out of curiosity. Knowing that it would be difficult to lie again, Song Jingnian had to tell the truth. Bai Mu looked helpless. His prince didn't even care about his face. He really couldn't lie. Bai Mu hurriedly said, Yes, we climbed over the wall and came in. As soon as we arrived, we saw the girl falling into the water. The master quickly asked me to help. Miss Mu, why did you ask me to put that young master and that girl together just now? In order to divert Muyan's attention, Bai Mu quickly thought of other topics. Muyan couldn't explain to him, so he could only say, I'm helping them to get married. Well, we're leaving. Does young Master Song want to come with us? Muyan looked at Song Jingnian and asked. Song Jingnian shook his head. Let's climb over the wall and get out. Miss Mu, you go first. Song Jingnian came here to find Song Yan. He looked around the Bai family's house and didn't see anything unusual. Just as he was about to leave, he saw what happened by the pond. When he saw Muyan appear, he stayed a little longer. Muyan took Chuning away directly. The Bai family didn't need her for the time being. Muyan didn't want to take a carriage, so she asked Peng Qingyan to send Chuning back. She wanted to take a walk. After watching the carriage disappear, she took a detour to the back of the Bai mansion's wall. As soon as she got to the back, she saw 3 figures, Song Jingnian, Bai Mu, and Bai Xing. Muyan hid and secretly observed the few people. There were many families behind the Bai mansion. The 3 of them actually climbed over the wall to enter someone else's house and looked around on the wall. Muyan quickly hid herself and waited until several people jumped in before she walked over. Then she found a secret place next to the house and hid there, waiting for them to come out. Not long after, several people climbed over the wall again and walked towards the houses in front, but just after taking a few steps, Song Jingnian stopped. Then he attacked behind the tree in the courtyard like a gust of wind. The moment he approached, Muyan sensed the danger and dodged to the side, but she was not as fast as him, and her arm was caught, and then she twisted and was clamped. Muyan kicked back, and noticing her movement, Song Jingnian quickly dodged, and the next moment, Muyan actually broke free from his grip. Mr. Song is so skilled. Why are you just sneaking over someone else's wall? Are you a thief? Muyan looked at him with a faint smile, eyes full of teasing. Song Jingnian frowned slightly, looked at her coldly, and asked, Do you know martial arts? Muyan smiled. Well, didn't Mr. Song see it? Is Mr. Song looking for something? Maybe I can help. Song Jingnian looked at her suspiciously. Since you know martial arts, why did you pretend not to know it that day? Muyan smiled. I didn't have time to show my skills that day, and you came. Since there is a hero to help, I can only wait to be rescued. Song Jingnian looked at her malicious smile and felt that he was fooled, frowning. What, Mr. Song is angry? No way. You are so petty. Seeing him with a cold face and frowning eyebrows, Muyan found it funny. Song Jingnian didn't want to pay attention to her, turned around and wanted to leave. Muyan chased after him. Mr. Song, are you going to continue to climb over other people's walls? What are you looking for? Maybe I can really help. Song Jingnian ignored her and walked straight ahead. Bai Mu hurriedly asked, Miss Mu, you're good at martial arts, right? Who is your master? Muyan smiled and said, I am smart and self-taught. Mr. Bai, I am really curious. Why did you sneak over someone's wall? Are you guys bandits? Bai Mu was speechless but still explained, Miss Mu, to be honest, do you think we look like bandits? Where in the world is there a bandit like my master who is so wise and brave, has outstanding temperament, and looks like Pan and Miss Mu? Don't joke. Mu Yun burst out laughing. Song Jingyan stopped and looked at her, as if examining something. Mu Yun hurriedly put away her smile, but the corners of her mouth could not be suppressed. She nodded repeatedly with a smile. Well, I really haven't seen it. Your master is indeed a handsome man. He doesn't look like a bandit, but more like the bandit's husband. Mu Yun laughed happily, and Bai Mu and Bai Xing couldn't help being amused by her, but looking at the dull look of their own prince, they didn't dare to laugh. Miss Mu, if you have nothing to do, please leave. Don't disturb us. Song Jingyan said coldly to drive people away. Mu Yun smiled and said, I have something to worry about. As a member of Lingxi County, I naturally have a certain obligation to protect the safety of the people. Since I saw you guys sneaking into other people's homes like this, how can I turn a blind eye? After all, I am a man with a strong sense of justice. Song Jingyan frowned helplessly, his voice cold. Then what do you want to do? Meddle in other people's business? Mu Yun smiled. No, I am not meddling in other people's business. I am doing justice, so come with me to see the county magistrate. It's better to clarify things, so that I don't misunderstand you. Song Jingyan was displeased by Mu Yun's unreasonable behavior. He said coldly, if we don't go, what do you want? Arrest us? Mu Yun laughed and said, how could it be possible? Young Master Song is so good at martial arts. How could I catch you? If I really caught you, I would not send you to the county government. Rather than sending you to the county magistrate to be punished, I would rather keep you as my husband. It was the first time that Mu Yun teased a handsome man, and she was actually a little shy, but looking at his face, she couldn't help but want to say teasing words. Seeing his mood change because of her, she found it even more interesting. Bai Mu and Bai Xing lowered their heads, really wanting to pretend that they didn't exist. In front of the two of them, the prince was teased by a woman. The prince must feel very embarrassed at this moment. It was the first time that Song Jingyan met such a bold and shameless woman. She flirted with people without blushing or beating her heart. It was really infuriating and helpless. Miss Mu, please respect yourself. Song Jingyan was too lazy to say anything to her. He turned around and left after saying this. Mu Yun hurriedly followed. Since she had nothing to do, it was okay to tease the handsome guy. The most important thing was that she really wanted to see what they wanted to do. Mr. Song, are you from the capital? Song Jingyan did not answer. Mu Yun continued, actually my family is also from the capital. Hearing this, Song Jingyan glanced at her. Mu Yun asked with a smile, don't you believe it? Song Jingyan said lightly, you don't look like someone who would tell the truth. Mu Yun smiled helplessly. This is really unfair. I didn't lie to you. Why do you give me such an evaluation? Mr. Song, you are too arbitrary. This is not good. Song Jingyan asked, are you from Beijing? Where in Beijing? Where do you live? Mu Yun smiled and said, my home is in East Street, but I haven't been back for many years. I don't know if they have moved. Thinking of everything the original owner had suffered in that home, the smile on Mu Yun's face faded. Song Jingyan noticed her emotional changes, and he asked, how many years is many years? Why don't you go back? Mu Yun seemed to have a sneer on the corner of his mouth and said lightly, I haven't been back for 4 years because I was driven out, so I didn't go back, but I will go back. I will go back and make those who bullied me pay the price. So if you are from Beijing, we may meet again in Beijing in the future. Believing Mu Yun's words, Song Jingyan was not so defensive. When he arrived outside the walled courtyard of another house, he did not go in again, but let Bai Mu and Bai Xing go in. Seeing this, Mu Yun smiled and asked, are you staying to watch me? Song Jingyan did not speak. After a long while, he said, I saw Chuning yesterday, and I knew that my cousin also sneaked out. I was looking for him. Hearing this, Mu Yun looked at him. Your cousin? Chuning's brother? Song Jingyan shook his head. No, he's my cousin, the child of my uncle's family. He looks about 15 or 16 years old. He is handsome and good-looking. I don't know if you have seen him. I will ask someone to draw a portrait later. Can you help me take a look? 15 or 16 years old. Are there any other characteristics? Mu Yun asked. Isn't this age about the same as Sanchi? Could he really be Sanchi's family member? If so, it would be great. There is someone hiding in the house, and he is related to the Jin kingdom. She is worried all day long. Song Jingyan thought about it and really didn't know how to describe it. He has fair skin, double eyelids, and eyes that are neither too big nor too small. Oh, there seems to be a small mole behind his left ear. I heard my aunt say that, but I haven't seen it. Muyun didn't notice whether Sanchi had a small mole behind his ear, so she decided to go back and take a look later.
You don't understand what you said.
As for the small mole behind the ear, it's hard to notice if it's too small. It's okay. I'll help you find it. I'm quite familiar with this place. Maybe I can help you find it tomorrow. Seeing her sincere expression and tone, Song Jingyan changed his mind about her a little. Thank you. If you find it, I will reward you handsomely. Song Jingyan promised. Muyun asked with a smile, how heavy is it? Can I ask you to marry me? Seeing that she became frivolous again, Song Jingyan decided to take back his impression of her and rolled his eyes at her. Seeing this, Muyun laughed openly and wantonly. Song Jingyan's speechless rolling of his eyes was very funny, which made her very happy. Miss Mu, you are a girl. How can you not care about your image? You can't say these things casually, it will ruin your reputation. Song Jingyan said helplessly. Muyun smiled and said, what's the use of image? I don't need it for the time being. Mr. Song, are you married? Are you engaged? Song Jingyan didn't want to pay attention to her, so he turned his head away and stopped looking at her. Muyun asked, are you not talking because you don't have any? Then I know. Song Jingyan was helpless and said, I have no plans to get married, and I will never get married in this life. It's redundant for Miss Mu to ask more. Muyun smiled. You're quite confident. Do you think I like you? Song Jingyan didn't say anything. Muyun said again, your feeling is very accurate. I do like you, but I don't like people who are too obedient. It's more interesting for you to disobey like this. Song Jingyan was speechless again. He had never seen such a shameless girl. Bai Mu and Bai Xing climbed over the wall again. Master, there is nothing. Muyun said, how long will it take you to find him like this? Can you just draw a picture and ask one by one? Why do you have to climb over the wall to look for him secretly? Bai Mu said helplessly, if it were possible, we would have done it long ago without you saying anything. Song Jingyan gave Bai Mu a look, and Bai Mu immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly shifted his gaze. Song Jingyan said, my cousin has a special identity. We are afraid that his enemies will find out that he is missing, so we can only look for him carefully. Muyun nodded. Oh, so that's the case. She was even more curious about Sanchi's identity and the identities of these people. How special must this identity be to be so cautious? She smiled and said, don't worry, I will keep an eye out for you too, hoping that Mr. Song will keep his promise and repay me with his body. Song Jingyan looked ugly, and this was in front of Bai Mu and Bai Xing. How could she be so shameless? I didn't say that, Miss Mu. Please respect yourself. Muyun chuckled twice and didn't bother with him. Since you're busy, I'll leave first. She had to go back to confirm whether Sanchi was the cousin Song Jingyan was looking for. If it was true, it would be more fun. Looking at Muyun's back as he walked away, Song Jingyan said, be careful when you speak next time. This Muyun doesn't seem to be simple. Bai Mu smiled and said, Master, this Miss Mu likes you at first glance. Bai Xing pulled Bai Mu and gave him a look. Their prince is in a bad state. Isn't it like rubbing salt into his wounds to say this? Bai Mu is heartless and speaks without thinking. After seeing Bai Xing's eyes, he realized that his prince was not good in that aspect. It seemed inappropriate to say this at this time. He chuckled twice. Well, although Miss Mu looks okay, her status does not match you, the prince. You must reject her sincerely. Song Jingyan gave him a cold look, then turned around and left, continuing to look for Song Yan. When Muyun returned home, she did not see Sanchi in the yard, and she did not see him in the utility room either. She frowned. Zizhu was not there either, but when Zizhu had nothing to do, she would go to the garment workshop in front to study, so it was normal for her not to be at home. Muyan walked towards the garment workshop in the front hall, and sure enough, she saw Zizhu with the embroidery master. Zizhu and Xunlan were sitting together embroidering. The two of them lowered their heads and talked, but they did not see Muyan coming. Muyan retracted his gaze, turned around, and went back home. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw a person jumping down from the wall. It was Sanshi. Where have you been? You didn't go out the front door, but you wanted to climb over the wall? Are you a thief? Sanshi was preparing to go back to the room quietly, and suddenly heard Muyan's voice, and the whole person froze in place. Sanshi didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He finally mustered up the courage to sneak out to take a look, but he was caught. Hey, Sister Mu, you're back. Sanshi smiled innocently and spoke in a flattering tone. Muyan walked towards him, and his serious face made Sanshi's heart beat. Sister Mu, I was just bored. I jumped on the wall to take a look. I didn't go out. I really didn't go out. Sanshi unconsciously began to explain, but his explanation made him look like he was trying to cover up his mistake. Muyan asked, Where did you go? Sanshi looked guilty. I didn't go anywhere. I just wandered around. Sister Mu, I was wrong. I shouldn't run out. Don't be angry. I won't do this again in the future. I will stay at home and never run around again. Muyan was helpless. It was really uncomfortable to be locked up at home for a long time, but who made him chased by the Jin people? If he didn't hide at home and went out to show off, it would be very troublesome if those people found him. Sanshi, do you have a cousin? Muyan asked. Sanshi shook her head hurriedly. I have lost my memory. How can I remember if I have any cousins, Sister Mu? Please don't test me. Muyan walked over. Lower your head and let me see. Although this kid is only 15 or 16 years old, he is much taller than her. Sanshi looked puzzled. What do you want to see, Sister Mu? Muyan said, Let me see if there is a small mole behind your ear. I met a man who said he was looking for his cousin, 15 or 16 years old, with a small mole behind his ear. Let me see if it is you. Sanshi immediately covered his ears, with a look of surprise. There were many guesses in his mind. Cousin? His cousin was still practicing in Yuntai Mountain. How could he come to find him? But thinking about it carefully, it might be true. Knowing that he was missing and others couldn't find him, the emperor was afraid that he could only ask his cousin to scold him. Seeing that he covered his ears to prevent him from looking, Muyan asked, Why are you covering your ears? Can't you let me see? Sanshi slowly let go of his ears and said with a guilty conscience, It was a subconscious action.
I don't know why.
He had lied to Muyan before that he had lost his memory, and now it was not good to suddenly say that he had recovered his memory. This would be too fake. Lower your head and let me see. Sanshi could only lower his head obediently, feeling a little flustered. Speaking of it, he hadn't seen his cousin for a long time. Thinking that he came to see him, he was very happy in his heart. Sanshi did have a small mole behind his ear. Although he had guessed it, Muyan was still a little surprised when it was really confirmed. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Song Jingnian was really Sanshi's cousin. So, Sanshi was also from the capital. He was hunted by the Jin people. Sanshi must be the son of a general, right? This attracted the pursuit of the Jin people. Muyan guessed in his heart, and then said, Tomorrow I will call your cousin to pick you up. After confirming his identity, Muyan didn't plan to keep him any longer. Sanshi was very happy, but he felt guilty because he had lied to Muyan. Okay, Sister Mu, I'll listen to you. Seeing him being so obedient, Muyan smiled and said, Your cousin is very good. He said that if I can help him find someone, he will reward me handsomely. I asked him to marry her, but he refused. Sanshi, you have lost your memory now. Do you have a better relationship with me or with your cousin? Sanshi was shocked by Muyan's words. He was talking about his cousin? Sister Mu already has a child. How can she still like his cousin? Besides, his cousin is a famous flower in jailing and… Forget it, his cousin will not agree. Sister Mu's idea is doomed to fail. Sanshi, I'm asking you a question. Hurry up and say it. Sanchi came back to his senses and said hurriedly, "Of course I have a good relationship with you, Sister Mu. I don't even remember my cousin now. Sister Mu, you saved me and treated me so well. I must have the best relationship with you." Muyu nodded with satisfaction and patted his shoulder. "Very good. If your cousin doesn't want to marry me, I won't give you to him. You must be obedient."
Ah? Sanchi panicked.
He didn't know what to say for a moment. He wanted to say something to Mu Yun, but because he had lost his memory, he couldn't say anything. "Why, you don't want to?" Seeing that he looked troubled, Mu Yun asked. Sanchi shook his head hurriedly. "No, I'm not unwilling, but Sister Mu, don't you already have a child? Where? Ask the father of your child. Don't you want him any more?" Mu Yun said coldly. "The child's father. He's dead, and has been dead for many years. I am free now." Hearing this, Sanchi was speechless. Forget it. He didn't care. This was not something he should worry about. His cousin would solve it himself. "Okay, Sister Mu, I'll listen to you. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head." This is all he can say now. Mu Yun nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, go to your room and have a rest. After your cousin comes to see you tomorrow, you can go out and play. You don't have to be locked up at home anymore." Sanchi nodded, very happy. He was suffocated during this period. Mu Yun was in a good mood. She looked at the time. The children were about to get out of school, and she had to pick them up. "You take good care of the house. I'll pick up Yuan Bao and the others from school." Sanchi nodded and looked after the house obediently. At the same time, she was looking forward to seeing her cousin tomorrow. Mu Yun came to the gate of the academy and was waiting for the children to come out. She saw Song Jingnian, Bai Mu, and Bai Xing coming out of the gate of the academy. She asked with a smile, "Did you find the academy? Did you find it?" Seeing her again, Song Jingnian frowned slightly. "You followed us." Mu Yun laughed. "Mr. Song, although I like your face very much, you should not be too confident. I am a serious person and I have nothing to do all day, so I just follow you. You think too much." Being teased again, Song Jingnian's face was still ugly. "I came to pick up my son and daughter from school. I just happened to see you, but I didn't follow you," Mu Yun said. Hearing this, Bai Mu Bai Xing looked at her with surprise, and Song Jingnian's eyes also flashed a trace of surprise, and then his face became uglier. "Miss Mu, you have a son and a daughter?" Bai Mu widened his eyes and raised his voice a lot. Seeing that they were making a fuss, Mu Yun smiled and nodded. "Well, my son and daughter are very beautiful and cute. If you see them, you will definitely like them. I also adopted 2. I am raising 4 children by myself now. I have to say it is a bit hard. Mr. Song, are you willing to raise them with me? I see that you are strong and healthy, so you must be a good worker." The 3 of them were speechless. Bai Mu and Bai Xing felt that Mu Yun was too thick-skinned at this time. Bai Xing was a man of few words, but he couldn't help but say, "Who is my master? Don't defile him like this." Mu Yun laughed. "Is this defilement? Okay, I'm wrong. I was joking. I don't need Mr. Song to work to support the family. I am very good at making money. I will support you." Bai Xing and Bai Mu's face became even uglier when they heard this. Song Jingnian just walked away. He really didn't want to talk to Mu Yun anymore. He was always affected by her. "Mr. Song, come to my house early tomorrow morning. I will tell you about your cousin. And Ning knows where my house is. Just ask her to take you there." Mu Yun shouted at Song Jingnian's back. Song Jingnian stopped, but Bai Xing said, "Master, this woman is full of lies. I guess she is trying to lead you to her house. Let's go and ignore her." Bai Mu also said, "I thought she was pretty good before, but what happened? She already has a child. It's really too much. She is a married woman and a mother, but she still wants to flirt with our master. Miss Mu is so shameless." Song Jingnian paused and gave Bai Mu a cold look. "Did I teach you to gossip about others behind their backs?" Seeing that his master was unhappy, Bai Mu quickly shut up. After searching for a day, all the households in the west of the city were searched, but nothing unusual was found. The 3 of them were ready to go back and rest and search the south of the city tomorrow. Soon, the 4 children came out together. Seeing Mu Yun, Yueya ran over happily and threw herself into Muyun's arms. Mom, are you here to pick us up? Muyun smiled and took his daughter, patted her little head lovingly, and said with a smile, Well, Yueya, have you been good today? Have you studied hard? Yueya nodded. Of course I have. The teacher praised me again today. Muyun smiled and praised. Our Yueya is really amazing. She will definitely be a talented girl in the future. Muyun was about to leave with his daughter's hand, but was stopped. Muyu, stop. Muyun looked back curiously and saw a little girl walking towards them aggressively, her little face full of anger. The little girl was about 5 or 6 years old, wearing a beautiful skirt and followed by 2 maids. Yueya, is she your classmate? Yueya nodded. She knew what her mother meant by classmate. Mom, she just came to the academy yesterday. Her name is Su Tiantian. Su Tiantian walked in front of Yueya, and Muyun frowned and said with an unhappy face, Didn't I tell you to wait for me after school? I will go to your house and ask your mother to make a dress for me. Why did you leave first? The little girl was not polite at all. She started to blame Yueya. Muyun found it funny and did not speak to stop her. He waited to see how Yueya would solve it. Yueya's face was serious and a little unhappy. You did say it, but I didn't promise you. Su Tiantian looked even angrier when she heard it.
How can you not agree to me? We are classmates.
You gave Chiao-yen a dress, but not me. Do you look down on me? Or do you just want to curry favor with Mr. Chiao, so you only gave it to Chiao-yen, but not to me? It's unreasonable for you to treat me differently. Yueya said angrily, You are talking nonsense. I gave the dress to Sister Chiao because we are good friends, not to curry favor with Mr. Chiao. Su Tiantian, you are unreasonable. How can you chase others for things? You are not a beggar. You will be looked down upon by others. Yueya said a lot of things with her little mouth. After she finished speaking, her little face turned red. She looked very cute when she was angry. Muyun was a little surprised at the change of his daughter. The little girl was no longer the coward who could only hide behind her mother and brother. She could quarrel with others so reasonably. She was worthy of being her daughter, Muyun. She was really smart and powerful. Su Tiantian immediately exploded. You're the beggar. Your whole family is beggars. As she said, the little girl subconsciously wanted to take action, and the maid behind her did not stop her. Seeing this, Muyun picked up his daughter. Su Tiantian missed and fell directly to the ground. With a wow, the little girl cried. The 2 maids hurriedly shouted, Mississippi. The maids hurriedly helped Su Tiantian up. Seeing that her small palms were scratched, they were immediately shocked. If they didn't take good care of the young lady, they would be beaten when they go back. Miss, you are hurt. You hurt my young lady. I will go back and tell the lady. The maid looked at Muyun angrily and accused him. Su Tiantian was already crying loudly, making a lot of noise. Hearing the maid's words, Muyun was speechless. I said, Do you want to open your dog eyes and see how your young lady fell? You didn't stop her from rushing over to hit people, which was such a dangerous move. Now that she fell, you are afraid and push the responsibility to others. Is this how you take care of your children? The arrogant maid was speechless after being confronted by Muyun. Her momentum was instantly weakened by half, but she still said with a stiff upper lip, It's you who did it. Don't even think about refusing. Do you know who my young lady is? If you let my young lady get hurt, you will have to bear the consequences. When the maid thought of the power of her master's family, her tone gradually became confident again. Muyun sneered, The government will be able to make a decision on right and wrong. Why don't we report to the authorities now and go to court to make a clear decision? The maid snorted coldly, and naturally did not dare to make a decision on her own. Humph. You wait. After that, the 2 maids picked up their young lady and left. Before leaving, they gave Muyun a vicious look. Muyun was helpless. What a weird person. She was simply making trouble. Muyun took his daughter home. Yueya complained to her mother all the way about Su Tiantian, saying that she was fierce and domineering, always looked down on people, and looked arrogant. Muyun warned his daughter not to let anyone bully her. Yueya learned martial arts. Although she hadn't learned any moves yet, She was stronger than most people, and her limbs were very flexible. It shouldn't be a problem for her to fight Su Tiantian. On the way back home, Sanchi saw them coming back and hurried out of the utility room. Yuya Yuanbao, you're back. Sanchi liked these two children very much. He felt like something was missing when he didn't see them for a day. Uncle Sanchi, how are you today? Does your wound still hurt? Yuya was a caring little girl who often cared about Sanchi's injuries. After getting along with her, Sanchi's heart had already been captured by her, and he doted on her. Sanchi picked up Yuya and greeted her affectionately. Okay. Uncle Sanchi is much better now. You can send Yuya to the academy in the future. Yuya laughed cutely. That's great. Yuanbao shouted. Yuya, come and write. First, finish the task assigned by Mr.
Today.
It will be dark later. Yuya wanted to go down, but Sanchi said, Uncle will carry you over. Seeing Muyan coming out of the study, Sanchi couldn't help but fight again. Sister Mu, can Yuya call me brother? It's so old to call uncle. I'm still so young. Muyan rolled his eyes at him. You call me sister and let my daughter call you brother. Do you think it's appropriate? Thinking of Song Jingnian, Muyan said again, besides, if I have a relationship with your cousin, this relationship must not be messed up. Don't talk about this again in the future. Sanchi was helpless. Did Sister Mu really like his cousin? What should he do? Uncle Sanchi, do you want to teach me calligraphy? My wrist is stronger today. Sanchi taught Yuya calligraphy several times. Yuya thought his calligraphy was beautiful and was willing to learn, but her hands were a bit useless. Her wrist would hurt after practicing a few times, so she hadn't practiced for several days. Sanchi heard Yuya's voice and hurriedly replied, Okay, Uncle will teach you. He didn't have time to think about these things anymore. He had to teach Yuya calligraphy first. Ziju started to cook dinner, and Muyan was also drawing a design in the study, but there was a sudden knock on the back door. Sister Mu, it's me. Chuning's voice sounded outside. Ziju was about to open the door, but Muyan came out and said, It's okay, you cook your dishes, I'll go open it. Muyan opened the door. There were not only Chuning, but also Song Jingnian, Bai Mu Bai Xing and 3 others outside the door. Sister Mu, my cousin said that you asked him to come to your house for something and asked me to bring him here, so I brought him here. Chuning was still not used to calling her cousin. Although Bai Mu Bai Xing felt that Muyan's words were unreliable, Song Jingnian still wanted to come and see. He always felt that this Muyan was not simple, and her martial arts were very good. Maybe she really knew about Song Yan. So he asked Chuning to bring him here. Muyan smiled and said, Come in. Before, Mr. Song ignored me at the gate of the academy, and I thought you wouldn't come. In the children's study, Sanchi was teaching Yuya to practice calligraphy seriously, but he didn't pay attention to the sounds outside. Song Jingnian didn't say anything. After entering, he looked around the small yard. It was not spacious, but very clean. There were flowers and plants, swings and pavilions. Looking into the house, the doors of several rooms were open, and children were vaguely seen writing. Mr. Song, please take a seat. There were tables and chairs in the yard, which they usually used for meals. As long as the weather was good and it didn't rain, they almost always ate in the yard. After Song Jingnian sat down, he asked, Is it true that Miss Mu said there was news about my cousin? Muyan nodded. Of course. Muyan shouted towards the house. Sanchi, come out for a moment. Sanchi seemed to not know that the person outside was his cousin. He shouted back, Wait, I'll be here right after I teach Yuya to write this character. Hearing this voice, Song Jingnian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was about to get up to find someone. Muyan shouted, Mr. Song, why are you in such a hurry? People can't run away here. Song Jingnian had no choice but to sit down again, and then asked, How did Miss Mu find my cousin? Just by listening to the voice, Song Jingnian knew that the person inside was Song Yan. Muyan smiled and said, I picked it up at my doorstep. I offended the Jin people for it, and was almost killed by them. When I picked him up, he was almost dead. He was seriously injured. Fortunately, with the nourishment of various expensive medicinal herbs, he has now fully recovered. In order to treat him, I spent more than 100 taels of silver and almost emptied my family's savings. Song Jingmian immediately gave Bai Mu a look and then said, "Give Miss Mu the silver bills, and give her all the silver bills you have." Hearing this, Mu Yun's eyes lit up instantly. Seeing Bai Mu take out a stack of silver bills from his arms, her eyes lit up. "How much is this?" "I'm afraid it must be several thousand taels." Bai Mu didn't count them, and just handed them to Mu Yun. "Thank you, Miss Mu, for saving my life. These are all we have. Please don't think it's too little, Miss Mu." Mu Yun took it with a smile. "That's enough. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I am a kind person, and I like to save people. You don't have to be polite." "Sister Mu, why are you calling me?" Sanchi came out and saw his cousin's back. He was very excited, but he couldn't recognize him. After all, he was still in a state of amnesia. Hearing the voice, Song Jingmian looked back and saw Song Yian standing in front of him intact. He finally put down his worries. "Song Yian, if you run around again, I will break your legs," Song Jingmian said angrily, with a stern tone. Song Yian coughed awkwardly twice, then walked to Mu Yun and said, "Sister Mu, who are they?" Song Jingmian frowned. The way Song Yian looked at him just now didn't seem like he didn't know him. "What's going on now?" Mu Yun was very satisfied with Sanchi's performance. She smiled and said, "This is your cousin who came to see you. Do you want to go back with him?" Under the threat of Mu Yun's eyes, Song Yian was in a dilemma. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Sister Mu, I don't want to leave.
I'm sorry, cousin.
I was forced to do this." After saying this silently in her heart, Song Yian lowered her head and didn't look at Song Jingmian. Mu Yun smiled with satisfaction. "Don't want to leave?
It's okay.
If you don't want to leave, just play for a few more days.
I won't chase you away."
Bai Mu hurriedly said, "Young master, your family is very anxious. You'd better go back with us. Save everyone from worrying." Song Yian had no choice. Sister Mu was his savior, and he had to listen to her.
And he didn't want to go back now.
It was so hard to get out. What's the point of being trapped in the palace? He should play for a while before going back, otherwise he might not have a chance in the future. "But I don't know you," Song Yian said innocently. Song Jingmian said coldly, "Are you sure you don't know us?" Hearing his cousin's tone, Song Yian felt scared subconsciously. Mu Yun said, "Sanchi, since your name is Song Yian, I will call you Yian from now on, not Sanchi. This is indeed your cousin. You should recognize him." Chu Ning on the side was already stunned. After being with Mu Yun for so long, she didn't know that Mu Yun's family actually hid His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. This is really too dreamy. No one could have thought of it. After hearing what Mu Yun said, Song Yian called him cousin. His eyes showed that he knew him. Song Jingmian thought that he might have some difficulties, so he was no longer angry. "Come back to the capital with me tomorrow. Everyone in the family is worried about you," Song Jingmian said. Song Yian did not answer immediately. Mu Yun said that he would not follow his cousin without her permission. "Cousin, I haven't repaid Sister Mu for saving my life yet, so I can't leave yet." Song Jingmian's eyes moved to Mu Yun, and she smiled and said, "Yian is such a good child.
He knows to repay me."
"But I didn't save him for his repayment. Forget it. Money and other things are just external things. But if you must repay, you might as well let your cousin do it." Hearing this, Song Jingmian's face turned ugly in an instant. There are so many people here. This woman is talking nonsense again. Song Yian admires Mu Yun. He even dared to ask his cousin to repay him. He is really ignorant and fearless. Everyone pretended not to hear Mu Yun's words. Chu Ning even quietly stepped back several steps and finally ran to the back of the pavilion to hide and listen, trying to make everyone ignore the fact that she was there. Bai Mu and Bai Xing lowered their heads, squatted aside to play with the grass, pretending to know nothing. Song Jingmian suppressed his anger and said coldly, "Miss Mu, what else do you want? I will try my best to satisfy you, but please don't talk nonsense anymore." Song Jingmian felt helpless. Mu Yun was now Song Yian's savior. He couldn't just ignore her, and he couldn't ignore her. No matter how upset he was, he could only talk to her nicely. Mu Yun smiled and leaned over. "I told you I want you." Song Jingmian stood up suddenly. His face was blue and red, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Miss Mu, please respect yourself." Muyan smiled and raised his eyebrows. "It's okay for you to say it, but you should say it to me instead." "I am willing." Song Jingmian was really angry. He couldn't stand or sit. He wanted to curse but couldn't. After all, the other party was not only a woman, but also Song Yayan's savior. He really couldn't do anything with Muyan for a while. "Miss Mu, don't force me to say ugly words. I am very grateful for your life-saving grace. I will send someone to send a thank you gift later. Yayan, I will pick you up tomorrow. You can stay here today. Say goodbye to your savior properly. We will set off for Beijing tomorrow." After speaking, Song Jingmian walked away like the wind, and even his back revealed a feeling of impatience. Muyan laughed happily. She had never seen anyone as interesting as Song Jingmian. He looked calm, reserved, cold, and unapproachable on the outside, but after getting to know him better, she found that he seemed very simple and easily shy. He was obviously very angry, but he would not really do anything to her, so she could only keep it in her heart. It was very funny. Seeing his cousin leave, Song Yayan also went back to the study to continue teaching Yuya how to write, but this time he was a little absent-minded. Yuya felt that he was always distracted and couldn't help asking, "Uncle Sanchi, what's wrong with you? You look so sad, it doesn't look good." Song Yayan smiled and rubbed Yuya's little head. He sighed and said, "Uncle may be leaving. Will Yuya miss me?" Yuya frowned and looked unhappy. "Uncle Sanchi, why are you leaving? Aren't we a family? A family should always be together. You can't leave." Song Yayan laughed helplessly, looking at Yuya frowning. Why did he feel that the frown of his cousin was so similar? But he didn't think much about it and then continued, "Yuya, my family came to find me. I have to go back." Song Yayan was also reluctant, but there was nothing he could do. His identity destined him to be unfree, and many things could only end with regret. Yuya's eyes suddenly turned red. Tears welled up in her eyes. "No, Uncle Sanchi, please don't leave. We are your family. Don't you want us anymore?" Seeing Yuya crying, Sanchi panicked instantly. He had been here for so long, but he had never seen Yuya cry. He hurriedly hugged Yuya and coaxed her. Don't cry, Yuya. Don't cry. Uncle is not leaving. I won't leave. I will stay for a while longer. Please don't cry." Hearing his daughter crying, Muyan ran over anxiously. "What's the matter? What's wrong with Yuya?" Yuya said in a crying voice, "Mom, Uncle Sanchi said he wants him." "Mom, can you let Uncle Sanchi not leave? I can't bear to let him go. Isn't he our family? Why should he leave?" Muyan was helpless. It turned out that she was crying because of this. She didn't even notice that Yuya and Sanchi had such a good relationship. "Yuya, Uncle Sanchi has his real family, his parents. If he doesn't go home, his parents will be worried, understand?" Song Yayan hurriedly said, "Sister Mu, I want to stay for a while before leaving, can I? I can't bear to leave Yuya and Yuanbao." "Uncle Sanchi, where are you going?" Yuanbao also came to ask. Hu Tianxi and Muyang also finished writing and walked over. Song Yayan said, "My cousin is here and wants to take me back, but I will try my best to play with you for a few more days before going back." Hearing that he was leaving, the 4 children were reluctant to let him go. Song Yayan was also a playful person. He taught the children to play several games, made pot throwing to teach them to learn pot throwing, and made slingshots to accompany them to shoot. Now they have practiced pot throwing skills very well, and they are also very good at playing slingshots, and they can shoot from a long distance. The 4 children all like to play with him, and they are reluctant to let him go when they hear that he is leaving. Song Yayan was very moved. Several children really like him and like to play with him. It's a pity that he can't stay here forever. Song Yayan coaxed the children for a long time before they were well, and they agreed to meet in the capital in the future. That night, Song Yayan couldn't sleep. The next day, he showed up with a pair of panda eyes and bruises under his eyes as if he had been beaten. In the morning, he volunteered to send the children to the academy by himself. Considering his identity, Muyan was worried that he might be remembered by the Jin people, so he went with them. Before entering the academy, Yuya also reminded, "Uncle Sanchi, don't leave yet. You said you would play for a while longer. You must keep your word. Song Yayan nodded. Okay, uncle, keep your word. Go in quickly. Mu Yun and San Shi watched the children go in, and just as they were about to turn around and leave, they were stopped by someone. Madam, it was her. She was the one who caused the young lady to fall yesterday. It was Su Tiantian's maid, the one who shirked responsibility yesterday. The maid pointed at Mu Yun and accuses the elegantly dressed woman fiercely. Several servants immediately surrounded the two. Madame Su, who was dressed in rich clothes, walked over with an arrogant look on her face. She looked Mu Yun up and down and then said coldly, "It was you who hurt my daughter yesterday. Do you know how precious my daughter is? If you dare to hurt her, you must be prepared to pay the price. Drag this woman to the alley and beat her up." Madame Su spoke directly, without waiting for Mu Yun to speak. Several servants were about to start, and Song Yayan was also ready to start. However, Mu Yun said, "No need to drag. We will go over by ourselves. It's not a good fight in public." Madame Su snorted coldly and looked at Mu Yun with disdain. "You are sensible. Don't worry, I will spare your life." Seeing her so confident, Mu Yun put on a sneer at the corner of his mouth, hoping that Madame Su would smile like this later. She walked towards the alley by herself, and Song Yayan hurriedly followed and asked what was going on. Mu Yun told the story of Yueya and Su Tiantian. Song Yayan was very angry after hearing it. "Sister Mu, I will beat them all down later. They dared to bully our Yueya. They really don't know how to live or die." As soon as they entered the alley, Song Yayan couldn't wait to take action before the other party made a move. Before Mu Yun made a move, the four servants were kicked out, fell to the ground one by one, and got up to continue. Seeing that he was not needed, Mu Yun stood aside and watched. Seeing that the people she brought were so vulnerable, Madame Su was so angry that she pointed at the alley with a trembling hand. "You dare to resist. You are really not afraid of death. Wait, I will not give up." After that, Madame Su actually left without caring about the life and death of these servants. Mu Yun felt that the reason why Su Tiantian was so weird was that she was infected by her mother, Madame Su. The servants were beaten and cried. Mu Yun said, "Your master has run away. Why don't you run away? Are you waiting to be beaten to death?" Hearing this, the servants who were thrown out did not continue after getting up, but turned around and ran away. Song Yayan was still a little reluctant. He hadn't fought for a long time. He felt that his muscles and bones had become hard. It seemed that he couldn't be lazy and had to exercise regularly. "Sister Mu, this family is really hateful. It seems that they will bully Yueya in the future. I have to solve this hidden danger for Yueya before leaving, otherwise I will be worried." Song Yayan was worried that Yueya would be bullied after he left. Although he knew that Mu Yun was also very powerful, he was still worried. The two were about to leave, but suddenly saw several people flying down from the roof. They were the Jin people who intercepted Mu Yun that day. Without saying a word, several people used their killing moves on Song Yayan, and each move was fatal. Seeing this, Mu Yun hurried to resist and fought with several people. One of the Jin people sent a signal to the sky, and Song Jingyan, who had just walked out of the inn to pick up Song Yayan, also saw the signal. He was startled and said hurriedly, "Yayan is in danger, hurry." At this time, in the alley next to the academy, Mu Yun and Song Yayan were fighting with four Jin people. These people seemed to be willing to die, and every move was full of murderous intent. The martial arts of these Jin people were very strong, and Mu Yun and Song Yayan were actually somewhat defeated. The two gradually fell into a disadvantage. After a few rounds, Mu Yun's arm was pierced, and his sleeves were stained red. Seeing this, Song Yayan was very worried. Because of this distraction, he was almost pierced in the neck by a sword from a Jin person. Although he barely avoided it, he was stabbed in the leg, which made him unable to stand. Just as the two Jin people were rushing towards him, Song Jingyan appeared and blocked the sword for him. Seeing Song Jingyan appear, the faces of the Jin people suddenly became solemn, and then their eyes became fierce. With the determination to fight to the death, several people raised their swords again and attacked Song Yayan. With the addition of Song Jingyan and Bai Xing, The opponent's fighting power quickly weakened. Mu Yun dragged his injured arm and struggled to fight with the Jin people. Song Jingyan was protecting Song Yan and had no time to take care of Mu Yun. Fortunately, Mu Yun was facing the weakest martial artist at this time, so it was not difficult to deal with him. The alley was in chaos with swords and sabers. Xiao Ningji hurriedly led his troops to help. A large number of soldiers surrounded everyone from both sides of the alley. There were only 3 of the 4 Jin people left, and one of them had been killed by Song Jingyan with a sword. Seeing that they could not escape and could not kill Song Yan, the 3 of them were already injured. They looked at each other, then gritted their teeth, and blood flowed from their mouths. Then they fell to the ground and died. Mu Yun was a little surprised. They chose to commit suicide instead of running away. Are these people mentally ill? Song Yan was stabbed in the leg with a sword. The wound was not deep, but he could not walk. Bai Mu hurriedly supported him. Song Jingyan walked towards Mu Yun, with a flash of worry in his eyes. How are you? Let me see your wound. Mu Yun was injured in the arm, and her clothes were cut open, revealing the skin and flesh underneath. Fortunately, the wound was not too deep, but Mu Yun was a woman, and such an injury was considered very serious for her. Song Jingyan said, "Thank you for today, and I'm sorry. I got you hurt." Mu Yun smiled. "It's okay, it's just a minor injury. If you can promise me to marry you, I can get hurt again." Seeing that she could still laugh at this time and still make such a joke, Song Jingyan was really helpless, and rolling his eyes could no longer express his helplessness. He took out a handkerchief from his arms and tied it around Mu Yun's arm, which was still bleeding. His movements unconsciously became much lighter. This was the first time Mu Yun had seen him so closely. His skin was very good, and the fine hair on his face seemed to look good. He had thick eyebrows, thick eyelashes, a straight and beautiful nose, and rosy thin lips that were lightly pursed. Mu Yun looked at him carefully, until Song Jingyan raised his eyes. Their eyes met. Song Jingyan was panicked by Mu Yun's eager eyes and quickly looked away. "Miss Mu, let's go," Song Jingyan said, and walked away first. Mu Yun smiled and followed. Inadvertently seeing his red ears, Mu Yun seemed to have discovered a new world, and the whole person became excited. "Mr. Song, wait for me." Mu Yun quickly caught up with Song Jingyan's footsteps. "I'm injured and can't walk fast." "Mr. Song, are you sure you want to walk so fast and not wait for me? You won't be so ungrateful, right?" Although Song Jingyan ignored her, his pace slowed down a lot. After catching up, Mu Yun asked, "Mr. Song, what's your name? We have known each other for so long, so we can be considered friends, right? I don't even know your name. Isn't it unreasonable?" "Song Jingyan." Song Jingyan replied indifferently. Mu Yun smiled and said, "Your name is Song Jingyan? What a nice name. Can I call you by your name from now on?" Song Jingyan. This was the first time someone called him by his full name. Song Jingyan glanced at Mu Yun. She was still smiling. Glancing at her arm, he asked, "Isn't it painful? You still have the mind to talk and laugh." Mu Yun chuckled twice. "It was painful, but it doesn't hurt when I saw you." "It's strange." Song Jingyan. "Miss Mu, have you always been so frivolous?" Mu Yun shook his head. "Seriously, no. I'm just frivolous when I'm with you. This is a treatment that belongs to you. You should cherish it." Song Jingyan seemed to chuckle. "So you know that you're frivolous too?" Mu Yun felt that he was laughing at her. She said with some dissatisfaction, "Song Jingyan, is this your attitude towards your cousin savior? It's really disappointing. Hiss, it hurts." Mu Yun suddenly hugged her arm and cried out softly. Song Jingyan turned his head and looked at her. Her exaggerated acting skills were too obvious. But he still said, "We'll be at the government office soon. The doctor will treat you later. I can't walk anymore. My leg seems to be injured. I was kicked by that short Jin countryman. Now I feel like my bones are injured. It hurts a lot." Mu Yun stopped and raised one foot, with a look of pain on his face. "Song Jingyan, I'll call someone to carry you back." "No." Mu Yun refused hurriedly. "It's so embarrassing to carry you back. I'm a woman, not a man. You want me to be carried back in public? How can I live here in the future?" Song Jingyan was helpless. "Then what do you want?" Mu Yun arrogantly assigned, "You carry me back. I see that you are strong and healthy. It's not a problem to carry a woman like me." Song Jingyan frowned. "There are differences between men and women. Miss Mu, please stop joking." Mu Yun stood there and refused to move, insisting that he carry her. After a long stalemate, fearing that her injury would worsen, Song Jingyan had no choice but to compromise. He squatted in front of Mu Yun and said in a light voice, "Come up." Mu Yun actually just wanted to tease him to see if he would compromise, but she didn't expect that he would actually agree to do so. She was a little surprised. Then she laughed happily and hurriedly climbed up. Song Jingyan's back was very broad. Lying on his back, Mu Yun had a very strange feeling. Why did her heart seem to be sweet? Such a novel feeling. "Song Jingyan, you are not a very principled person. You agreed to carry me when I acted like this. If someone else acted like this and asked you to carry him, would you do it?" Song Jingyan. This person's mood changes too quickly. He ignored her and directly quickened his pace to carry Mu Yun back to the county government office. When Chuning saw Song Jingyan carrying Mu Yun back, her eyes widened in shock. She stared blankly at Song Jingyan carrying Mu Yun into the house and putting him down. After a while, she came back to her senses and hurriedly followed him in. The doctor came in to treat Mu Yun's wound. Chuning saw her wound and was very worried. "Sister Mu, how did you get hurt?" Mu Yun looked up at her and said, "It's okay, just a minor injury, not important. It will be a little painful when cleaning, girl, just bear with it." Chuning was frightened when she saw the potion bubbling on the wound. "Doctor, will it leave a scar?" Chuning asked worriedly. The doctor replied, "It depends on the recovery later, but this wound is too big and too deep. Normally, it will leave a scar." "Ah, what should I do?" "Doctor, is there any way to avoid leaving a scar? My sister Mu is a woman, and it will be too ugly if she leaves a scar." Mu Yun said, "It's okay, and Ning, I don't mind." Chu Ning was anxious. How can this be possible? "Sister Mu, you don't mind, but your future husband will mind. This scar must be cured. When I return to the capital, I will find a royal doctor to make scar cream for you." When Song Jingyan heard this, he looked at Mu Yun again. Mu Yun happened to look at him, and their eyes met. Mu Yun smiled and said softly, "I don't plan to get married, so it doesn't matter if you mind or not." "Ah Ning, don't worry about it." Chu Ning said, "How can that be? If a woman doesn't get married, people will gossip about her." Mu Yun said helplessly, "Okay, Ah Ning, don't worry about it. The person I like doesn't like me. I think I will be single for the rest of my life." As he spoke, Mu Yun glanced at Song Jingyan, who turned his head away from him. Mu Yun's mouth curled up and he said, "Alas. Now that the wound has been treated, I will go back first. I have to pick up the children from school later. I am busy." Mu Yun stood up to leave, and Song Yan was pushed over by a wheelchair and hurriedly said, "Sister Mu, I have to go back too. Wait for me." Song Jingyan heard Song Yan's voice and hurriedly said, "Ian, stop making trouble. Stay here, and we will leave immediately after you recover from your wounds." Song Yan dared to refute Song Jingyan with the excuse of amnesia. "I'm going to live at Sister Mu's house. I've been living there for so long that I'm used to it. I'm not used to changing places." Mu Yun came out and looked at Song Yan and said, "You can stay as long as you want. I welcome you anytime. I'll go back first. You can talk to your cousin and come back later." With that, Mu Yun left. But before they had walked far, Song Jingyan followed them, and Bai Mu pushed Song Yan along. "Miss Mu, I'll bother you for a few more days." Song Jingyan caught up with her and said. Mu Yun smiled, "You're welcome." The group came to Mu Yun's house again and sent Song Yan to lie down in the utility room. Song Jingyan looked around. Seeing the door in the middle of the wall, he asked, "Why is your yard separated from the front? What's in the front?" Mu Yun sat in the yard, and Ziju was cooking noodles for her. Hearing Song Jingyan's words, she replied, "There is a garment shop in front. I used to live in Yua village, but I moved to the city because my children had to go to school. I didn't have money to buy a house, so I settled here first." Hearing this, Song Jingyan frowned, and then said to Bai Mu, "Bai Mu, go get 100,000 taels of silver for Miss Mu." Mu Yun's eyes widened instantly, and the whole person was surprised. 100,000 taels? Song Jingnian, you are exaggerating. Bai Mu walked out and went to the bank to get the money. Mu Yun hurriedly said, what we got yesterday is enough. I counted it. There are a full 8,000 taels. It's already a lot. Mu Yun was not so greedy. 8,000 taels of silver was enough to save one person. Song Jingnian sat opposite her and said, Yayan's life is priceless, not only before, but also today. You were injured in order to save him, and I should compensate you. Zijou cooked the noodles and brought them up, and asked, by the way, Sister Yun, do you want to bring a bowl to this young master? Song Jingnian was ready to pick up Song Yayan before he had eaten in the morning. After the accident, he had no time to eat. He was really hungry at this time, especially when the fragrance of this bowl of noodles wafted through the courtyard. He became even hungrier after smelling it. Seeing that he did not refuse, Mu Yun chuckled and said, bring him a bowl. Zijou immediately went to bring another bowl. Are you used to eating noodles? Seeing how generous you are, your family must have a fortune. You must be a young master from a wealthy family. I'm afraid you can't get used to our simple meals. Mu Yun joked. Song Jingnian replied seriously, not to mention noodles, I have even eaten tree bark and wild vegetables. The conditions were the most difficult during the march and battle. He did eat wild vegetables during difficult times, and he was exaggerating about tree bark. He picked up the chopsticks and stirred the noodles in the bowl. The fragrant beef noodles made people salivate just by smelling them, and it was even more tempting for people who were hungry. Song Jingnian couldn't wait to taste it. The smooth and chewy noodles accompanied by the tender braised beef were so delicious that Song Jingnian's eyes lit up. What kind of noodles are these? They are so delicious, Song Jingnian said, and continued to take a few big mouthfuls. Mu Yun, just ordinary noodles. You haven't eaten them? Don't you have noodle shops in Beijing? Mu Yun suddenly had the idea of opening a noodle shop in his mind. Song Jingnian replied, yes, but those noodles are not as delicious as yours. They are just ordinary noodles with some minced pork as the soup. Yours is not pork, right? Mu Yun nodded. This is beef. A farmer's cow had its leg injured and couldn't work, so they slaughtered it and sold it. I bought some back. Song Jingnian nodded. This is the first time I've eaten this kind of noodles. It's very fresh. Bai Xing also smelled it and felt it was fragrant. She said a little embarrassedly, Miss Mu, can I have a bowl too? I'm a little hungry. It happened that Bai Mu also came back to get money. As soon as he came in, he smelled the fragrance. What is so fragrant? Mu Yun simply called Zijou to give them a bowl each. Bai Mu handed the money to Song Jingnian. Master, this is the money you asked for, a full 100,000 taels. I took out 5,000 taels more, so we can keep it for ourselves. They gave all the money to Mu Yun yesterday, and they only had some change on them. Song Jingnian ate very quickly, and the bowl of noodles was gone in a few bites. He shouted to Zijou, please give me another bowl. Then he put down his chopsticks, took the money, and handed it to Mu Yun. Ms. Mu, please accept this money. Thank you for saving Ian. Song is very grateful. Song Jingnian said this very seriously. Mu Yun wanted to refuse the money before, but now, she suddenly wanted to expand her business quickly and go to the capital as soon as possible. After thinking for a moment, Mu Yun said, Song Jingnian, I didn't think about asking for a reward when I saved people at the beginning. The money you gave me yesterday was enough. Can I consider this money as a loan from you? I want to expand my business quickly, but I need some capital. This 100,000 taels is just a loan for me. I will pay you back next year at the latest. Zijou brought noodles again, and Mu Yun said to her, Zijou, go to the study and get me paper and pen. Song Jingnian was helpless and didn't understand why this person was so stubborn. Okay, since you insist, I'll lend it to you, but forget about the IOU. Mu Yun said, it still needs to be there. Although we may become a family in the future, we are not yet, so we still have to settle the accounts. Seeing that she was joking again, Song Jingnian was already immune to it and didn't bother with her. Okay, write it. I'll take it. Mu Yun quickly wrote the IOU and then took the 100,000 taels of silver with a clear conscience, full of excitement. Zizhu, go pick up Yuan Bao and the others from school later. I'll go find Peng Qingyun to discuss something.
Zizhu nodded. A lot, Sister Yun.
Mu couldn't wait to go out, Mr. Song. If you like to play here, play a little longer. I have something to do, so I'll go first. By Xing, if you two like to eat, let Zizhu cook for you. After Mu finished speaking, he took 2 steps and then thought of something. He turned back and said to Song Jingnian, when Zizhu goes to pick up the children later, can you trouble one of your 2 handsome subordinates to accompany her? I'm afraid the Jin people haven't left yet and will retaliate against me. After finding Peng Qingyun, Mu planned the development plan with him again. The 2 focused on food and clothing. It was just a small Lingxi county and the restaurant business was so good. If it was changed to a more prosperous and wealthy place, the business would be even better. In addition to the restaurant, there are some special snacks. Mu also wants to open a chain store, distributed in various cities and counties, and the annual income is also very considerable. There is also a cloth workshop that needs to choose a place to open a larger one to produce more cloth. The 2 chatted enthusiastically. The time for the academy to end was about to end. Baimu and Baixing followed Zizhu. After Song Jingnian explained to Baimu and Baixing, he returned to the county government office and prepared to let Xiao Ningji send someone to investigate the city again and completely eliminate the presence of the Jin people so that they could live in peace. Baimu and Baixing waited outside the academy with Zizhu. The 2 stood aside and chatted quietly, or it could be said that Baimu kept talking and Baixing ignored him and just listened. Baixing, do you think that if Miss Mu didn't have a child, could she still be worthy of our prince? Baixing didn't say anything. Baimu continued. I think it's a bit of a pity. The prince doesn't seem to dislike Miss Mu's clingy personality, and he even betrayed her.
This would have been impossible in the past.
Do you think the prince is a little moved? Actually, Miss Mu is not bad-looking, but she doesn't dress up like those rich girls in the capital, so she looks rather ordinary. But it's only her clothes and appearance that are ordinary, not her face. That face is actually a good match for the prince. Baixing rolled her eyes at him helplessly. You talk too much. The prince will make the decisions on his own affairs. We don't need to interfere. You just need to do your part. Baimu glanced at him. Do you know how to chat? Why are you so cold and indifferent every time I chat with you? What an unkind guy. As the prince's guards, isn't it normal for us to care about his affairs? Baixing was too lazy to pay attention to him and stood away, but Baimu followed him again. Yuan Bao, Yuya, I'm here. It was time to get out of school, and many children came out of the academy gate. When the 2 heard Zizhu's words, they hurried to Zizhu's side, ready to protect her well. The 4 children came out together. Yuan Bao held Yuya's hand. Hu Tianxi and Mu Yang both wanted to hold Yuya's other hand, but because both of them wanted to hold it, no one would give in, so they squeezed each other, resulting in no one being able to hold it. The 2 looked at each other coldly, displeased with each other, and secretly competed. Sister Zizhu, where is mother? Yuan Bao asked. Sister Zizhu, has Uncle Sanchi left? Yuya asked worriedly. Zizhu smiled and replied, your mother went to discuss something with Uncle Peng. Sanchi was injured and lying at home. Sister Zizhu came to pick you up. By the way, these 2 uncles are also here to help pick you up. Zizhu turned to look at Baimu Baixing, wanting to introduce the children, but saw Baimu Baixing and the 2 widened their eyes and looked at Yuya and Yuan Bao. The eyes of Yuya and Yuan Bao are extremely similar. Baimu stared at the 2 children blankly, feeling familiar and strange. Baixing, do you think these 2 children look a little familiar? Baimu's voice was full of doubts and puzzlement. Baixing frowned, and his pupils dilated. Obviously, he was also shocked by the appearance of the 2 children.
Who do you think they look like?
Baimu swallowed and replied, like the prince? As soon as these words came out, the 2 of them widened their eyes instantly, looked at each other, and then looked at Yuya and Yuan Bao together, carefully looking at the appearance of the 2 children. Zizhu felt that their eyes were strange and asked in confusion, what are you 2 looking at? Baimu and Baixing blinked, looked at the appearance of the 2 children carefully again, and recalled the appearance of their own prince in their minds. Finally, they came to the conclusion that the eyes of these 2 children are exactly the same as their prince's eyes. The two were confused and shocked. Miss Zizhu, are these two Miss Mu's children? Bai Mu asked. Zizhu nodded. Well, this is Yuya, this is Yuanbao, they're twins, this is Hu Tianxi, this is Muyang. Zizhu introduced them one by one. The two were already confused and puzzled. How could there be two people who look so alike? But everyone knows that his prince has lost his fertility, and the prince has never had anything to do with any woman, so it is impossible for him to have children. But the two children look so alike, the more they compare, the more they look alike. If they are their prince's children, anyone who sees them will think so. Let's go, Yuanbao, Muyang, Tianxi, hold hands, we're going home. Zizhu held Yueya's hand and shouted to the other three. Muyang grabbed Yueya's hand first and happily pulled her away. Hu Tianxi glared at him, very dissatisfied. Yueya, I feel a little hot today, are you hot? Hu Tianxi asked considerately. Yueya shook her head. It's not hot. Brother Tianxi, are you hot? But you can't take off your clothes even if it's hot. Mother said that you will catch a cold. Yueya's voice was soft and glutinous, and her face was chubby and cute. The eyes that looked exactly like Song Jingnian's were particularly beautiful on her chubby face. Looking at this face that was nearly 70% to 80% similar to their own prince, Bai Mu Baixing couldn't take their eyes off. They looked at the cute and charming little girl with curiosity and felt very wonderful. Hu Tianxi was helpless and sighed secretly. If Yueya said it was hot, he could naturally ask Muyang to let go of Yueya's hand. The four children walked on the road obediently. When passing by the candy stand, Zizhu asked, do you guys want to eat candy today? Or do you want something else? Because Muyang felt that the children must buy some snacks after school to be complete, so every time after school, he would take them shopping. When she was not picking them up, he would also ask Zizhu to take them shopping after school. Over time, it became a habit. Muyang asked Yueya, what does Yueya want to eat today? Hu Tianxi also said hurriedly, I'll take whatever you like, Yueya, and then give it to you. Yueya was helpless, and the brothers started to fight again. Her soft voice sounded, I don't want anything, Brother Tianxi, Brother Muyang, just buy what you like, otherwise I won't care about you in the future. Yueya broke away from Muyang and Zizhu's hands and walked towards the osmanthus cake stall in front. Bai Mu hurriedly followed. Slow down. Be careful of others bumping into you. Yueya looked at Bai Mu curiously. The soft and cute appearance immediately turned his heart over. He was captured by the soft and sticky little girl who looked like his prince. Yueya, you want osmanthus cake, right? Uncle will take you to buy it, okay? Bai Mu softened his voice and smiled flatteringly. Yueya looked at Zizhu, and when she saw Zizhu nodded, she nodded, okay. Thank you, uncle. Zizhu had to look after the other children. Baixing saw that Yueya was being watched by Bai Mu, so he stared at Yuanbao. Boss, give me a portion of osmanthus cake. Bai Mu said to the stall owner. Yueya stood on tiptoe to see, but her small body was not as tall as the stall. Bai Mu saw this and picked her up. Uncle will hold you and show you what else you like. It seems that there are other cakes? The boss smiled and promoted, Sir, we also have dragonbeard cake and 8 treasure cake. Would you like to try some? Feeling Yueya's nervousness, Bai Mu smiled gently. Are you scared, Yueya? Don't be afraid. Uncle is very strong and will definitely be able to hold Yueya steadily. Bai Mu's smile couldn't be gentler. Looking at Yueya's cute little face, the more he looked at it, the more similar it was to his prince. They were simply cast from the same mold. Bai Mu couldn't help but wonder if his prince had gotten into some romantic debt outside. Just looking at how Muyang got along with his prince, the two didn't seem to know each other. Uncle, you are amazing. Yueya smiled and praised. Because they were not familiar with each other, the little girl smiled a little shyly. Her watery eyes were black and white, and she was ignorant and innocent. In Bai Mu's opinion, she was so cute. He smiled silly. Yueya is also amazing. She went to school at such a young age.
She is very amazing.
He couldn't find anything to praise for a while, so he thought quickly and found a reason to praise her. The boss gave the wrapped sweet-scented osmanthus cake to Bai Mu. Zizhu was about to pay but was stopped by Bai Mu. I'll pay for you myself. Miss Zizhu, don't worry about it. Zizhu knew that they were Sanxi's family, so she didn't bother to be polite with him. Okay. It's costing Mr. Bai.
Bai mo lalket behind holding Yuya.
Although Yuya said that she could get down and walk, Bai Mu was inexplicably reluctant to let her go. The sweet and soft little girl looked exactly like his prince. He loved her very much and had to hold her in his arms, not wanting her to walk. Yuya is still a child. If you walk too much, your legs will be hurt. What if you don't grow tall in the future? Let your uncle hold you. Bai Xing paused for a moment, waiting for Bai Mu to ask something. When he heard what he said, he was speechless and rolled his eyes at him. Is it really okay to cheat a child like this? Yuya said seriously, but mother said that you need to exercise more to grow taller. Bai Mu hurriedly explained, your mother is right, but the exercise should be appropriate, not too much. You are a child and I am an adult. Adults can withstand more exercise, but children can't. Seeing that Yuya still didn't believe it, Bai Mu continued, it's like a big stone. Adults can lift it, but children can't. So the same thing, adults and children have different tolerances, the same is true for walking, do you understand, Yuya? Yuya didn't quite understand, but seeing this uncle explaining so seriously, she could only nod her head to give face. Uncle, you are right. Hearing this, Bai Mu smiled even more stupidly, causing Bai Xing to roll his eyes, looking at him like a fool. Bai Xing approached the two of them, showed Yuya a kind smile, and asked, Yuya, where is your father? I have been to your house for several days, but I haven't seen your father? Yuya shook her little head, her big eyes full of confusion. I don't have a father. Bai Mu and Bai Xing looked at each other immediately. With the looks of the two children, they couldn't help but think of their prince. However, reason told them that this was impossible. Bai Mu pretended to be confused. How could it be? Every child has a father. Yuya is so cute and beautiful. How could she not have a father? Yuya continued to shake her head, feeling a little lost. I don't know, but I just don't have a father. They used to scold my brother and me as wild children without a father, and they also said a lot of ugly words. I don't know if I have a father. I haven't seen him. Yuya's aggrieved look instantly made the two of them feel distressed. Bai Mu glanced at Bai Xing and blamed him for asking this. He patted Yuya's back and coaxed her, who said that. Tell uncle. I'll go and avenge you and beat them to pieces. Yuya shook her head. They're not here. Forget it, uncle. Anyway, I won't see them anymore. I learned martial arts from my mother. If anyone says anything about me again, I'll beat him up and make him cry. That way, they won't dare to say anything about me anymore. Bai Mu nodded repeatedly. Yes, if anyone bullies you, tell uncle, and I'll help you beat him up. Yuya smiled sweetly and said, Thank you, uncle. Bai Mu was touched by the cuteness again. He couldn't wait to ask his own prince if he had any romantic debts outside. These two children are so alike. There wouldn't be such alike people in the world for no reason. It's incredible. The group was about to get home. They went around the street to the back of the house, but at the corner, they were surrounded by some people who suddenly ran out. Bai Mu and Bai Xing immediately stepped forward to block Zijou and the children. The people who came were tall and strong men who looked like they were not easy to mess with. Seeing that they were not Jin people, Bai Mu and Bai Xing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were not Jin people, they would be much easier to deal with. Come on, all of you, beat these kids up for me, just keep their lives. The leading man spoke with a vicious expression. There were more than a dozen people on the other side, and each of them was skilled in martial arts. Zijou was very glad that Mu Yan had asked Bai Mu and Bai Xing to follow. If she was alone, something might happen. When Bai Mu and Bai Xing heard the man's words, he became furious and drew out his sword to stab them mercilessly. There were many people on the other side, and although their martial arts were not high, Bai Xing and Bai Mu had to take care of several children so they could not display their skills. They were unable to hit the target with one strike and take down all the opponents, and could only break through them bit by bit. They stabbed each person who came over mercilessly, with quick, accurate, and ruthless moves. Not long after, many people on the other side were injured. Bai Mu looked at Bai Xing and said, You protect them, I'll deal with them. Bai Xing nodded, his eyes scanning the surroundings at any time, watching vigilantly. Bai Mu separated himself and no longer had any scruples. His fighting power suddenly increased, and he dealt with two people in a few moves. Seeing that he was unstoppable and his martial arts were so high, the other party suddenly became wary and hesitated whether to continue. Bai Mu didn't care about their thoughts and continued until 4 people fell. The leading man finally panicked.
Retreat.
He gave an order, and everyone retreated immediately. Bai Mu looked at the figure of the leading man, but he still remembered what he had just said. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He flew out with a sword, and with a puff, it hit the man's back. Miss Zizhu, you take the children back first. We will stay and deal with this. Bai Mu said to Zizhu. Zizhu nodded. Okay, then I will take them back first. Seeing Zizhu leading the children disappearing from the back, Bai Mu and Bai Xing went forward to check the body and verify the identity of the other party. After checking without results, Bai Mu asked Bai Xing to call Xiao Ningji. As the county magistrate of Lingxi County, Xiao Ningji would be able to check more quickly. Soon, Xiao Ningji arrived with his men and took all 5 people back. After Xiao Ningji took the people back, he called a doctor to treat them, and they had to find out their identities, so they couldn't die. While the suspects were being treated, Bai Mu and Bai Xing went to find Song Jingnian and told him about it. Song Jingnian also took it very seriously. After all, Mu Yun was Song Yian's savior, and they had to help her if they could. The identities of those people haven't been found out yet, right?
Song Jingnian asked.
Bai Mu nodded. They are still being treated. We have to wake them up before we can interrogate them. Song Jingnian nodded, then asked, Didn't you scare those children? Bai Mu shook his head. Thinking of Yueya Yuanbao's appearance, he hesitated for a moment. Should he ask the prince if he really had an affair outside? If it's true, that would be great. His Majesty and the princess would probably be so happy. Seeing Bai Mu's strange expression and his eyes rolling around, Song Jingnian frowned. Bai Mu, what's wrong with you? Is there anything else? Bai Mu looked into his own prince's eyes. With this comparison, they looked even more alike. It's really hard to believe that they are not related by blood. Seeing that he was hesitant to speak and was still staring at him, Song Jingnian frowned even tighter. His voice sank, and he said coldly, Bai Mu, speak. Seeing that the prince was angry, Bai Mu hurriedly said, Prince, I was wondering if you have any children who are stranded outside. As soon as he said this, Song Jingnian frowned even more. Bai Mu, do you believe that I will send you to the frontier right now?
Bai Mu hurriedly explained, Prince,
I saw 2 children who look very much like you, just like you really. If you don't believe me, ask Bai Xing. Song Jingnian's brows were still tightly knitted, and he said coldly, This is impossible. But suddenly, he thought of something, and his face became strange. He had never told anyone about the ruined temple and the accident 3 years ago. After he recovered, he hurried to the battlefield and sent people to investigate, but found nothing. Bai Xing also said, Your Highness, they do look alike, especially their eyes. The 2 children's eyes are exactly like yours. Song Jingnian was surprised. 2? Bai Mu nodded, unable to hide his excitement. Yes, twins, a boy and a girl. Your Highness, your body had problems later, but what if the children were there before? But I don't remember any women around you, so I'm confused. If it weren't for the 2 children who really look like you, how could Bai Xing and I think of you? Song Jingnian was in a complicated mood at this time, and he didn't believe it more, but he also understood Bai Mu and Bai Xing's personalities. If they didn't really look alike, they wouldn't say that. If it weren't for that accident, he was sure that he wouldn't have children, but remembering that accident, he didn't dare to deny it too thoroughly. This is impossible. The world is so big, and there are many people who look alike. You 2 are thinking too much. Song Jingnian said in a cold voice with a serious expression. Seeing that the prince was so unconvinced, the 2 of them suddenly felt a little disappointed. It is indeed impossible that their prince is infertile. But those 2 kids really look alike. Xiao Ningji came over, saluted towards Song Jingnian, and then said, Your Highness, those people have woken up. I have also interrogated them. They are a group of thugs who travel around the country and specialize in doing things for others. It is said that a housekeeper surnamed Lu found them and asked them to beat Yueya and Yuanbao. As for why, they don't know. They only take money to do things. Song Jingnian was puzzled. Yueya?
Yuan Bao?
Bai Mu hurriedly said, "They are Miss Mu's two children." Xiao Ningji said, "We still need to ask Miss Mu to come and find out." As he was talking, Mu Yun came. After she came back from Pang Qingyun, she knew about this matter. Seeing that the children were fine, she came to the county government office as soon as possible to ask Bai Mu and others. Seeing her, Xiao Ningji hurriedly said, "Miss Mu, you came at the right time." Xiao Ningji told Mu Yun everything the thugs confessed. After listening, Mu Yun guessed who it was. She said, "I roughly know who it is. There is a little girl named Su Tiantian in the academy. Because she liked the skirt that Yuya gave to her classmate, she wanted Yuya to give her one too. Yuya didn't want to, so the little girl got angry and stopped Yuya to agree. The two quarreled for a few words. In the end, the girl wanted to hit Yuya. I picked Yuya up and dodged her. As a result, the girl fell and hurt herself. Her family blamed us for this. They had troubled us before but failed. This must be the work of Mrs. Su." Bai Mu said indignantly, "What kind of little girl is so rude? If Yuya doesn't want to give it, then don't give it. Who would force someone to give it? Where is this Mrs. Su? I'll go and deal with her." Song Jingmian looked at Bai Mu's excited and angry look, frowned slightly, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. He felt that Bai Mu was very strange today. Mu Yan was also surprised by Bai Mu's reaction, but he didn't think much about it. Her Yuya was so cute, it was normal for Bai Mu to like her. "I don't know who this Madame Su is. I've only seen her once. I'll have to trouble Lord Xiao to investigate this matter. According to the law, Madame Su should be punished for whatever crime she committed for hiring someone to kill someone." Mu Yun's voice was cold and stern, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Xiao Ningji nodded. "Miss Mu, don't worry, I will definitely explain this to you." Mu Yun nodded, and then thanked Bai Mu and Bai Xing. "Thanks to you two today." "Thank you." Mu Yun sincerely thanked them. The two of them waved their hands. In terms of favors, she still owed the most to Song Yayan. "It's a little late today, and I haven't prepared any good dishes. Tomorrow I would like to invite Mr. Song and the two Mr. Bai to have dinner at my home. First, I want to thank Mr. Song for his generosity and lend me the 100,000 taels, and second, I want to thank the two Mr. Bai for protecting my children today." It was rare for Mu Yun to be so serious and not joking. Song Jingmian nodded in agreement, mainly because he felt that the food at Mu Yun's house was a bit delicious. Bai Mu and Bai Xing looked at each other and agreed. The prince didn't believe what they said, so he waited until tomorrow when he saw the two children at dinner to see how he reacted. Night fell quickly. On the second floor of the inn, Song Jingmian looked at the moonlight outside the window and recalled the accident 3 years ago. At that time, he had just returned from the battlefield and he was alone in order to solve the problem of food and grass. Because the food and grass in the capital were delayed, it was difficult for them to hold on. Many people were sent back, but there was no news from them, and there was no news from the food and grass. He had no choice but to let Bai Mu and others guard the city and quietly return to Beijing. But he didn't expect that his itinerary was known by Princess Bai Mo, who loved riding horses and fighting. He had fought with Princess Bai Mo on the battlefield. Although her martial arts were not high, her poison skills were unmatched. Princess Bai Mo had said many times that as long as he was willing to be her son-in-law, the two countries could cease fire and reconcile and live in peace. He never took these words to heart, but he didn't expect that Princess Bai Mo actually had the determination to win him. After knowing his whereabouts, Princess Bai Mo followed him with several trusted guards. He thought his whereabouts were secret, and he was in a hurry to get on the road, so he didn't pay too much attention to his surroundings, which led to him being poisoned by her charm. After that, he spent a lot of effort to escape. He rode his horse so fast that 2 horses died before he entered the capital, but he couldn't hold on to reach the palace and fainted in a dilapidated temple. He still remembered what happened later, but it was pitch dark at night. Even if he could still remember some things, he couldn't see the other person's face clearly, let alone who the other person was. He only remembered that the woman had been begging for mercy. The long-forgotten memory resurfaced, and Song Jingmian couldn't help blushing and blaming himself. He asked someone to investigate, but because he was busy with food and grass, he didn't have time to investigate it himself. When he personally transported food and grass back to the battlefield and came back after the war, half a year had passed. The subordinates said that they didn't find anything. He went to the dilapidated temple to see it once, and then he put it in his heart. After returning to the battlefield, during a battle with the Jin people, Princess Baima appeared again. She told him that the sequelae of the drug would cause men to lose their fertility. She was originally planning to have a child with Song Jingyan. She had calculated everything. She planned to make sure that she could get pregnant based on her physical condition and Song Jingyan's physical condition, so that Song Jingyan could only marry her and must marry her. In addition to her children, Song Jingyan would not have any more children, so that Song Jingyan could sincerely serve as her Jin son-in-law and serve her Jin. It could also guarantee that Song Jingyan would not be tempted by other women in the future, because although he still had the ability to be a man, he did not have the ability to make a woman pregnant, and as the mother of Song Jingyan's only child, she had too many benefits. But she could never have imagined that her plan would fail. She was angry and told Song Jingyan the news after he returned to the battlefield. And what she said was true. Song Jingyan asked the doctor who accompanied the army to see him, and he confirmed that he had indeed lost the ability to be a father. He was infertile and would never have his own children again. After the news came out, Bai Mu and the others wanted to hide it. After all, for a man, it was not an honorable thing. But Song Jingyan didn't want to hide it. He didn't want to get married, but at his age, he couldn't ignore the opinions of his mother and uncle. Once the news came out, he had an excuse not to get married. So, he let the news out, and as he wished, no one introduced him to a matchmaker anymore. It has been so many years since this happened. If Bai Mu hadn't mentioned the matter of children today, he would never have thought about it again. But he would have a child? He really had never thought about this kind of thing. Song Jingyan suffered from insomnia for the first time. When he woke up the next day, he still didn't ask Bai Mu who the two children were. Early in the morning, the county court opened. Based on the evidence provided by the suspect, the people from the county court went to the Su family and summoned Mrs. Su. When Mrs. Su heard that she was summoned, she was completely frightened. He didn't dare to refuse, so he could only follow the bailiff to the court trembling with fear. It was not until she saw Mu Yun in the court that she realized why she was brought here. She subconsciously wanted to speak, but she was a little afraid because of a solemn and quiet atmosphere in the court, so she didn't dare to speak casually. "Bold Su, do you admit your guilt?" Xiao Ningji, who was wearing an official uniform, spoke sternly and coldly. The heavy knocking sound on the case scared Su half to death. Her legs softened, and she knelt down unconsciously. "It's unfair. Sir, I don't know what crime I have committed." Although Su was nervous, she still pretended to be calm and did not forget to cry out for her injustice. Xiao Ningji did not waste time talking to her. He directly asked the Yamen runners to bring the prisoners up to confront Su. Su refused to admit it and insisted that she did not hire a killer to kill. In fact, she did not hire a killer to kill. She just wanted to teach those children a lesson and beat them up, but she did not want their lives. She thought that it was housekeeper Liu who had contact with these people, not her. As long as she refused to admit it, she would not be implicated. But when she saw housekeeper Liu being brought to the court, she panicked instantly. Xiao Ningji did not use torture, but the housekeeper confessed. Su did not have the personal charm to let the housekeeper keep a secret for him. All the confessions of housekeeper Liu were made without guilt. Su was really panicked at this moment, and she couldn't stop regretting it, but she regretted too much. For a moment, many images flashed through her mind. Xiao Ningji sentenced her to 20 big boards and 10 years in prison for the crime of hiring a killer. Hearing this verdict, Su's eyes rolled over, and she fainted. The servant of the Su mansion who was watching outside also ran back to the Su mansion to report the news. Because Su fainted, the 20 big boards were not executed in public, but were first taken to the prison and waited for people to wake up before being executed. Mu Yun was still very satisfied with this result, but he didn't know whether the Su family would retaliate against her and the children again. Thinking of this, Yun asked Xiao Ningji to find someone to help inquire about Mrs. Su's interpersonal relationships and status in the Su family to see if anyone would trouble herself for her again. She was not afraid, but she was afraid that it would hurt the children. Xiao Ningji naturally agreed. At this time, the Su family learned that Mrs. Su was sentenced to 10 years in prison and was beaten with 20 big boards, and the people in the whole mansion had different thoughts. When Master Su learned about the verdict, he was shocked. After that, his reason slowly returned, and he actually felt a sense of relief and secret joy. When the other concubines knew about this, they were all gloating and happy. In the whole mansion, only Su Tiantian felt bad for Madame Su, but Master Su did not allow anyone in the mansion to tell his daughter the news and only made an excuse that her mother was out for something. Song Yian knew that Yun was going to treat her cousin to a meal. Seeing her enthusiastic preparations, he felt a little worried. If Yun really had deep feelings for his cousin, she would definitely be hurt. His cousin was not only unkind, but also had health problems and could not have children. If Yun knew about this, he would not be able to accept it and would be hurt. Song Yian was hesitating whether to tell Yun about his cousin's situation. After a moment of hesitation, Song Yian decided that he could not watch his savior being hurt. He decided to restore his memory. Thinking about it, he glanced around and finally fixed his eyes on the door frame. Then he stood up and leaned on his crutches, jumping out step by step. When he reached the threshold, he deliberately fell forward, calculated the position, and his head just hit the floor in front of him.
Ah!
A scream attracted the attention of Yun and Zijou. Seeing Song Yian fall, Yun hurried over and helped him up. "Are you okay? How did you fall?" Song Yian touched his head. Hiss. "It hurts." Seeing this, Yun hurriedly checked his head. Seeing that there was no bleeding or swelling, she was relieved. "It's okay, it will be fine in a while."
Yun comforted.
Song Yian's expression was different from usual. He was stunned for a long time and then said, "Sister Mu, I seem to have recovered my memory."
Ah!
Yun was stunned for a moment and then laughed. This kid was pretending to fall. Does he think it's time to recover his memory? Yun smiled and asked, "Recovered your memory? What did you remember?" Song Yian looked at Yun and felt that her smile was a little strange. I remember my cousin, Sister Mu. He is indeed my cousin, Song Jingyan." Yun nodded. "Then what? What else did you remember?" Yun didn't help him up, just squatted on the ground, at eye level with him, waiting for his next words. Song Yian hurriedly said, "My cousin has become a monk and has gone to the Taoist temple in Yuntai Mountain to practice. He must have come down the mountain to find me this time. Sister Mu, my cousin will not get married, so you should stop liking him." Yun didn't expect that he wanted to recover his memory just to tell her this. It seemed that he was worried about her, afraid that she would be hurt by love in the future. It was worth her hard work to save him and worry about her. Yun was very relieved, but Song Yian's worry was completely unnecessary. She, Yun, would never be hurt by love in her life. She flirted with Song Jingyan just on a whim. She was indeed a little interested in him, but she would not have more, and she would not be sad because of Song Jingyan. But she was very curious. Why would Song Jingyan go to the Taoist temple to practice? What stimulated him? Thinking about it, Yun asked, "Yian, why did your cousin go to the Taoist temple to practice? Does he want to be a Taoist priest?" Song Yian looked around and confirmed that there was no one around. Then he whispered, "Sister Mu, you are my savior. I don't want to lie to you. My cousin, he has been injured and has defects, so he won't get married. You should give up on him. Don't like him anymore." Yun. She didn't expect that this is what Song Yian wanted to say after recovering her memory. Song Jingyan has a physical defect? It doesn't look like it. Yun looked at Song Yian and asked, "Are you telling the truth? Are you sure your cousin has a physical defect? Are you sure it's a defect in that area?" Song Yian nodded. "Yes, sure." Yun was helpless. Why was he not feeling a little disappointed? He was still a little unwilling to believe it. Yun helped Song Yian up and helped him sit down in the yard, then said, "Let me verify myself first. I don't think it's reliable, and it feels impossible." Song Yayan was helpless. He said this, but Muyan still didn't give up. Want to verify it himself?
How is she going to verify it?
Have a child with his cousin to verify it? Thinking of this, Song Yayan's face turned red, and she said helplessly, Sister Mu, please listen to my advice. Don't like my cousin. I tell you, so many rich girls in Beijing used to like my cousin, but since they knew that my cousin was injured, they all disappeared. Besides, my cousin is now determined to go to the mountains to practice, and it is impossible for him to get married. So, Sister Mu, you really don't like him. Otherwise, you will be uncomfortable in the future. Song Yayan was really worried, but Muyan really didn't care. Patting Song Yayan on the shoulder, Muyan smiled and said, It's hard for you to recover your memory just to tell me this. Sister knows. Thank you for your concern, but don't worry about it. Sister knows her limits. After that, Muyan didn't even look at him and continued to watch Siju cook. Song Yayan slowly came back to his senses. Sister Mu meant that she knew that he had pretended to have lost his memory? Song Yayan was immediately embarrassed. He shouted with a guilty conscience, Sister Mu? Muyan looked back at him. Huh? What's wrong? Is there anything else? Song Yayan asked a little embarrassedly, Sister Mu. Do you know that I actually didn't lose my memory? Muyan smiled. Yayan, your acting is terrible. Do you think I'm a fool? Song Yayan felt even more embarrassed when he heard this. I'm just worried that you won't take me in. So, I resorted to this desperate measure. Sister Mu, you're not angry, are you? Muyan chuckled. Why are you angry? There's nothing to be angry about such a small matter. When you go out, your identity is given by yourself, and it's normal to lie occasionally. Seeing that she really didn't look angry, Song Yayan was relieved. Thank you, Sister Mu. Song Yayan thanked her sincerely. Muyan smiled. If you want to thank me, tell me more about your cousin. Song Yayan was helpless when she heard it. Sister Mu, just listen to my advice and don't like my cousin. My cousin is not interested in women. From childhood to adulthood, I really haven't seen him be special to that woman, let alone like anyone. Muyan said, This is better and more challenging. Seeing her so persistent, Song Yayan was helpless. However, under Muyan's questioning, except for the identity that he couldn't say, he told Muyan everything else he could say. It wasn't until the children's school time, and Muyan was ready to pick up the children that the two stopped talking. Ziju was still busy. Today's dinner was very sumptuous. The courtyard was already filled with fragrance. In addition to Song Jingnian and the others, Muyan also called Xiao Ningji and Chu Ning. It would be bad to miss these two people. Muyan waited at the gate of the academy until the children came out. When she saw Yuya, she picked her up and asked her if Su Tiantian still bullied her. But she was surprised to learn that Su Tiantian was not studying in the academy. Mrs. Su had an accident, but the Su family was still fine. Why didn't she go to school? But it was none of her business, so she didn't pay attention to it anymore. Muyan had just returned home when there was a knock on the door. She hurried to open the door, and outside the door was Song Jingnian and others. You are here, come in quickly, we will have dinner soon. Muyan said with a smile. As soon as they entered the yard, everyone smelled the fragrance, the smell of various delicacies mixed together. The fragrance filled the yard. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they all liked it very much. Sister Mu, your food smells so good. Chu Ning said, looking forward to today's dinner. Xiao Ningji also smiled and said, Miss Mu's food is really different. This fragrance is very tempting. Muyan smiled and invited several people to sit down in the yard. It will be ready soon, you wait first. Bai Mu and Bai Xing looked around and vaguely saw a child riding in the house. Bai Mu smiled and said, Miss Mu, can I go and see Yuya Yuanbao riding? Muyan nodded, of course, please. Song Yayan said, Bai Mu, don't disturb them. Bai Mu smiled and said, I will just watch quietly on the side and won't disturb them. After Bai Mu finished speaking, he ignored Song Yayan and walked in directly. Song Yayan could only shout at his back, Don't disturb Yuya. I taught Yuya to write. If she writes wrong later, it will be your fault for disturbing her. Song Jingnian joked, You can also teach children to write? Don't mislead the students. Song Yan was not convinced. Cousin, what do you mean? My handwriting is very good. The teachers in the academy praised my handwriting. My father also praised my handwriting. Muyan came over with a basket of fruits and smiled. Yan's handwriting is indeed very good. After he taught Yuya's handwriting is much better. Song Jingnian became interested and said, I'll go and take a look. As he said that, he stood up and walked towards the house. I don't know why. Since the word child appeared in his consciousness yesterday, he would unconsciously take a second look at the children he saw on the street today. So when he heard the word child at this time, his heart moved again, and he unconsciously wanted to go and take a look. Bai Xing saw that the prince was going to see the child, and his heart moved, and he also stood up, but he didn't follow him into the house. Bai Mu stood behind Yuya with a curious look on his face, watching her practice calligraphy. Song Jingnian walked into the room and looked around first. The study was very large, with 4 desks placed in 4 corners. There were screens in front of the desks, and only 4 children of different sizes could be vaguely seen, sitting upright on chairs and writing. Song Jingnian walked a few steps inside and saw Bai Mu and the child in front of Bai Mu. Yuya was wearing a pink skirt and 2 pigtails today. She raised her head and looked over when she felt someone coming in. The moment her eyes met Song Jingnian's, Yuya had a strange feeling in her heart, and then her eyes lit up, and her dark eyes suddenly became bright. When Song Jingnian saw the girl's clear and bright eyes, his heart trembled, and a strange feeling spread in his heart. Daddy? Yuya's soft voice sounded, with an incredible haziness, and it was a voice she made subconsciously. When Song Jingnian heard the word daddy, his heart was shocked, and the strange feeling in his heart became stronger. Bai Mu looked up and saw that the person who came was his own prince. Before he had time to think about it, he heard Yuya's call of daddy. He immediately widened his eyes and looked at the two of them. The atmosphere was quiet for a few moments, and Song Jingnian and Yuya just stared at each other quietly. Until Yuya put down her pen and walked towards Song Jingnian. Song Jingnian also looked closely at the lovely girl in front of him. He just felt that the child's eyebrows and eyes were so familiar and kind. Are you daddy? Yuya walked in front of Song Jingnian, raised her head, blinked her big eyes, and looked at the person in front of her who looked very much like her brother, and asked with an expectant tone. They all said that she and her brother didn't look like their mother, but must look like their father. However, they had never seen their father, so they didn't know if they really looked alike. Yuya felt at this moment that she seemed to have seen her father. He looked so much like her brother, and he must look like her too. Unfortunately, she couldn't see what she looked like now. After Yuya asked this question, she waited anxiously for the answer. Song Jingnian was stunned for a long time by her word daddy. Daddy? This name sounds so strange, but surprisingly, he doesn't reject it. Song Jingnian squatted down and said in a gentle voice, Little girl, you have recognized the wrong person. I am not your father. Upon hearing this, Yuya's face suddenly looked disappointed. Seeing her eyes dim immediately, Song Jingnian couldn't help but feel nervous. Yuya's soft voice revealed a hint of loss. Are you really not my dad? But you look like my dad. Song Jingnian smiled helplessly. Where's your father? Haven't you seen him for many years? How could you recognize the wrong person? Song Jingnian was unusually gentle, and his tone was soft. Yuya Yaoyao turned her head and blinked her big eyes at Song Jingnian. I have never seen daddy. Song Jingnian was puzzled. Hasn't he seen his father? Bai Mu couldn't help it and walked over and said, Prince, don't you find that Yuya looks a lot like you? And Yuan Bao, he looks more like you. When Bai Mu said this, Song Jingnian was stunned. Yuya looked at Bai Mu in surprise. Uncle Mu, have you also found that daddy looks a lot like your brother? Uncle Mu, I feel that he is really my daddy. What do you think? Yuya was a little anxious as she spoke. Although it was her first time meeting daddy, she still liked him very much. But looking at daddy like this, it seems that he doesn't recognize her. Doesn't he know that she is his daughter? A hint of doubt appeared in Yuya's big eyes. Bai Mu was speechless, not knowing what to say. Song Jingnian was silent for a while and asked, Is the child you are talking about the one in front of you? Bai Mu nodded, yes. Seeing that daddy was reluctant to recognize her, Yuya ran out in a hurry. Mother? Mother? Yuya ran out and asked Muyun in a hurry. What's wrong? Muyun was sitting in the yard. Seeing her daughter running out so excitedly, she responded quickly. Yuya threw herself into Muyun's arms, looking very excited. Mom, Daddy is back. Daddy is back. I saw Daddy.
Ah?
Muyun was confused, not understanding why his daughter suddenly mentioned this word. The word daddy rarely appears in his family. Yuya, what are you talking about? There is no such thing as a daddy. Muyun spoke helplessly and touched his daughter's head soothingly. Xiaoningji and Chuning both looked at the mother and daughter curiously. In fact, they were also curious about who Muyun's husband was. Yuya took Muyun's hand. Mom, I saw Daddy. Daddy looks the same as my brother, just like Brother Taiden looks the same as his daddy. Hearing this, Muyun frowned slightly, and his heart was no longer calm. Yuya would not say this for no reason. Where did you see it? Her tone became much more serious. Yuya was about to take her mother's hand to see Daddy, but when she turned around, she found that Daddy was standing behind them. Behind Song Jingnian, Yuan Bao, Hu Tianxi, and Muyang also came out. Yuya saw Song Jingnian and pulled Muyun to say, Look, Mother, is this Daddy? Muyun's eyes fell on Song Jingnian, then looked at her daughter, then looked at Yuan Bao, and then looked at Song Jingnian again, looking back and forth between the three of them several times. The others did not dare to speak, guessing many plots in their hearts, and were shocked. Muyun walked towards Song Jingnian, her eyes full of inquiry. Why didn't she realize that Song Jingnian looked so much like Yuan Bao Yuya before? Song Jingnian didn't know why he felt guilty and didn't dare to face Muyun. At this time, he was also very confused. Could it be that Muyun was the woman in the dilapidated temple? But how could this be possible? Although this place is not too far from the capital, it takes several days to travel. How could she appear in the dilapidated temple? Song Jingnian, can you explain why you look so much like my Yuya and Yuan Bao? Muyun's voice was cold, and there was no emotion on his face. Song Jingnian looked at him and felt inexplicably flustered. Let's go to the house and talk. Song Jingnian spoke carefully. Muyun looked back at the people sitting there. Chu Ning and Xiaoningji tried their best to hide their surprise. Song Yan, that fool, widened his eyes with an incredible look on his face. Muyun only glanced at them lightly, turned his head and said to Song Jingnian, Let's go. Muyun let go of Yuya's hand and said to his daughter gently, I wait for your mother outside. Your mother has something to tell him. Yuya nodded obediently, and the expectation in her eyes was hard to hide, which made Muyun's heart tighten. Song Jingnian turned around and saw Yuan Bao in front of the house. He was stunned again. He wanted to call his name, but he seemed unable to make a sound. Yuan Bao looked at him coldly, without any expectation in his eyes, only indifference and a hint of hatred. A small child, but with such a terrifying look, Song Jingnian couldn't help but be a little surprised. This child looks very difficult to mess with. Looking at his eyes, he thinks he hates his father. Song Jingnian has already determined that these two children are his. This look and this strange feeling of blood connection can't be wrong. He felt excited, but also a little uneasy and worried. Seeing him looking at Yuan Bao and not leaving, Muyun said coldly, Let's go. Young Master Song. The colder Muyun's voice, the more uneasy Song Jingnian felt. After knowing each other for so long, this was the first time Muyun treated him like this. At this moment, he actually missed Muyun's tone and attitude towards him before, even if he was teasing him. Now he felt uneasy for no reason. Song Jingnian raised his foot and walked towards the house. When Muyun passed by Yuan Bao, he was pulled by him, Mom. Unlike his cold attitude towards Song Jingnian, Yuan Bao looked at Muyun with worry. Muyun smiled at his son. It's okay. Wait here for Mother. Muyun went into the room and closed the door. A man and a woman were alone in the same room, but no one would care about these things at this time. In the room, the two were silent for a long time, and no one spoke. Muyun was trying to recall the memories of that time, while Song Jingnian didn't know how to start. Unable to think of anything, Muyun looked at Song Jingnian and broke the silence first. Is young Master Song dumb now? Can't speak? Muyun asked coldly. Song Jingnian looked at her, and her eyes were as cold as her voice. He organized his words in his mind and asked, "In the ruined temple on the outskirts of the city, is it you?" After confirming that the person that night was Song Jingnian, Mu Yun attacked him directly. Mu Yun was forced back then, not willingly. Unexpectedly, Mu Yun would suddenly attack, and Song Jingnian was caught off guard and was kicked directly. He was almost kicked out. He stabilized his body with force, and then quickly avoided Mu Yun's hands that attacked for the second time. Mu Yun was very fast, and his moves were fierce, and each of his moves was filled with anger. Song Jingnian knew he was in the wrong, and felt really guilty. "Miss Mu, calm down and listen to me slowly. I didn't do it on purpose." But Mu Yun refused to stop. "You didn't do it on purpose? Did you do it on purpose?" "Song Jingnian, I really didn't expect you to be such a person who robbed a woman. I'm going to send you to jail." Mu Yun's moves became faster, and Song Jingnian could only dodge and didn't dare to fight back. There was a crackling sound from inside. The people outside were curious and worried. Yuya held her brother's hand, her little face full of worry. "Brother, did mother and father fight? Should we go to help mother?" Yuanbao said with a cold face, "He is not our father. Mother said that father died a long time ago." "Yuya, you made a mistake." Baixing and Baimu heard the words and looked at each other, full of helplessness. It seems that this little master is very difficult to serve. This little face is serious and imposing, very much like Song Jingnian when he is angry. Yuya was full of doubts, "But brother, he looks so much like you. How can he not be daddy? I feel like he is daddy." Yuanbao was helpless and couldn't bear to be angry with his sister, so he could only remain silent again. Song Yan was full of curiosity and doubts, and a little excited. He called Baimu over to ask clearly, but Baimu didn't have time to pay attention to him now. What they are most concerned about now is the two people in the room who are making crackling noises. They don't know if they're fighting or doing something else, but the noise is a bit loud. Mu Yun's martial arts are quite powerful, but after all, he has changed his body, and he is still no match for Song Jingnian, who has been fighting for many years in this era. After countless rounds, Mu Yun was suppressed, and Song Jingnian grabbed her hands tightly, holding her so that she could not move. It's not that Mu Yun couldn't break free, she was just too tired. After this fight, she was almost out of strength, and she began to pant. Song Jingnian was also tired. He didn't expect that Mu Yun, a woman, could have such a strong fighting ability. Unfortunately, he couldn't hurt her, so it was very tiring to fight. At this time, both of them were tired. After a moment of silence, Mu Yun said, "Let go." Song Jingnian was also panting. "Then you promise not to fight. Let's have a good chat." Mu Yun snorted coldly, "Let go first. I don't have the strength to fight anymore." Hearing this, Song Jingnian let go. But as soon as he let go and his body regained freedom, Mu Yun turned around and kicked him in the crotch. Song Jingnian didn't defend against her at first, and didn't expect her to suddenly use this trick, catching him off guard. He had no time to dodge, so he could only quickly clamp his legs together to prevent Mu Yun from kicking that place. Hiss with a painful roar, Song Jingnian fell to the ground, covering his crotch. Song Jingnian thought, this must be the most embarrassing moment in his life. Mu Yun finally felt relieved. She pulled a chair over and sat on it. Looking at the painful Song Jingnian, she sneered. "Song Jingnian, you deserve it. Even if I kill you, you deserve it." Song Jingnian was speechless and could not refute. The pain gradually subsided, and his face recovered a little. "Miss Mu, I really didn't mean to do that. I was poisoned at the time. I finally escaped from the hands of the Jin people and finally fainted in that dilapidated temple. I don't know when you arrived at the dilapidated temple. Everything that happened later was beyond my control. I am sorry for the harm I caused you, but I really didn't mean it." After Mu Yun vented, she felt less angry. When she heard that he was because of the Chinese medicine, not the kind of person who forced himself, she felt less angry again. However, the remaining anger was enough for Song Jingnian to bear. Song Jingnian's eyes were filled with guilt. He certainly knew how difficult it was for a woman to lose her innocence, give birth to a child alone, and raise the child to such an age. I know that nothing I say can make up for what happened back then. Except I'm sorry. I really don't know what else to say. How have you been through all these years? He knew that any words he said at this moment would seem pale and powerless. He could only say sorry, and he also wanted to know how the three of them, mother and son, had been through all these years. Muyan recalled everything the original owner had gone through, and said lightly, I was forced to run away from home. The night of the ruined temple was the day after I ran away from home. This happened. I had no family to rely on, so I could only swallow the grievances alone, and completely left the capital. After I found out I was pregnant, I didn't think about not wanting it because I really needed a real family, so I chose to give birth to them. You see me now, I have great martial arts skills, can make money and be independent, and live a good life, but you don't know that half a year ago, the three of us, mother and son, were poor creatures who couldn't even afford to eat. I wandered all the way here from Yunzhou. I picked up food and clothes, but because I was afraid of being targeted by bad people, I made myself dirty and pockmarked, like a beggar. I came to Lingxi County with difficulty, and finally settled down in Yuhe village. Because he was pitiful, the village chief gave me a piece of land and a thatched hut. In that dilapidated house, I gave birth to Yueya and Yuanbao. In the days that followed, although I didn't have to continue wandering, I still had no food to eat. I ate wild vegetables for one meal and wild fruits when I squatted down. The food I grew was not enough to last for a year. Although I didn't have to be bullied by outsiders, I was still bullied by the villagers, looked down upon by them, coveted by men, and envied by women. The children were scolded as fatherless rascals until a serious illness almost killed me. Song Jingnian watched her tell these stories expressionlessly and felt uncomfortable for no reason. Now you see Yueya and Yuanbao are plump and clean, but you don't know that half a year ago, they were still pale and thin, wearing tattered clothes. Yueya was almost robbed by someone to be a child bride. In order to protect his sister, Yuanbao bit off a piece of someone's meat and was almost beaten to death on the spot. Song Jingnian, you are responsible for all this. Song Jingnian's eyes were full of anger and shock. His daughter is so cute and beautiful, soft and sticky. She can recognize him as soon as she meets him and calls him daddy. Such a good daughter was almost robbed by someone. What kind of child bride? When Song Jingnian thought of this, he was angry and distressed, and he wanted to tear those people who bullied Yueya to pieces immediately. And the son with a cold expression, he was so brave. He would protect his sister at such a young age, but he was almost beaten to death. Song Jingnian unconsciously clenched his fists, the emotions of distress and anger intertwined, making him feel uncomfortable all over. He just wanted to tear those people into pieces immediately. Muyan wanted to see him like this, in pain and guilt, but what does this mean? What the original owner had suffered was the most painful. What does his emotion mean?
So, Song Jingnian, do you think you should be beaten?
Muyan asked coldly. Song Jingnian nodded heavily and said solemnly, Yes, not only do I deserve to be beaten, I also deserve to die. I'm sorry. For the first time in his life, Song Jingnian, who was as proud as a flower on the mountain, was full of regret and at a loss. Song Jingnian, some things can't be solved with just an apology. Before I knew your identity, I liked you, but now I don't like you anymore. Go away. You don't have to eat today. Mu Yun ordered him to leave, but Song Jingnian was reluctant to leave. He looked at Mu Yun with a guilty look in his eyes. Ms. Mu, I know it's redundant to say anything. I will make up for it. No matter what it is, I am willing to make up for it, as long as you bring it up. Song Jingnian thought that even if she proposed to get married, he would be willing. This is what he owed her. Okay, I only have one request. Leave here, never appear in our lives, and don't disturb us. Muyan said in a cold voice, which was completely different from the way she smiled at him before. Song Jingnian spoke with a firm tone. It's impossible to leave. In the future, I will take on my responsibilities and try my best to make up for what I owe you. The children really need a father. Song Jingnian is a person with a strong sense of responsibility. Knowing the existence of the two children, he will not ignore them. He will not hope to become the kind of father he hates the most. In the role of a father, he will do a good job. Mu Yun frowned. I don't need it, and neither do the children. Song Jingyan, weren't you in a hurry to pick up Song Yan before? Hurry up and leave now. After saying that, Mu Yun was about to go out, but was pulled back by Song Jingyan. He spoke to Mu Yun solemnly, as if he had made a great decision. Mu Yun, let's get married. Mu Yun sneered at him, laughed, and then shook off his hand. Song Jingyan, who do you think you are? You said you would get married?
Why?
I was just playing with you before. You don't really think that I like you that much, do you? Song Jingyan looked at her in disbelief, trying to distinguish the emotions in her eyes and distinguish whether her words were true or false. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. The look in Mu Yun's eyes when she looked at him was cold, emotionless, and there was a hint of hatred, no longer the love and tenderness before. The extreme gap made Song Jingyan very uncomfortable, and his self-confidence was severely hit. Mu Yun broke free from his hand and opened the door, and several people outside all looked over. Mr. Song, please leave. Mu Yun's voice was a little louder so that everyone could hear it. Bai Mu and Bai Xing were a little anxious, but they didn't know what to say. Seeing that she was so angry, Song Jingyan had no choice but to walk out slowly. Chu Ning and Xiao Ningji wanted to say something, but seeing the ugly faces of Mu Yun and Song Jingyan, they didn't dare to speak for some reason. They felt that the two of them were too powerful. When they had cold faces, they made people scared for no reason. I want to have a meal with the children, just this one meal, okay? Song Jingyan's tone could be said to be very humble, but Mu Yun didn't look at him. No, please go out, we have to eat. Song Jingyan was helpless and didn't know what else to say. He really didn't want to go out.
He wanted to take a good look at the two children.
He didn't have time to take a good look at the two of them. I don't want to eat, can I watch from the side? Song Jingyan spoke again, his tone even more humble. Xiao Ningji and others stared at this scene with eyes wide open, unable to imagine that King Ping, the god of war, who was granted the royal surname and the dignity of a prince, would actually have such a humble day. Seeing how pitiful his cousin was, Song Yan couldn't bear it and couldn't help but want to plead for him. Sister Mu, my cousin is not feeling well. He will have stomachache if he doesn't eat. Why don't you let him stay and eat with us? You prepared all of this carefully. You were very happy before, and we're looking forward to this meal. Mu Yun snorted coldly. Oh, that was before. Now I don't look forward to it and I don't care about it anymore. Song Yan was helpless. Although he was afraid that Mu Yun would be angry for the sake of his cousin, he could only bite the bullet and said, Sister Mu, don't say those angry words. I know you are the best person. If your cousin bullies you, I will help you. When I go back and complain, I will let my aunt deal with him. Also, if my aunt knew that she has two such excellent and lovely grandchildren, she would be so happy. Mu Yun looked at Song Yan coldly. Yueya and Yuanbao are my children. Song Yan, if you don't want to have this meal either, you can go out with your cousin. Seeing that Mu Yun was really angry, Song Yan didn't dare to speak anymore. He was helpless. Okay, you guys eat. I'll go out. Song Jingyan finally spoke helplessly. It was going to be dark soon, and if he didn't eat, he was afraid that the children would be hungry, so he had to compromise. His back as he walked out was lonely and cold, which made people feel unbearable, except for Mu Yun. No one spoke until Mu Yun said, Okay, Ziju, serve the dishes, let's eat. Everyone didn't dare to breathe and started to eat quietly. The food was obviously very fragrant, but everyone felt that the taste didn't seem to be as fragrant as they had just smelled. This depressing atmosphere really made people lose their appetite. Only a few children were not affected and still ate a lot. The meal was finished in silence. After everyone put down their chopsticks, Mu Yun glanced at Song Yan and then said, Song Yan, your injury is healed. You can leave. Move out tomorrow morning. Song Yan was immediately anxious. He didn't want to leave before he didn't know the identity of Yueya Yuanbao. Now that he knew, he didn't want to leave even more. He pleaded pitifully, Sister Mu, don't chase me away. Look at my leg, it's still injured. I can't walk at all. Can you let me stay for a few more days? Mu Yun said coldly, No, if you can't walk, let someone carry you out. Song Yan said, No, I won't leave. Sister Mu, if you throw me out, I will crawl back in again. I won't leave. Seeing that Mu Yun was unmoved, Song Yian had no choice but to cheat. Xiao Ningji and Xu Ning looked at him in surprise. They didn't expect that the dignified crown prince would have such a day of cheating. It was really embarrassing. Mu Yun rolled his eyes at Song Yian. These two cousins were really the same. They were both so good at cheating. Thinking that Song Yian was not too hateful, Mu Yun didn't insist on chasing him away.
I don't care about you.
Stay if you want. After Mu Yun finished speaking, he said to Xiao Ningji, Master Xiao, Ning, I won't keep you. You can go back first. The two nodded and said goodbye to Mu Yun. When they left, they saw Song Jingnian at the door. Song Jingnian didn't leave, but waited outside. The two looked at him in surprise.
Wang.
Xiao Ningji was stopped by Song Jingnian before he could say it. You two go back first. Remember, if what happened today gets out, you, Lord Xiao, don't have to go back to Beijing. Song Jingnian's tone was serious and cold, and the two understood the obvious threat. Xiao Ningji nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, we will keep our mouths shut and never say a word. Song Jingnian nodded. Well, go back. The two nodded and ran away impatiently. The god of war Ping Wang, who had lost his fertility, had a pair of twins who were living outside. If this matter was told, it would directly shock the whole capital. With such a big thing in their hearts and no one to tell, the two were very depressed and could only go home quickly and hide to discuss it. Song Jingnian pushed the door in again after Xiao Ningji and Xu Ning left. In the yard, Bai Mu, Bai Xing, and Song Yin were still sitting, and Mu Yin seemed to have gone into the house. The four children were still sitting at the table. When they saw Song Jingnian push the door in, Yuya's eyes lit up. Brother, it's Daddy. Yuya touched Yuanbao and spoke in a low voice. She thought she was speaking very quietly, but she didn't know that everyone could hear her voice, except Mu Yun, who was in the room. Song Jingnian looked at his daughter, and his heart suddenly softened. He had often heard others say that his daughter was caring, but he was not interested and had never felt it at that time. But now he truly felt it. Her soft and sticky little appearance, kindness and cuteness, and she even called him Daddy, was really caring. Yuanbao said, Yuya, Mother didn't say he was Daddy. We should listen to Mother and not call others Daddy casually. Yuya nodded in ignorance. Oh, I see, brother. Yuya could actually feel that something was wrong with her father and mother, but she didn't know what was wrong. Although she liked her father very much, she liked her mother and brother more, so she decided to listen to her brother and mother. So she didn't call Song Jingnian anymore. Song Jingnian's eyes fell on Yuanbao and took a look at his son. Unlike his soft and cute daughter, Song Jingnian never saw a smile on Yuanbao's face. His eyes were always cold. Hu Tianxi on the side said innocently, Yuanbao, he looks like you, especially when you have cold faces. He looks even more alike.
Mu yang pushed Hu Tianqi.
This idiot, couldn't he see that something was wrong, and he actually dared to speak. Yuanbao rolled his eyes at Hu Tianxi and said coldly, if your eyesight is not good, I will ask Mother to find a doctor for you tomorrow and give you a few injections in your eyes. Hu Tianxi covered his eyes quickly. No, Can't I just stop talking? Yuanbao, you're so annoying. Bai Mu and Bai Xing couldn't help laughing. The young master's temper was really not easy to mess with.
He was so fierce at such a young age.
Song Jingnian walked over and sat in the place where Xiao Ningji had just sat. Looking at the two children, he said, Yuya Yuanbao, it's Daddy who is sorry for you. Don't be angry, okay? Song Jingnian's voice was gentle, for fear of scaring the two children. He didn't like children in the past, but facing the two of them, he didn't know if it was because of the blood connection. He liked them very much. Even if he was treated coldly, he still wanted to get close to them. Yuya secretly looked at her father curiously, while Yuanbao still had a cold face and didn't say a word. Bai Mu and Bai Xing looked at each other and suddenly stood up and said, Master, we have things to do, so we'll leave first. When Bai Mu stood up, he touched Song Yian with his arm and gave him a look. Song Yian was confused for a moment, but then he quickly understood. With a look of sudden realization on his face, he also stood up and said, I should change the medicine. As he said that, He also stood up with his crutches and then said to Hu Tianxi and Mu Yang, "Can you two help me?" Mu Yang, "Help me." Tianxi, "Go to the house to find medicine for me." Everyone left. Seeing this, Yuan Bao wanted to pull his sister away, but Song Jingnian held his other hand. The child's hand was soft and wrapped in his palm. A strange feeling spread in his heart, but before he could feel more, Yuan Bao angrily shook his hand away. "Don't touch me. If you touch other people's children casually, you'll be beaten." Yuan Bao didn't know whether he was angry or embarrassed. His little face was red. Yuya stood timidly behind her brother, a little worried. Is her brother angry that Daddy hasn't shown up for so many years? She thought a lot in her little head. Fearing that her brother would be sad, she held his hand tightly and said softly, "Brother, don't be sad. Maybe Daddy has his reasons. If you really don't like Daddy, then Yuya will join you in not liking him anymore." Yuya made a difficult decision. Between Daddy and brother, she chose her brother without hesitation. Muyan walked out of the house and looked at the only 3 people left in the yard, the father and his 2 children. He saw Song Jingnian's cautious eyes, Yuan Bao's angry and resistant look, and Yuya's expectant and anxious look. He took in all their emotions and sighed silently in his heart. In fact, the 2 children seemed to be looking forward to having a father. However, it happened a little suddenly and she was a little confused and didn't know how to deal with it. Yuya saw that her brother didn't speak, and she didn't dare to speak either. She could only look at her brother, then at her father, blinking her big eyes back and forth. Yuan Bao said, "Are you a fool? You don't even know you have a child? Or do you think we are fools and believe your words?" Song Jingnian was helpless. "Yuan Bao, what I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can ask your mother. I really didn't know you existed." Yuan Bao was silent for a while and said, "If you don't know, then you don't know. What does it have to do with us? My mother said that my father has died a long time ago. I believe what my mother said." Yuya pulled her brother's hand and whispered, "Brother, you can't say that. What if my father is really dead?" Yuan Bao looked at his sister helplessly. "It's not that easy to die. His sister is easy to deceive." Song Jingnian was finally relieved. At least his daughter cared about him as a father. Muyan didn't want them to have too much contact, so he walked over. "Song Jingnian, you're thick-skinned?" Muyan said bluntly. When Song Jingnian heard it, his ears turned red. He was thick-skinned. He sneaked in while Muyan was in the room. He had never been said like this before. He felt a little ashamed at this time, but he could only bear it. "Muyan, can we have a serious talk? I will agree to any request you make, and I will agree to anything you want. I just hope you can have a good talk with me, and don't keep me at a distance." Muyan said lightly, "I don't need anything. We can live well without you. Your appearance has disturbed our lives, so you'd better leave quickly. Weya and Yuan Bao, go find Aunt Ziju to wash and sleep for you. You have to get up early to go to the academy tomorrow." The 2 children nodded obediently, and Yuan Bao took Yuya away. Song Jingnian followed closely with his eyes, and there seemed to be reluctance in his eyes. Seeing this, Mu Yun sighed silently. His face with that expression was really distressing. Originally, she thought she was just teasing Song Jingnian, but at this moment, she found that she seemed to like him very much. Logically, knowing that Song Jingnian was the father of the children, she should have hated him, but after listening to his explanation and knowing that it was because of the Chinese medicine that the incident happened, her dislike for him subsided a lot. Until now, after calming down, those dislikes for him seemed to be slowly dissipating. This made Muyan a little irritated. How could she really like someone and be affected by someone? Not wanting to become a love-brained person, Muyan had to quickly get this person out of her life. "Let's talk. I'm ready to have a good talk with you, too." Muyan sat down and looked at Song Jingnian. Song Jingnian looked at her cold face and said in a gentle voice, "Muyan, I'm sorry for what happened before. The children are not yours alone. They are also mine. I must be responsible for them, and I can't let others gossip about them, so what I mean is that we get married, and I will take care of the 2 children with you in the future." Muyan didn't know how rare it was for Song Jingnian to propose marriage, but she didn't want to know. After listening to Song Jingnian's words, she said lightly, "It's impossible to get married. I won't marry you." You have said what you mean, so I will also say what I mean. What I mean is, just pretend that we have never met, I will pretend that you have never been here, and Yuya Yuanbao will also pretend that you have never appeared. You leave and don't appear in our lives from now on, that's all. Song Jingmian sank his face. It's impossible. Yuya Yuanbao is my child. I can't pretend that they don't exist. Muyan also said, then it's impossible to marry you. The two were deadlocked, and Bai Mu Baixing, who was hiding outside the door and eavesdropping, was very anxious, but he couldn't do anything. After a while, Song Jingmian's voice sounded again. Okay, then we won't get married. We'll talk about it later. I have something I want to ask you for. Muyan waved his hands hurriedly. No, young Master Song doesn't look like the kind of person who would beg for help. I can't bear it. Don't beg. No matter what it is, as long as you ask, I won't agree. Song Jingmian was helpless, but still said, I just want to ask you, can you not stop the two children from recognizing me? I won't do anything. I just want to hear them call me daddy. I never thought that I would have children. Suddenly, I found out that I did. Besides being surprised, I was also very happy. The two children were raised very well by you. Muyan, you can ask me to make up for it in the future. I just hope you can agree to let them recognize me as their father now. Muyan did not speak, neither refused nor agreed. Strictly speaking, he was indeed the father of the children, but she resented the incident of the ruined temple and did not want him to get his wish. I didn't stop them. In the world of the two children, they have never had the title of father since they were young. Do you think they will recognize you as soon as you show up? You are too confident. Song Jingmian said hurriedly. As long as you don't stop me, I am confident that they will recognize me. In the morning, Muyun was about to send the children to the academy. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Song Jingmian waiting outside. When Song Jingmian saw them coming out, he smiled and said, I'll go with you to send the children to the academy. Muyun frowned slightly but didn't say anything, letting him follow. The way to the academy was not far, and they arrived in a short while. Song Jingmian asked, have the children had breakfast? Muyun replied indifferently, no, we will have breakfast in the academy. Song Jingmian nodded and watched the children disappear in the academy. The two turned around and walked in silence. When they returned to the door of their home, Muyun went in by himself and didn't let Song Jingmian in. Song Jingmian didn't dare to go in, so he could only turn around and go back to the inn. Bai Xing and Bai Mu were having breakfast in the lobby downstairs of the inn. When they saw him coming back, they hurriedly called out, Master, this way. Your breakfast has been ordered for you. Song Jingmian sat down to eat, and Bai Mu said, Master, I just received a letter from the capital by carrier pigeon. Song Jingmian looked up at him. What did they say? Bai Mu replied, it was from the person in the palace, asking him to go back quickly. The news that Song Jingmian had found Song Yian had long been reported back to the capital, and the emperor couldn't help but urge him to go back. Song Jingmian frowned, a little absent-minded. Master, are we going back? Song Jingmian was a little annoyed. Mu Yun and the children's affairs had not been resolved yet, so he couldn't leave at this time. But Song Yian's identity didn't allow him to stay here forever. Master, are you worried about Miss Mu and the two young masters? Bai Mu asked. Song Jingmian didn't say anything, drinking the porridge in the bowl. After finishing it, he put down the bowl and wiped his mouth elegantly. He then said, Get ready. We will return to Beijing in 3 days. Bai Mu, you don't have to go back for the time being. Stay and take care of Yuya Yuanbao. I will be back soon after I return to Beijing to deal with things. Hearing this, Bai Mu was very happy. This task was really his favorite one. He smiled and agreed, okay, Master, I will definitely take good care of the two young masters. After breakfast, Song Jingmian went to Muyun's house again, but Muyun was not at home, and even Zizhu was not there. Only Song Yian was there. Seeing his cousin coming, he hurriedly asked, Cousin, while there is no one here, please tell me quickly, what is going on between you and Sister Mu? I still don't know what is going on with Yuya Yuanbao. Cousin, please tell me quickly. Song Yian's face was full of curiosity, and he didn't restrain himself until he was looked at coldly by Song Jingmian. But I couldn't help but say, Cousin, I won't ask anymore, but tell me what your plan is. Do you want to take Sister Mu and the two children back to the capital? If my aunt knew, she would be very happy. Father would also be very happy if he knew. Father has always regretted that you can't have children because of the injury in the war. Song Jingnian said lightly, don't tell me about this in advance. You will go back with me the day after tomorrow. Remember not to mention anything about this place to anyone after you go back. You can't say a word. If you get caught, I will break your legs. Song Yan was anxious. No, cousin, if you leave, what about Sister Mu and Yuya Yuanbao? You can't leave. My leg is still injured, and I can't leave either. Song Jingnian said helplessly, my uncle wrote to you and asked you to go back. Do you think you can stay here? Song Yan immediately looked like he had no desire to live. It's only been a short time and my father is urging me. It's so annoying. Song Jingnian said, if you don't go back, it won't be long before the Jinui will come. Song Yan nodded helplessly. Okay, I know, I'm leaving. Cousin, you don't have to leave. I can go back by myself. You stay and wait until Sister Mu is willing to go back with you, then you can go back. Song Jingnian stood up. Don't worry about this. I will take care of it. After that, he left. Song Yan asked hurriedly, cousin, where are you going? It has nothing to do with you. Take good care of your injuries. Song Jingnian's voice was getting farther and farther away. He knew that Muyun had been busy with business these days, but he didn't know where exactly he was. After searching on the street for a while, he finally saw Muyun. At this time, Muyun was in front of a shop that was still being decorated, directing the workers to hang a plaque. Song Jingnian took a look at the plaque and was a little curious. Crispy roast duck. What is this? Roasted duck? The decoration of that shop was also very strange, very different from the surrounding shops. Peng Qingyan walked to Muyun with the blueprint and asked, Muyun, what is this position reserved for? Muyun leaned over to take a look. From Song Jingnian's position, the two of them were too close, with their faces almost touching. Song Jingnian couldn't help but frown. His body was faster than his brain. He strode over and separated the two of them. This shop is very special. It sells ducks? Song Jingnian's sudden voice interrupted the two of them. He suddenly squeezed over, and Peng Qingyan was pushed away and almost tripped by the wood next to him. Muyun also tilted her body, and Song Jingnian was afraid that she would fall, so he quickly pulled her and held her steady. Why are you here? Muyun shook off his hand and spoke lightly, still without a smile on his face. Song Jingnian forced a smile. I was just walking around and happened to see you, so I came to see you. Muyun stood a little further away from him. You can pretend you didn't see me. Noticing her distance, Song Jingnian felt a little unhappy. Why didn't she distance herself from Peng Qingyan just now? How can I do that? I'm not blind. You've been very kind to En and to me. You're our savior. How can I pretend I didn't see you when I saw you? Song Jingnian said seriously. Muyun snorted coldly and glanced at him. Then a malicious smile appeared in his eyes. Savior? Song Jingnian nodded. He thought that if Muyun asked him to marry her now, he would reluctantly agree. Muyun rarely smiled at him and slowly said, in this case, it's normal to ask you to do something, right? Song Jingnian nodded. What is it, tell me? Muyun pointed to the leftover scraps and garbage on the ground and said, you move all these away and throw them away in the suburbs. Thank you. Song Jingnian glanced at the waste on the ground, just frowned slightly, and then nodded, without any reluctance. Okay. Just looking at the pile of scattered things on the ground, he couldn't find anything to put them in. He couldn't just take them with his hands. These scattered things were too scattered for his hands to take. Well, is there anything to put them in? I can put them all in at once and throw them away. Song Jingnian asked. Muyun looked him up and down. The fabric of the clothes was better than the ones sold in her store. The style and pattern, embroidery craftsmanship were all the best of the best. Song Jingnian's family must be rich enough to rival a country. When he thanked her, he also gave her 100,000 taels at once, without blinking an eye. Muyun was thinking about something secretly and pointed to the backpack on the side and said, use this, shovel the garbage into the backpack first, and then carry it to the suburbs to dump it. This pampered young master, I'm afraid he has never done such a thing.
I don't know how rich the Song family is.
If there is a lot of money and no one else is robbing it, then she can reluctantly let the two children recognize a father so that they can inherit the property in the future. Song Jingyan looked at the backpack and fell into a dilemma. He seemed to have seen this thing. People who do farm work often carry it out to carry crops. Seeing that he was hesitant to move, Mu Yun said sarcastically,
What?
Young Master Song is delicate and can't do this job? Song Jingyan shook his head. No, I have done more tiring work than this when I went out to fight, but I have never used this backpack, so I am a little unfamiliar with it. Mu Yun asked, going out to fight? Can you fight? Song Jingyan nodded. He walked over, picked up the backpack and shovel, and started to work, looking quite good. But his attire was really incompatible with what he was doing, and many passers-by cast strange looks at him. Mu Yun stood aside, with his hands folded. Song Jingyan, how many brothers and sisters do you have in your family?
Mu Yun asked.
Song Jingyan replied while shoveling garbage, My mother only gave birth to me. As for his father's other children, they had nothing to do with him. In his eyes, those people had nothing to do with him. Hearing this, Mu Yun's eyes lit up, which was good. Is your family rich? Song Jingyan thought about it, and it seemed that his properties were not too many, but his mother had a lot. He replied, It's okay. Not a lot, but enough to spend. Hearing this, Mu Yun was a little disappointed. Forget it. She should earn money for the children herself. When Bai Mu and Bai Xing came, they saw their prince carrying a backpack and walking with dust all over his body. Song Jingyan had just dumped the garbage when he was stopped by two women on the road and asked questions. Their eyes seemed to want to eat him up, and he ran back in fear. Master, what are you doing? Bai Mu hurried to brush the dust off Song Jingyan, and his eyes were full of heartache. How could his prince, with his noble body, do such rough and miscellaneous work? Song Jingyan put down the backpack and said lightly, You two came at the right time. Go and help and ask if there is anything else to do. Bai Mu took the backpack from Song Jingyan and nodded. Okay, master, I'll do it. You go and rest quickly. Two more free coolies came, and Mu Yun was not polite, directing the two to work. After the garbage was cleaned up, it needed to be cleaned again. Mu Yun took out a towel and asked Song Jingyan to fetch a bucket of water, calling him to wipe the decorations and equipment in the store together. Song Jingyan also obeyed and wiped like Mu Yun. Seeing that he worked hard and had no complaints, Mu Yun had a better impression of him. Song Jingyan, I didn't realize that you work so well. Seeing that she was talking to him, Song Jingyan hurriedly replied, I'm not a pampered person. I've been practicing martial arts since I was a child and have suffered all kinds of hardships.
Mu Yun nodded.
She could see that he should be a muscular man, not a pale-faced scholar who would fall down at the slightest breeze. It was precisely because of this that she was interested in him. It was hard not to like a handsome general who was full of power. By the way, you fought in wars, so are you a general? Have you ever become a general? Song Jingyan nodded. Yes, but I retired 3 years ago. Mu Yun remembered what Song Yian said, that his cousin had gone to Yuntai to practice, so she asked, Song Yian said you became a monk to practice? Why? Because you can't have children and can't get married, so you became a monk to practice. Song Jingyan frowned. What else did Song Yian tell you? Seeing that he seemed nervous, Mu Yun chuckled. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that he will say something he shouldn't say? Song Jingyan smiled helplessly. There's nothing I can't say. I'm just afraid that he will talk nonsense. Mu Yun asked, Then did you become a monk to practice because you can't have children? Song Jingyan shook his head. No, I just want to be quiet. Yuntai Mountain is very quiet, so I went there. Mu Yun didn't believe it, just felt that he was embarrassed to admit it.
Oh.
But no one believes what you said. Everyone must think that you became a monk to practice, because you had health problems. Mu Yun's words were not wrong, and many people in the capital actually thought so. Seeing that her attitude towards him had improved a lot, and she was not as cold as before, Song Jingyan felt a little relieved. The capital is very noisy. I like quietness. The scenery on Yuntai Mountain is beautiful, fresh, and natural. When we have a chance, let's go and see it together. Yun glanced at him. Song Jingnian looked even better from the side. She quickly retracted her gaze and warned herself in her heart that this person had hurt the original owner and she couldn't like him. Yun turned away and said lightly, "I'm not interested in these. If you want to become a monk and practice, just go quickly. It just so happens that you won't disturb us anymore." Song Jingnian still felt a little reluctant when he thought of Yuntai Mountain, but now it was impossible to go back. "I have given up the idea of becoming a monk," Song Jingnian said lightly. Bai Mu and Bai Xing outside were overjoyed when they heard this. "That's great. If the madam knew, she would be very happy." Bai Mu almost blurted out the title of the Grand Princess, but fortunately, he changed it in time. "Master, are you really not going to Yuntai Mountain to practice?" Bai Xing's face was also full of surprise. You know how many times people had persuaded him before, but his prince had not given up this idea. They were a little bit unbelieving that he suddenly gave up. But it's normal to think about it. The past was the past, and the present is now. The prince used to be alone, but now he has children, so his desire to practice will definitely be extinguished. This is really a happy ending for everyone.
Not going,
Song Jingnian said, glancing at Yun. Seeing him looking at her, Yun turned his head and avoided his sight. She thought to herself, what does this look mean? Is he not going to practice because of her? No, he is not going to practice because of the two children. Thinking of this, Yun's face suddenly turned cold. She threw the rag aside and walked out. She didn't want to clean with Song Jingnian. As soon as she came out of the door, Zijou ran over in a hurry. "Sister Yun, it's not good. Someone from the academy came and said that Yuan Bao was injured." Zijou was sweating profusely. She didn't see Yun in the garment shop, so she ran to the restaurant. Finally, she heard the shopkeeper say that he was here, so she came here again. This location is a new store, and she didn't know the specific location yet, so she delayed a little longer. Yun was anxious and asked, "What's going on? What happened to Yuan Bao?" Song Jingnian and Bai Xing also surrounded them worriedly and looked at Zijou anxiously. Zijou said, "A book boy from the academy came to our house and said that Yuan Bao and his friends had a fight with someone and knocked out the child's teeth. Then they were beaten by the servants. It was a bit serious." Mr. Chiu asked a doctor. "Yuan Bao and his friends are still in the academy." After Zijou finished speaking, Yun dropped the things in his hand and ran away like a fly. Song Jingnian hurriedly followed, and Bai Mu and Bai Xing also followed. Zijou couldn't run faster than them. Seeing that there was no one guarding the place, she didn't know whether to leave or stay. Fortunately, Pang Qingyun came soon. Yun ran into the academy like a gust of wind and rushed straight to Mr. Chiu's yard. Her guess was not wrong. The children were all in Mr. Chiu's yard at this time. As soon as Yun came in, she saw Yuan Bao, Hu Tianxi and Mu Yang sitting on the chairs with bruised faces. There were two boys on the side, with marks on their faces. One of them had blood in his mouth, but it was not serious compared to Yuan Bao and the others. There were also 4 servants dressed as servants standing in the yard, and 2 ladies dressed exquisitely and luxuriously sitting, looking at the 3 children with angry faces. Yun's sudden intrusion attracted everyone's attention. Everyone in the yard focused their attention on her and Song Jingnian, who appeared one after another. "Mr. Chiu, what's going on? Who beat my 3 children?" Before Mr. Chiu could even open his mouth, someone else spoke first. A woman sitting nearby stood up and looked at Yun with a haughty look. Yun was working before he came. He was now dirty and covered in dust and sawdust, and looked very embarrassed. The woman said in a haughty tone, "Are you the mother of these children? Are you also the witch who got pregnant before marriage and gave birth to rascals? Oh, the children of a person like you are worthy of studying in the same room with our children. It's really unlucky. Dean Xiao, I think these wild children don't deserve to stay in the academy. If they dare to hit my son today, they might dare to hit Mr. Chiu tomorrow. You should expel them from the academy. Otherwise, they will lead other children astray, which will have a great impact." The woman chattered non-stop as soon as she opened her mouth. Yun looked at her mouth, which opened and closed, his eyes turned cold, and he strode over and slapped the woman in the face. Everyone in the yard was stunned. They stared at this scene in disbelief with their eyes wide open. Bai Xing just wanted to applaud. Good job. Who did you say was the rascal just now? If you have the guts, say it again. The woman covered her face. She couldn't believe that Mu Yun dared to hit her. You dare me? The woman was extremely angry and waved to the servant behind her and said, Come on, cut this switch into pieces for me. The two servants immediately surrounded her. As soon as they got close, Mu Yun felt that these two people were good at boxing and kicking, and they were not ordinary servants. Mu Yun was about to fight, but was suddenly grabbed by a big hand, pulling her behind him to protect him. I'll do it. Song Jingyan's voice was cold, and the look he gave the woman and the servant was even colder. Mr. Chiu hurried over to stop it. If he didn't stop it, his academy would be demolished. Everyone calm down and talk nicely. You can't fight. You can't fight. Mr. Chiu was really convinced. The academy has been open for more than 10 years. There have been many fights among children, but it was the first time he saw adults fighting here. Talk nicely? Dean Xiu, you'd better stand away, lest you get hurt by mistake. That would be bad. The woman looked arrogant and extremely angry. She had never been beaten before, and she felt uncomfortable all over because she couldn't vent her anger today. Song Jingyan said to Bai Mu, Please ask Dean Xiu to sit aside. Bai Mu nodded repeatedly and hurried to pull Dean Xiu away. The woman saw that Mu Yun had brought people with him. Although these men were good-looking, they were dirty. They must be some low-class people who did rough work and were not worth mentioning. She felt much more relieved. Song Jingyan looked at the two servants and asked coldly, How many of my children did you beat? The two servants sneered and admitted without hesitation, Yes, you dare to bully our young master. Even if your children have 10 lives, it is not enough to compensate. Just beating them is already considered as my wife's face for Dean Xiu. Why don't you kneel down and express your gratitude? The woman snorted coldly. It's unnecessary to kneel down now. If you dare to hit my wife, this switch will be rewarded to you. I want her to live a life worse than death. And that little rascal knocked out one of my son's teeth. I want his 2 teeth. Hearing this, the two servants' eyes suddenly sparkled, and they looked at Mu Yun impatiently. Song Jingyan couldn't listen anymore, and he took action directly. With one kick and one punch, the two servants were immediately knocked out. He flew forward and chased them to continue beating. There was no fighting, only one-sided beating. The two servants couldn't resist at all and had no power to fight back. After a few clicks, the two men's hands and legs were directly disabled. They lay on the ground wailing in pain, like two ugly caterpillars crawling, disgusting and ugly. The two women were already scared and stared at this scene blankly. There were also two servants protecting their masters, and their faces were full of fear. Sister, what should we do? The other woman who had not spoken was now afraid to pull the vicious woman just now, her face full of panic. Don't be afraid. He dare not do anything to us. As she said, the woman raised her proud head again and said loudly, My sister is the wife of the prefect, and my husband is the prefect's brother-in-law. You dare to touch us. The woman brought out her identity, thinking that she could intimidate someone. Song Jingyan was about to take action again, but was stopped by Mu Yun. The woman thought she was scared and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Yun said, You beat the men, I'll take care of the woman. After saying that, Mu Yun slapped the woman a few more times, and the sound of the slaps echoed throughout the courtyard. Mr. Chiu was extremely anxious, but he was held back, unable to move or stop. Stop it now.
Stop it. Stop it.
Mr. Chiu was so anxious that his voice broke. Mu Yun stopped beating her until he had enough, then pinched the woman's chin and said coldly, Now tell me, who is the wild child? The woman was desperate. She had never been insulted like this before, so she could only surrender. Her face was numb, and she kept apologizing. I was wrong. Forgive me, don't hit me anymore. Mu Yun stopped and said, Okay, now can we talk about why you hit my child? The two boys who had conflicts with Yuan Bao were both terrified at this moment. They had never imagined that Yuanbao's mother was so powerful. Didn't I say that their family was poor and his mother was just a peasant girl who knew nothing? How could it become like this?
I
don't know either. The woman spoke with a guilty conscience. She only knew that her child was beaten and the servants beat him back. She did not ask anything else. These two servants followed her every day. Since they were not allowed to go in to accompany her, she asked the servants to guard outside the academy every day in case of need. It would be more convenient. She did not expect that they would come in handy today. Muyan looked at Yuanbao and asked gently, Yuanbao, tell me, what's going on? Yuanbao remained silent and didn't say anything. Muyan frowned, not understanding what was wrong with his son. Just as he was about to ask again, Muyang spoke up. Aunt Yun, this is not our fault. It was Su Baoyu and Qinqing Yuan who deliberately insulted Yuanbao. Ever since we came to the academy, Su Baoyu has disliked us. He was jealous of Yuanbao's intelligence and was better at studying than him, so he often made trouble for Yuanbao. Yuanbao was too lazy to pay attention to him and didn't bother with him. But today he called Yuanbao a rascal, called Yueyao a rascal, and also called you, saying that you. Muyang couldn't say those words, and his face was full of pain. Auntie Yun, Yuanbao was angry that he insulted you. The words he said were too ugly. Yuanbao couldn't stand it, and Tianxi and I couldn't stand it either. That's why we beat him. He deserved it. Muyan walked over and touched the heads of the three children. Okay, I know. Don't worry, I'm here, and I will never let you be bullied. Muyan walked towards Su Baoyu and Qinqing Yuan, and another so-called prefect's wife immediately stopped in front of the children. I warn you, if you dare to touch my children, my master will not let you go. The woman was shaking when she spoke, which showed that she was not very courageous, but she still liked to bully others. Muyan sneered, pulled the person away, and threw him aside. Both children were frightened.
Mom.
Qinqing Yuan cried. Seeing Muyan walking towards him, he was so scared that he quickly begged for mercy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was wrong.
I shouldn't have said that.
It wasn't me, it was Brother Yu who asked me to say that. And Song Fu. He was the one who told us that Yuanbao had no father and that his mother was a shameless woman.
These were all told to us by Song Fu.
Don't hit me, don't hit my mother, please. Wu Qinqing Yuan cried and confessed. Su Baoyu was even more scared and wanted to distance himself from him. It was Song Fu. He instigated me. He was jealous of Yuanbao. He also said that Yuanbao had harmed his cousin before. It was him who instigated us. He also taught us to say those swear words. Su Baoyu said in a crying voice. Muyan didn't know who Song Fu was. He frowned and asked, where is this Song Fu? The two children shook their heads. Dean Xiao stamped his feet in a hurry. He didn't know how to end this matter today. All right. Stop it, please. If you do this, how can I run this academy in the future?
Stop it.
Muyan's impression of Mr. Qiu was greatly reduced because of what he said. Mr. Qiu, were we the ones causing trouble today? Didn't you hear what I said just now? As a son, is it wrong for Yuanbao to not tolerate others insulting his mother? Mr. Qiu said helplessly, I know, but it is also wrong for you, Miss Mu, to hit people like this, and you stopped me from intervening. Today, both of you are wrong. Muyan laughed angrily. We are all wrong? Where did I go wrong? The two servants who were beaten, they beat my three children, two adults, and adults who are good at boxing and kicking. You can imagine how badly my three children were injured. It's not wrong for them to beat the children, but it's wrong for us to fight back. And this woman, her children did something wrong, but she didn't apologize. She had no regrets, and she insulted me as soon as she opened her mouth. I should beat her. She just wanted to be beaten. I am really worried about the safety of the students in the academy. Dean Xiu's face turned red, and he felt very uncomfortable. Of course, he knew that it was not their fault for what happened today, but if the prefect wanted to cause trouble for his academy after beating the concubine and son of the prefect, it would be too easy. He had to consider the academy. After all, it was his hard work for more than 10 years, and it was not easy to have today's reputation. When he had nothing before, he could not care and was not afraid, But now that he had finally built everything, he didn't want to be easily destroyed, so he learned to compromise, to judge the situation, and to restrain his temper.
People will change.
After being embarrassed, his tone became much colder. Miss Mu, this is a college. It is wrong for you to hit someone here. Today, you two apologize to each other for this matter, and let it go. Madam Chen and Madam Su, please give me some face and stop pursuing your fault. Is this okay? Madam Su, whose face was swollen from being slapped, wanted to say something, but she withdrew it when she met Mu Yun's cold eyes and dared not speak again. She was really scared of being beaten. Her face was swollen like a pig's head. It might not go down in a month. Mu Yun listened to Dean Xiu's words and felt ridiculous. It seemed that there was no need for the children to study in this college. She had made a mistake at the beginning. She thought that Mr. Chiu was really, as the rumor said, well-read, upright, and a good teacher. Now it seems that it is just a misleading appearance. Mr. Chiu thought that this was the best way for Mu Yun and the others because he put Mu Yun and her son at the lowest level, thinking that this was good for them, and helped them. But Mu Yun didn't care. Okay. They apologize first, and these two children, what are their names? These two children must apologize to my 3 children. If they have a good attitude, I am willing to forgive them. After Mu Yun finished speaking, Mrs. Su sneered. You want us to apologize? Dream on. I'm going back now. My sister is married to the prefect. Do you know who the prefect is?
Ha.
You wait well, but don't run away. After saying that, Mrs. Su wanted to take her children away. Mu Yun said coldly, Dean Xiu, it seems that your face is useless. Mrs. Su doesn't want to give you this face. It seems that Dean Xiu overestimated his face. Mr. Chiu's face became uglier. He was embarrassed, angry, and helpless. Stop. I said, can you leave? These 2 little rascals haven't apologized to my children yet. As soon as Mu Yun opened his mouth, Song Jingnian, Bai Mu, and others immediately blocked Mrs. Su's way. Mrs. Su's face was swollen, and she could only see her angry eyes, which were wide open. Don't go too far. Otherwise you will die a miserable death in the future. When Mrs. Su spoke, the corner of her mouth moved her whole face, and she gasped in pain. Mu Yun said coldly, Don't even think about leaving if you don't apologize. Helplessly, Mrs. Su, Mrs. Chen, and their 2 children were forced to apologize, and finally Mu Yun let Bai Mu and the others move aside. After resolving the issue, Mu Yun was about to ask where the children were injured, but Song Jingnian took the lead. Bai Mu and Bai Xing followed him out. Those 2 servants dared to hit their young master. They must be tired of living, so they had to send them to Hades. Song Jingnian checked Yuanbao's injuries worriedly. Seeing this, Mu Yun went to check Hu Tianxi and Mu Yang's injuries. Yuanbao was the most seriously injured, with bruises on his face, hands, legs, and stomach. His small body was still fair and tender, but the sight of the bruises made Song Jingnian feel uncomfortable. After the examination, Song Jingnian gently put down Yuanbao's clothes and said softly with anger, It's okay, Yuanbao. Daddy will protect you in the future. Don't be afraid. I will not let anyone who hurts you go. I will let them go to Hades. Song Jingnian could not hide his anger. Looking at these injuries, he wanted to cut them into pieces and wished he could bear it for his son. The pain in his eyes made Yuanbao feel a little strange. Hu Tianxi and Mu Yang were also bruised and purple, which made Mu Yun feel distressed. At this time, she regretted letting the 2 servants live. Mr. Chiu was very annoyed and blew his beard and glared at one side. He was in no mood to watch this warm scene. He left and didn't bother to care. Song Jingnian picked up Yuanbao and said, Let's go back first. Go back and find a doctor to see. Mu Yun nodded, Yeah. Yuanbao struggled to get down. He was embarrassed to be held, and he didn't want to be held by Song Jingnian. Let me go, I can walk by myself. Yuanbao felt very awkward and didn't like it. Song Jingnian said, Your leg is also injured, so don't walk yet. Wait for the doctor to see it. Hearing this, Mu Yun also said, Yuanbao, don't move yet. Since your leg is injured, you still have to go back and let the doctor take a good look. If the bones are injured, you really can't walk. Let me see. Where's the injury? Mu Yun leaned over to see, but Song Jingnian said, "It's the ankle that is injured. It's not convenient to see it while holding it like this. Let's go back and see it." Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded, "Okay. Then thank you for your help." Song Jingnian was helpless. "Mu Yun, I am also the father of the child. What you said is too polite." Mu Yun rolled his eyes at him and didn't give him a good look. Let them wait outside, and she went to pick up Yueya, who was with another gentleman. Mu Yun led Yueya out and saw that her brothers were all bruised and swollen. Yueya was immediately distressed and worried. Brother Tianxi, Brother Muyang, what happened to you? Why are you all injured?" Muyang hurriedly comforted his sister. "It's okay, Yueya, don't worry. We just bumped into the pillar by accident. It will be fine in 2 days." Song Jingnian was thankful at this time that Yueya was not beaten. He thought to himself that he had to find a martial arts master for the 2 children and teach them martial arts well, so that they would not be bullied in the future. Yueya's face was serious. "Do you think I'm a fool? How could I get hurt like this by bumping into a pillar?" Yueya frowned in anger, but she was still very cute, which made Song Jingnian's eyes full of stars. He thought his daughter was beautiful no matter what. "Okay, let's fight." Song Jingnian was a little worried. "Yuanbao, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Mu Yun came over when she heard the voice. Seeing her son's face full of sweat, she immediately became worried. "What's the matter, Yuanbao? Tell your mother if you feel uncomfortable. Don't hold it in." Yuanbao then spoke weakly. "Mom, my stomach hurts." Mu Yun was very anxious. "Stomach hurt? That place? Mom, take a look." Yuanbao pointed to his stomach, and Mu Yun couldn't see anything, so she could only ask Song Jingnian to speed up. She ran to find Dr. Zhou first, and when Song Jingnian came back with the children, she and the doctor were already waiting. Mu Yun hurriedly asked Dr. Zhou to take a look at Yuanbao first. Looking at Yuanbao's pale little face, she felt so distressed that she waited anxiously for Dr. Zhou's diagnosis. Song Jingnian was also standing aside. Seeing the doctor's expression becoming more and more solemn, he suddenly felt uneasy. "Doctor, what's going on? Are you injured somewhere? Is that the pain?" Song Jingnian couldn't help asking. He was really worried and couldn't wait any longer. The doctor still didn't say anything. He carefully took Yuanbao's pulse with both hands, asked Yuanbao to stick out his tongue for inspection, and touched Yuanbao's stomach. "Dr. Zhou, Yuanbao just had a fight with someone and his stomach may be injured. Do you think it's because of this that it hurts?" Mu Yun couldn't wait to ask. Dr. Zhou touched for a long time before speaking. "The injury is not serious. It will be fine after a few days of rest. The ankle bone is a little injured. Try not to walk these days and rest in bed. I'll prescribe some medicine for you. Apply the medicine on his ankle. It will heal in a few days. Apply the ointment to other bruises, and they will heal in a few days." Mu Yun nodded. "Okay, thank you, Dr. Zhou." Dr. Zhou nodded. "It's okay. Let's go to the yard to write a prescription. By the way, I'll tell you some precautions." Mu Yun nodded, and she suddenly felt uneasy. Dr. Zhou seemed to have something to say. Why couldn't he say it openly but quietly? This made her feel uneasy while she was guessing. Song Jingnian hurriedly called Bai Mu and Bai Xing to take care of the child, and then he followed him out. In the yard, Dr. Zhou sat down and began to write a prescription. After finishing, he looked at Mu Yun and Song Jingnian. "Is this the child's father? The father and son look so alike." Dr. Zhou asked casually. Song Jingnian nodded. "Yes, everyone says so, Dr. Zhou. Is Yuanbao still feeling uncomfortable?" Dr. Zhou looked at Mu Yun and said, "According to the pulse, there is no big problem. That is, the spleen yang is insufficient, a little afraid of cold, may have diarrhea, and may cause abdominal pain, but checking the abdomen found that Yuanbao seemed to have something in his body, in the navel, very small, like the size of a grain of rice, maybe a worm or a tumor, I can't tell for a while." Dr. Zhou felt a little ashamed. He just looked carefully for a long time but couldn't figure out what it was for a while. Mu Yun was anxious. "Bugs? How can there be bugs in the stomach?" Dr. Zhou said hurriedly, "Don't worry, I'm not sure either." After he said that, Mu Yun became even more anxious. "Dr. Zhou, you can't tell what it is? What should I do? I see that Yuanbao has a severe stomachache. It can't keep hurting like this. Is there any way to stop the pain? Dr. Zhou said if it's the rice-sized thing next to the belly button, then the pain will be difficult to stop. But if it's just caused by insufficient spleen yang or eating bad food, then after taking these medicines, it will slowly get better. Muyan frowned. Dr. Zhou, that means you can't be sure what that thing is? Dr. Zhou nodded. Well, I can't be sure, but don't worry, Muyan. Wait for me to go back and look through the medical books and look for similar cases to see if I can find some records. How could Muyan not be anxious? It was related to the child's health. She was extremely anxious, but it was useless to be anxious at this moment. After writing the prescription, Dr. Zhou said he would go back and look through medical books to see if there were any similar cases. Muyan couldn't feel at ease. It was as if a stone was pressing on her chest, making her feel suffocated and uncomfortable. Song Jingyan said, Muyan, don't worry. I know a doctor who is very skilled in medicine. I will send a pigeon to ask him to come and see her. Hearing this, Muyan looked up at him. At this time, she no longer refused his help. Okay. Thank you for your help. Song Jingyan turned around to contact the doctor. Muyan went to the house to see Yuanbao. Zijou had already gone to get the medicine. There was a fire in the kitchen, and the medicine could be boiled as soon as it arrived. On the bed, Yuanbao was still in pain. Yueya and Tianxi Muyang were both by his side. Seeing her brother's painful appearance, Yueya felt very distressed, and her eyes were red, as if she had just cried. Yuanbao's face was paler than before. Muyan felt a pain in his heart and gently wiped his sweat. Don't be afraid, Yuanbao. Mother is with you. You can drink the medicine soon, and you won't feel any pain after drinking the medicine. Yuanbao nodded and said weakly, Mother, I'm fine, don't worry. At this time, he still didn't forget to comfort himself, and Muyan felt even more distressed. Stop talking and lie down. Seeing that he was struggling to speak, Muyan spoke gently. Yuanbao nodded and said nothing, but he still felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He gritted his teeth and endured it without a sound. Zijou came back soon and started to boil the medicine. Song Jingyan also came back and told Muyan that he had sent a pigeon and the doctor would be here in 3 days at most. Muyan was worried. Is the doctor you found really good? What if he can't see Yuanbao's illness? Song Jingyan frowned. No, he is very good. Have you heard of the Divine Doctor sect? He is the successor of the Divine Doctor sect. The Divine Doctor sect is recognized as the most powerful medical school in the world, so he will definitely be able to see what's wrong with Yuanbao's body. Muyan had never heard of the Divine Doctor sect, mainly because she was not well informed about the outside world and didn't know many things. But looking at Song Jingyan's appearance, he should be a very good one, so she felt a little relieved. Okay. Muyan turned to the kitchen to see if the medicine was ready. If the pain would go away after drinking the medicine, that would be even better. Sister Yun, it will be fine soon. Zijou saw her coming and said hurriedly. Muyan brought a bowl and waited for the medicine. Zijou found a heat-insulating handkerchief and opened the lid of the medicine jar. A strong smell of Chinese medicine hit her face. The smell was not very pleasant. Muyan was a little worried that Yuanbao would not be able to drink it. After pouring the medicine, Muyan brought it to Yuanbao. Song Jingyan was sitting in front of Yuanbao's bed. Seeing that Muyan had brought the medicine, he said, Let me do it. Muyan hesitated for a moment, but still handed the medicine to him and helped Yuanbao sit up. Yuanbao, be good. The pain will go away after taking the medicine. It's a little bitter. Can you bear it? When you get better tomorrow, your mother will buy you whatever you want, okay? Yuanbao nodded obediently. Song Jingyan blew it cool 1 spoonful at a time and fed it to him. The medicine was very bitter, but Yuanbao didn't complain. After drinking the whole bowl of medicine, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, this is candied fruit. Put it in your mouth. Yueya hurriedly handed a piece of candied fruit to Yuanbao. Yuanbao took it and put it in his mouth. The bitter taste immediately dissipated a lot. Because of Yuanbao's illness, Muyan didn't chase Song Jingyan away today. Song Jingyan offered to stay with Yuanbao, and she didn't refuse. In the early morning, just after daybreak, Muyan got up early because he was worried about Yuanbao and went to his room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Song Jingyan sleeping next to Yuanbao. The sound of the door opening woke Yuanbao up, and he opened his eyes and saw his mother.
Mom.
As soon as he spoke, Yuanbao felt his throat dry, and his voice was a little hoarse. Muyun hurried over. Yuanbao, how are you? Are you feeling better? If you still feel uncomfortable, tell your mother. Yuanbao shook his head. No, mother, my stomach doesn't hurt anymore, but my throat is a little uncomfortable. Muyun hurriedly said, Mom will go get you some hot water, just moisten your throat. After that, Muyun hurried out to pour him some water. Yuanbao's eyes fell on Song Jingnian, who was lying next to him, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He still remembered how Song Jingnian had been guarding him by his side last night, asking about his well-being. He didn't expect that Song Jingnian had actually guarded him all night and didn't go to bed. Yuanbao looked at Song Jingnian's face carefully. People say they look alike, but he has never really looked at Song Jingnian's face. It seems like they do look alike. Muyun came in with hot water and saw Yuanbao peeking at Song Jingnian. She chuckled. If you want to look, you can look openly. Why are you so sneaky? Are you embarrassed to look at him? Muyun's voice startled Yuanbao. He looked away in a panic and said hurriedly, No, I didn't look at him. He was lying here, blocking my view. Yuanbao was stubborn and refused to admit that he was looking at Song Jingnian.
Muyun smiled.
Seeing that her son's face was no longer pale, she felt relieved. After giving him the hot water to drink, Muyun said, Your Aunt Zizhu is decocting medicine. Take the medicine after breakfast, and then I will ask Dr. Zhou to come and see you. After drinking the hot water, Yuanbao felt that his throat was much better. He said, Mom, I'm fine now. I don't need to take the medicine, or let Dr. Zhou see me. Muyun shook her head. No, you have to let Dr. Zhou confirm that you are fine. You just listen to me. Yuanbao nodded helplessly. The medicine was really hard to drink. Seeing that Song Jingnian hadn't woken up yet, Yuanbao suddenly asked, Mom, do you hate him? Muyun was stunned. When she realized who he was asking about, she smiled and said, I hated him at first. Later. The original owner also hated him at first, but later she had two lovely children, Yueya and Yuanbao, and she slowly stopped hating him. After Yu and Yueya were born, Mother stopped hating him, because Yu and Yueya are our common children. Although he hurt Mother to some extent, without him, there would be no Yu too. Mother loves Yu and Yueya the most, so for your sake, I reluctantly stopped hating him. Muyun didn't want the children to hate him, but he didn't want them to like him too much, which was a bit contradictory. Yuanbao listened to Muyun and nodded. If Mother doesn't hate him, I won't hate him either. Muyun chuckled. You were bought off in one night? Yuanbao blushed a little and said hurriedly, No, I am of the same mind as you, Mother. If you don't hate me, I won't hate you either. Muyun smiled and didn't tease him anymore. Song Jingnian, who had his eyes closed, raised his lips quietly at this time, and then slowly opened his eyes. Sister Yun, it's time for breakfast. Zizhu's voice sounded outside. Muyun was about to wake up Song Jingnian, but he saw that he just opened his eyes. You're awake? Hurry up and wash up and have breakfast. Song Jingnian nodded and stood up. His numb arm made him make a sound in pain. Hiss Yuanbao and Muyun looked at him. Song Jingnian hurriedly said, It's okay. My arm is just numb. Muyun nodded and walked out first. Song Jingnian looked at Yuanbao on the bed and said softly, Wait for Daddy to wash up and then carry you out. You can't walk, so stay here and don't move. Yuanbao didn't answer him, but his attitude towards him was not as cold as before. Song Jingnian quickly washed up and went back to the room to hug Yuanbao. This time, Yuanbao took the initiative to stretch out his hand. Such a small action made Song Jingnian very happy. The father and son appeared together, and everyone's eyes fell on the two of them. Looking at it this way, they really looked more alike. Song Yian couldn't imagine how shocked his aunt and father would be if they saw this scene. He couldn't wait, and wanted to see the eyes of the people in Beijing widen in shock. Cousin, didn't we say we would leave the day after tomorrow? Let's take Sister Mu and the others back to Beijing. As soon as Song Yian said this, Muyun immediately looked towards Song Jingnian. Song Jingnian felt inexplicably panicked. Although he couldn't see anything on Muyun's face, he could feel that Muyun was angry. He said to Mu Yun hurriedly. My uncle wrote to me, asking me to send Ian back as soon as possible. I know you won't be willing to go to the capital with me, so I haven't thought about letting you go to the capital for the time being. Mu Yun said indifferently, This is your business. There is no need to tell me. There is nothing between us. Song Jingnian had no choice but to say, After all, I am the father of the children. I said I would be responsible for them, and I will definitely be responsible for them and will not run away. Song Ian hurriedly said, Cousin, you are not only responsible for the children, but also for Sister Mu. The person you feel most sorry for is Mu. Sister Mu must have suffered a lot in raising the children over the years. You must treat her well in the future. Mu Yun flicked his finger on Song Yian's head and said coldly, I don't need it. Don't describe me as pitiful and weak. I don't need your cousin to be responsible. I can be responsible for my own life. Also, I have nothing to do with your cousin. What do you mean by treating me well? I don't need it. I live a happier life without him. If you talk nonsense again in the future, I will sew your mouth shut. Mu Yun obviously looked unhappy, and Song Jingnian didn't dare to speak anymore. He could only send a cold look to Song Yian and let him talk nonsense. Now, the person who was fine just now suddenly got angry. This was the first time that Song Jingnian was officially left here to eat. It was as fragrant as he smelled. When he was driven out that day, he stood outside for a long time smelling the fragrance. Because the children were injured, they were not sent to the academy today. Mu Yun didn't want them to go to that academy again, but it seemed that there was no better academy now. But there was no rush. Yuan Bao's injury had to be healed for several days, so he would see later. After breakfast, Dr. Zhou came in a hurry, holding a medical book in his hand.
Mu Yun, I found it.
I found a similar record. How is it? Is Yuan Bao still in pain? Mu Yun shook his head. No, he didn't cry out in pain today. Dr. Zhou, what did you find? Dr. Zhou said, I'll go and see if Yuan Bao is still there. Mu Yun asked Yuan Bao to lie on the bed. Dr. Zhou checked his stomach again and took his pulse. Then he said with a serious face, It is indeed the worm disease mentioned in the book. The small particle in Yuan Bao's belly button is not a tumor, but a worm. Hearing this, Mu Yun was scared, and Yuan Bao was also scared. Dr. Zhou was so excited that he forgot that Yuan Bao was still there. It was too late to avoid him at this time. Song Jingnian reached out to hold Yuan Bao's little hand and silently comforted him. Dr. Zhou, what is worm disease? How can worms get into the child's stomach? Please explain it clearly.
Song Jingnian asked.
Mu Yun was so anxious. Dr. Zhou, please explain clearly what's going on. Dr. Zhou took out a medical book and explained to them, there are many kinds of worms, and the symptoms and harm of each worm are different. I can confirm that Yuan Bao has worms, but I don't know what kind of worms it is. As for how the worms entered the body, they usually only enter through the mouth. Maybe Yuan Bao accidentally ate them. Dr. Zhou's words made him feel extremely disgusted. How could he swallow worms? Mom, I haven't eaten worms. I haven't eaten them. Yuan Bao's eyes were red, and his stomach was still churning. Mu Yun's eyes turned red with heartache when he saw his son's condition, and he asked hurriedly, Dr. Zhou, can you treat him? Dr. Zhou shook his head and said, My medical skills are not good enough to treat him. I only found out about these symptoms after reading medical books all night. Mu Yun, you'd better take the child to see a better doctor. Dr. Zhou had a close relationship with them, and he couldn't bear to see Yuan Bao suffer like this. The onset of this worm disease is irregular. It likes coolness but not heat. Once it is hot, it will move around violently. When it moves, Yuan Bao will feel pain. Mu Yun became more anxious when he heard this. Dr. Zhou, the human body is originally hot. If it gets cold, the person will die. What you said makes me even more worried. Dr. Zhou hurriedly said, This heat has to exceed the human body's heat by a lot. It is considered hot for it. It is not what you think. Don't worry about it for now. Just pay attention. Even if it is not hot, it will attack once every 3 days or so. So the worm must be removed as soon as possible, otherwise the child's body will not be able to bear it. Mu Yun became more worried, but it was useless to be anxious at this time. He had to find a solution quickly. After seeing off Dr. Zhou, Mu Yun hurriedly asked Song Jingnian, when will the doctor you mentioned arrive? Can he be quick? Song Jingnian was also anxious. I'm urging him very much. He should be on his way now, and will arrive the day after tomorrow at the latest. In this era, unlike modern times with mobile phones, people can contact each other at any time while on the road. At this time, the doctor is on the road, and I'm afraid he can't be contacted at all, and there is no way to urge him. He can only wait here. Seeing that Mu Yun was very anxious, Song Jingnian said, Then I will go with you to take Yuan Bao to find him. I roughly know which route he will take. We will meet up with him, which will be faster. Mu Yun hesitated, but if I leave, what will happen to Yuya, Tianxi, and Mu Yang? She was worried about letting Yuan Bao go with Song Jingnian alone. Song Jingnian said, I'll let Baimu Baixing stay here to protect them. With Baimu Baixing here, they'll be fine. Mu Yun knew Baimu Baixing's kung fu. After thinking about it, she nodded, Okay, but I have to talk to Yuya first. Both children have never left me, and I'm afraid Yuya can't adapt. Song Jingnian nodded, Talk to Yuya. It's mainly inconvenient to bring her with her, and she will be tired. Our schedule is too fast, and we're running too fast. She can't bear it at a young age. It would be much better for her to stay at home. Mother, I will stay at home obediently. You and Dad can take my brother to see a doctor. I'll wait for you to come back. Yuya's small figure stood behind the door frame, and a crisp voice rang out. Mu Yun looked back and saw the director's daughter. Her heart softened. She picked her up and patted her gently. Okay. Our Yuya has grown up. Then you stay at home obediently. Uncle Baimu and Uncle Baixing will protect you. You must listen to them obediently, understand? Yuya nodded obediently. Yes, I know, mother. Song Jingnian found Baimu and Baixing and told them to take good care of this place. At the same time, he also sent letters to various post stations. If you see Yu Qingling, stop him immediately, and then bring a letter to Yu Qingling, asking him to stay at the Yinzhou City Post Station, where they will meet him. It takes about a day to get from Lingxi to Yinzhou, so that Yuan Bao can be treated one day earlier. Mu Yun packed up her things and explained the business to Peng Qingyun. Let him watch. She took Yuan Bao and Song Jingnian and set off for Yinzhou. The three of them took a carriage. Song Jingnian hired a driver. In the carriage, he kept holding Yuan Bao. In order to prevent Yuan Bao's stomach from hurting again, he kept fanning around Yuan Bao's stomach with a fan to keep it cool. Along the way, the carriage never stopped until it was about to get dark. The carriage finally arrived at Yinzhou City. Compared with Lingxi County, Yinzhou City is much larger and more prosperous. Song Jingnian paid the driver and asked him to rest. He took Mu Yun Yuan Bao off the car and went to the restaurant to get some food first. After a day of running around, they only had some dry food and water on the road. At this time, they were also very hungry. At most, Yu Qingling will arrive here tomorrow morning. Don't worry. After dinner, we will go to the inn next to the post station to stay and have a good sleep. You will see Yu Qingling tomorrow. Mu Yun nodded, holding Yuan Bao's hand and walking into the restaurant with Song Jingnian. The restaurant is large, but not very luxurious. Mu Yun was not in the mood to look around. He just ordered a few dishes casually and focused on Yuan Bao, fearing that he would suddenly feel uncomfortable. After Song Jingnian ordered the dishes, he said to Mu Yun, I'm going to the bathroom. Mu Yun nodded and didn't care. Song Jingnian found a deserted place and sent out a signal. When his people saw the signal, they would come immediately.
He needed help at this time.
In the hall, the waiter began to serve the dishes. Yuan Bao, which one do you like to eat? Mommy will pick it up for you. Mu Yun asked gently. Yuan Bao said obediently, Mom, I can do it myself. You don't have to take care of me. Mu Yun smiled, gave him chopsticks, and let him pick it up himself. At this time, a man came down from upstairs. He glanced at Mu Yun out of the corner of his eye. The man was stunned for a moment, and then hurried over to take a closer look. It's really you? The man asked with a little surprise. Mu Yun heard the voice, looked up, and was confused for a moment, and then remembered that he seemed to have seen her somewhere. Seeing that she didn't speak, as if she didn't recognize him, Xuecheng sneered, his eyes full of pride. It's fate. It seems that God wants me to take revenge and sends you to the door, Xuecheng said, and sat down in front of Mu Yun. Several little followers teased him. Brother Cheng, did this little beauty offend you? Then you have to take her back and teach her a lesson. She is so ignorant. Xuecheng smiled and said, Today I will let the beauty try my strength. Mu Yun was in a bad mood. The other side was talking like this. She also remembered who this person was. It seemed that she had beaten him before. On the day when she first met Chu Ning, this person never appeared again. I didn't expect to meet him here now. If you don't get out, do you believe that your leg will be broken today? Mu Yun said coldly. Xuecheng sneered, I say, beauty, do you know whose territory this is? If you can break my leg here, I will call you ancestor. Mu Yun didn't know his identity. Seeing that he was so arrogant, she didn't want to cause trouble in her heart. It was not that she was afraid of trouble, but she was busy now. The matter of Yuan Bao was the most important. We'll settle the previous things later. I'm very busy now. I advise you not to disturb me. Realizing that Mu Yun's attitude was not that tough, Xuecheng thought she was scared and smiled proudly. What are you busy with? Busy feeding the children? Oh, it's okay. Master, I have a lot of maids at home who can help you feed them. You just need to be responsible for feeding this master. He was stunned. The people around him widened their eyes in surprise. The waiter immediately reacted and ran to show concern. Master, how are you? A group of guards immediately appeared in the restaurant and surrounded Song Jingnian, who threw the chair. Song Jingnian walked over slowly, glanced at Mu Yun and the child, and was relieved to see that they were fine. Xuecheng angrily commanded his subordinates, catch him. He dared to hit me. I will ask him to pay back tenfold. After hearing Xuecheng's words, the thugs immediately rushed towards Song Jingnian. Song Jingnian retreated a little, not wanting to get too close to Mu Yun for fear of hurting her. These people who only knew mediocre kung fu were no match for Song Jingnian, and he knocked them all down in a few moves, leaving them without the power to resist. Seeing this, Xuecheng was panicked and angry. You dare to make trouble in my restaurant. Do you know who I am? Be careful, or you won't be able to leave Yunzhou City. Song Jingnian didn't take Xuecheng's threat seriously at all, but Mu Yun said, forget it, a lesson is enough. We have business to do, and can't delay it. Song Jingnian nodded, okay. He sat down to eat, and Xuecheng sat next to them with blood on his head. Seeing that they were eating like this and completely ignoring him, he was even more angry. Xuecheng left, and the three of them ate quietly. The young master didn't say anything, and the waiter and the shopkeeper didn't dare to do anything, but they just felt it was weird. They beat the young master of the restaurant, and they could still sit here and eat like this. This kind of thing was really unprecedented. The three of them were not affected at all. After dinner, Song Jingnian took the mother and son to the inn next to the post station. Living next to the post station is more convenient to wait for Yu Qingling. Song Jingnian asked for 2 guest rooms, and Yuan Bao wanted to live with Mu Yun. Song Jingnian was worried about the two of them, but he couldn't live in the same room with the mother and son. At night, the waiter fetched water for washing. Mu Yun washed Yuan Bai, and then washed himself. During this time, a waiter knocked on the door again, saying that he was delivering water. Yuan Bao opened the door and let the waiter in. The waiter looked around, then put the tea on the table, and then smiled and retreated. Song Jingnian, who was next door, heard the noise and came over to see. Seeing that only Yuan Bao was in the room, he asked, "Where is your mother?" Yuan Bao replied, "My mother is washing up." Song Jingnian hurriedly closed the door and said, "No one can go in when a woman is washing up. Remember next time that you can't let anyone in at this time." Yuan Bao didn't think so much, but he felt that Song Jingnian was right, so he nodded in agreement. "I see." Mu Yun came out soon. Just as Song Jingnian was about to turn around and go back to his room, he caught a glimpse of the waiter hiding at the stairs, and his heart suddenly went cold. Then he opened the door again and strode in. "I just saw the waiter at the door acting sneaky. Don't touch the things he brought." Hearing this, Mu Yun stopped as he was about to drink water. Song Jingnian looked over and found that Mu Yun was wearing an undershirt. Because she had just finished a shower, her hair was loose and a little wet. Her cheeks were white and pink, and even the skin on her neck was faintly pink. She looked as clear as a ripe peach. Song Jingyan felt his heartbeat suddenly speed up. He turned around in panic and didn't dare to look at Muyun again. Muyun was a little confused when she saw him turning around in a panic. When she saw his red ears, she suddenly realized. She looked down at her clothes. In fact, she didn't reveal anything, but people in this era were too conservative. This undershirt, which was almost like pajamas, could only be seen by close people. That's why this person was so shy. Muyun wanted to tease him again, but when he thought that he was the father of 2 children, this idea was extinguished. Forget it, it's better not to get involved with him. Muyun, take your coat and put it on first. I'll come over to see if there's anything wrong with the tea.
Muyun nodded. Okay.
She casually picked up a coat and put it on, then said, Okay, come over here. Song Jingyan turned around and looked at Muyun carefully. Although the clothes were covered, that face seemed particularly charming tonight, making him feel flustered at a glance. Can you tell that there's something wrong with the tea? Muyun asked. Song Jingyan walked to the table and picked up the water that Muyun was about to drink, put it in front of his nose, and smelled it. There must be something wrong with this water. Muyun asked, Can you smell what medicine it is? Song Jingyan shook his head. I can't smell it. Muyun said, I'm thirsty. This water can't be drunk. Then what should I drink? Song Jingyan put down the cup and said, The water in my room can be drunk. I'll go get it for you. After that, Song Jingyan went out. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the waiter at the stairs. He looked into the room and saw Muyun still standing, so the waiter immediately went downstairs. At the corner of the inn, the waiter said to a man in black, The girl didn't fall down, so she probably didn't drink the water. If she doesn't drink it now, she will drink it later. Let's just wait a little longer. The waiter nodded. Okay, my dear, I'll leave first. After Song Jingyan gave the kettle to Muyun, he went out and asked her, and Yuan Bao to rest early. He did not sleep, but kept an eye on the movements outside to protect the safety of Muyun and her son. About an hour later, when it was already late at night, there was a slight sound of footsteps on the stairs. Although it was very quiet, it was still easy for Song Jingyan, who had practiced martial arts for many years, to hear it. Song Jingyan instantly became alert and put his ear to the door frame to listen. He did not open the door until someone pushed open Muyun's room. At this time, in the room, a man covered his face and slowly moved towards the bed. The moment the man opened the door, Muyun noticed it. The sense of smell of a professional agent is not so bad. She held her breath and waited quietly for the criminal to approach. But before the criminal approached, the door was pushed open again. This time it was pushed open very hard, not as cautious as before. The masked man was startled and looked back, but before he could see clearly, he was beaten up. The man wanted to fight back, but Song Jingyan's moves were too fast and too fierce. He had no strength to fight back and could only scream in pain. Muyun also sat up. With Song Jingyan taking action, she was no longer needed. Thinking that she couldn't see who it was, she stood up and lit a candle. The light became brighter. The masked man had been beaten so badly that he had no strength to fight back. He was panting and begging for mercy. I don't dare. I don't dare. Spare my life, hero. Song Jingyan ignored him and broke one of his legs before he stopped. Tell me, who sent you here, and what is your purpose? Song Jingyan sat on the stool and asked the man. The man hesitated and wanted to quibble, but Song Jingyan spoke first. Think it over first. My patience is very limited. If you don't tell the truth the first time, I don't want to hear it the second time. Hearing this, the man swallowed his words back and looked at the cold and fierce Song Jingyan. After weighing the pros and cons, he said, I am this flower thief. Master Xuecheng invited me here. He said there was a stunning beauty here, but this beauty offended him. He wanted the beauty to pay the price, so he asked me to come. Song Jingyan frowned. Flower thief. The man nodded, yes, but I'm not breaking the law. I only pick flowers that are willing. I haven't picked those that are unwilling. It was just that once I was slandered, the flower regretted it and sued me. It was Master Xue who helped me clear my grievances. This time I am also repaying him. Muyun burst out laughing. Flower thief? This is the first time she has seen such a straightforward flower thief. He speaks the truth too honestly. She even suspects that this person is a bit stupid. Song Jingnian asked, "So, what do you want to do this time?" The man looked at Song Jingnian's gloomy face and was a little afraid to tell the truth. He said in a hurry, "I was asked to beat up the beauty and beat her to vent her anger. But before I started, you came." Song Jingnian found a rope and tied the man up directly. The man was scared. "Hero, I've said it all. I've said everything. Let me go, let me go. I apologize, I atone, I was wrong, don't kill me." The man just had a little kung fu, and although he often did things like stealing people, he was actually not very courageous. At this time, Song Jingnian's posture scared him. Disliked him for being noisy, Song Jingnian found a table towel to stuff the man's mouth. He looked at Mu Yun and said, "You go to sleep. I'll watch here. Tomorrow morning, I'll send this man to see the official." When the man heard that he was going to be sent to the government, his eyes widened and he cried out, but then he remembered that Xue Cheng was the prefect's brother-in-law, and he calmed down again. Mu Yun asked Song Jingnian to go and rest. She could protect herself, but Song Jingnian refused to listen and insisted on guarding them, so she had no choice but to let him do it. Song Jingnian sat on the stool all night until dawn, and seeing that Mu Yun hadn't woken up yet, he left a note and took the flower thief to the government office. The prefectural office of Yunzhou was much larger than that of Lingxi County. Someone wanted to see the prefect early in the morning, but the Yamen runners were too lazy to pay attention and just said that the prefect hadn't woken up yet and asked him to wait. Song Jingnian was left outside the gate of the government office, and soon 2 guards came. "Your Highness, I see you. I saw your signal last night, but we didn't show up last night to prevent you from resting. We have been waiting for you near the inn." Song Jingnian said calmly, "Get up. Don't salute outside at any time. Send someone to the post station to wait for you, Qingling. If you see him, bring him to the inn to see me immediately." "Yes, Your Highness." Looking at the closed door of the government office, the subordinate hurriedly said, "Your Highness, the Yunzhou prefect is too bold. It's already this time, and he still hasn't opened the door. Do you want me to go in and find him?" Song Jingnian shook his head. "No, I'll take care of it here. You go to the post station and wait. By the way, send someone to inform the Yunzhou governor and ask him to come to the government office." The subordinate nodded and took the order. Song Jingnian waited outside for a long time before the government office opened. In the court, the prefect Lu Ting came in wearing an official uniform and with a big belly. He looked serious, picked up the gavel in one hand and slammed it heavily on the table, making a shocking sound. "Who is here? And what's the matter?" Song Jingnian pointed at the flower thief who was pinned to the ground by him and said, "This man broke into the inn late at night and wanted to commit murder." "Prefect, what crime should he be sentenced to?" Song Jingnian had a cold temperament and an imposing manner that was not like that of an ordinary person. Prefect Lu looked at him with a frown and spoke with some displeasure. "Who are you? Tell me your name. Also, why don't you kneel when you see me? Are you showing contempt for the court?" Song Jingnian frowned again and said in a cold voice, "Sir Lu, you should be questioning this flower thief now, not me." Prefect Lu had never been ignored like this before, and he was very unhappy. "How dare you? Do I need you to teach me how to handle a case? Even if he is a criminal, you have no right to punish him privately. Did you beat him up?" Prefect Lu looked at the flower thief and felt a little familiar, as if he had seen him before. "Wait, the flower thief. It seems to be the one caught last year, but later released. It was his 7th concubine's brother who interceded for him and gave him a lot of money." Thinking of this, Prefect Lu coughed twice and said, "Beating someone privately is also a violation of the laws of our dynasty. What's your name and where do you live? Tell me quickly. I must ask you about this matter clearly." Song Jingnian sneered angrily. "Are you sure you want me to tell you my name?" Prefect Lu was very embarrassed and annoyed by his mocking smile, and his voice was raised a lot. "You are so bold. You dare to talk to me like this. You are defying the court officials. Come here. Give this man 5 big strokes to set an example, and then interrogate him. Song Jingmian didn't expect that the government office of Yunzhou would be so corrupt, which shows how difficult the lives of ordinary people are. He was angry, and when the Yamen runners rushed up to catch him, he kicked them away. I want to see how you plan to interrogate me, Lord Liu. Song Jingmian took out the token in his arms. It was his unique token, which belonged only to him, and everyone knew it. Prefect Liu was stunned. He stared at the token in disbelief. Your Majesty? This. Your humble servant Liu Ting pays respect to His Majesty. Prefect Liu was so frightened that he was shaking all over. He staggered down the hall and knelt in front of Song Jingmian in fear. The other Yamen runners were also shocked, and they knelt down and shouted, "See the prince." Even more confused than them was the flower thief. When he saw the attitude of the prefect, he thought he was saved, but he didn't expect that this man was actually a prince. Just when everyone was confused and at a loss, a large number of soldiers came outside, led by Zhu Ling, the governor of Yunzhou. When Zhu Ling knew that Prince Ping was in Yunzhou at this time, he was shocked. When he learned that Prince Ping was in the prefect's office, his heart skipped a beat. He had known what kind of person this Yunzhou prefect was. This time, this prefect was probably finished. Zhu Ling couldn't stop feeling lucky on the way here. Fortunately, after he took office, no matter how the prefect Liu tried to deceive and bribe him, he didn't go along with Liu Zhifu. Otherwise, he would definitely be kneeling here in fear. Zhu Ling had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but she didn't show it on her face. When she saw Song Jingmian, she knelt down and saluted. Yunzhou Governor Zhu Ling pays respect to His Majesty. Zhu Ling led everyone to kneel down and pay respect. At this time, Prefect Liu did not dare to breathe and was sweating profusely. Song Jingmian walked to the court and sat down, and did not call them to stand up. He glanced at the whole audience, and finally his eyes fell on Prefect Liu. Lord Liu has great power. His light words made Prefect Liu's body tremble even more. Your subordinate. Your subordinate knows his fault. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Song Jingmian snorted coldly. Is this how you govern Yunzhou all these years? Prefect Liu did not know how to answer. The legendary god of war Ping Wang was a cruel master, not so easy to fool. If he was not careful, he might lose his life. He did not dare to act rashly, but he could not feel at ease without explaining. Your subordinate is wrong, and your subordinate will definitely correct it, and Your Majesty will atone for his sins. Prefect Liu could only pray that Ping Wang would be lenient to him and kept admitting his mistakes. Song Jingmian didn't have time to talk to him, as he had more important things to do. He looked at Zhu Ling and said, Zhu, the prefect of Yunzhou is a traitor and lawless person. He didn't come to court during his duty hours. Moreover, he has been corrupt and accepted bribes over the years. I now order you to conduct a thorough investigation. Put him in jail first and report to the court after the investigation. Let the court handle it. Upon hearing this, Prefect Liu's eyes went dark, and he was about to faint, but he didn't dare to faint. He stood up and begged for mercy again and again. Your Highness, spare me. Your Highness, spare me. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance, Your Highness. Prefect Liu cried and begged for mercy, but Song Jingmian was too lazy to pay attention to him. After leaving the court, he glanced at the flower thief, who immediately felt uneasy and panicked. Zhu, this man is a flower thief. You should deal with him as the law requires. Zhu agreed repeatedly. The flower thief looked desperate and could not even beg for mercy.
His mouth was blocked.
Song Jingmian strode out. The people kneeling on the ground did not dare to breathe. When Song Jingmian disappeared, Zhu immediately arrested Liu Zhifu and put him in jail. The Zhifu mansion was also confined. The ladies in the mansion were in a panic and did not know what was going on. As soon as Song Jingmian returned to the door of the inn, a subordinate immediately appeared. Your Majesty, Dr. Yu has arrived at the post station. Song Jingmian hurriedly said, Tell him to come over. I'm waiting for him at the inn, room 5 on the second floor. Wait, tell him not to reveal my identity, and ask him to be careful about how he addresses me." The subordinate hurriedly took the order. Song Jingnian hurried back to the room, where Mu Yun was having breakfast with Yuan Bao. She read the note left by Song Jingnian. Seeing him coming back, she hurriedly asked, "How is it? Is that man really a flower thief?" Song Jingnian nodded. "Well, it should be. I handed it over to the government office for disposal. By the way, the people at the post station just said that Yu Qingling has arrived, and he will be here soon. We just need to wait for him here." Mu Yun was immediately surprised. "Here? Then we can go find him." Song Jingnian smiled slightly and said, "No, he may have already come." After a while, there was a knock on the door and a hearty male voice sounded. "Mr. Jing, I'm coming in." Hearing this address, Song Jingnian was quite satisfied. "Come in." Yu Qingling and Song Jingnian have known each other for nearly 10 years. The two have a close relationship. He is one of Song Jingnian's few friends. He was hurriedly called by Song Jingnian. He thought something big had happened, or that the prince was seriously injured, so he was so anxious to call him. But when he pushed the door open, he actually saw a woman and a child in the room. Yu Qingling was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Mr. Jing, long time no see. Are you playing the game of keeping a beautiful woman in a golden house?" Mu Yun looked at Yu Qingling and didn't believe that his medical skills were as good as Song Jingnian said. This man was too young. Yu Qingling was dressed in a white shirt, with a clear and handsome face and a scholar's temperament. His pair of peach blossom eyes glanced back and forth between the two of them, full of interest. It seemed that he should be about 20 years old. He didn't match the so-called miracle doctor in temperament and age. Song Jingnian gave Yu Qingling a cold look, warning him not to talk nonsense, and then he said, "This is Mu Yun. Be respectful and speak properly." Seeing him so serious, Yu Qingling hurriedly said seriously, "Hello, Miss Mu. I am Yu Qingling. Nice to meet you." Yu Qingling took the initiative to greet him. Mu Yun also stood up and said with a polite smile, "Hello, Dr. Yu. Thank you for your visit." Yu Qingling asked, "Is Miss Mu feeling unwell?" Yu Qingling looked at Mu Yun. She did not look sick. Mu Yun said hurriedly, "No, it's my son, Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao, meet Dr. Yu." Mu Yun said to his son. Yuan Bao stood up and bowed as a junior. Yu Qinglong's eyes fell on Yuan Bao, and he smiled. Yuan Bao, what a lovely name. But when his eyes fell on Song Jingnian's face again, he felt that something was wrong. He looked at Yuan Bao again, and then at Song Jingnian. Yu Qingling was stunned. How could these two people look so similar? "Mr. Jing, are you feeling better? Can you have a baby?" Yu Qingling asked in surprise, his eyes full of disbelief. He knew Song Jingnian's health best, and there was no solution at all. How could he have a child? As he said that, Yu Qingling could not wait to take Song Jingnian's hand and feel his pulse. Song Jingnian did not stop him and let him look. "Hey, that's not right. Your body is still the same. What about this child?" Yu Qingling was stunned. His mind was blank for a moment. He looked at Yuan Bao, then at Song Jingnian, and then at Yuan Bao again. "This really looks like Song Jingnian." Song Jingnian pulled out his hand and said calmly, "Hurry up and take a look at Yuan Bao. There are worms in his belly button. The doctor said it's called worm disease. It's hard to cure. It hurts a lot when it hurts. Hurry up and take a look first." Speaking of the symptoms, Yu Qingling immediately became serious. "Come, let me see." Yu Qingling walked over and sat down, asking Yuan Bao to stretch out his wrist. Yuan Bao stretched out his hand obediently, and Yu Qingling felt his pulse. The atmosphere became quiet, and Mu Yun unconsciously became a little nervous. If Yu Qingling said that he couldn't cure it, then she didn't know what to do. "Go lie down on the bed. I'll take a look at your stomach," Yu Qingling said after taking the pulse. Yuan Bao got up obediently and lay down on the bed. Yu Qingling followed him. Mu Yun looked at Song Jingnian and asked in a low voice, "Song Jingnian, is he really okay?" Song Jingnian frowned slightly and was a little worried. Seeing that he didn't speak, Mu Yun was also unsure. "It's not a big problem. I can just take the worm out for him." Just when she was worried that Yu Qingling wouldn't be able to cure it, Yu Qinglong's voice rang out. Mu Yun was immediately pleasantly surprised. She hurried over and asked excitedly, Dr. Yu, can you cure it? Yu Qingling nodded. A small worm disease is nothing to me, Yu Qingling. Didn't Master Jing tell you? I am the most talented heir of the divine doctor sect. You can't question my medical skills no matter what you question. Yu Qingling said jokingly, with a relaxed and confident look. Mu Yun's heart, which had been hanging high, immediately let go and heaved a sigh of relief.
Great.
Dr. Yu, thank you for your trouble. Yu Qingling smiled. You're welcome. Master Jing and I are good friends. You don't have to thank me. Yu Qingling was very curious about the relationship between Mu Yun and Song Jingyan, but this was not the time to ask. Since you can cure it, let's get started.
Song Jingyan said.
Yu Qingling gave him a helpless look. He was afraid that he was the only one in the world who had this attitude when asking people to do things. Let someone prepare hot water. I'll start now. Yu Qingling said seriously. Song Jingyan nodded, walked out, and asked the waiter to bring hot water. Yu Qingling opened the toolkit he brought with him. As soon as he opened it, there were all kinds of knives in it, including knives of all shapes, and some bottles and jars that he couldn't understand what they were. Mu Yun looked at the knives, which seemed to be no different from modern scalpels, small and sharp, with different shapes. Hot water soon came, and Yu Qingling looked at the little face that looked exactly like Song Jingyan and couldn't help but smile. Yuanbao, don't be afraid. Uncle is very good, and will soon be able to pull the worm out. Just lie down obediently. It will be a little painful, but it won't last long. You have to bear it. Don't cry or move around, okay? Yu Qingling hated children the most. They couldn't understand what they were saying. They just cried. But facing this child who looked so similar to Song Jingyan, he was quite patient. Yuanbao nodded. Thank you, Dr. Yu. Seeing that he was so well-behaved and polite, Yu Qingling smiled, and he had a better impression of Yuanbao. He took out the knives and placed them, and opened and placed some unknown bottles and jars. Mu Yun looked at his posture and felt worried. Are you going to have surgery? But in this era, there seems to be no such word as surgery. Mu Yun was puzzled, and the next second she saw Yu Qingling take out a small sharp knife. She hurriedly asked, Dr. Yu, do you need surgery? Yu Qingling nodded. Yes, you need to cut open your belly, but don't worry. It's just a small wound. With my ointment, it will heal quickly. Mu Yun was a little worried and looked at Yuanbao, but saw Yuanbao smiled at her. Don't be afraid, Mother, I'm fine. Yuanbao comforted Mu Yun instead. Mu Yun laughed, and seeing him so strong, she felt a little relieved. Okay, our Yuanbao is awesome. After preparing the medicine, applying Ma Fei sand on the edge of Yuanbao's belly button, Yu Qingling began to operate the knife. Yuanbao was actually a little nervous, but he didn't dare to show it because he was afraid that his mother would worry. Feeling the cold knife touching his skin, he couldn't help but tremble. Yu Qingling felt his trembling and comforted him softly. Don't be afraid. It will be fine soon. After cutting the hole, Yu Qingling immediately cut his finger again, and blood flowed out instantly. He took the medicine prepared on the side and mixed it with the blood and placed it on Yuanbao's belly button. Then he waited quietly for the insect to smell the smell and slowly crawl out. The room became quiet, and Mu Yun and Song Jingyan watched nervously. Yuanbao didn't dare to move at all. Soon, the insect moved and slowly ran towards the cut. Yu Qingling picked up the clamp with her other hand and immediately clamped the bug as soon as it ran out. Mu Yun was very nervous. She felt a thrill at that moment. Okay, it's okay, Yu Qingling said with a relaxed tone. Tian put the bug into a small bottle, then covered it with a lid, and then treated Yuanbao's wound. Yuanbao kept gritting his teeth, without a groan or crying out in pain. Mu Yun and Song Jingyan breathed a sigh of relief. After Yu Qingling treated Yuanbao's wound, Mu Yun thanked him solemnly, with a sincere attitude. Yu Qingling smiled and said that he and Song Jingyan were friends, and there was no need to be so polite. Mu Yun was truly relaxed when the most worrying thing was solved. She stayed with Yuanbao in the room, and Song Jingyan sent Yu Qingling out. At the entrance of the inn, seeing that there was no one around, Yu Qingling couldn't wait to ask, Prince, who is that child? A smile appeared in Song Jingyan's eyes, and he said lightly, That's my son. Yu Qingling widened his eyes in surprise and asked in disbelief, Is he really your son? But you are not? Song Jingnian said. He existed before that, it was an accident. Yu Qingling was pleasantly surprised. This accident happened at the right time. It's great. Your family will not be extinct at last. Then, Your Majesty, when are you going to marry Miss Mu? Song Jingnian gave him a cold look. Don't meddle in things that are not your business. The disease is cured. You should go wherever you should go. Let's go. Yu Qingling pretended to be angry. Your Majesty, don't go too far. You just throw it away after use. I rushed here for you, and it's too much for you to treat me like this. Song Jingnian followed him to the entrance of the post station and said, I'll take you here. I have something else to do. Please do as you please. Yu Qingling hurriedly said, Where are you going? Let me follow you. With a genius doctor like me following you, your health is guaranteed. Such a good thing. Others can't even ask for it. Your Majesty, you must cherish it. Song Jingnian thought for a while and said, It's up to you. We are about to set off. If you want to follow, get ready. Yu Qingling nodded. I'll pack my things right away. Wait for me. Yu Qingling ran to pack his bags. When Song Jingnian returned to the inn, Mu Yun had just coaxed Yuanbao to sleep. This was considered a minor operation. Although Yuanbao appeared strong on the surface, he was also afraid inside. He kept his nerves tense, but after relaxing, he felt tired. In addition, the aftereffect of Ma Fei's and also took effect, so he felt sleepy and fell asleep with Mu Yun's company. Song Jingnian glanced at the child's cute sleeping face, and his eyes softened. Mu Yun came to the table and poured herself a glass of water. Then she looked at Song Jingnian and said, Thank you for Yuanbao's matter. Song Jingnian came to sit opposite her and said, I also have the responsibility to take care of Yuanbao. You don't have to say polite words to me.
Mu Yun didn't speak.
She was silent, and I didn't know what she was thinking. Song Jingnian spoke again. Mu Yun, I apologize to you again for what happened 4 years ago. Even if I didn't mean it, the harm I caused to you is real. I am really sorry, and I am willing to make up for it. I want to talk to you seriously about the 2 children. Mu Yun's face was light, and no emotion could be seen. What do you want to talk to me about? To get the children back? Song Jingnian shook his head. I don't mean that. I just hope to fulfill my responsibilities as a father. The children need a legitimate identity. They will also need and want a father. I will also be a qualified father. This time, Mu Yun did not reject him coldly, but he did not agree to him either. She just said lightly, I am still very satisfied with our current life as mother and son, and I don't want it to be broken. The children's identities are also open and above board, and there is no secretiveness. As for whether they want a father, I will ask them. Song Jingnian, I still can't let go of what happened 4 years ago, so what you say now is redundant. Although Mu Yun was grateful for his help, he still didn't want to forgive him just like that. Song Jingnian was helpless, and after a moment he said, You said your family is from the capital, and you will go back for revenge sooner or later. What about Yuanbao and Yueya? How are you going to tell others about their identities? How will others laugh at them? They are still so young. Can they bear those bad rumors in their hearts? Mu Yun, we are adults. We can endure anything we go through, but they are children, and their hearts can't be as strong as ours. I just want to protect them. I just want to be a competent father. I don't want my children to be without a father's protection. Song Jingnian's tone was a little lonely, and he continued, My father is an extremely hypocritical person. In my heart, he is not worthy of being a father, and he has never protected me. Mu Yun, I don't care what I didn't get, but I hope that my children can get it. Maybe it's because of blood. I really like them. Before I met them, I didn't like children. Song Jingnian's true feeling surprised Mu Yun and made her a little confused. She felt that she could not forgive on behalf of the original owner, although she actually liked this person in her heart. Song Jingnian, I will think about it carefully. Let's talk about it when I return to the capital. I don't want to talk about this now, and you don't have to talk to me about this either. I won't stop you from seeing the children in the future, and I won't even stop them from calling you father, as long as they want to. But the rest, let's talk about it later. They originally planned to leave immediately after the disease was cured. After all, There were children waiting at home, but because Yuanbao fell asleep, the trip was temporarily put on hold. Muyan looked at Song Jingnian and said, "Why don't you take care of Yuanbao? I want to go out for a while." Song Jingnian was curious. "Where are you going?" Muyan's eyes turned cold, and he said, "The beating of Yuanbao and the others is related to the prefect of Yunzhou. One of the children is said to be the prefect's child, isn't it? And that Xueqing yesterday, wasn't he looking up to the prefect? I want to see what kind of saint this prefect is, who can protect so many people. It's not my style to not take revenge, but I have to find out the matter first, and then retaliate. I have to make sure I won't be backfired." Song Jingnian said, "When I went to the prefect's mansion in the morning, something happened. The prefect of Yunzhou is afraid that he will be stripped of his official hat. I heard that he was investigated and was imprisoned. If you go now, I'm afraid you won't see him." Mu Yun was surprised. "Really? What crime did the prefect commit?" Song Jingnian rarely saw her with such a vivid expression and couldn't help but smile. "It should be bribery. I heard from the people of Yunzhou that this prefect is a corrupt official with a bad reputation. It's only a matter of time before he is stripped of his official position." Mu Yun nodded. "Yeah, that's right. Then Xueqing has no backers? And the Su family?" Song Jingnian nodded. "Yeah, that's it." Mu Yun was a little happy. "Then you take care of Yuanbao. I'm going to deal with Xueqing. When I go back, I won't let the Su family go. They made my Yuanbao suffer so much. I won't let them go easily." Song Jingnian said, "I'll go with you." Mu Yun frowned. "What about Yuanbao? You should stay and look after him. I can go by myself." As he was talking, Yu Qingling came. Song Jingnian asked him to look after the child, and he went with Mu Yun. Yu Qingling, who had just arrived at the inn, was left to look after the child before she could say a few words to him. She could only watch the two people walking away, with resentment. On the street, Mu Yun asked, "Do you know where this Xueqing family is?" Song Jingnian said, "Wait a minute, I'll go ask." As he spoke, Song Jingnian walked into an alley with more than one person. Then, with a gesture, a subordinate immediately appeared. After asking a few questions, he turned back to the street. Mu Yun looked at him curiously. "Did you find out so quickly?" Song Jingnian nodded. "Well, follow me." Even if Mu Yun didn't go to take revenge, Song Jingnian was planning to have someone take revenge for her, so the subordinates knew everything. At this time, Mu Yun wanted to take revenge in person, so he would let her do it herself. Mu Yun followed Song Jingnian and walked further and further away. Just when she suspected that she had been deceived, she finally saw a gorgeous house. "The Xue family's house is in front." Song Jingnian's voice sounded. "The house is very big, no wonder it was built so remote. Does the Xue family have a large population? Why build such a big house?" Mu Yun asked casually. Song Jingnian replied, "Well, there are a lot. It is said that there are more than 100 people. Xueqing is just a branch. However, because his sister became the concubine of the prefect, he and his family also rose with the tide. Gradually, he gained status and became more arrogant and domineering. He often robbed women, but his brother-in-law, the prefect, solved the problem for him. He has never been in trouble." Taking out the prepared sack, Mu Yun said to Song Jingnian, "Go knock on the door and say you are looking for Xueqing. Ask him to come out for a while. This revenge will be avenged." Song Jingnian smiled helplessly. He didn't expect her way of revenge to be like this. But he didn't say anything and did as he was told. The two came to the front door of the house. Song Jingnian knocked on the door at Mu Yun's signal, and Mu Yun hid aside. Soon the servant came to open the door and asked him who he was looking for in confusion. Song Jingnian said, "I'm looking for Xueqing. I have something important to tell him. It's about his sister." Upon hearing this, the servant immediately went to ask for help. Soon, Xueqing came out with his head still healed. When he saw Song Jingnian, he subconsciously retreated into the mansion, feeling guilty and afraid. Mu Yun was quick and picked him up. The servant who followed behind was startled, but before he could react, he was knocked unconscious by Song Jingnian. He threw the servant at the door and closed the door. Xueqing, who was covered with his mouth, was frightened and struggled desperately with his eyes wide open. Muyun tied him up, put him in a sack, and was about to carry him up. Song Jingnian grabbed her hand and said, "Let me do it." Song Jingnian couldn't imagine what Muyun looked like when carrying someone. He took the sack from Muyun's hand, but he didn't carry it but dragged it. He dragged the person directly to the side of the house, avoiding the main door and the back door. "Okay, it's easy to fight here. You can start to take revenge. I'll keep watch for you." Song Jingnian threw the man on the ground and said. Muyun nodded with satisfaction, untied the sack, and then looked at Xue Cheng with a smirk. "Mr. Xue, from today on, you will be the Inut Xue. I heard that you have harmed many women in the past. Today I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Are you ready?" Xue Cheng widened his eyes in horror. He wanted to speak, but because his mouth was blocked, he could only make a humming sound. The whole person looked extremely embarrassed and no longer arrogant. Muyun sneered, and then hit him mercilessly. Beating people with bare hands is also a strenuous job. Muyun got tired after a while of punching and kicking. Song Jingnian was about to ask her if she wanted to help him, but turned around and saw her kicking Xue Cheng in the crotch. That kick was very hard. After the kick, Xue Cheng couldn't even scream. The whole person was in so much pain that he couldn't move. He couldn't recover for a long time and was sweating all over. Song Jingnian shuddered and unconsciously clamped his legs together. Xue Cheng's painful appearance made Muyun feel relieved. She felt much better, and her tone became better. "Xue Cheng, this is called retribution, do you understand?" Xue Cheng was in so much pain that he rolled on the ground and couldn't even hum. Muyun said again, "When you did so many bad things, you should have thought that there would be such a day." At this time, a sound suddenly came from the door of Xue's house, as if someone found the doorman fainted at the door. Song Jingnian said, "Someone will come soon. Do you want to leave? Or take him away and continue to beat him?" Muyun waved his hand. "Forget it, let's go."
"Don't beat him.
Just destroy his life force. He won't be able to do bad things in the future. As for his money, I will come to take it away soon. By then, he will have no money and power, and he will suffer more." The two left, leaving Xue Cheng lying on the ground with red eyes. Back at the inn, Yuanbao had already woken up and was talking to Yu Qingling. Seeing that he was in much better spirits, Muyun prepared to set off. She was worried about Yueya and the others at home. But they left a little late, and they might not get home until after dark. There was one more person on the way back, and the carriage was much noisier than when they came. Yu Qingling talked a lot, so much that Muyun felt drowsy after listening to him. Because she was worried about Yuanbao, she hadn't slept well in the past few days, and she couldn't help but feel sleepy when the carriage was swaying. Song Jingnian gave Yu Qingling a look, motioning him to be quiet. Then he quietly sat next to Muyun and leaned his shoulder over. The next moment, Muyun's head fell on his shoulder. Muyun slept very well, and she didn't wake up until she entered the territory of Lingxi County. She found herself sleeping on Song Jingnian's shoulder and was seen by Yu Qingling and Yuanbao. She felt a little embarrassed. She stood up quickly, turned her head and lifted the curtain of the carriage, and asked casually, "Where are we?" It was already dark outside, but fortunately the moonlight was very bright tonight, so she could still travel, but the speed was a little slower. "We are in Lingxi County, and we will enter the city soon,"
Song Jingnian said.
Muyun glanced at the sky and didn't know what time it was at this time. The carriage was quite fast. She felt that she would arrive as soon as she woke up. After entering the city, they came to the door of their house. Song Jingnian watched Muyun and Yuanbao enter the house, and finally, he took Yu Qingling to the inn. Yu Qingling asked curiously, "Why don't you live together?" "Prince, does Miss Mu not like you?" Song Jingnian didn't say anything. He didn't know whether Muyun liked him or not. He was also sleepy at this time and didn't have the energy to chat with Yu Qingling. After the carriage arrived at the inn, Song Jingnian paid the driver the fare and gave him a lot of extra tips. The driver took the money and went home happily. Yu Qingling looked around and said with some disdain, "Your Highness, are you going to live here? The environment is too bad." At this time, everyone had gone to bed, and there was only a waiter on duty. When he saw that it was Song Jingnian who came back, the waiter greeted him and left it alone. Song Jingnian opened a room for Yu Qingling and then told him not to call him Prince here, so as not to reveal his identity. After that, Song Jingnian went to rest, and only Yu Qingling couldn't fall asleep, with 1,000 thoughts in his mind. In the early morning, when Yuya learned that her mother and brother had returned, she ran to Mu Yun's room in surprise. Mom, you're back? Yuya's little face smiled happily, her tone was excited, and she threw herself into Mu Yun's arms and acted coquettishly. Mu Yun just woke up and hadn't gotten up yet. She hugged her daughter's soft body lovingly and kissed her forehead. Yuya, are you good? Yuya nodded impatiently. Yes, I am. Mother, I am very good. Mother, how is my brother? Is his illness cured? Mu Yun nodded. Okay, brother is fine. Have you gone to see him? Yuya shook her head. Not yet. I will go to see mother first, and then go to see my brother. Mu Yun was touched by her daughter's cute little appearance. She touched her daughter's little head lovingly and said softly, Then you go to see your brother now. Mother is getting ready to get up. Yuya nodded, turned around and ran out, running to Yuanbao's room. Brother, are you awake? The crisp and tender little voice kept ringing in the room, and Yuanbao was awakened by her even though he didn't wake up. He wanted to get up, but he noticed that the wound on his stomach was a little painful, so he didn't dare to move anymore. Brother, are you okay? Yuya ran to the bedside and asked. Her big eyes looked Yuanbao up and down. Hu Tianxi and Mu Yang came in to see Yuanbao after washing up and asked about his condition with concern. Yuanbao told them about his treatment process and they listened with relish, surprised and curious. Finally, Mu Yang lifted Yuanbao's clothes and looked at his stomach. The wound was wrapped in gauze, and they could not see it. They could only see traces of blood on the white gauze. Yuya's little face was full of distress. Brother, does it still hurt? Yuanbao smiled. It doesn't hurt anymore. Several children gathered together to talk. After Song Yan got up, he also went to see Yuanbao. When he learned that Yuanbao was cured, he was relieved instantly. Smoke rose in the yard, and Ziju started to make breakfast. Mu Yun had just finished washing up when someone knocked on the door. She thought it was Song Jingnian, but it turned out to be Bai Ruoxing. She was busy during this period, and because Song Jingnian's affairs disturb her mood, she forgot about Bai Ruoxing. Ruoxing, why are you here?
Come in.
Mu Yun hurriedly invited her, guessing why she came today. Bai Ruoxing smiled and didn't refuse. After sitting down, she took out a red invitation and handed it to Mu Yun, smiling in her eyes. Sister Mu, this is an invitation. I'm getting married, and I want to invite you to have a drink at the wedding. Mu Yun was surprised. So fast? Bai Ruoxing smiled shyly, with a hint of charm on her cold face, which made Mu Yun sigh in his heart. That Qinshiozai was really lucky. Well, I have to thank you, Sister Mu. Now my father is very satisfied with Chongsheng, and he said that Chongsheng will definitely be a talented person in the future. He is very happy about this marriage. With my father's decision, my mother dare not cause any more trouble, and the marriage has settled down. This unexpected surprise was unexpected by Bai Ruoxing. With the help of her father, the marriage went more smoothly. Mu Yun nodded and was also really happy for her. It was a good thing that such a beauty could help her find her own home. Then congratulations, Ruoxing. Live a good life with Mr. Qin in the future, and don't worry, I will definitely go to the wedding on your wedding day. Mu Yun took the invitation and agreed with a smile. Bai Ruoxing said a little embarrassedly, Sister Mu, this is the case. I want to ask you to design a wedding dress for me. I like the dress you designed for me last time. It is very unique. Sister Mu, are you free?
Mu Yun thought about it.
Although she was very busy, it was still difficult to refuse the request of a beauty. She couldn't bear it, so she smiled and agreed. Okay, when is your wedding date? I'll see if I can make it in time. Bai Ruoxing said, the 28th of next month, there are still 40 days. Is it in time, Sister Mu? Mu Yun hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, work hard. It should be in time. Mu Yun was thinking about leaving. For her business plan and revenge plan, she couldn't stay in Lingxi County forever. She should go out and go to various places to spread her business all over the country. These more than 40 days will be used to settle everything here. After settling down, she will start on the road. As for the children's schooling, she has a new plan, but it's not easy to find someone, but it doesn't matter. Take it slowly. Thinking of everything in Lingxi County, Muyan looked at Bai Ruoxing and asked, Ruoxing, after marriage, have you ever thought about what you want to do? Bai Ruoxing shook her head blankly. What to do? There is no need to do anything. Take care of my husband, serve my mother-in-law, manage household affairs, and nothing else. Muyan was helpless, but felt it was normal. After all, she was a person of this era. How much is your dowry? What do you have? She asked. Bai Ruoxing looked lost and said lightly, Many things left by my mother have been sold. Now that I am getting married, my father said that I only need 500 taels of dowry. I am afraid there is no other. Muyan was surprised. That's all? Your family has shops and farms, right? You didn't get any of them? Bai Ruoxing nodded. Yes, but they're the foundation of our family. My father won't give it to me, and my mother even less. If my father wasn't satisfied with this marriage, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have 500 taels. Muyan sighed. Then have you ever thought about what you would do when the 500 taels are gone? Bai Ruoxing sighed helplessly. Sister Mu, of course I have thought about it, but it's unnecessary to think about it. My family will never give me shops or farms. Muyan said, Ruoxing, people have to rely on others. Even if you marry Qin Changsheng, you can't guarantee how good he will be to you. You have to know that even your biological father will weigh the pros and cons, not to mention your husband, who is not related by blood. Men in this era have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and they are unreliable. So, in the future, you have to learn to rely on yourself so that even if something happens in the future, you can live comfortably by yourself. Bai Ruoxing has always had a voice in her heart saying this to her, but she is very confused and doesn't know what to do. Although she planned to get married, she still has concerns. Muyan smiled, looking helpless, and then said, You have heard of my shop, right? Bai Ruoxing nodded. I have heard of it a little. Sister Mu, you are very good. Now your ready-made clothes and fabrics are the best-selling in the whole Lingxi County. Many people even want to buy them, but can't. Muyan said, If you are interested, I will teach you how to design, but you still need a certain amount of talent in this area. If you find that you are not suitable in the end, then forget it and change to learn something else. But don't blame me when the time comes. Bai Ruoxing was very happy and said hurriedly, How could it be, Sister Mu? I can't thank you enough. How could I blame you? We are not related. You help me so much. I know in my heart, I am not the kind of ungrateful person. Muyan nodded. Okay, it doesn't matter if you don't have the talent for design. You can still learn to manage the shop. You don't have to worry as long as you have one of the brains and skills. Muyan wanted to train her to be a designer. She had no shortage of other people, but almost no one knew how to design. The two were chatting enthusiastically when Song Jingnian and the others arrived. Ziju's breakfast was almost ready. Bai Ruoxing did not leave despite Muyan's request and ate breakfast with him. Yu Qiling was very curious about everything here. There was nothing in the small Lingxi County, but there were many beauties, one after another. After breakfast, Song Jingnian said to Muyan, I will send Yan back to the capital tomorrow. I will come again after sending him there. Muyan glanced at him and said, It's up to you. You won't listen if I tell you not to come. Muyan was telling the truth. Knowing that he would not listen, she was too lazy to say it. Seeing her so indifferent, Song Jingnian felt some inexplicable complex emotions in his heart. He explained again. Muyan looked at him again and said seriously, You don't have to explain your things to me. Song Jingnian was helpless and had nothing to say. Song Yan knew that he had to go back, and he was reluctant to leave the 2 children. If Yuanbao hadn't had a wound on his body, he would have wanted to take them out to play for a day. Unable to go out for fun, Song Jingnian thought of some new things to play with the children. With so many people at home looking after the children, Muyan simply took Bai Ruoxing to inspect the shop, and by the way, he could tell her more about design inspiration and knowledge. Peng Qingyun didn't know that Muyan had returned yet, and he was a little surprised to meet her in the shop. Didn't you take Yuanbao to see a doctor? You're back so soon? Muyan said he's fine. He rushed back last night. Peng Qingyan nodded and asked with concern, "Is Yuanbao okay?" Muyan hummed and said, "Yes, he's fine." Hearing this, Peng Qingyan also breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, "Li Xiaoping seems to be on the move recently. He goes out early and comes back late. I don't know what he is preparing for. The Li family's restaurant has almost no business. It has been losing money during this period. So is the cloth shop. These were originally the two most profitable categories. Now it's losing money. He must be unwilling and angry. If he doesn't think of a way, I'm afraid he will have to close down. I'm afraid he will resort to some shameful means again. Moto notet ise. You find someone to watch him and try to find out what he wants to do so that we can take precautions." Peng Qingyan nodded. "Yes, I know. My people are watching him all the time." After chatting for a few words, Peng Qingyan went to take care of the roast duck restaurant and the braised food shop. Muyan took Bai Ruoxing to continue visiting shops. In addition to the ready-made clothing shop, there was also a jewelry shop. After a round of walking, Bai Ruoxing's mind was filled with many new things. She instantly felt as if she had found her goal and knew what to do. Her heart seemed to no longer be so empty. "Sister Mu, I will try to draw some pictures for you when I go back. I have learned some painting skills, but I have never tried to draw clothes and jewelry. I don't know if I can draw them. I will give it a try." Bai Ruoxing couldn't wait to go back and try. Muyan said a few words to her, and then Bai Ruoxing went back by herself. Muyan went to see the braised food shop and roast duck shop that had not yet opened. They would open in 2 days, and everything was ready, just waiting for a good day. Before the official opening, she asked Peng Qingyan to prepare for a 2-day trial operation, but it was the kind that did not charge money. She wanted to let everyone try it first. Everyone who passed by the shop was allowed to taste it for free, but it was just a small piece, which quickly aroused their taste experience, but they could not buy it, which would make them unforgettable. In this way, a large number of customers would be welcomed when the official opening was completed. Muyan arrived in front of the shop and saw a bustling crowd as expected. Everyone liked free and fresh things, so it attracted quite a few people. Seeing that the workers were busy, she did not disturb them and turned back home. In the yard, Song Jingnian was playing archery games with the children. After a while, he made a small bow and arrow for each child and was teaching them archery. Because Yuanbao had a wound on his stomach, he couldn't make any big movements or use any force, so he could only watch them play with longing in his eyes. Song Jingnian saw his eagerness and said, "I will be back in a few days. I will teach you archery every day and make you a bow and arrow that is just for you." Yuanbao nodded. Although he was looking forward to it, he didn't show it on his face. Although he didn't call Song Jingnian dad, his attitude became much better and there was no resistance in his eyes anymore. Song Jingnian was very happy about this. Seeing Mu Yun coming back, Yuya happily shared her achievements with her. Her cute dancing appearance made everyone want to laugh. Archery was so new to them, so the children were very happy. Muyan looked at the people in the yard and suddenly felt that it was good to have more people and livelier life. The children all had smiles on their faces, and it seemed that life had become much more interesting. She smiled and praised several children in turn, then joined their team and shot arrows with them. She is quite proficient in other aspects, but she seems to be unable to master archery. This is her first time to come into contact with this thing. Song Jingnian looked at her clumsy movements, and a helpless smile appeared on his face unconsciously, and then he walked over to instruct her. "That's not how you hold your hands. You have to do it like this, pinch here." Song Jingnian's sudden approach made Mu Yun stunned for a moment. His big hand grabbed her hand and changed its position. His magnetic and deep voice sounded in her ears, which was very pleasant to hear. Mu Yun suddenly pushed him away reluctantly. His heart suddenly started beating fast and became full of energy. Yu Qingling smiled and nudged Bai Mu with his elbow, motioning him to look. Bai Mu smiled, looking a little embarrassed. It seems that his prince has come to his senses. Song Yan stared at the intimacy between the two, watching with great interest and a look of happiness on his face. He had decided that Mu Yun was his cousin's wife. He couldn't wait to see the two of them get married and return to Beijing to shock everyone. You can shoot now, try it. Song Jingnian's voice sounded again. After teaching Mu Yun to get into position, he let go of her hand and stood aside to watch. Mu Yun put away her charming thoughts, looked forward, and after determining the target, she shot an arrow. Unexpectedly, she hit it. Song Jingnian was a little surprised. Mu Yun's actions just now showed that she had never learned archery, but she was able to hit it on her first try, which was quite impressive. Although the distance was not far, her achievement was also rare. Song Yian was the first to praise. Sister Mu, you are amazing.
You hit the target in one try.
It seems that you are very talented. Yu Qingling also praised, it is really amazing. You hit the target in the first try. It shows that Miss Mu is gifted. It seems that you can learn more. Mu Yun smiled and subconsciously looked at Song Jingnian, but saw him smiling and said, yeah, it is really amazing. Song Yian and Yu Qingling both looked at him in surprise. Anyone who has come into contact with him knows how strict he is. At this time, he actually praised Mu Yun so easily. It seems that this person has really changed. Song Yian was happy, feeling that he was one step closer to calling Mu Yun cousin, while Yu Qingling was in a complicated mood, with mixed feelings. Mu Yun became interested and officially joined the team to learn archery, practicing archery with the children. Song Jingnian stood beside her and said, I will make you a bow and arrow suitable for you when I come back. This one is not suitable for you now. Mu Yun ignored him, neither saying yes nor no. Song Jingnian felt helpless when he didn't ignore her again. After spending so many days together, he had some understanding of Mu Yun's temper. If she didn't reject him explicitly, it meant that she liked him. The night was getting darker and darker, and the sky was filled with twinkling stars, like fine sands forming the Milky Way. The cool breeze blew, the branches on the roadside rustled, and the occasional chirping of crickets sounded in the bushes. Mu Yun suddenly felt that they were on a date. The date that Mu Qing had described to her before seemed to be this kind of scene, quiet and beautiful, and even the air was warm. Song Jingnian was slow to speak, and Mu Yun didn't speak either. The two walked quietly, with slow steps. It wasn't until a long time later that Song Jingnian's voice sounded. Yu Qingling won't go with me. I asked him to stay here. If the children feel uncomfortable, you can ask him to see them. You can use him without hesitation. You don't have to be polite to him. Mu Yun lowered his head and chuckled, and said in a light tone, Is that what you want to tell me? Song Jingnian stopped and said no. Mu Yun also stopped and looked at him. Then what do you want to tell me? Song Jingnian didn't actually want to say anything. He just wanted to talk to her, but he didn't know what to say specifically. But he couldn't tell Mu Yun this. She would be angry, and maybe even think he was playing tricks on her. After thinking for a while, he said, I just want to tell you that I will come back. Don't think I will just leave.
Mu Yun.
Give him a chance. He doesn't know how to cherish it, forget it. In this atmosphere and this situation, he should confess to her. No, he doesn't seem to like her, and the so-called marriage is just to be responsible. Mu Yun looked up at him. The moonlight shone on his face, flickering. His deep eyebrows fell into the shadow, so that she couldn't see his expression. She only felt that the dark eyes were staring at her closely. She noticed that her heart was beating again, which was particularly obvious in this quiet night. What about when you come back? Will you stay with me all the time? Or convince me to let me go back to your home with you for the sake of the child? Mu Yun asked, staring at him closely. Song Jingnian felt a little uncomfortable with her eyes, but he couldn't escape. He didn't actually think about what would happen after he came back. At this time, Mu Yun asked, and he thought about it and said, It's up to you. In fact, I don't like Beijing either. Mu Yun took 2 steps closer to him and asked Song Jingnian, Do you like me? Or do you just want to be responsible for me? What are you thinking when you say these words? Is it responsibility? Or something else? Song Jingnian was silent, and Mu Yun's eyes suddenly became hot, which made him a little flustered. He himself didn't know, but no matter what it was, he had to be responsible for the 2 children and Mu Yun. Seeing that he was hesitant to speak, Mu Yun sneered. Song Jingnian saw the sarcasm in her eyes, which made him feel a little blocked in his heart. Song Jingnian, it's better if you don't like me, because I won't like you either. Muyun's voice was cold. But I like to tease you. After speaking, Muyun suddenly tiptoed and quickly kissed his cold, thin lips and bit his lips lightly. Song Jingnian was stunned. The dark eyes lit up instantly, and a strange light flashed. Muyun quickly pulled away, leaving him with a cold and teasing smile, and then strode away. Song Jingnian stared at her back in a daze and unconsciously touched his lips, which seemed to still have her warmth and breath left, which made him blush. Song Jingnian did not fall asleep that night and was always dazed, as if he had dreamed of Muyun. In the morning, Bai Mu and Bai Xing prepared the horses and waited for him to get up and set off. Knowing that Song Yan and the others were leaving today, Zizhu got up early to make breakfast. When Song Jingnian arrived, Song Yan had also prepared his luggage and said goodbye to Yuanbao and Yueya. Muyun did not go to the store either, but waited for them at home to have breakfast together. After dinner, Song Jingnian said a few words to the two children, hugged them again, and then got on the horse. Bai Mu and Bai Xing were left behind, and Song Jingnian was not very worried about this place. Finally, his eyes fell on Mu Yun. Thinking of the kiss last night, Song Jingnian looked at Mu Yun deeply. But Mu Yun didn't even look at him. Song Yan waved at them, and then rode away with Song Jingnian. Yu Qingling smiled and said, "Look at how reluctant he is. I don't know who he is reluctant to leave." Yu Qinglong's jokes were ignored. He suddenly felt a little bored and turned to play with Yueya. Song Jingnian left. Muyun showed no reaction on her face. In fact, she felt a little reluctant in her heart, but she didn't want to admit it. He was just a man. If he wanted to leave, he could leave. There were many other things to do. Besides, Song Jingnian was a wooden man who only talked about responsibility. She didn't care about him. Muyun began to devote herself to her career. Yuanbao was recovering from his injuries, and Mu Yang and the others would not go to the academy. Muyun went to refund the tuition and then asked Bai Mu to help find a teacher. It would be best if he could always follow them and teach at any time. However, such a teacher might be difficult to find, but she also wanted to try. For the time being, she may not be able to settle down in the next few years, and the children need to travel with her, but they cannot fall behind in their studies, so she can only find a teacher who is willing to travel with them. Wait until things settle down in a few years, then send the children to academy. This way they won't fall behind. Also, traveling more is good for the children as it can broaden their horizons. After Bai Mu received the order, he immediately sent a pigeon message to Song Jingyang, saying that the matter of the teacher must have been arranged by their prince. Suddenly, more people came to look after the children, so Muyun didn't have to worry about the children's safety at all. She went back to Qinghe village to see how Daqiang's wife was doing with her breeding. The goods for the braised food shop and the roast duck restaurant are all supplied to Daqiang's wife. I don't know if she can supply them. There will be more stores that need supplies in the future, so she has to go and see if Daqiang and his wife can afford more. Muyun's arrival was welcomed by many villagers. Now no one talked about her behind her back anymore, and they respected her a lot more. Daqiang's family is living better and better now. All the villagers are very envious. They also hope that one day Muyun will help them so that they can live a prosperous life. Therefore, Muyun's arrival makes them a little excited. But Muyun didn't say anything, just said that he came to see Daqiang's wife's breeding farm. This was Muyun's first visit, and she was a little surprised. This farm was really well organized. The chickens and ducks were managed separately, and the site was very clean. They were fed with grass and grain, and all kinds of food were fed together. The site was also very large. In order to raise these, Daqiang and his wife moved to the side of the farm and built a small hut where they lived. Xiaonan, can you see if there is anything we need to improve here? We will listen to you. After not seeing each other for a long time, Luyu was very happy to see Muyun. Muyun smiled. No, that's great. These fences and other things were built by brother Daqiang, right? Luyu nodded. Well, these are what your brother Daqiang is best at. Muyun smiled and then said, Sister Yu, I came here today to tell you that your production here can keep up, but in a few months, your current production may not be able to keep up. Except for Lingxi County, I will open shops in all places in Xiagua. However, for places too far away from Lingxi County, I will have people set up breeding farms in other suitable places. The supply here is probably in Yunzhou and Jingzhou, but even if there are only these places, your breeding farm alone cannot supply them. Lu Yu was very surprised. Xiao Yun, you want to make this business so big?
This is too scary.
Things that Lu Yu dared not even think about were simple here in Mu Yun. She was surprised and felt that Mu Yun should be so powerful. Mu Yun smiled. I'm free anyway, it's fun to do some business. Lu Yu was very envious. She could feel Mu Yun's carefree and free nature, the kind of carefree and free nature that was in his bones. Unlike her, although she was very happy with Daqiang, it was impossible for her to go to the wider world outside. She was afraid that she would spend her whole life in Lingxi County. She smiled enviously. This is also good. I hope you can always be so free and happy. Lu Yu said sincerely. Mu Yun smiled. Yes, I will. Then, Sister Yu, do you want to expand the scale? Lu Yu thought about it and shook her head. Forget it, it's already very big at the moment. Daqiang and I are very busy. If we expand it further, we can't afford it. Besides, we've made a lot of money at the moment and I'm not greedy. Now I don't have to worry about money. I just want to live a good life with Daqiang. Besides, I'm pregnant, and I have to take care of the child in the future, so there will be a lot of things to do. Lu Yu's face was now full of a happy smile. Seeing this, Mu Yun smiled and congratulated her, and then said, in that case, I'll tell the village chief to ask him to find someone else to build a breeding farm. Lu Yu nodded yes. By the way, Xiaoren, do you still remember the Chun family? The Chun family that lives next door to you. Mu Yun frowned slightly. She had a good impression of the Chun family. They were a very upright family, unlike other families that had many twists and turns. I'll go take a look later. Uncle Chen's family helped me before. Lu Yu nodded. That's why I remember this. You are a loyal person, different from others. I told you that you must go take a look. You are knowledgeable. It would be even better if you know where there are good doctors. Mu Yun thought of Yu Qingling. She had never seen his name as a miracle doctor, but this time she might have a chance to see him. Mu Yun quickly set off for the Qin family. The yard was still the same yard. She hadn't been there for a long time. Mu Yun felt a little strange and familiar. It made her miss the time when she lived here. The scenery and air were much better than in the city. Hearing the knock on the door, it was Aunt Chin who opened the door. Seeing that it was Mu Yun, she was stunned for a moment, and then she came back to her senses and said with some surprise, Mu Yun, why are you here? The other people in the room were also very surprised to hear this name. Aunt Chin quickly asked Mu Yun to come in and sit down. As soon as Mu Yun came in, he saw a yard full of people. The Chin family had a large population, almost a dozen people in total, and they all looked at Mu Yun curiously at this time. Being stared at by so many pairs of eyes, Mu Yun was a little helpless. If she hadn't had a strong psychological quality, she would have been nervous when they looked at her. Uncle Chen spoke first. Mu Yun girl, why are you here? Mu Yun glanced at the child held by Uncle Chen's daughter-in-law. The child was still crying, and the crying sounded distressing. The child's voice should be a little hoarse, and the crying sound was different from that of ordinary children, as if it was a little torn. I heard that Uncle Chen's grandson was sick, so I came to see him. Hearing this, several people in the Chin family were very moved. Only Mu Yun came to see him specially. Their real relatives and friends knew that they wanted to borrow money, so they all avoided them, let alone came to visit. Uncle Chin forced a polite smile and said, Thank you. Come and sit down. My dear, go and make a cup of tea for Mu Yun. Mu Yun hurriedly said, No, Aunt Chin, don't bother. I'll be leaving soon. I came here to tell you that my Yuanbao got sick a few days ago. I asked someone to help invite a doctor from the capital. He is said to be a miracle doctor. My Yuanbao's illness has been cured. The miracle doctor hasn't left yet. Why don't you take the child to see him and see if he can cure it? Hearing this, the Chin family was immediately overjoyed. Really? Sister Mu Yun? The eldest daughter-in-law holding the child asked impatiently, her eyes full of eager expectations. Mu Yun nodded, Yes, it's true, but I can't guarantee that the miracle doctor can cure it. I don't know anything about the disease. I just think that the miracle doctor's medical skills are pretty good, so I want you to try it. The Chin family nodded hurriedly, and Uncle Chin said, Yes, yes, it's good that you can come to tell us this specially. Our whole family thanks you, Muyun girl. You're a kind-hearted child. Thank you. Muyun didn't delay much and took the Chin family back to the city. There were many people, so Uncle Chin and his son borrowed a bullock cart, and the eldest daughter-in-law and Aunt Chin took the children with Muyun in the carriage. The rest of the people stayed at home. There were still livestock to feed at home, so not everyone could leave. Muyun took the Chin family directly to her home. As soon as she opened the door, she was stunned by the scene in the yard. The yard was full of paper and drawing boards, and all kinds of colorful papers were flying everywhere, and the yard was in a mess. Muyun suddenly pushed the door open and interrupted the people who were playing. Bai Mu and Bai Xing were all covered in paint, as were several other children, with their hands and faces covered in all kinds of colors. Only Yu Qingling was clean, sitting quietly by the side watching them play. Mom, are you back? Auntie Yun, we are painting. Do you think my painting looks like it? Hu Tianxi raised the drawing paper in his hand and showed it to Mu Yun, then looked at him expectantly. Mu Yun sighed silently and wanted to curse at the mess on the ground, but Hu Tianxi's silly smile and expectant look prevented her from getting angry. Even smiling and praising, it's beautiful. But what did you draw? Aunt Yun really can't tell. Hu Tianxi said innocently, Aunt Yun, is this you? You don't even recognize yourself?
Muyun.
He looked at the drawing paper he held up again. The abstract lines vaguely showed that the shape was personal, but if you said it was her, no one would believe it. Yu Qingling couldn't help but burst out laughing. Tianxi, if your Aunt Yun draws the same as you, then you probably won't have an uncle in the future, haha. Yu Qingling's laughter was too prominent, and Muyun rolled his eyes at him. There are guests here. Be careful that people think that he, the miracle doctor, is unreliable. Ahem. Muyun pretended to cough twice, and then said, Hurry up and pick up these on the ground. There are guests coming. Hearing this, Bai Mu and Bai Xing hurriedly took action and picked up the waste paper on the ground one by one. Muyun turned back and smiled at the Chin family a little embarrassedly, and then invited them in. After asking a few people to sit down, Muyun said to Yu Qingling, Dr. Yu, this is the case. Uncle Chen's grandson is sick. Other doctors say that he can't be cured. I want to ask you to take a look. Can you cure him? Hearing about the cure, Yu Qingling became interested and sat up straight. Really? Let me take the child and have a look. The Chin family didn't expect the miracle doctor to be so young. After they realized what was happening, they hurriedly took the child over. At this time, the child fell asleep and stopped crying. Yu Qingling examined the child while asking, Are there any symptoms? Tell me one by one. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Chin family hurriedly told the child about her symptoms. She always had a fever at night, red spots in her throat, her voice was hoarse, and she refused to eat. Other doctors said it was not a cold. Although some symptoms were similar, it was definitely not a cold. As for what it was, they couldn't tell. In addition, the child seemed to feel pain, but because he was too young to speak, they were not sure whether he felt pain or not. They just said it based on their feelings. After a careful examination, Yu Qingling said, It's not a big problem. I'll prescribe a prescription. It will be cured in 3 days. To relieve the child's discomfort, I'll give him a few injections today. This will make him better faster. The Chin family was full of disbelief. Is it that simple? Divine doctor, is it true? My son will be cured after taking the medicine? The eldest daughter-in-law was in disbelief, her eyes filled with tears, and she asked in disbelief. Yu Qingling nodded, Really? I'm not called a divine doctor for nothing. Don't you believe me? The eldest daughter-in-law shook her head hurriedly. No, I believe you, I believe. I'm just too happy. She cried with joy. Chun Lao patted his wife's shoulder to comfort him and sincerely thanked the divine doctor. After that, he said many words of thanks to Mu Yun. It's just that they are a little embarrassed about the consultation fee. Now they only have a few dozen coins left on their bodies. The others hesitated and were embarrassed to speak. Finally, Uncle Chin said, Divine doctor, how much is the consultation fee? No matter how much it is, they will make up. They are grateful to the divine doctor. Mu Yun said, "No need for consultation fee, Uncle Chen. Dr. Yu is also my friend. You have helped several children in my family before. No need for consultation fee or anything like that." Uncle Chen's family was very embarrassed. After a lot of polite exchanges, Yu Qingling finally said that he would not accept the consultation fee, and the Qin family gave up. Not only did they not want the consultation fee, but the medicine money was also a considerable expense. Who knew that Mu Yun directly asked Bai Mu to get the medicine and got all the medicine for 3 days without letting the Qin family spend a penny. After that, he invited them to have dinner and then sent them to the inn to rest and asked them to go back tomorrow. It was already very late today, and by the way, he took out another 20 taels of silver and gave them to them, saying that it was a loan, and it took a long time to get them to accept it. The next morning, the Qin family came to Mu Yun to say goodbye. The little grandson's illness was cured, and it was time for them to go back. Mu Yun told them his plan, and then asked them to go to Daqiang's house to learn about the breeding model. The expansion of the breeding farm was also completed. The Qin family went back happily, feeling that life had infinite hope again, and the family no longer had to worry about money. Mu Yun was busy with business. 3 days later, Song Jingnian also brought Song Yian back to the capital. On the way, the two encountered 2 assassinations, but this time it was not the Jin people. As for who it was, they also had guesses in their hearts, but there was no evidence, so they couldn't say anything. When Song Jingnian reappeared in the capital, everyone was surprised. This legendary god of war prince has not appeared for more than 2 years. Seeing him again at this time was surprising. At the same time, the news that King Ping had returned began to spread in the capital, and there were many speculations about this. In the palace courtyard, the emperor, who was over 40 years old, was also very happy to see his nephew Song Jingnian. "I knew that only you could find Ian, and I was right." The emperor seemed very happy when his son came back and saw his nephew again, and his slightly fat face was full of smiles. Song Jingnian said in a light tone, "Your Majesty, the prince has been found, so I will take my leave first." Song Jingnian wanted to go back to see his mother, and then he was going to Lingxi County. Seeing that he was in such a hurry to leave, the emperor said helplessly, "Jingnian, where are you in a hurry to go?" "I'm not leaving today. Your grandmother has been unwell recently. The old lady is old and has been thinking about you recently. You are back at the right time. Just spend more time with her in the next few days." The imperial physician said that I'm afraid it will be only a few days. As he said this, the emperor felt uncomfortable and his face was full of sorrow. Song Jingnian was surprised. It was also a little hard to accept. Isn't the royal grandmother in good health? I haven't heard that she was sick before. How come she suddenly? The emperor sighed and said, Your memory is still stuck in a few years ago. Your royal grandmother's health has declined in the past year. After all, she is old. No matter how much medicine she uses, she can't beat the passage of time. The reason why I urged you to come back quickly is that I want you to accompany her more in her last days. You are the one she is most worried about. She has been thinking about you every day these days. Your marriage is what she is most worried about. Jingnian, I will grant you a marriage. The girl from the Su family is very infatuated with you. She has been waiting for you all these years. The couple of Swanpinghao have also been worried about this daughter. They have found many young talents for her, but she didn't want them and waited for you. That girl is known as the most beautiful woman in the capital. You will not lose anything if you marry her. Song Jingnian was helpless. Uncle, I don't like her. Please don't match her up randomly. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, you'll be responsible for it yourself, and I won't care. Speaking of marriage, Song Jingnian was afraid and called his uncle back directly. He no longer talked about the etiquette between the monarch and the minister. If he talked about etiquette again, he would not be able to refuse when the emperor granted the marriage. Seeing that he called his uncle back, the emperor was very happy. He had told him many times that family members should not be so formal, but this child was stubborn and rarely called his uncle. He always called his majesty and his majesty in a serious manner. He would only call his uncle when he wanted to ask him for something. How can I say that I am just randomly matching you up? I think that girl from the Su family is a good match for you, so let's just say it's settled. I will grant you a marriage right now." The emperor was about to start writing, but Song Jingnian hurriedly said, "Uncle, if you grant me a marriage, I will go to Yuntai Mountain right now and never come back." His threat really stopped the emperor. The emperor looked helpless and said earnestly, "Jingnian, if your grandmother could see you get married, she would probably feel at ease. If you are still alone, she would definitely not feel at ease. Can you really bear it?" Song Jingnian said, "I will go and tell the Empress Dowager. Uncle, please don't make trouble. I will go to see the Empress Dowager now." After saying that, Song Jingnian ran out without bowing. His running away appearance made the emperor helpless and amused. This kid seems to be a little different this time, but it seems that there is nothing different. The emperor shook his head helplessly. "I can't tell." The eunuch on the side laughed and said, "It's rare to see the prince and your majesty so open. Maybe he has been away for a long time and misses you as his uncle." Hearing this, the emperor laughed twice, obviously very happy. But when he turned around and saw a pile of memorials, his smile disappeared again. The eunuch looked at it and said hurriedly, "Your Majesty, you have been dealing with memorials for a while. The weather is cool today. Why don't you go to the Imperial Garden for a walk, get some fresh air, and relax?" The emperor looked out the window and shook his head. "Forget it. Let's deal with government affairs first. My sister is at the Queen Mother's place, and Jingnian and Ian are back. You go and arrange dinner. Let's go to the Queen Mother's palace for dinner. It's a rare family reunion." Thinking of this, the emperor felt better and a smile appeared in his eyes. He ordered again, "Go and tell the queen to go to the Queen Mother's palace for dinner." The eunuch took the order and left. At this time, in Shokong Palace, Song Jingnian had a smooth journey and came to the palace. In the hall, the Queen Mother was lying on the couch, and on both sides sat the Grand Princess of Yong'an and the daughter of the Marquis of Xianping, Su Qingyuan. Seeing Song Jingnian suddenly appear in the hall, everyone was surprised. The Grand Princess of Yong'an stood up hurriedly, her eyes full of joy.
Jingyan?
"You're back?" Su Qingyuan was also very excited when she saw the face she had been thinking about day and night, but she couldn't show it too excitedly, so she tried to suppress her inner emotions and tried not to show it on her face. Song Jingnian bowed to his mother and said softly, "Mother." Princess Yong'an was very happy and nodded with a smile. She said, "Are you here to see your grandmother? Go quickly. Let your grandmother take a good look at you. She's been talking about you every day these days." Thinking of the Queen Mother's health, the princess felt uncomfortable. Song Jingnian walked quickly to the Queen Mother's bed. Looking at the Queen Mother's old and thin face, he felt a pain in his heart and his eyes turned red. "Grandmother, why didn't you let someone tell me earlier that you were sick?" Song Jingnian's gentle tone carried a hint of truthfulness. Before he left, the Queen Mother was still a healthy old lady, far from the haggard face like now, which made people feel shocked. The old lady smiled kindly, held her grandson's hand, and said, "Jingnian is back?" Song Jingnian nodded and held the old lady's hand. Seeing her so sick, she felt sad. "Yes, you are back, grandmother." The Queen Mother smiled. "It's good that you are back. It's good that you are back. Since you are back, shouldn't you get married? Grandmother has to wait until she drinks your wedding wine before she can go on the road with peace of mind. Otherwise, even if she dies, she will not be able to let you go." This was the second time Su Qingyuan was so close to Song Jingnian. His cold fragrance broke into her nostrils, making her face blush quietly and her heart beat rapidly. The Queen Mother took Su Qingyuan's hand and was about to put it on Song Jingnian's hand, but Song Jingnian dodged it. "Grandmother, I haven't thought about getting married yet. Can we talk about this slowly later?" Song Jingnian's sudden move of dodging hurt Su Qingyuan. Her face, which had just blushed, turned pale in an instant, and she looked hurt and lowered her head in disappointment. The eldest princess watched from the side, and she was also distressed. In the past few years, Su Qingyuan had been with her, adding a lot of joy to her boring and dull life. She liked Su Qingyuan very much in her heart, and when Song Jingnian's physical condition was exposed, only Su Qingyuan remained unchanged. She really liked Song Jingnian, not for power and wealth, but for sincerity. In the eyes of the eldest princess, sincerity is the most rare. So she likes Su Qingyuan and really hopes that Su Qingyuan can marry Song Jingnian and become her daughter-in-law. But looking at her son's attitude at this time, she was afraid that this idea could not be realized. The Queen Mother was helpless and looked at Song Jingnian with some dissatisfaction, and also noticed Su Qingyuan's disappointment. She had to say softly, "Qingyuan, go to the kitchen to see if the bird's nest for me is ready." Su Qingyuan put away her disappointment, nodded quickly, and retreated. When the Queen Mother saw that everyone had left, she spoke. "Jingnian, you know how Qingyuan feels about you. Such a girl is very rare. You must cherish her." Song Jingnian did not speak, and the Queen Mother continued. "Your actions just now hurt the girl. How can the royal grandmother feel at ease after you do this? Just agree to the royal grandmother and get married. Okay?" The Queen Mother almost used a pleading tone. Song Jingnian was helpless. "Grandmother, I don't like Miss Su, and I won't marry her. If you really like her, please arrange a marriage for her and choose a suitable husband for her. Don't waste time on me. It will hurt her in the long run." The eldest princess was a little angry. "Jingnian, what do you want? If you don't like Su Qingyuan, who do you like? Your grandmother is in such a bad health now, and you are the grandson who is most worried. Do you want her to leave with anxiety and regret? Qingyuan is beautiful, well-educated, gentle, and quiet. She is so excellent, but you don't like her.
What kind of person do you like?"
The eldest princess sighed and softened her tone. "Jingnian, your grandmother is not in good health, and I am afraid that my health will only last for another 10 years. When we are all gone in the future, you will have no relatives.
What will you do then?
You will be very lonely. Mother just thinks about it and feels distressed. Why don't you understand our painstaking efforts?" The eldest princess really couldn't do anything with him. Song Jingnian held his forehead helplessly. "Mother, you think too far ahead." Seeing that he was still unmoved, the princess was helpless and angry. It seemed as if her heart was blocked, unable to go up or down, which made her feel very uncomfortable. If she didn't use the Queen Mother's illness to urge him this time, she might never be able to do it again in the future. The princess didn't want to miss such a rare opportunity, but she couldn't be impatient and had to think about it again. She calmed down and slowly said, "Forget it. You have never been a parent, and you don't know that parents love their children and plan for them in the long run. Things that seem very far away in your eyes seem to be very close in your mother's heart. Your grandmother can't be at ease, and I can't be at ease either. Jingnian, if you insist on going your own way, we can't do anything. In the end, we can only go to the ground with anxiety and worry, unable to rest in peace." The princess' words were serious. She even said that she couldn't rest in peace. Song Jingnian was really helpless and a little bit embarrassed. "Grandmother, Mother, I may get married, but it will definitely not be with Miss Su. Please stop trying to match us up. Mother, I promise you that I will not go to Yuntai Mountain to practice, but please don't force me to get married, okay?" Hearing this, the princess was very surprised. She even ignored his words that they might get married. "Really? You're not going to Yuntai Mountain?" You know, she had thought of many ways to prevent him from going to Yuntishan before, but failed to force him to agree. Now he actually took the initiative to say that he would not go. This surprised the princess very much. Song Jingnian nodded. "Yes, really, I won't go." The princess was very happy, and the smile on her face suddenly became real, the kind of happiness that came from the heart. Good, great. What are you talking about, sister? You look so happy. Is His Royal Highness Prince Ping going to get married?" Concubine Qiu and the queen arrived, along with Song Yan. Before they came in, Concubine Qiu's voice was heard. But the tone of voice seemed to carry a hint of sarcasm. "Your son respectfully wishes the Queen Mother the best of health. Your grandson respectfully wishes the Queen Grandmother the best of health. Your concubine respectfully wishes the Queen Mother the best of health." The voices of the Queen, Song Yan, and Concubine Qiu sounded one after another, and the three of them knelt on the ground, waiting for the Queen Mother to speak. The queen mother on the couch glanced at the few people and said calmly, "Everyone get up." After the three of them stood up, the queen and the imperial concubine sat on the chairs, while Song Yan went to the bedside to show concern for the Empress Dowager's health. The queen looked at the princess and Song Jingnian and said, "Thanks to Jingnian, the prince was able to return safely this time." "I am here to thank Jingnian." Song Jingnian said calmly, "Your Highness, you don't have to be polite. This is what I should do." Concubine Qiu smiled and said, "What were the emperor and the prince talking about just now?" They laughed so happily. "I haven't seen the emperor laugh like this for a long time." The eldest princess said calmly, "It's nothing." Concubine Qiu is still so curious about other people's affairs. "You should take care of your own children when you have time." The eldest prince Song Yifan and Princess Baoqing Song Qianyu, born to concubine Qiu, love to make trouble the most. The eldest prince is not smart enough in political affairs, but he likes to participate in political affairs very much. He often makes mistakes and is reprimanded by the emperor. Princess Baoqing is the only princess in the whole palace. She is spoiled and arrogant. She is arrogant. She either bullies this noble lady or teases that young man. This gives concubine Qiu a headache and often has to clean up the mess for her, to avoid the emperor knowing about it and letting the princess fall out of favor. Being criticized by the princess, concubine Qiu was not happy, but she did not dare to say anything. She could only smile and said, "I am just concerned about my sister." The prince's marriage is being watched by the whole capital. "By the way, where's Miss Su? Why is she gone? Wasn't she serving the queen mother yesterday?" As she spoke, concubine Qiu smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth. The princess was very unhappy with her appearance. At this time, Su Qingyuan came in with a bird's nest and saluted the queen and the concubine. "Your servant greets the queen and the concubine." The queen said softly, "No need to be polite. What is Miss Su holding?" Su Qingyuan smiled and said, to answer the queen, "This is the queen mother's bird's nest. The queen mother has to eat a bowl of it at this time every day." The queen nodded. "Go to the queen mother and serve her." Su Qingyuan nodded and went over with the bird's nest. Song Jingnian was still beside the queen mother. When he saw Su Qingyuan bringing the bird's nest, he was about to move aside, but the queen mother held his hand and refused to let go. "Jingnian, stay still and let the queen mother take a good look at you." Seeing this, Song Yan said coquettishly, "Grandmother, you are too partial. As soon as my cousin comes back, you don't want me anymore?" Song Yan pushed Song Jingnian away and took the queen mother's hand into his own, successfully replacing Song Jingnian's position. Song Jingnian breathed a sigh of relief and secretly gave Song Yan an appreciative look. Seeing this, Song Yan was very proud. The queen mother pulled her hand away helplessly. How could she not see the little thoughts of these two brothers? The queen mother pretended to be dissatisfied and said, "Yan, you haven't been beaten for a long time. You are itching for it, right? You even dare to interfere in the affairs of the royal grandmother?" Song Yan apologized and laughed twice. "Royal grandmother, what are you talking about? Grandson doesn't understand. Is it wrong for grandson to miss you? You can only see your cousin, but not your grandson." "Humph. Royal grandmother, you are so partial. Grandson doesn't accept it." Song Yan is the best at acting like a spoiled child. Among all the princes, he is the most favored by the queen mother. The relationship between the two is very good. In front of the queen mother, Song Yan is like a little child, acting like a spoiled child, and can do anything, not afraid of the queen mother's blame. The queen mother laughed helplessly. "Yes, yes, you little rascal, the most cunning." The queen mother's plan was disrupted by Song Yan. She couldn't find any chance to create opportunities for Song Jingnian and Su Qingyuan for a while, so she could only put it aside for the time being. After using the bird's nest, the queen mother was a little sleepy, and the nanny reminded her that it was time for a nap. The queen mother is not in good health now.
She has to take a nap at least twice a day.
Although each nap is not long, she will feel better after waking up. Hearing that the queen mother wanted to take a nap, the queen invited the grand princess to the central palace. Concubine Xiao knew that she had invited the Grand Princess, and she would not go to her palace, so she simply took her leave. Before going to bed, the Queen Mother specifically asked Song Jingnian not to leave and stay for dinner. Song Jingnian naturally agreed and did not leave. The Grand Princess wanted to create an opportunity for her son and Su Qingyuan to be alone, so she went to the central palace with the queen and took Song Yian away, leaving Song Jingnian and Su Qingyuan alone in the hall. After everyone left, the store suddenly became cold and quiet. Su Qingyuan was a little nervous and excited. She had never been alone with Song Jingnian like this before. After hesitating for a moment, Su Qingyuan mustered up the courage to speak. How is the prince these days? The reason why Song Jingnian did not leave was that he was thinking about how to make it clear to Su Qingyuan. Although there was nothing wrong between him and Su Qingyuan, his mother and the royal grandmother were so eager to match them up, so he felt that it might not be good if he didn't make it clear. Song Jingnian said lightly, "Miss Su, I have never thought about getting married. If Miss Su really loves me as much as the rumors say, then I can tell you directly now that there is no possibility between you and me. So, Miss Su, give up as soon as possible. Of course, if the rumors are wrong and I misunderstood, then I would like to say sorry here. I also hope that the rumors are wrong, and I don't want to delay Miss Su." Su Qingyuan didn't expect that he would say these as soon as he opened his mouth. She couldn't believe that the person she loved was so indifferent to her. Her watery eyes misted up instantly, tears accumulated in her eyes, and her little face turned pale instantly, like a lonely little white flower in the autumn rain, which would break with a slight touch. Anyone who saw Su Qingyuan like this would feel sorry for her, except Song Jingnian, whose eyes were still cold and emotionless. Transparent tears rolled down, leaving a string of tear marks on Su Qingyuan's pale face. She hurriedly took out her handkerchief and wiped it gently, then spoke, her soft voice trembling slightly. "I am your favorite prince, and your prince has no misunderstanding." Su Qingyuan's tone revealed her stubbornness and persistence. Song Jingnian frowned, and for a moment he regretted staying to explain it to her. Maybe he couldn't explain it clearly at all, and ignoring it was the best solution. But it would be redundant to say anything at this time. Since he had already spoken, he could only continue to speak and solve the matter completely. Song Jingnian spoke again. "Miss Su, I already have someone I like. Once I get her consent, we will get married soon. Miss Su, please stop spending your time on me. If it weren't for Miss Su winning over my mother and grandmother, I wouldn't have to waste my time here with you. Your behavior has troubled me and made me very irritated. I hope Miss Su won't get close to them in the future. Miss Su is a daughter, not suitable for serving others. You should go home." Su Qingyuan's eyes widened as she looked at Song Jingnian in surprise. She didn't want to believe, nor dared to believe, that he had a crush on someone.
Impossible.
Did the prince make up a lie just to reject me? Su Qingyuan knew everything about Song Jingnian. He would not even have contact with other women, so how could he have someone he liked? She felt that Song Jingnian was lying to her. Song Jing sneered and said mercilessly, "Who do you think you are, Miss Su? You think too highly of yourself that I need to make up a lie to deceive you." Song Jingnian's words once again made Su Qingyuan pale. She stood there blankly, her body as stiff as a dead tree. She couldn't believe that the man she had admired for many years would say such cruel words to her. "Does your highness have to do this? Is it my fault that I like you? I have waited for you for so many years. I have been laughed at and talked about by everyone in the capital, but I have endured it. I don't listen or see. I am so crazy about you. I have been filial to Her Royal Highness the Princess for you, and served the Queen Mother for you. I have waited for you for so many years. Even if you don't like me, you don't have to be so cruel and say such hurtful words to me." Su Qingyuan's accusation was a joke to Song Jingnian. He had never spoken to Su Qingyuan, had never interacted with her, and didn't know what kind of person she was. He wanted to make things clear to her today because he respected her thoughts and didn't want to delay her any longer, but he didn't expect her to say such a thing. At this time, Song Jingnian no longer had any respect for him. His tone became even colder, and his words pierced Su Qingyuan like an ice cone. "Miss Su, first, I didn't ask you to go to the princess's mansion. Second, I didn't ask you to enter the palace to serve the queen mother. Third, your so-called waiting is just your wishful thinking. I have never had any contact with you, and I have never made any promises to make you wait. All you did was just your plan to get closer to me. All of this is just your wishful thinking. Your wishful thinking has caused trouble for me, so today, I want to make it clear to you to avoid the same trouble in the future. Do you understand, Miss Su? For the first time, Song Jingnian felt how difficult it was to communicate with others. He didn't want to see Su Qingyuan's sad and resentful look anymore. He looked at her coldly and warned her in the end, Miss Su, please respect yourself and don't bother my mother and grandmother again in the future. Having said that, Song Jingnian felt that Su Qingyuan still had the self-respect that a noble lady should have. After this, she would definitely leave and stop pestering him. Song Jingnian turned around and left, going to another palace. Su Qingyuan felt like she was stung hard. Her whole body was numb, her eyes were dazed, and she stared at the direction where he disappeared. She was so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. Her face was full of tear marks, and her cold white skin turned a faint red. She looked like she was about to break at any time, weak and helpless. 8 years of waiting turned out to be in vain. The first time she spoke to him formally, she got such an ending. Su Qingyuan was unwilling and angry, sad and desperate. She made a desperate move to let everyone in the capital know that she loved Song Jingnian and announced her feelings to the world. She thought he would notice her sooner or later. After all, she was so outstanding. Looking at the entire capital, no one can compare with her in terms of beauty or talent. She thought that sooner or later she would stand with him, so she did not leave herself a way out. After so many years, she now has no way out. Everyone knows that she loves Song Jingnian to death, and no one will marry a woman who has another man in her heart. Song Jingnian walked out of Shokong Palace and wanted to look for Song Yian, but Beiying came. Why did you come to the palace? Song Jingnian was a little confused. Normally, they would not come to the palace if there was nothing going on. Beiying hurriedly said, Your Highness, you went straight to the palace after you came back, and you haven't returned to the palace. The palace received a pigeon message from Bai Mu. I read it, and it said that it asked you to find a teacher for Yueya Yuanbao. Beiying was very confused. Your Highness, who is this Yueya Yuanbao? Bai Mu said it was urgent. The letter arrived yesterday. I was afraid it was really urgent, so I thought of coming to the palace to report to you first. Song Jingnian took the letter and read it. A smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. After reading it, he asked, Is Yi Xian very idle recently? Beiying replied, Since you went to Yuntai Mountain, Yi Junshe has been traveling around the world, but he came back last month and said that he traveled all over the world, and it was boring. Recently, he seems to have found a confidant, a girl from Xianliju. It is said that she sells art but not her body, and her piano skills are very superb. Yi Junshe likes to play the piano. Recently, he often looks for that girl to exchange piano skills. It is said that the two spend most of their time together. Song Jingnian was a little disgusted. No one is in charge of him now, and he is becoming more and more unruly. Tell him to come to the palace to see me tomorrow. Beiying nodded in response, and then continued to ask curiously, Your Highness, who is this Yueya Yuanbao? It sounds like the nicknames of 2 children. Song Jingnian smiled, and his originally serious and cold face suddenly became warm. That chuckle fell into Beiying's eyes, but he only felt horrified. Is his prince possessed by a ghost? Laughing for no reason, or this kind of disgusting smile, is really scary. Yueya and Yuanbao are the future young prince and princess of the palace, the people you will be loyal to in the future.
Ah?
Beiying had a question mark on his face, and didn't react to what his prince meant. Just when Beiying was about to ask in detail, the eunuch beside the emperor came and said that the emperor wanted to see Song Jingnian. Song Jingnian raised his foot and walked towards the direction of the imperial study, leaving Beiying, who was still confused, alone, because of Song Jingnian's words. At this time, in the imperial study besides the emperor, there were also the couple of Marquis Xianping. When Song Jingnian arrived, He frowned slightly when he saw Marquis Xianping and his wife. Seeing Song Jingnian, the couple of Marquis Xianping stood up and saluted. Then Marquis Xianping said with a thick face, "Your Majesty, today I have something to ask you." Song Jingnian sat down and listened quietly. Marquis Xianping continued, "My little daughter Qingyuan has admired you for many years. Qingyuan has been spoiled by us. She is a little willful and stubborn. Once she makes up her mind, she will not turn back or let go. I feel sorry for my daughter and really can't bear her to continue wasting time. Today I am shamelessly asking for her, whether your Majesty still has plans to get married." Song Jingnian still respected Marquis Xianping. He said, "This prince has already married, but it has not been announced to the public." Song Jingnian's words were like thunder. It caught everyone present off guard. The emperor widened his eyes, doubting the truth of his words, but when he thought of Song Jingnian's personality, he was unsure. Song Jingnian was never a joker or a liar. "Jingnian, are you serious? You got married? This. How is this possible? When did you get married? How come I don't know?" the emperor asked in panic. The couple of Marquis Xianping looked unhappy. Madame Xianping said, "Your Highness, are you saying this to reject Qingyuan? This lie is too obvious. I'm afraid no one will believe it if you tell it to others." Madame Xianping was telling the truth. No one would believe that Song Jingnian was married. Song Jingnian said coldly, "There is no need for me to make up any lies. It's up to you to believe it or not. Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave." Song Jingnian didn't want to waste time talking to them. He had nothing to do with Su Qingyuan, but now even her parents came to visit him. This made him very disgusted with the Su family. The emperor wanted to ask what was going on with the marriage, but because Xianping Ho and his wife were present, it was difficult to ask. He could only suppress his anxiety and nodded lightly go. Song Jingnian withdrew. The emperor looked at Xianping Ho and his wife, sighed helplessly, and then said, "Su Aiqing, you have heard what King Ping said. So, go back and think about it. If your daughter has other people she likes, or if you and your wife have a son-in-law you like, you can come to me for marriage. It can be regarded as compensation for your daughter." The emperor's words made Xianping Ho and his wife feel better. Now they have given up. They have always persuaded their daughter that Song Jingnian is not a good man and has no fertility, which is no different from a nutch, but their daughter refused to listen, and they had no choice. Now it's good. In fact, the couple are happy with this result, but when they think of King Ping, a man who has no fertility and is like a nutch, and still despises and refuses to marry their daughter, they feel unbalanced. But they were unhappy and helpless. He was a god of war, a prince personally appointed by the emperor, and was given the imperial surname. They could not afford to offend him. The couple went to Shokong Palace and brought their daughter home, and they had to work hard for this. Su Qingyuan didn't want to go back. She took a letter out to ask her father and mother to come to the palace to ask for an imperial decree to grant her marriage, in order to try again, but she didn't expect the same result. Now she has lost the opportunity to stay with Song Jingnian's relatives. She feels even more uncomfortable and unwilling, so she doesn't want to leave. But now Xianping Ho has stopped her from being willful and forced her to go back. After Xianping Ho and his wife left, the emperor also hurried to find Song Jingnian, wanting to find out whether the marriage was true. He hurried to the Queen Mother's palace and saw the Queen Mother playing chess with Song Jingnian, and the eldest princess was drinking tea and enjoying it. The atmosphere was warm and quiet for a while. The princess couldn't wait to speak. "Jingnian, what's going on? What do you mean you're married? Who said that?" The emperor said he said it himself. He told the couple of Marquis Xianping that he was married. They obviously didn't believe it and thought he was making excuses and didn't want to marry Su Qingyuan. The Empress Dowager said, "Jingnian wouldn't lie about being married just to reject this marriage." "Jingnian, what's going on?" Song Jingnian looked at his uncle the emperor helplessly. Why did he keep asking? Now that everyone knew about it, he didn't know what to say for a while. Seeing that he was silent, the eldest princess said anxiously, "Jingnian, why don't you say something? What's the matter with your silence?" Is it true or false? Song Jingmian said helplessly, Mother, Grandmother, this is a long story. The princess was surprised. Her son was like this, could this be true? She immediately looked expectant and asked, It's okay, tell me slowly, what's going on? Song Jingmian said, I'm not married yet. I lied to Marquis Xianping, but I may be getting married soon. Grandmother, you must wait and see me get married. Song Jingmian hesitated for a moment, but decided not to tell her about the existence of the two children for the time being. Muyun hadn't accepted him yet, and if he told her, his mother might want to take action. So, in order to avoid trouble, he decided not to tell her. The Empress Dowager said hurriedly, I can't wait. I can't wait. You hurry up and bring the person to the Imperial Grandmother. Seeing that you have someone to accompany you, the Imperial Grandmother will be relieved. The eldest princess also hurriedly said, Jingmian, do you have a girl you like?
Whose daughter is she?
I'm going to propose marriage now. As long as you like her, no matter what her family background is, it's fine, as long as she is a girl. Song Jingmian was helpless. Seeing his mother's anxious look, he was glad that he didn't impulsively tell her about the existence of the crescent moon ingot, otherwise, it would take a few days for his mother to run to Lingxi County. Mother, this matter can't be rushed. Now the girl hasn't agreed yet, don't worry about it. Just wait for my news. I will let you know when it's time to prepare for the wedding. The eldest princess was very curious and asked hurriedly, Okay, then tell me whose girl it is. The emperor also looked at him curiously, waiting for his answer. Facing three pairs of curious eyes, Song Jingmian laughed helplessly. Mother, she is not from the capital. That's not right. She is from the capital, but not in the capital. The eldest princess was confused by his words. She was anxious and couldn't help saying, Child, can you speak properly? Explain what you have said to me clearly at once. Otherwise your mother will be angry, and the consequences will be serious. The eldest princess was so angry that she couldn't help but lose her elegance. The feeling of being eager to know but being deliberately blocked was too uncomfortable. She immediately became irritable. Song Jingmian was shocked by his mother, and couldn't help but feel lucky that he didn't tell her about the crescent moon ingot, otherwise it would be bad. Mother, don't worry. She hasn't agreed to marry me yet, so I can't say much. I don't know much about her family affairs, so I can't answer many of your questions. I didn't mean to avoid telling you. Song Jingmian's explanation did not calm the princess's excitement. She said hurriedly, Okay, where's that person? What's the situation now? Tell us in detail why the girl doesn't agree to marry you. Is it because of your physical condition? Or what other reason? The emperor also said hurriedly, If it's because of your physical condition, then tell her that when you get married, I will give her an imperial decree and let her enjoy endless wealth and glory and be admired by thousands of people. You too can choose to adopt a child in the future, and the adopted child can also take care of you in your old age. The Empress Dowager also said, I can also reward her with a lot of jewelry. Her life will be better if she marries you. You go and talk to her. The words of the three people made Song Jingmian feel helpless and warm. He knew that letting him get married was what these three relatives wanted to see most, but getting married was really not that easy. Song Jingmian nodded and said, Okay, I will tell her. Imperial grandmother, uncle, mother, the three of you don't have to worry about these things for the time being. Today we are here to accompany the imperial grandmother for dinner. Now we should focus on the health of the imperial grandmother. Let's talk about other things. Why didn't the prince come? Uncle, I'll go and see. With that, Song Jingmian ran out, and the figures seemed to be escaping. The three of them looked at his disappearing back, but no one chased him. The eldest princess said, I will ask Bai Ying and the others tomorrow. They have always been Jingmian's confidants and must know a lot of things. Maybe they will have some news. The emperor nodded. Well, but it seems that Bai Mu and Bai Xing followed him out this time. You can ask Bai Mu first tomorrow. Jingmian finally has a girl he likes. Even if it is a forced marriage, I will fulfill his wish. The emperor looked determined. Song Jingmian ran to find Song Yian, and then the two of them came to Shokong Palace together. After having dinner in Shokong Palace, he followed the eldest princess back to the princess's mansion. Duke Chen didn't know about Song Jingmian's return until the next day. After receiving the news, Duke Chin went to the princess's mansion as soon as he got up. The duke's mansion and the princess's mansion were separated by a wall, which was still connected. Duke Chin walked through the wall and bypassed the rockery garden and came to the princess's courtyard. The maids saw him and hurriedly bowed and greeted him.
Duke.
Duke Chin nodded and was about to go to the courtyard, but was stopped by the maid. Duke, the princess hasn't woken up yet, you can't go in. Except for the princess's courtyard, Duke Chin also had free access in the princess's mansion. After being stopped, he didn't get angry, mainly because getting angry was useless. He had gotten used to it over the years. Is your highness awake? He asked in a gentle voice. The maid replied, I don't know. Your highness hasn't sent anyone to help her wash up, so I guess she hasn't woken up yet. Duke Chin frowned. It was impossible for her not to wake up at this time. Then he asked again, I heard that Jingnian is back. Is he in his yard? I'll go and see. The maid lowered her head and replied, I don't know. It was hard for Duke Chin not to get angry when she didn't know anything about this question. He left with a cold face, flicked his sleeves, and walked towards the yard where Song Jingnian used to live. Although they were a family, they each had their own mansions, the princess's mansion, the duke's mansion, and the Prince Ping's mansion. They were obviously a family, but they each lived in their own mansions. There was no other family like this in the whole capital. Song Jingnian rarely lived in the princess's mansion, but compared to the duke's mansion, he had lived in the princess's mansion for a long time, because since he grew up, he had never lived in the duke's mansion for a day. Duke Chin came to the yard where Song Jingnian lived. There were guards guarding outside. Seeing him coming, they ignored him. Duke Chin frowned. The people around Song Jingnian had always been so disrespectful to him. He was helpless and could do nothing about these people. Is Jingnian up? Duke Chin asked the guard at the door with a cold face. The guard said coldly, I don't know. Duke Chin was about to get angry, but he saw Song Jingnian coming out of the yard, and his anger subsided immediately. Jingnian, you're back. Come on, come with me to the study.
I want to talk to you about something.
Duke Chen's tone was natural and familiar, as if they had a very good relationship. Song Jingnian walked straight out of the yard, stopped in front of Duke Chen, and said expressionlessly, What's the matter? The two words were said without any emotion, and there was no good look on his face towards Duke Chen, but Duke Chen had no choice but to smile and say, Let's go to the study and talk. Song Jingnian probably knew what he wanted to say. After all, it was nothing more than a matter of interests, and it was all in the interests of the Duke's mansion.
I'm Buse.
I have something to go out. Either we talk here, or we don't talk. There were still many subordinates in the courtyard. Song Jingnian's attitude made Duke Chen feel very ashamed. He also felt that it was because his son Song Jingnian did not respect him that his subordinates also disrespected him. This made him very angry, but he was helpless and powerless. Okay. Duke Chen was ultimately unable to change and could only compromise. He pondered for a while before speaking. Are you not leaving this time? Yuntai Mountain is cold and lonely, and it's not as good as home. You should come back and live. Song Jingnian was very impatient and his tone was cold. Is that what you want to tell me? Duke Chen hurriedly said. Yes, but there are other things besides this. Song Jingnian raised a sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth and said coldly, Let's get straight to the point.
I don't like to talk about it like this.
Just say it directly. Duke Chen blushed and felt that his son's attitude made him embarrassed, but he couldn't care less. Jingnian, no matter what, we are a family, and a family always shares honor and disgrace. Now, I am the only one in our Duke's mansion who still has a title. Your two brothers are both jobless, so this title can only go to me. I was thinking if you could find a job for your brother. I've had enough of him walking around and playing with chickens and dogs for years, and no one can help him except you, as the eldest brother. It was really because his youngest son had been acting very absurd recently, and Aunt Jo was urging him. So he had no choice but to come to Song Jingnian. The more Song Jingnian listened, the more outrageous he felt. There was a flash of contempt in his eyes, as if he was mocking the naivety and stupidity of Duke Chen. Did you come here just to talk about this? Seeing that he was not angry, Duke Chen continued, No, I just mentioned it casually. The main reason is that I heard that the people of Jin seem to be restless recently. Did His Majesty call you back? Jingyan, it's been so many years. It's time for you to come back. I can personally check the marriage for you. As for offspring, don't worry. Hua Gur from Jingchu's family is smart. You can adopt Hua Gur under your name in the future. In this way, when you are old, Hua Gur will be filial to you. You two uncles and nephews are also half-related by blood. Speaking of closeness, there will be no one closer than you two in the future. In the eyes of Duke Qin, Song Jingnian became a monk out of despair because he could not accept his own infertility. Not only him, but many people actually thought so. Song Jingnian showed a hint of sneer on his face. He really looked down on this old man more and more. Ever since the emperor abolished his hereditary succession, and he was gradually withdrawn from the court until he had no real power at all, he seemed to be getting more and more stupid. He remembered that the former Duke of Qin was not so stupid. Song Jingnian smiled faintly, with a flash of sarcasm in his eyes. Okay, I'll see to it. The Li Zheng of the Dali Temple seems to have been transferred. What do you think of this position, Duke Qin? Hearing this, Duke Qin was immediately surprised. Dali Temple Li Zheng? This is a 5th-rank official position, this. Is this possible? The surprise came so quickly that Duke Qin couldn't believe it. He felt as if a pie had suddenly fallen from the sky. He was excited and at a loss, and deep down he felt as if he was dreaming. Looking at his excited face, Song Jingnian's eyes flashed coldly, and he said lightly, "If I say it can be done, then it must be done. Okay, if there is nothing else, I will leave first." How dare Qin Guogong stop him at this time, for fear that Song Jingnian would be unhappy and return to his previous indifference and ignore this family. He smiled and said, it's okay, let's have dinner together later. Our family hasn't had dinner together for a long time. By the way, your grandmother is also thinking about you. You can go to see her when you are free. Song Jingnian said lightly, let's talk about it when you are free. Song Jingnian left the mansion and went to his own Prince Ping's mansion. Chen Guogong took this good news and went back to his own duke's mansion. He didn't have time to go to the eldest princess, and he couldn't wait to tell this good news to his youngest son. At this time, in the duke's mansion, knowing that the duke had gone to the princess's mansion next door, and Zhou was absent-minded until she heard the servants calling the duke, she hurriedly looked outside. Seeing the duke walking towards the courtyard with a happy face, and Zhou was not very happy, always afraid of hearing bad news for herself. Chuyu, where's Jingchu? I have good news to tell him. Go, and have someone call him over. Aunt Zhou was curious. What good news? Master, tell me first. Duke Qin smiled and said, wait until Jingchu comes. Someone, go and call the 3rd young master over. As soon as Duke Qin finished speaking, Song Jingchu's voice was heard outside.
Dad, why are you calling me?
Duke Qin looked back and saw his second son Qin Jingyang was there. The smile on his face faded a little. Jingyang is here too. Duke Qin spoke. His tone was gentle, but with a very obvious alienation. Duke Qin had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Song Jingnian, was born to the eldest princess. When Song Jingnian was a child, Duke Qin was also very good to him. At that time, he and the eldest princess were in love and harmony, and the family also had a period of loving time. Later, when concubine Zhou became pregnant, he had to take her into the mansion. After that, his relationship with the eldest princess and his wife broke down, and his relationship with his son Song Jingnian gradually became alienated. Later, he had his second son, Qin Jingyang, whom he didn't like very much because he came at the wrong time. After his daughter Qin Jingyue was born, his relationship with the eldest princess was completely broken. After that, his youngest son Song Jingchu was born, and he gave all his fatherly love to the youngest son, and his heart became more and more biased from then on. Qin Jingyang sat in a wheelchair, always looking sickly. Compared with his energetic and coquettish youngest son, Qin Jingyang's lifeless appearance made Duke Qin very unhappy every time he saw it, and he always felt depressed. I came to pay my respects to my aunt, and I met my 3rd brother on the way, so we came together. Qin Jingyang said lightly. If Song Jingyang's lifeless and sickly appearance was what Duke Chun hated the most, then the title of aunt that he kept calling was what concubine Zhou hated the most. Although he was her own flesh and blood, Aunt Zhou just couldn't like this son and never felt a hint of intimacy in his eyes. When Chen Jingyang called her Aunt Zhou's face turned not so good. Duke Chen smiled and said, "It's good that you are filial, but you don't have to come here every day. You are not in good health, so try to go out less if you have nothing to do." Aunt Zhou also said, "Jingyang, I have told you many times not to come to pay respects. Why don't you listen? Staying in your yard is better than anything else." The moment Chen Jingyang lowered his eyes, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He knew that they didn't like to see him, but he didn't want to do what they wanted. He just wanted to get close to them, to make them see him, to make them unhappy and in a bad mood. As long as they were uncomfortable, he was happy. "Your Majesty of our dynasty governs the world with filial piety. As a son, I should pay respects every day and ask about and care about my parents' health. This is what I should do." Although Chen Jingyang said so, Duke Chen and Aunt Zhou had never felt real closeness and filial piety from him. Aunt Zhou was speechless. It was like this every time. No matter how many times she told him, he was still like this. He still did his own thing and made excuses. What he said about filial piety was just an excuse. She knew what her eldest son meant. He just wanted to show his face in front of them more often so that they would not forget him. Whenever Aunt Zhou thought of this, she felt irritated and helpless. "Since you are here, let's have breakfast together," Duke Chen said. After everyone sat down, Song Jingchu asked, "Dad, you just said someone to call me over. What's the matter? Do you have something to tell me?" Duke Chen nodded, and a bright smile immediately appeared on his face. He spoke in a joyful tone. "Isn't your eldest brother back? I just went to see him. He promised to find you a position. Do you know what position it is?" Duke Chen seemed very excited. Aunt Zhou was looking forward to it. Song Jingchu looked indifferent and even had some resistance in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it. He just wanted to be a person who did nothing. Anyway, he had his parents to support him, and he didn't have to worry about anything. What a good life. His father had to find him something to do. In his opinion, it was really looking for something to do. But he didn't dare to say this. He had said it before. He was beaten badly, which made him pretend to be more motivated now. Duke Chen's suspenseful look made Aunt Zhou very anxious. She asked hurriedly, "Master, what position is it?"
Please tell me.
Duke Chen smiled and said, "The Dali Temple Li Zheng. This is a 5th rank official position, and there is also great potential for development in the future. This is really a rare position which is hard to come by." Aunt Zhou didn't know what the Dali Temple Li Zheng was. She only knew that the Dali Temple Qing and Dali Temple Shao Qing were both very good officials with great power. But when she heard that it was a 5th rank official, she was instantly very happy. The starting point of a 5th rank official is not low. Sure enough, there are still people in the royal family who can help. With just one sentence, a small 5th rank official was easily obtained. Aunt Zhou laughed happily, full of joy, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes deepened a lot.
Great.
"Master, this is really great." Chun Jingchu also laughed, but the smile was a little forced. He didn't want to go to the Dali Temple at all. Chun Jingyang looked at the happy family and sneered in his heart, wondering if they would still be able to laugh in 2 days. But he was also quite surprised that his elder brother had learned to play tricks on people, which was quite interesting. Well, as long as you plan well, it is not impossible to be promoted to the Dali Temple in the future. As long as you have a beginning, you will not be afraid of the rest. It is just a matter of a word from Jingyan, Duke Chen said with a smile. His proud and confident look made Chen Jingyang's mouth full of sarcasm. His father was getting stupider and stupider. He actually believed that Song Jingyan would ask for an official position for Chen Jingchu. He is really hopeless. Hearing about the Dali Temple minister, Chen Jingchu also became interested and immediately said with a smile, "Thank you very much, big brother." "Dad, big brother, are you not going back to Yuntai Mountain?" Chun Jingchu only felt fear and envy towards this elder brother, without any brotherly love. Duke Chen smiled and said, "He probably won't come back. His Majesty won't let him go back to Yantishin. Besides, I just told him that after he gets married you can adopt Hua to him. This way, you don't have to worry about the issue of offspring. Hua is also half related to him by blood. Chun Jingchu was unwilling and said with displeasure on his face, Dad, why should you adopt my son to him? I won't do it. You can let someone else adopt him. There is no way I can give my Hua to him, and the child's mother won't agree. It's really unreasonable. Chun Jingchu knew that he was useless, but at least in terms of being a man, he felt that he was the best, at least stronger than Song Jingyan. This made him much more confident in front of Song Jingyan. Before Duke Qin could say anything, Aunt Zhou couldn't help but said angrily, You silly child. What do you know? The child of Prince Ping's mansion is the prince, and he will inherit the title of Prince Ping and enjoy the treatment of a prince in the future. Why don't you want to? When Hua grows up and knows that he lost the treatment of a prince in the future because of you, his father, he will hate you to death. She begged the Duke for a long time before he said it. Now that there is hope, she is so excited. But she is such a silly son who said he doesn't want to. He is so stupid. Aunt Zhou was so angry that if she didn't want to, she would have called her son a fool. Duke Chen's tone also became serious. His face was a little gloomy. Jingchu, you are not young anymore, but you still think so simply, you don't think deeply, and don't consider the future. If you are like this, how can our Qin family rely on you to support the door in the future? When your eldest brother comes to you, you will immediately go to the Dali Temple to take up a post and work diligently. Otherwise, I will treat you as my son in the future. Seeing that the Duke was angry, Aunt Zhou hurriedly coaxed a few words, and then reprimanded the younger son a few words, and the family returned to harmony. Chun Jingyang's eyes flashed a sneer. It was really a loving family, but they were still so ignorant and fearless and whimsical. He smiled and said in a gentle voice, Congratulations, third brother. As soon as Chun Jingyang opened his mouth, the family seemed to notice his existence. Chun Jingchu smiled and said, Second brother, you don't have to be envious. When I become the minister of the Dali Temple, I will find you a sinecure. Hearing this, Chun Jingyang smiled, but no one saw the sarcasm in his eyes. Everyone just thought that he was happy to hear what Chun Jingchu said. Aunt Zhou looked down on her eldest son the most. He had no backbone at all. The small kitchen quickly served the dishes, and Qin Jingyue, the only daughter of Duke Qin, also came late at this time. Second brother is here too? Dad and Mom, I'm here. What delicious food do you want to eat today? Chun Jingyue walked over with a naughty smile and sat next to Aunt Zhou. Chun Jingyang said, Father, Aunt, I'm not hungry yet, so I won't eat yet. You guys eat. After that, Chun Jingyang pushed his wheelchair away by himself. No one tried to stop him. They wished he would leave earlier, so as not to be an eyesore.
Ha!
He laughed at himself. His heart was full of coldness.
Laugh.
Laugh as much as you can while you can. Chun Jingyang returned to his yard. As soon as he entered the house, he slowly stood up. At this time, he was no longer as sick as before. Second young master, this is a letter sent by His Highness. The guard came in to report and handed over an envelope. Chun Jingyang took it, opened it, and read it, and then a playful smile appeared on his face. The eldest brother really changed. It would be fun to play with this family in the future. Putting away the envelope and putting it in the hidden drawer, Chun Jingyang looked at the sunlight outside. For the first time, a sincere smile appeared on his face. He, a person who could not see the light, finally had to walk out openly. He was looking forward to what expressions his aunt and father would have at that time. Just thinking about it, Chun Jingyang was looking forward to it. At this time in the Prince Ping's mansion, Song Jingyan waited for a long time and finally waited for Yi Xian to come. Yi Xian was harassed by Bai Ying before he got up in the morning and had to get up with his still confused head. After seeing Song Jingyan's cold face, he finally woke up completely. Your Highness, you're finally willing to come down the mountain. What do you want to talk to me about? Yi Xian was born with the appearance of a pale-faced scholar, sloppy and always dressed loosely, but he had his own unique style, which was not ugly, and he had his own school. You have been more and more indulgent in recent years. Song Jingnian's voice sounded, and he looked at Yi Xian, who had not seen him for a long time. Yi Xian chuckled twice and then said, "Your Highness, if you don't care about me, no one in this world will care about me. Isn't that indulgence?" Yi Xian is an orphan. Song Jingnian picked him up when he was 10 years old, and he has been with Song Jingnian since then. Song Jingnian loved learning martial arts, but Yi Xian had weak bones, so he studied literature. Later, Song Jingnian went to the battlefield, and Yi Xian also went. He was a general, and Yi Xian was a military advisor. Living his whole life for Song Jingnian was a vow Yi Xian had secretly made in his heart, because in this world, Song Jingnian was the only one who treated him the best, and if there was no Song Jingnian, there would be no him. Song Jingnian said seriously, "Okay, I'm here to take care of you. I'm going to give you a task. You'll have to work hard for a while." Hearing that there was a mission, Yi Xian became interested and asked hurriedly what mission. Bai Ying on the side was also waiting curiously. He always felt that his prince seemed to have changed a lot when he came back this time, and Bai Mu and Bai Xing did not come back with him. He always felt that there must be something he didn't know. Song Jingnian said, "Go find Bai Mu and Bai Xing. They are temporarily in Lingxi County. You are responsible for teaching a few children to read." Bai Ying's guess was correct. The prince actually wanted Yi Xian to teach Yueya and Yuan Bao to read. He was even more curious about who these two children were. The prince actually asked Yi Xian to teach. This means that the prince attaches great importance to the two children. Yi Xian thought he had heard it wrong and was full of question marks.
Prince, what did you say?
Teach children to read? Are you right? Yi Xian felt that although he did not take the imperial examination and did not earn a name, the prince knew his talent. Why did he ask him to teach a few children now? This was a waste of talent. Did the prince think that his talent had declined and he was no longer good enough? Bai Ying asked curiously, "Your Highness, which child needs Yi Junshi to teach in person?" Others may not know Yi Junshi's ability, but we know it clearly. We can completely compare with those great scholars in the court. Whose child is so precious that Yi Junshi needs to go out? Thinking of the crescent moon ingot, Song Jingnian's eyebrows softened and he said lightly, "My own child, of course, needs to be taught by my own family. Don't tell anyone about this. It can't be said for the time being." Bai Ying and Yi Xian were confused. What about my own child? What can't be said? It seems that the prince didn't tell them anything. Yi Xian asked hurriedly, "What own child? Your Highness, whose own family is this? Whose child do you want me to teach? There are so many academies in the world. Who can trouble me to teach?" Yi Xian's face was full of confusion. He was very curious and felt very strange. Song Jingnian said shockingly, "This own child is naturally my child. When did you two become so stupid?" The two looked at Song Jingnian's slightly smug smile, and they had only one thought in their minds. The prince was crazy. Seeing that the two were still silent and looking at him with pity, Song Jingnian was speechless and his face darkened. "All right, if you look at me like this again, I will dig out your eyes immediately." The two immediately withdrew their gazes, and Bai Ying hurriedly said, "Your Highness, are you talking nonsense? You haven't even got married, so how can you have a child?" Yi Xian also hurriedly said, "Your Highness, are you mentally ill? Where is Yu Qingling? Why don't you ask him to come and see him?" Yi Xian said this carefully, fearing that Song Jingnian would be angry. Song Jingnian's face turned black, and he gritted his teeth and said, "It seems that not only will your eyes be gouged out, but your mouths will also be torn apart." As he said that, he slapped out with a palm, and the strong palm wind attacked Bai Ying, which scared him, and he dodged quickly. Bai Ying was dissatisfied and said, "Your Majesty, this is unfair. Why do you only hit me and not Yi Junshi? You are too biased." Yi Xian smiled proudly. "Haha, can I be the same as you? I am your best friend. How can your Majesty be willing to hit me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian was kicked out and fell to the ground with a plop. The slap in the face came too quickly, and Bai Ying couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then he realized that the prince was still angry, so he quickly put away his smile and stood up straight. I think you two idiots have not been beaten for a long time, and your brains are rusty, so you have become stupid. Yi Xian climbed up with his waist, not daring to talk nonsense anymore, with a face full of grievances. Song Jingnian spoke lightly. Pack up and rush to Lingxi County today. The children are waiting.
Teach them well when you get there.
If I know that you don't teach them well, you will be in trouble. Yi Xian was anxious. Prince, are you really going to let me go?
This.
You have to explain it to me clearly. Is it really your child? Did you adopt him? Or did you adopt him? Yu Qinglang had personally verified that Song Jingnian was infertile, so they were so convinced that the child he was talking about was definitely not his own. Song Jingnian raised his foot and pretended to kick him again, but Yi Xian dodged quickly. Song Jingnian didn't really kick him. He just wanted to scare him, and then he said helplessly and seriously, "My own child, my own, the future prince and princess of Prince Ping's mansion. Do you understand?" These words shocked Bai Ying and Yi Xian. Bai Ying widened his eyes, his face full of shock. "Your Majesty, your biological children?" Song Jingnian nodded. "Yes, they are my biological children. If you see the two children, you will know without me saying anything. Yuan Bao and Yuya look very similar to me. I can recognize them because of their similar eyebrows and eyes." Bai Mu and Bai Xing got suspicious as soon as they saw the two children. "You two idiots don't believe me even after I've been telling you for a long time." Song Jingnian's eyes were full of disdain. They were both shocked. It was really like this? Yi Xian ignored the pain in his waist and hurried towards Song Jingnian, asking impatiently, "Prince, is this really your child? Your biological child?
How old is he?
Where is he? When was he born?" Yi Xian's heart was full of doubts, and a series of questions came one after another. Song Jingnian's complexion recovered, and then he said, "He is more than 3 years old. The child was born before my health problems. This was an accident. I also ran into them when I went to find the prince this time, and then I learned of their existence." Song Jingnian explained, "The child's mother was forced by me at the beginning. Although I was unable to control myself at that time because of the poisoning, the damage caused to the mother and the child is a fact and cannot be made up. The queen mother is now seriously ill, and I can't go to Lingxi County for the time being. Yi Xian, you go. Listen to Mu Yun in everything. In short, you do whatever she tells you to do, just be obedient, her words are my words." Yi Xian and Bai Ying were so shocked that they couldn't recover for a long time. They just felt unbelievable, but seeing the serious look of the prince, it seemed to be true. The huge surprise and accident hit the two, making them unable to react for a while. Song Jingjian couldn't help but kick Bai Ying again, but this time it was light. "Come back to your senses, both of you. Are you listening to me carefully?" Yi Xian said hurriedly, "I listened carefully, Your Majesty. I will pack my bags and go to Lingxi County." Yi Xian was already impatient and just wanted to see the two children immediately. He was very excited. Bai Ying also said hurriedly, "Your Majesty, I will go too. I have to protect the safety of the young prince and the young princess. I will pack my bags now." Song Jingnian held his forehead helplessly and stopped the two people who were about to leave.
"Stop."
The two stopped. Song Jingnian said helplessly, "I haven't finished speaking yet. Why are you so anxious?" "Bai Ying, you don't have to go. Bai Mu and Bai Xing are there. You take care of the things in the capital." Hearing this, Bai Ying suddenly looked disappointed and then said dissatisfiedly, "Prince, this is unfair. Why can Bai Mu and Bai Xing go, but I can't? You call them back and let Bai Feng and I go. Such a good job should be fairer. We take turns." Bai Ying was really curious about what his prince's children looked like. They were the prince's own children. They looked very similar to the prince. Just by imagining it, Bai Ying felt that the two children must be very cute and beautiful. The more he thought about it, the more impatient he became. He wished he could grow wings and fly to Lingxi County immediately. Song Jingnian gave him a cold look helplessly and just wondered why Bai Ying was so childish now. "Forget it. I'm too lazy to bother with him." Song Jingnian ignored him and explained the situation of crescent moon ingot to Yi Xian. The more he talked, the more impatient Yi Xian became, wishing he could leave immediately. However, Song Jingnian said he had to prepare gifts for the two children, so he asked Yi Xian to wait and leave early tomorrow morning. Bai Ying was even more curious about the future princess. He wondered what kind of person she was that could attract the prince's attention. However, when he thought that he could not meet the two young masters, Bai Ying felt disappointed again. He wanted to scold Bai Mu and Bai Xing. These two guys were really lucky to be able to go to Lingxi County with the prince and meet the two young masters. Song Jingnian was walking in front, and Bai Ying was chasing behind with a bunch of things. Noticing that Bai Ying's speed had slowed down, Song Jingnian turned back and said, "Hurry up, how long have you not trained properly? You can't even keep up with the pace." Bai Ying sighed helplessly. He was in a bad mood and looked listless. This was the first time that Song Jingnian seriously strolled around the streets of Beijing. When he arrived at the entrance of Xiangmenlu, he thought of Mu Yun again. He felt that the food in Mu Yun's restaurant was much better than that in Xiangmenlu. If her restaurant could open in Beijing, the business would definitely be very good. She seemed to like making money very much. Thinking about it, Song Jingnian stepped into Xiangmenlu, ready to try it again, so as to write a letter to Mu Yun to explain the situation of this restaurant. As the most famous restaurant in Beijing, Xiangmenlu receives guests who are either rich or noble. Almost all the powerful young masters and young ladies in Beijing come here. As soon as Song Jingnian stepped into here, he attracted the attention of many people. Many people have heard about the return of Prince Ping, and when they saw him in person, many people couldn't help but whisper about it. Song Jingnian noticed that many eyes were looking at him, so he asked for a private room. Bai Ying followed behind with a bunch of things, and the two went upstairs. In the private room on the third floor, Su Qingyuan was meeting with her mother. She caught a glimpse of Song Jingnian's fleeting figure outside, and she immediately became energetic. But when she thought of Song Jingnian's attitude and rejection of her, she felt uncomfortable again. "Qingyuan, I think this Master Shuekan is quite good, young and promising. You young people will definitely have more to talk about together. Your Aunt Shui and I will go downstairs for a walk first, and you two can come find us after dinner." The wife of Marquis Xianping spoke with a smile on her face. As she spoke, she and Madame Shui smiled at each other and walked out of the private room together. However, Shui Kan, who was sitting opposite Su Qingyuan, was staring at her with great interest, and that look made her very annoyed. Seeing his mother leave like this, Su Qingyuan was very angry, but he controlled his demeanor and could not lose his temper, so he could only hold it in. His father and mother are really crazy. Su Qingyuan couldn't help feeling disgusted in her heart and didn't even want to look at Shui Kan. The look of disgust on her face was almost as if the word disgust was written all over her face. Shui Kan smiled nonchalantly, his tone relaxed, and with a hint of joking, "Miss Su seems to dislike me very much?" Su Qingyuan's heart was full of Song Jingnian, and even though Song Jingnian treated her like this, she still couldn't let go. He lives off his family's wealth. She looks down on such people the most. No, Master Shui is famous, and the old man of the Shui family is the grand tutor. Who dares to look down on Master Shui? Su Qingyuan's tone was flat, but if you listened carefully, you could still hear a hint of sarcasm in it. Shui Kan curled his lips and sneered. He was just bored and came to meet this so-called most beautiful woman in the capital. He didn't really care about Su Qingyuan. He didn't even like her because she was so arrogant, but it was good to tease her for fun. Su Qingyuan looked at Shui Kan in shame and anger. She didn't expect that he would use this matter to humiliate her. She was very angry. Her chest rose and fell, and she could not suppress her anger. "Did Mr. Shui come here today to humiliate me?" Su Qingyuan asked coldly. Seeing her so angry, Shui Kan chuckled and said, "Miss Su misunderstood. How can this be called humiliation? Maybe Miss Su has a lot of thoughts in her heart, so she feels this way." Su Qingyuan stood up and turned around to leave. Shui Kan hurriedly said, "If Miss Su has someone in her heart, don't come out to harm others. This is not fair to others." Su Qingyuan looked back at him, and a sneer rose at the corner of her mouth. "Who are you speaking for? Who is it unfair to? To Chu Ziqian?" Seeing her mention Chu Ziqian, Shui Kan's smile faded.
Ha.
So you also know that this is unfair to Chu Ziqian. Since you know, don't provoke him. You are not the same kind of people. Shuekin looked serious and spoke in a cold tone. Su Qingyuan smiled and said, whether we are the same kind of people or not is not up to you, Master Shui. After your reminder, I suddenly feel that Chu Ziqian is actually quite good. He has a good family background, is handsome, and has a good future. Although he is not as good as His Royal Highness Prince Ping, he is also a dragon among men compared to others. For example, compared to you, Master Shui, he is particularly outstanding. Shuekin saw her playful smile and clenched his hands unconsciously. He said coldly, Su Qingyuan, what do you mean? If you dare to hit on Chu Ziqian, I will not let you off easily. Shuekin originally wanted to see what kind of personality this so-called first beauty in the capital was, who could make his good brother Chu Ziqian obsessed with her and keep refusing to marry, but he didn't expect that Su Qingyuan was such an ungrateful person, not as kind and simple as Chu Ziqian said. Shuekin was even more worried about his good brother. Su Qingyuan smiled and said, if I am willing to marry, Chu Ziqian will come to my house to propose marriage immediately. Do you believe it? Su Qingyuan's smug look made Shuekin very angry, but he couldn't do anything about her. He could only say, if you dare to tease Chu Ziqian, I will not forgive you. Su Qingyuan, you can't get close to His Royal Highness Ping Wang, and don't think of Chu Ziqian as a fool. If you really have a conscience, find someone else to take over, don't find Chu Ziqian. Su Qingyuan was more and more ashamed and annoyed by what he said. She said coldly, Chu Ziqian is very good. He can't be the princess of Ping Wang, but being the madam of young Master Chu is also good. Thank you for reminding me today, otherwise I wouldn't have thought of this. Enjoy these dishes slowly, Mr. Shui, I'll leave first. I have to go back to think about my lifelong event. Su Qingyuan smiled deliberately, then turned and left. Shuekin was very irritable. With a snap, he smashed the wine glass on the table. This Su Qingyuan is really a hypocritical person, extremely shameless. Shuekin hurriedly stood up. He wanted to find Chu Ziqian and tell him the true face of Su Qingyuan so that he could see clearly and stop liking this hypocritical woman. Shuekin was busy walking and did not notice Su Qingyuan behind the corridor. Su Qingyuan just saw Song Jingnian and guessed that he should be in a private room on this floor. Deep down, she wanted to see him again, but she always felt unwilling. There was still a trace of expectation in her heart, even though she knew that expectation would be dashed. At this time in the private room, Song Jingnian ordered all the dishes and filled the entire table. This was the first time he wasted food. After taking out a little of each to taste, he picked up a pen and wrote down his feelings. Finally, he asked Buying to call someone to pack up all the dishes and send them to the beggar's den on East Street. That is where all the beggars in the city hang out, and most of them gather there. Buying had no choice but to accept the task. He didn't want to do any of these tasks. He just wanted to go to Lingxi County to see his two young masters. After sealing the letter, Song Jingnian put it in his arms, stood up and opened the door, but saw Su Qingyuan at the door. Song Jingnian frowned, his eyes full of displeasure. Su Qingyuan suppressed her inner excitement and fear and knelt down to salute. Greetings, Your Majesty. Song Jingnian ignored her and was about to leave. Su Qingyuan hurriedly said, Your Majesty, wait a minute. Buying came out of the private room and stopped immediately when he saw this scene. Song Jingnian said coldly, Miss Su, is there anything else? Su Qingyuan looked at him and said slowly, Your Majesty, I just want to confirm again, Your Majesty, are you really married? Song Jingnian said coldly, This king never lies, and there is no need to lie. Besides, this king's affairs have nothing to do with Miss Su. Please see your identity clearly. Su Qingyuan's face turned pale, and she nodded slowly, Okay, I understand, and I will definitely not bother you again in the future. Song Jingnian raised his foot to go downstairs, and Bai Ying hurriedly followed. Many of the large and small bags in Bai Ying's hand were for women, and you can tell by looking at the packaging. Su Qingyuan stared blankly and was extremely jealous in her heart. She was even more curious and eager to know who made Song Jingnian fall in love. It was just a pity that she asked for a long time, but didn't find out anything. Song Jingmian took all the gifts back to the palace. As soon as he returned, he saw the eldest princess waiting for him in the hall. "Mother, why are you here?"
Song Jingmian asked.
The eldest princess looked at the pile of things in Bai Ying's hand and asked curiously, "What are you two doing?" Bai Ying was about to speak when he was interrupted by Song Jingmian. "I just bought some randomly, nothing much." "Bai Ying, take all the things away." Song Jingmian spoke to Bai Ying and winked at him, signaling him not to talk nonsense. Bai Ying was confused. Didn't the prince tell the princess? He didn't dare to say anything more and was about to take the things away, but was stopped by the princess.
"Stop.
Bring the things here for me to see." The princess' tone was unquestionable. Bai Ying didn't dare to move anymore and could only look at Song Jingmian for help. Song Jingmian was helpless. Before he could think of how to refuse, the two maids beside the princess came over and took a bunch of things from Bai Ying and put them in front of the princess. Song Jingmian winked at Bai Ying and asked him to leave first, lest it would be difficult if Bai Ying exposed them later. The princess looked at these things carefully and took them out one by one. They were all women's and children's things. The more the princess looked at them, the more she guessed and the more complicated her mood became. Song Jingmian was still thinking about how to fool him, and the princess spoke first. "Is this why you didn't tell me who that girl is?" Song Jingmian was confused, not understanding what his mother meant. The princess continued, "That girl is not a girl anymore? She's a widow?" The princess was puzzled. "Then it's divorced?" Song Jingmian shook his head, "No." The princess was puzzled. "It's not that, it's not that, it's not divorced, nor is it a widow. So how can there be two children? Did you hook up with a married woman?" Song Jingmian was shocked by his mother's words. He waved his hands repeatedly. "No, no, mother. What are you thinking?" He also realized that his mother had misunderstood. The princess was even more puzzled. "Then who did you buy the things for this child?" "It's not the child of the woman you like?" Song Jingmian was helpless and didn't know how to explain. Seeing that he couldn't speak, the princess sighed helplessly. "Forget it, Jingmian, as long as it's the one you like, with a clean background and a good family, whether it's divorced or a widow, I accept it. As for the two children, you can't have children. It's really unfair to the woman. Since she has her own children, she won't feel bad. As long as you are willing and you like it, I accept it." As she said, the princess' eyes were red. Her only child, such an excellent child, couldn't even find a good partner to marry, and actually fell in love with a woman with a child. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable the princess felt. Seeing his mother so upset, Song Jingmian was in a dilemma and could only say, "Mother, it's not what you think. I will explain it to you later. Please don't be sad first, okay?" The princess wiped her eyes with a handkerchief and showed a forced smile. "It's okay. Mother is not upset, but happy. I'm happy that you have a woman you like. No matter what kind of woman she is, as long as you like her, it's fine. Your love is more important than anything else." After so many years, the princess has let it go. She took her son's hand, patted it gently, and then said, "Okay, let's go to the palace together. Let's go see your royal grandmother. The imperial physician said that this period is your royal grandmother's last days. We should go to accompany her often to help her spend these last moments." Song Jingmian nodded. Thinking of the gift, he said, "Mother, you go first. I'll ride over later and catch up with you soon. I have some things to tell you." The eldest princess nodded and left first with the help of the nanny. Song Jingmian hurried back to his yard, wrote another letter, and put it in a box. Then he gave the letter and the gift to Bai Ying, asking him to pass it to Yi Xian, and told Yi Xian to hand the letter to Mu Yun personally. In the letter, he explained to Mu Yun that he could not go for the time being, and in order to entice her to open a shop in Beijing, he explained the situation of some shops in Beijing to her. Only after explaining everything did Song Jingmian leave. He quickly caught up with the eldest princess on horseback, and the mother and son entered the palace together. In Lingxi County, Mu Yun has been very happy these days. The opening of the braised food store and the roast duck restaurant was very successful, and she made a large sum of money. These days, she has been busy teaching by Ruoxing to learn design and opening the store. Fortunately, Baimu Baixing helps to take care of the children, so she has less worries. That day, Baimu told her that the teacher for Yuanbao and his friends had been found and would arrive in a few days. Muyun didn't ask any more questions, just told her to let him know when he got there. She was already preparing to leave Lingxi County. The cloth shop's business was getting better and better. The cloth was sold outside, and more people came to Lingxi County to seek cooperation. Xiao Ningji was also very busy. Not only was he busy solving cases and settling disputes for the people, he was also busy increasing the taxes in Lingxi County. With Muyun's weaving and garment workshops, the taxes in Lingxi County were likely to increase sharply this year. By the end of the year, he would be able to report it, and by then it might not be long before he could bring Chuning back to Beijing. Xiao Ningji and Chuning both kept the matter between Song Jingmian and Muyun in mind, but told no one about it. Their intuition told them that Muyun would be his benefactor. It can be seen now that if there was no Muyun, the tax revenue in Lingxi County would not have increased, but it would have increased so much. In the past, those wealthy businessmen refused to do business in Lingxi County no matter how he persuaded them. They all wanted to expand their business outside, believing that Lingxi County had no future. Now, it was all thanks to Mu Yun that this place could become more prosperous. On this day, not long after Mu Yun left, a carriage stopped at the door of his house. It was Yi Xian. Xiao Ningji was with him. Yi Xian couldn't find Mu Yun's house, so he went to the government office to find Xiao Ningji first and asked him to bring him here. This is it, military advisor Yi. Xiao Ningji respected Yi Xian very much. In Song Jingnian's several expeditions, every time he won a great victory, it was Yi Xian's credit. Yi Xian's resourcefulness made him admire him very much, so he respected him very much. Finally, he was about to meet the young master and the young princess. Yi Xian was very excited and couldn't wait to knock on the door. Xiao Ningji saw that he was no longer needed, and he happened to have something to do, so he said goodbye to Yi Xian. As soon as Yi Xian knocked on the door, someone came to open it. It was Mu Yang. Yi Xian looked at the half-grown child in front of him and wondered, could this be Yuan Bao? It doesn't look like him. Didn't the prince say that the child looks very similar to him? Who are you looking for? Mu Yang asked, feeling that the man in front of him looked at him strangely. Yi Xian asked, are you Yuan Bao? Mu Yang shook his head, looked at him warily and said, what are you looking for Yuan Bao for? Seeing Mu Yang shaking his head to deny, Yi Xian suddenly remembered that the prince said the child was a little over 3 years old, and the child in front of him looked 6 or 7 years old. He smiled and said, I have something to do with Yuan Bao. I am his future teacher. Mu Yang frowned and looked at Yi Xian suspiciously. Seeing that he would not let him in, Yi Xian said helplessly, then I will look for Baimu. Is he here? Mu Yang did not hesitate this time and said directly yes. Uncle Baimu, someone is looking for you. Mu Yang turned around and shouted towards the yard. Soon, Baimu ran over and saw that it was Yi Xian outside the door, so he hurriedly opened the door. Yi Jun, Master Yi is here, coming quickly. He habitually wanted to call Yi Jun sure, but realized that something was wrong and hurriedly changed it. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Your Highness. The young master asked me to bring a lot of things. They are all in the carriage. You go out and get them. Bai Mu glanced at him hurriedly, almost exposing the identity of the prince. Yi Xian shrugged. He didn't mean it. Bai Mu called Bai Xing to come out to move things together, and Yi Xian couldn't wait to go into the yard. There were 4 children in the yard. In addition to Mu Yang, who had just opened the door, there was also Hu Tianxi, who was not much different from Yuan Bao. But Yi Xian recognized Yuan Bao and Yueya at a glance. Seeing the appearance of these 2 children, Yi Xian was really surprised. I just felt that God was really good and actually sent 2 children to his prince. He hurried over and happily introduced himself to Yuan Bao and Yuan Bao. Hello. I am Yi Xian, your father's good friend and subordinate. You can call me Uncle Yi in the future. Yi Xian reached out and touched Yueya's head lovingly, and then touched Yuan Bao's head. Yuan Bao suppressed his displeasure and didn't dodge. Since he was his father's friend, he should just let him touch it. Yueya politely said, Hello, Uncle Yi. Yuanbao also said lightly, "Hello, Uncle Yi." Yi Xian smiled happily. Okay. Uncle Yi brought you gifts, take a look. By the way, there are 2 other children who also have gifts. What are your names? Hu Tianxi and Mu Yang also introduced their names. Bai Mu Baixing came in with a bunch of things, and Yi Xian took them to open the gifts, some prepared by him, Beiying and Song Jingnian. Yi Xian introduced them to the children one by one. There were many novel things that the children had never seen before, so the children were happy to open the gifts. Yi Xian looked around the yard and didn't see the hostess. He asked Bai Mu curiously, "Bai Mu, where's the child's mother? Why isn't she here?" Bai Mu replied, "Miss Mu went to the restaurant to collect the bills." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Is she a businessman?" Bai Mu nodded. "Yes, Miss Mu has a good business sense and has a big business." Yi Xian pulled Bai Mu aside and wanted to ask her something about Mu Yun. As a result, before the 2 of them reached the corner, the door of the yard opened. It was Mu Yun who came back. She was holding a box in her hands, smiling, and seemed to be in a good mood. Seeing that there was another person in the yard, Mu Yun was stunned and looked puzzled. While Mu Yun was looking at Yi Xian was also looking at her. She was wearing a long dress with a white background and blue flowers, with a graceful posture and a blue camellia on her temples. She was elegant and extraordinary. Her skin was white and clear like jade, her eyes were bright and clear, and her face was beautiful and cold.
She was really a beauty.
Yi Xian only looked at her for a moment, not daring to keep his eyes on Mu Yun for too long, and then hurriedly smiled and said, "This is Miss Mu, right?" "I am Yi Xian. I have heard of you for a long time." Yi Xian walked over and said to Mu Yun with a smile. Bai Mu hurriedly introduced, "Miss Mu, this is Yi Xian, the gentleman from the capital who is looking for Yuanbao." Upon hearing this, Mu Yun looked at Yi Xian again. He was wearing loose clothes, had a scholarly look, and had a unique temperament, which was very different from ordinary people. Bai Mu was afraid that Mu Yun didn't believe in Yi Xian's ability. After all, Yi Xian did look a little strange, so he hurriedly said again, "Miss Mu, don't worry. Young Master Yi is very knowledgeable and will definitely be able to teach Yuya and Yuanbao well." Mu Yun asked, "Did Song Jingnian find this person?" Bai Mu hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "Yes." Mu Yun didn't refuse. He looked at Yi Xian and said, "Then I'll trouble young Master Yi in the future." "Does young Master Yi have any requirements for monthly wages?" Yi Xian was surprised. "And monthly wages?" Mu Yun's eyes were puzzled. "What do you mean, young Master Yi?" "Of course there are monthly wages." "Does young Master Yi not get monthly wages for teaching other people's children?" Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Yes, of course there are monthly wages. It's just that I think I am his subordinate and also a friend. It's not good to collect monthly wages." Mu Yun smiled and said, "One thing is one thing. Mr. Yi doesn't have to be restrained. Since you have paid, you should get a return. You can collect as much monthly wages as you should. My children are different from others. We will not live in one place for the time being. We need to move around. So we have to trouble you to stay with us. As for the monthly salary, I will give you 30 taels per month. Do you think it is enough?" Yi Xian nodded hurriedly. Enough. Miss Mu is too polite." Mu Yun smiled at him politely and asked Bai Mu to help greet the guests. She entered the house with a box. As soon as she entered, she saw the table piled with gifts. Mu Yun was puzzled and turned back to Bai Mu and said, "Bai Mu, what are these in my room?" Bai Mu and Yi Xian walked over hurriedly. Bai Mu said, "Miss Mu, this is what Mr. Yi brought. It is a gift from my young master to you." Mu Yun was surprised. "Is it given to me by Song Jingnian?" Bai Mu smiled and nodded. Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Mr. Yi has been selecting for a long time. There are still a few letters on the table. Miss Mu can take a look." Mu Yun nodded slightly, said thank you, and then closed the door. Yi Xian looked at Bai Mu and felt that Miss Mu was a little cold and difficult to approach. Bai Mu saw him coming, pulled up the corner of his mouth and smiled slightly, then said, "I'll go to open the gifts with Yuya." That guy buying actually prepared a gift for Yuanbao, which shows how good he is at being a human being. You shouldn't have brought it to him.
Bai Mu complained.
In the room, Muyan put down the money he had just received from the restaurant and then picked up the envelope on the table and opened it. In the first letter, Song Jingyan said that the food in the restaurants in Beijing was not delicious and it was far worse than her restaurant. He even wrote down the cuisine like a string of menus, which made Mu-Yun helpless. He also said that if she went to Beijing to open a restaurant, the business would be very good and it would not be an exaggeration to make a fortune every day. There are many dignitaries in Beijing, and those people are stupid and rich. Their money is easy to make. In the end, he concluded that Beijing is a good place to make money. If she came, she would definitely make a lot of money. The temptation in his tone was self-evident. Muyan couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. His skills in fooling people were not mature enough, so blatant. She picked up the second letter. Mu-Yun, my grandmother is seriously ill. The doctor said that she may only live for a short period of time. I can't leave for the time being. My grandmother is very good to me and is very concerned about me. As I haven't gotten married yet, she was urged to get married as soon as I came back. I didn't dare tell her about you and the child, for fear that she would be too excited. I was also afraid that my mother would find out. If my mother knew about the existence of the two children, she would definitely go looking for you. I'm afraid it would cause trouble to you.
Sorry.
I said I would come back soon, but I broke my promise. Please tell Yueya and Yuan Bao that I miss them very much and ask them not to forget me. Muyan found it funny, and there was another picture behind it. The gifts I bought for you were seen by my mother. She seemed to have misunderstood and thought that the woman I like is a widow with a child or a divorced woman. Because I was urged to get married, I could only coax them by saying that I have married you and my mother wants to meet you very much, but I didn't reveal anything about you, so don't worry. Mu-Yun, take care of yourself and take good care of yourself. Baimu and Baixing will always be with you and help take care of the children. You just do your thing and leave the children's safety to them. As for their studies, Yi Xian is capable enough to teach them. You trust him and just leave the children's studies to Yi Xian.
Muyan found it funny.
This man usually looked cold, but what he said in the letter made people feel not so cold. After reading the letter, she began to open the gifts. Song Jingyan bought everything, even the cloth from the capital, saying that he wanted her to see if the cloth she made was better. In the capital, the Queen Mother's illness became serious. She began to be bedridden and had no strength to speak. Song Jingyan and the princess did not leave the palace again and stayed in Shokong Palace day and night. On this day, Duke Qin came to the palace and said that he wanted to see the Queen Mother. After the princess learned about it from the palace servants, she ran out angrily. Outside Shokong Palace, Duke Qin was waiting for the Queen Mother to summon him. He was a little uneasy and didn't know whether the Queen Mother was willing to see him now. He thought that when a person is about to die, his words are kind. Maybe at this time, the grudges in the Queen Mother's heart will disappear. But instead of waiting for the Queen Mother to summon him, he waited for the angry princess. Seeing the princess, Duke Qin smiled and called out in a gentle voice, "Yong'an, I came to see the Queen Mother. Is she okay?" The princess looked at his hypocritical face and felt extremely disgusted. She said coldly, "The Queen Mother doesn't need you to see me. Duke, you should go back. This is not the place for you." After all, they were in the palace, and the princess didn't want to be laughed at by the palace people, so she suppressed her anger and didn't get angry at Duke Qin. Duke Qin didn't know what was good for him and continued, "Yong'an, the Queen Mother is my mother-in-law after all. She's not in good health now, so it's my duty to go and see her. Why are you trying to stop me from doing this?" The princess sneered. "Mother-in-law? Are you worthy? Do you really think you are a person? Qin Su, you are just a dog of our Song family. I give you some face, but you really think you are a person? If you can't see your own identity like this, you will bring disaster to yourself sooner or later." Duke Qin looked ugly and couldn't believe that his wife would insult him like this. He was so angry that his face turned blue, and he was full of anger, but he didn't dare to vent in front of her. "Yong'an, don't go too far. I came to see the Queen Mother out of kindness, not for you to humiliate me like this." The princess snorted coldly. "You don't have to pretend to be kind. If you don't come, maybe the Queen Mother's illness will get better." Get out of here. After saying that, the princess flicked her sleeves and left. Her back was resolute, without a trace of nostalgia. Duke Chen stood there, feeling angry and embarrassed, but he couldn't do anything. The anger in his heart was getting stronger and stronger until he tasted something bloody in his mouth and suddenly came back to his senses. He reached out to wipe it, and when he saw the blood on his hand, his face became even uglier and he panicked inexplicably. He turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly bumped into someone. He was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Just as he was about to curse, he saw that it was Song Jingnian. He stopped himself from saying the dirty words that were about to come out of his mouth. He asked with some dissatisfaction, "Jingnian, what's wrong with you?"
Didn't you see me?
Song Jingnian raised a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth and said lightly, "Didn't you notice that I was just discussing something with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Didn't the Duke hear us?" Song Jingnian felt strange. He and Song Yian came over while talking together. He saw Duke Chen, but who knew he would suddenly bump into him? Could it be that Duke Chen was deaf and didn't hear him and Song Yian's voices? Duke Chen was confused. He didn't hear any sound just now. Thinking of the blood in his mouth, he became inexplicably flustered and hurriedly got up from the ground. "Meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Duke Chen hurriedly saluted Song Yian. Song Yian nodded slightly and said solemnly, "No need to be polite, Duke." Song Jingnian was about to leave, and Duke Chen grabbed his sleeve. "Jingnian, I still have something to say to you. Wait a minute." Song Yian glanced at Song Jingnian and said, "Then I'll go first, cousin. Come back later." After Song Yian left, Duke Chen spoke again. "Jingnian, why is there no news about the Dali Temple chief you mentioned before? Did something go wrong?" Song Jingnian was not in a good mood these days because of the Queen Mother's illness, and forgot about it for a while. "No, the appointment documents will be sent to the house tomorrow, just wait." Hearing this, Duke Chen was immediately very happy. Okay, that's good. "Jingnian, you haven't been home these few days. This is what's going on. Your father has found a few marriage partners for you. When you are free, I will arrange for you to meet and get to know each other." Hearing this, Song Jingnian's already cold eyes instantly pierced Duke Chen like an ice cone. The bone-chilling coldness frightened the Duke, and he was frightened and didn't dare to meet his eyes again. "It seems that it's not the Duke's turn to decide my marriage, right?" The mother and son's identical words made Duke Chen feel embarrassed and awkward. It's okay for his wife to be like this, but now even his son is like this. I'm afraid there won't be another person as frustrated as him in the whole world. Frustrated as he was, Duke Chen didn't dare to say anything now. After a long pause, he said, "Yes, it's true that I can't decide for you, but I also have good intentions. If you don't like it, forget it." With that pitiful look, if you didn't know, you would really think he had suffered a lot of injustice. Song Jingnian would not pity him even if he felt sorry for the beggars on the street. Seeing this, he just said coldly, "If there is nothing else, I will leave first." "Duke, please do as you please." Song Jingnian strode away and went to Shokong Palace. Duke Chen looked at his disappearing back with mixed feelings. Looking at the blood on his hands, he thought for a while and went to the Imperial Hospital. After the Imperial physician repeatedly felt his pulse, he said with a serious face, "Duke Chen, your body seems." The Imperial physician was reluctant to tell him. Duke Chen was frightened by the Imperial physician's serious look and became more uneasy. "What's the problem? What's wrong with my body?" Duke Chen asked impatiently. The Imperial physician said with regret, "Duke Chen, you have pulmonary atrophy, which should be about a year." Duke Chen was stunned. "What pulmonary atrophy? What is this?" The Imperial physician explained to him, and finally he understood that it was an incurable disease. Duke Chen was suddenly hit hard, and the whole person could not accept it at all, and a sweet and fishy taste came from his mouth again. The Imperial physician could only hurry to inform the princess. In Shokong Palace, when the Imperial physician told everyone about Duke Chen's illness, everyone was surprised. Song Yian asked Dr. Wen, "Are you sure? Is it really an incurable disease?" Dr. Wen nodded. "Your Highness, I have been practicing medicine for more than 30 years, and I will not be wrong. I have confirmed it repeatedly." It is indeed pulmonary atrophy. If you take good care of your body, you will have no problem living for more than 2 years. But the Duke seems to be easily excited, which is not good for his condition. The longer he is angry and irritable, the shorter his remaining days will be. The princess snorted coldly and said, Dr. Wen, you should treat it as you should. Sometimes living is more painful than dying. Dr. Wen understood what the princess meant and nodded in agreement. Yes, Your Highness, then I will take my leave first. After the imperial physician left, the prince also left, and the queen mother fell asleep again, leaving only the mother and son in the hall.
There was no words for a while.
After a while, the princess said, Jingnian, what do you think about Chinsu's matter? The princess was worried that her son still had feelings for Duke Chen and that he was still feeling uncomfortable. Song Jingnian's expression did not change at all, and he was still indifferent. Mother, after I was 5 years old, I no longer had a father in my heart. You don't have to test me. Whether Duke Chen is dead or alive has nothing to do with me. I am not a good person, let alone a soft-hearted person. I can only say that he deserves all this. It's good now. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, the princess smiled. We are both cruel, mother and son. If Chinsu knew, I'm afraid he would be angry again. Song Jingnian pulled the corner of his mouth and didn't care at all. In the Duke's mansion, after Duke Xin returned home, facing all kinds of questions from Aunt Zhou, he had no interest in answering. He just looked like he had no desire to live, which confused Aunt Zhou and didn't know what was wrong with him. After a night of silence, the next morning, when the family was having breakfast at the old lady's house, someone came to the mansion. It was the Dali Temple, holding the appointment document in his hand. Duke Chen's gloomy face finally showed a smile, which was considered comforting. Congratulations, Duke Chen. This is your son's appointment document. Please take it. Chun Jingqiu hurriedly got up to take it, and then smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work, sir. Please sit down and have breakfast together. The man smiled and refused. I have something else to do, so I won't stay for long. Congratulations, Duke. With that, the man turned around and was about to leave. Aunt Zhou hurriedly took out a purse and handed it to the man, smiling and saying, This is to invite you to have tea. Sir, please don't mind it. The man smiled and did not refuse. He took the purse and left. The old lady sitting above the seat smiled and said, Finally, you've found a job for Jingqiu. The big stone in my heart has fallen. Jingqiu, work hard in the future and strive to be promoted soon. You must know that it is not easy for you to get this position. Those so-called new top scholars, after 10 years of hard study, may not have as high a starting point as you do now. You must cherish it. Song Jingqiu opened the appointment document and replied, Yes, grandmother. Your grandson will work hard and become a high official soon. Aunt Zhou was so happy that she never let go of the smile on her face. Jingqiu, get to know your eldest brother more in the future. Your eldest brother still has you as his younger brother in his heart. Otherwise, he would not have helped this time. This was the first time Aunt Zhou felt grateful to Song Jingnian. Duke Chen was also relieved and said, After all, we are blood relatives. No matter how cold Jason looks, he still cares about us. The old lady also smiled and said, Yes, Jason is actually kind-hearted, but he just looks cold. The family laughed happily, except for Qin Jingyang, who had a sneer in his eyes. When Chun Jingqiu saw his name on the appointment document, he was stunned, confused, and at a loss. Aunt Zhou was talking to her daughter-in-law about her son's excellence. Her proud look made Qin Jingqiu's wife feel disgusted, but she didn't show it on her face and nodded in cooperation with her mother-in-law. Dad, why is the name on this document my second brother's? Did the people in the Dali Temple write it wrong? Don't they know my name is Qin Jingqiu? Chun Jingyang is my second brother, not me. Qin Jingqiu's words startled the proud concubine Zhou, and she suddenly screamed, Impossible! Duke Chen was also startled and hurriedly snatched the document. When he saw that the name on it was really Qin Jingyang, he was stunned. His face was full of disbelief. What's going on? How could the name be wrong? The old lady also frowned and asked, and her wrinkled old face looked even uglier. Duke Chen frowned tightly, raised his eyes to look at Chen Jingyang, but saw Chen Jingyang smiling at him. Duke Chen suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and an absurd idea came to his mind. Master, are the people in the Dali Temple all idiots? They can even make mistakes in names? Let's go find him. I just gave him so much silver as a reward, and now I really regret it. Concubine Zhou said, and was about to pull Duke Chen away, but was pulled back by Duke Chen. Sit down, don't make trouble. Aunt Zhou was stunned by the shouting, and then she said dissatisfiedly, Master, why are you shouting at me? I'm not the one who did something wrong. You should shout at the person who just delivered the document. You only know how to shout at me. At this time, no one paid attention to Aunt Zhou's grievances. Duke Chen was silent and stared at his second son Chen Jingyang. The old lady said, It's okay if the name is wrong, just ask them to change it. It's not a big deal. Chen Jingyang met Duke Chen's eyes, smiled lightly, and then said, The name of the clerk will not be wrong. You worry too much. Chen Jingyang, who had always been like a transparent person, attracted everyone's attention as soon as he opened his mouth. All eyes looked at him. At this moment, Chen Jingyang felt funny and interesting. It was really rare that they all looked at him with such attention. With a puff, Chen Jinghua couldn't help but sneer, Second brother, you can't be mistaken? You don't think that this position is for you, right? Haha, this is really the funniest joke I've ever heard. Second brother, how can you be so whimsical? Chen Jingchu couldn't help laughing. Second brother, are you still asleep and confused? Why don't you say that this appointment document is for you? Chen Jingchu's face was full of sneers, and he didn't respect this second brother at all. Aunt Zhou was even more angry. Jingyang, it's already this time. We are talking about business. Can you not make trouble? Only Duke Chen didn't speak, and was still silent. Chen Jingyang smiled. This was the first time in so many years that everyone saw such a relaxed smile on his face. When that face smiled, it was actually a little similar to Song Jingnian, with the same wind eyes and the same cold eyes. In terms of eye shape, they both inherited Duke Chen. Aunt Zhou instantly hated this son, even more. He was actually similar to Song Jingnian's dead face. Is this still her son? This appointment document is for me. Didn't you see the name? Why are you doubting it? Chen Jingyang said as a matter of course. But everyone thought he was daydreaming. The old lady slammed the chopsticks in her hand on the table and said angrily, Enough. What a shame. Jingyang, go back to your yard first, and don't come to my yard anymore. Hearing this, everyone was full of gloating. The old lady's words meant that she was going to give up Chen Jingyang, which meant that she would just treat this grandson as if she didn't exist in the future. Although everyone seemed to treat him as if he didn't exist before, he was the second young master of the mansion after all, and no one dared to treat him harshly. But after the old lady spoke, I'm afraid that Chen Jingyang's life in this family will be more difficult in the future. Everyone was waiting to see Chen Jingyang's panic, regret, and fear, but they only saw a smile on his face. He still looked calm and composed, with a smile on his lips, as if the old lady's words had no effect on him. Okay, I remember what Grandma said, and I will never step into your yard again. But I have to tell you in advance that when you die, I will still come to see you, and I will have to mourn in this yard. Otherwise, my colleagues in the court will definitely report me and say that I am unfilial. I can't ruin my future because of this reason. I hope Grandma will understand. Everyone thought Chen Jingyang was crazy and dared to talk to the old lady like this. Chen Jingchu sneered, Brother, a disabled person can't be an official. Even if you want to dream, you should dream a more realistic dream. You are really ashamed of being like this. I feel ashamed to have a brother like you. Do you understand? Chen Jinghua also twisted his mouth and sneered, Brother, people should know themselves. Do you want to look at what you look like now? If you can be an official, I can go to heaven and become a fairy. Chen Jingyang didn't care about their ridicule at all. The more they treated him like this, the happier he was. This meant that he didn't need to be soft-hearted to them in the future. Father, do you want to send someone to ask? Chen Jingyang raised his eyebrows and looked at Duke Chen and asked lightly. Chen Jingchu snatched the appointment document from his father's hand and was about to tear it up. Chen Jingyang reminded, Tearing up the court's appointment documents is against the law. Are you sure you want to do this, third brother? Chun Jingchu paused, and Duke Chin hurriedly snatched the document back and gave Chun Jingchu a cold look. You are so old, but you are still so rash and impulsive. Chun Jingchu was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table. Dad, is my eldest brother deliberately making trouble for me? I said he was not so kind, and you were the only one who would believe him. How could he help me when he was so cold and ruthless? You are too naive. Duke Chin was unwilling to believe that he was fooled by his son. He said, maybe the people in the Dali temple really made a mistake. This is the law of the court, and no one can break it. Aunt Zhou also said, yes? Jingchu, don't worry. I'll send someone to find out clearly. Aunt Zhou felt guilty when she saw his eyes. She dodged and didn't dare to look at him. The old lady said, do you think he will find this position for you? Chun Jingyang chuckled and said slowly, who said I am crippled. Everyone was puzzled and didn't understand what he meant. The next moment, Chun Jingyang in the wheelchair slowly stood up. Everyone was shocked. They stared at the scene with wide eyes in disbelief. Chun Jingyang was very tall, taller than everyone else. The person who was at eye level with them just now suddenly had to look up to see his face. Chun Jingyang was full of smiles, and he liked the shocked and flustered look of this family. Do you think I can be the chief of the Dali Temple now? This position was obtained for me by my eldest brother, not for my third brother. Maybe my eldest brother didn't make it clear, and you misunderstood. Chun Jingchu looked ugly. He felt that he had never been humiliated like this before, and his face flushed. Aunt Zhou was the most shocked person. She still couldn't believe it, and her eyes were fixed on Chun Jingyang's legs. When did your leg get better? Duke Chin spoke first, his face gloomy. Chun Jingyang slowly walked to Duke Chin, took the appointment document from him, and then replied lightly, I don't remember, it was when I was 5 or 6 years old. It's been too long, I have forgotten it. Is father very curious? Ha! If father is curious, you can ask elder brother. I have this leg thanks to elder brother. Oh, and the eldest princess. Thanks to the two of them, I can stand up and become the chief priest of the Dali Temple. They are both my benefactors. Duke Chin couldn't believe it and blurted out, impossible. It was the eldest princess who refused to let you go and had your leg broken. How could she have cured it? Chun Jingyang sneered and said lazily, who knows? Chun Jingyang's eyes fell on Aunt Zhou and said lightly, Aunt knows the eldest princess. Why did you treat my leg? Mrs. Zhou looked at him and shuddered instantly. She lowered her eyes and dared not look at him again. She shook her head slightly, maybe. The princess is kind-hearted, so she treated you. Chun Jingyang sneered. Yes. I am the murderer who pushed her son into the pond, and she can treat me. She is really a rare good person. I am still very grateful to the princess. Mrs. Zhou dared not look at him even more. At this time, Chun Jingyang's eyes made her feel as if he knew everything. The eyes that saw through everything made her feel at a loss and panic. Chun Jingchu could not accept this result at all. He could not become an official, but he would never allow Chun Jingyang, who had always been looked down upon by him and ignored by the whole family, to become an official. Dad, go find my eldest brother now and ask him if he made a mistake. This is impossible. No one paid attention to Chun Jingchu's words at this time. He was like a clown, anxiously asking for help. Duke Chin said in a cold voice, So, you've been lying to us all these years? Chun Jingyang smiled. Yes. I have been lying to you. Duke Chin was full of anger and raised his hand to slap Chun Jingyang, but Chun Jingyang grabbed his wrist. Chun Jingyang was surprisingly strong and did not look like the weak and sick before. Father, I have a bad temper. If you hit me, I am afraid you will not be able to bear the consequences, so I advise you not to move and sit still. The whole mansion was in chaos. Everyone was concerned about Duke Chen's health and hurried to call the palace doctor. Chun Jingyang looked at the suddenly empty hall, smiled coldly, and sat back in his wheelchair. He was about to push the chair back, but Chun Jingchu suddenly jumped out to stop him.
How dare you leave now?
Chun Jingyang thought it was funny. I was angry?
Ha!
Third brother, are you mistaken? I think the reason why my father fainted was because of you. You are ignorant and know nothing. It would be strange if your father is not angry to have a son like you. You should take good care of him. I'm going to work in the Dali Temple. Chen Jingqi wanted to stop him, but was frightened by Chen Jingyang's suddenly cold eyes. His outstretched hand fell in the air. He didn't dare to stop him anymore and could only watch Chen Jingyang leave. Chen Jingyang finally got rid of his wheelchair and went to work at the Dali Temple. His transformation not only shocked the people in the Duke's mansion, but also surprised many people outside. The family of Duke Chen is also famous in the capital. His wife is the eldest princess, and his son is the war god Ping Wang, who is endowed with imperial nature. It stands to reason that Duke Chen should be a respected and admired person, but he is courting death and wants to take a concubine. He even said that it is the beloved person in his youth. Isn't this a slap in the face of the eldest princess? Sure enough, after taking a concubine, the Duke's mansion gradually declined, and even the hereditary title of Duke was lost, which is also miserable. However, the second son, Chen Jingyang, is rarely heard of. When they find out that this position is an honor given by His Royal Highness Ping Wang, everyone speculates. The gate of the Duke's mansion has been cold for many years, but now it is slowly becoming lively because of Chen Jingyang. Although it is not very lively, at least people will come to visit now. But this made Aunt Zhou feel even more uncomfortable. Since Duke Chen fell into a coma that day, the palace doctor was not good, so the imperial physician was called in. After learning that Duke Chen was not going to live long, Aunt Zhou felt as if the sky had fallen in an instant, and she also fainted. She was not worried about Duke Chen, but worried about her own future. After waking up again, Aunt Zhou became less talkative and often dazed. She always thought in her mind, what should she do if the Duke died? If the title could be hereditary, then even if the Duke died, her son would be the Duke, and she would still be the old lady of the Duke's mansion, but the title was abolished from hereditary. Once the Duke died, they were nothing, not even the family of a small official, and instantly became ordinary people. She could not accept such a gap at all. She sought medical treatment everywhere, just hoping to save Duke Chen, but the results she learned in the end were all the same. If he was well taken care of, he could live a little longer. Aunt Zhou finally gave up and could only find medicinal materials at a high price, hoping to let Duke Chen live a little longer so that she could prepare for the future. Time flies. Half a month later, in Lingxi County. Muyan has taken care of everything here. After attending Bai Ruoxing's wedding banquet tomorrow, she will take the children to Yunzhou City. Pang Qingyun will stay here for the time being. After all, the base camp of the weaving workshop and the garment workshop is still here, and someone is still needed. The two have also agreed that Muyan will go out to expand the business in the future, and Pang Qingyun will do the rear work, and the two will cooperate for a win-win situation. In the garment workshop, Chunlan's embroidery skills have improved after learning from her master. Now she has become one of the best embroidery masters in the garment workshop. Muyan also gave her greater development possibilities and taught her to learn ready-to-wear design, which, combined with her embroidery skills, would produce better finished products. Under Muyan's guidance, Chunlan made rapid progress, as if her run and do meridians had suddenly been opened up. She suddenly became enlightened, and many new things appeared in her mind. Sister Mu, are you really going to leave? Chunlan looked at Mu Yun reluctantly. Mu Yun had taught her a lot, and came to say goodbye to her today. Mu Yun smiled and said, "Don't be sad. We will definitely meet again in the future." Chunlan sighed and nodded slowly. Sister Mu, you are different from us. You are not destined to be a person here. I will work hard, and will not let you down. Sister Mu, take care of yourself in the future. Mu Yun nodded. Okay, you too. After leaving the garment workshop, Mu Yun went back home. As soon as she entered the yard, she heard the sound of children reading, and her movements became much lighter. Yi Xian is indeed a very good teacher. Mu Yun can feel that the children have made great progress now. She quietly went back to her room and took out all the design drafts she had drawn during this period, ready to take them to Pang Qingyun. After picking up the things, she quietly went out again without disturbing the children's reading. Pang's house. As soon as Mu Yun came to the door, he saw someone on the roof in front. Before he could see clearly, the man jumped down and entered the Pang mansion. Mu-yun frowned and came to the door and knocked. The servant had known Mu-yun for a long time, and he said respectfully, "Miss Mu, the young master just went out."
What can I do for you?
Mu-yun said, "How are the guards in your house?" The servant looked confused, not knowing why she suddenly asked this. After coming to his senses, he answered honestly, "There are a total of 18 guards in the house, with guards on all 4 sides, front and back, east and west." "What's wrong, Miss Mu?" Mu-yun shook her head. "It's okay. I'll go in and wait for your young master." The servant nodded and hurriedly opened the door to let her in. After Mu-yun went in, she didn't let anyone follow her. She just said that she wanted to walk around casually and asked them not to worry about it. All the servants and maids stopped following her. Mu-yun walked towards the west side, paying attention to the surroundings while walking. It seemed that the place where the man just jumped down was on the west side. The huge house seemed a bit deserted because only Pang Qingyun lived there. There were not many servants and maids. Occasionally, 2 maids would be seen passing by in the yard. Mu-yun was observing when she suddenly heard a slight noise, like the creaking of a door opening. Although she was deliberately trying to control the sound, she still heard it. She immediately became alert and slowly approached the room where the sound came from. Her footsteps were so light that most people could not detect them. As she approached the door frame, the sound became clearer, as if someone was rummaging through something, making a somewhat messy sound. The people in the room searched for a long time. Mu-yun squatted under the window and waited, but she heard the sound of the door opening from inside. Mu-yun was stunned. He opened the door and left? Not through the window? Then she had been squatting for half a day in vain. Helplessly rolling her eyes, she quickly got up and walked around to the front, just in time to see the man closing the door. In broad daylight, the man did not wear night clothes, but white clothes. Even the mask was white. He knew how to choose. After closing the door, the man did not leave and continued to observe the surroundings carefully. When he saw that there was no one, he immediately ran to the east. Mu-yun hurriedly followed him. To the east was the yard where Pang Qingyun lived. There were more people there. The man could not find a chance to enter for a while, so he could only hide behind a pillar and wait for the opportunity. Mu-yun still followed him not far away. Finally, the maids took the things and went out one by one. The man found an opportunity, jumped up the wall, and then quickly fell down. Mu-yun also hurriedly followed him and waited until the man entered the house before she climbed over the wall to go in. The man climbed in through the window again, and the window was still open. This time, Mu-yun concluded that he would not go through the main door again because the main door faced the yard, and there were many maids and servants coming and going. He would definitely not dare to go through the main door again, and would definitely climb out through this window. She hid under the window again, and waited for the opportunity. The people in the room searched for a long time, but it seemed that there was nothing to gain, and soon they came out again.
Sure enough, she guessed it right.
The man went through the window this time. When the man climbed out of the window, Mu-yun suddenly stood up and smiled at the man.
"Ah,
I caught you. I followed you for a long time, and you didn't notice it. How did you become a thief? You are so unprofessional." The man's legs were still across the window. He was almost scared silly by Mu-yun's sudden appearance. The whole person subconsciously fell into the house. Mu-yun reached out and pulled him, accidentally touching the man's hand. The touch of the skin made her feel uncomfortable, and she quickly let go, disgusted. The man fell backwards in an instant and fell to the ground with a plop. Mu-yun took out a handkerchief and wiped her hands vigorously. The touch just now made her feel sick. The man was hurt by her behavior and was immediately furious. "You stinky woman, dare to despise me? I will kill you." The man got up from the ground, took out a dagger and stabbed at Mu-yun. Mu-yun stepped back a few steps to make it easier for the man to jump out so that she could catch him after he jumped out. Seeing her step back, the man really jumped out and stabbed at Mu-yun. Mu-yun smiled slightly, stepped forward directly, slightly tilted his body to avoid the dagger, then twisted his wrist and grabbed the man's hand holding the knife. The man tried to struggle, but he couldn't move at all. The pair of eyes above the white scarf were wide open, surprised at Mu Yun's strength. With your little skill, how dare you be a thief? Mu Yun raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth and spoke lightly. The man was angry. I'm not a thief. Mu Yun sneered. Not a thief? Sneaking into other people's homes to look for things. What else can you be, if not a thief? The man was speechless. Anyway, I'm not a thief. Let me go. Mu Yun sneered. Let you go. Do you think it's possible? Someone come.
Mu Yun suddenly shouted.
The man was startled and wanted to escape, but his wrist was tightly grasped by Mu Yun, and he couldn't run away at all. He anxiously roared in a low voice. Let me go. Mu Yun chuckled. Why should I let you go? The man hurriedly said. Let me go. I will thank you later. I will give you 100 taels of silver, 100 taels, okay? Mu Yun pretended to think, but the man had already heard a large number of footsteps coming towards the side. He was very anxious. Have you made up your mind? Hurry up, it's too late to wait. Mu Yun pulled up the corner of his mouth and showed him a smile. I've made up my mind. The man's anxious expression disappeared instantly, and he hurriedly said, Hurry, cover me and leave first, and I'll give you the silver later. Mu Yun said, I've made up my mind. I don't want your silver. The man was stunned and realized in an instant that he was fooled. He was about to get angry, but Mu Yun kicked him in the knee. He knelt down in pain instantly. The guards of the mansion also arrived. Seeing Mu Yun escorting a masked man, the guards hurried over to help. Mu Yun was about to send him to the government office when he met Peng Qingyan coming back at the door. Mu Yun handed all the design drafts in his hand to him and asked him to keep them carefully. If they were stolen, it would be a real disaster for the family. Mu Yun suspected that the man came here today just to steal secrets, not money. He didn't take any of the valuable things in the house, so he must have other purposes. He would know the answer after handing him over to the government for trial. As for confidential things, Peng Qingyan is also trying to build a special place to store them. The bailiff only hit the man a few times with a stick and he confessed. The man's name was Li Da, and he was a member of Li Xiaoping's family. This time he came to steal things for Li Xiaoping. However, he said that Li Xiaoping did not instigate him, but he wanted to please Li Xiaoping. He knew that Li Xiaoping wanted the things from the Peng family, so he went to look for them.
Mu Yun almost forgot about Li Xiaoping.
This man was vicious and cruel with no bottom line. If he was not dealt with, he would become a big trouble. Peng Qingyun would definitely not be able to deal with him. Li Da was thrown into prison and spent a year in jail. Mu Yun returned home with worries, thinking about how to deal with Li Xiaoping so that he would never be able to cause trouble again. The children at home have finished reading their books for the day, so now is their leisure time. Mu Yun saw the noise in the yard and went out again as soon as he came back. This time, she went to Li Xiaoping's house and still sneaked in. After coming here once, she was quite familiar with the Li family. She found Li Xiaoping's yard with ease, but discovered that there was no one in his yard, but there seemed to be voices of people talking in the house. Mu Yun was puzzled, approached carefully, and squatted down to eavesdrop in a hidden place behind the house. Master, the cargo should be docked at the western pier this time. The two drunkards are guarding the pier at night. After drinking 2 pots of wine, they don't know anything. But this time there are a lot of cargoes, and it will take a long time to unload the cargoes. We can't always guarantee that there will be no one patrolling the pier. Li Xiaoping's voice sounded. It's okay. Unload the cargo in the middle of the night. Let the guards guard the surrounding intersections, and if anyone wants to come, just knock them out. Okay, Master, then it will be set at show time tonight. I will go to gather people and get ready. Li Xiaoping nodded. Well, go. The door opened, and the man left. Li Xiaoping was the only one left in the room. Mu Yun was confused. What cargo? It was so shameful that it needed to be unloaded in the middle of the night, and no one could see it. Li Xiaoping also went out, and the yard began to return to normal. The sound of maids sweeping the floor sounded. Mu Yun looked around, got up, climbed over the wall, and ran out. Along the way, she was thinking about the conversation between Li Xiaoping and the subordinate, trying to guess what they were talking about, but she couldn't figure it out after thinking for a long time. Seeing that it was getting dark, she really couldn't figure it out, So she went to the government office and met Xiao Ningji. Xiao Ningji was having dinner with Chu Ning, and when he saw Mu Yun coming, he hurriedly asked her to sit down and eat together. Mu Yun didn't want to eat, so he hurriedly asked, "Sir Xiao, do you manage the docks nearby strictly?" Xiao Ningji nodded. The docks are important places, and there are special people guarding them. All passing goods need to be inspected. Mu Yun asked again, "What are the goods that can't pass?" Xiao Ningji was puzzled. Goods that can't pass? Mu Yun nodded. Well, it's the goods that can't be seen by the guards, the kind that are done secretly. Chu Ning couldn't help but say, "That must be smuggling." Only smuggling can't be seen by others, and it needs to be done secretly. Mu Yun immediately reacted, "Yes, smuggling," but she didn't know what smuggling was illegal in this era. "Why are you asking these questions all of a sudden?" Xiao Ningji asked in confusion. Mu Yun said, "You know that Li Xiaoping, right?" Xiao Ningji nodded. "Yes, I know. He's a bad guy who wants to compete with you guys."
Mu Yun nodded. "That's him. I'm worried about him.
"I'm afraid that after I leave, Li Xiaoping will do something else that Peng Qingyun can't handle alone. I was thinking about how to solve this potential threat. I went to his house and eavesdropped on his conversation with his subordinates. They will unload the goods at the Western Dock at Cho time tonight. The goods seem to be very important and shameful. I think if you think about it, you can ask you." Xiao Ning's expression suddenly got up seriously and asked, "What are you talking about?"
Mu Yun nodded.
"Naturally, I lie to you." Xiao Ningji stood up immediately and said, "No matter what the goods, I have to go to find out. I will recruit people, grab the current, and see what Li Xiaoping is doing."
"Wait," Mu Yun shouted.
"What should I do if there is Li Xiaoping's eyeliner in this yamen? If you know this, you will immediately know, and then today's delivery plan will definitely be delayed. At that time, you caught the empty, and the grass is shocked. It's just that if we don't gather all the people now, we won't be able to catch them if we don't have enough people at that time," he said with some distress. Mu Yun thought about it, and then said, "Call people one by one. First call those who can be absolutely trusted, and then let everyone wait in this government office, and send people to guard each exit. No one can go out tonight, and they must wait until the hour of the ox and act together." Xiao Ningji nodded, and thought her method was feasible, so he immediately arranged it. Mu Yun went back home and asked Bai Mu to take care of the children. After that, he had a casual meal. After dark, he took Bai Xing to the government office. The government office was very lively tonight, and it was full of people. Mu Yun glanced at everyone, then went to the inner room and waited for the arrival of the hour of the ox with Xiao Ningji. Time passed slowly, and it was about to be the hour of the ox, and Xiao Ningji set off with people. Mu Yun asked Bai Xing to explore the way ahead. The team was too large, and he was afraid that the other party would notice it. Bai Xing was very good at martial arts. If he met someone watching the sentry halfway, he could easily solve it without alarming the front. Sure enough, there were people guarding every few meters along the way. Fortunately, Bai Xing was in front, and he was alone, so no one took him seriously. Once all the lookouts were dealt with, they arrived at the dock. Bai Xing came back to report that there were indeed people moving goods on the dock, and it looked quite heavy. Bai Xing suspected it was smuggled salt. Xiao Ningji was very excited. The smuggling of salt was a big case. If he solved it, his journey back to Beijing would be smoother, and he might even be able to get promoted. Arranged to encircle and suppress from 3 sides, Xiao Ningji led his men to the dock aggressively. "The soldiers are coming!" someone shouted, and there was a commotion on the dock. Li Xiaoping, who was waiting leisurely, was looking at the pile of goods happily, but was suddenly frightened by the shout, and dropped the cup in his hand. "What are you shouting? How could there be soldiers?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and saw Xiao Ningji and Mu Yun walking towards him. Li Xiaoping felt them all over and panicked. There was only one voice in his head. "It's over." His legs were weak and he almost couldn't stand, but his subordinates around him supported him. Everyone was surrounded and could not resist at all. There were too many soldiers and officers. "Sir, it is salt." The chief yamen runner cut open a bag, revealing the white salt inside. Xiao Ningji looked at Li Xiaoping and said coldly, "How dare you sell salt privately? This is a capital crime tantamount to treason." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoping immediately felt weak all over and didn't know how to argue. Mu Yun said, Li Xiaoping, you don't want to do good business, but you dare to take the risk of selling illegal salt. Even if you have 10 lives, you won't be able to die. Seeing Mu Yun, Li Xiaoping was immediately furious. Why was it always this woman who ruined his plans? Was this woman here to bring him down? It's you, isn't it? Li Xiaoping's tone was excited. Mu Yun nodded. Yes, it was me. I overheard you and knew you were going to unload the goods here today, so I informed Lord Xiao. Li Xiaoping, you deserve it. This ending was completely in line with his cruelty. Seeing such a man about to die, Mu Yun was very happy. Li Xiaoping was afraid of Xiao Ningji, but not Mu Yun. He was about to rush towards Mu Yun. Before Mu Yun could do anything, the Yamen runners restrained him. Li Xiaoping cursed and swore, and countless dirty words flew out of his mouth. Xiao Ningji ordered people to block his mouth and tie him up. Then a group of people began to move the private salt. For such a big thing, Xiao Ningji wrote a memorial overnight and reported it, waiting for the court to deal with this batch of salt. Mu Yun slept until very late before getting up. She had to attend Bai Ruoxing's wedding banquet, so she dressed up and put on a dress of her own design. The flower-embroidered skirt was made of silver thread, with vivid patterns and brilliant colors. The tight waist style showed off her slender waist, and the flower-patterned skirt made her look graceful and agile when she walked. She wore a simple hair accessory on her head, and her long, soft hair hung down to her waist. Her face was not made up, and her beauty was fresh and natural. She only had a little lip balm on her lips, which made her look more rosy. Mom, you are so beautiful today. Yuya smiled and praised as soon as she saw it. She looked at Mu Yun with her big, sparkling eyes, full of admiration. Mu Yun smiled and pinched his daughter's little face. Mom, you're going to attend your Aunt Bai's wedding banquet today, so you have to be more decent. You guys stay at home and pack your things. We will leave tomorrow. Yuya nodded, then said, Mom, can I go out for a while today? Mu Yun puzzled. What are you going out for? Yuya opened her big eyes and acted pitifully to Mu Yun. Mom, I just want to go shopping. I'm about to leave and won't be back. I want to go out for a walk again. Mu Yun couldn't stand his daughter's coquettishness the most. He smiled at her lovingly. Okay, you can, but you have to let Uncle Baimu or Uncle Baixing accompany you. You can't go out by yourself, okay? Yuya nodded happily. Well, Mom, I've already told Uncle Baimu, and Uncle Baimu said that as long as Mom agrees, it's fine. Mu Yun tapped his daughter's forehead lightly and laughed. It seems like you've made all the arrangements before you ask me. Yuya giggled a few times. I knew Mom would agree, so I asked Uncle Baimu first. Mu Yun smiled, patted her little head, explained to the children, and went out. She got up a little late, so she had to hurry over, or she might miss the auspicious time for the bride. She didn't know if Bai Ruoxing's stepmother would make trouble today. She had to help watch out for it. This happy day must not be ruined. When Mu Yun arrived at the Bai mansion, the front of the Bai mansion was already very lively. There was an endless stream of guests passing by, bringing gifts to congratulate. She wanted to attend the wedding banquet on the Bai family's side, and she also wanted to attend the wedding banquet on the Qin family's side. She took her gift directly to Bai Ruoxing's boudoir and gave it to her. When she arrived at the boudoir, Bai Ruoxing was completely prepared. She was even more stunningly beautiful today. Her every frown and smile was beautiful and touching. Bai Qianqian on the side was full of jealousy. They were both daughters of the Bai mansion, but why did Bai Ruoxing look like this, while she was much inferior? This made her very dissatisfied. Bai Ruoxing was very happy with Mu Yun's arrival.
出来的办法包括一百野象、四面、江南。
English. Sister Mu, please come soon. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Mu Yun smiled and said, Sorry, I overslept and am a little late. Bai Ruoxing smiled happily. It's okay. I'll be happy as long as you can come, Sister Mu. Mu Yun took out a red agate hairpin inlaid with gold rims and put it on Bai Ruoxing. This is designed for you. It's a wedding gift for you. Bai Ruoxing looked in the mirror and smiled happily. It looks so beautiful. Thank you, Sister Mu. Mu Yun smiled and said, If you have anything in the future, You can write to me. I hope you will have a happy life after marriage. Remember what I taught you. You can't rely entirely on men. You must have your own survival skills. Bai Ruoxing nodded, and her eyes suddenly turned red. Sister Mu, you and I are just casual acquaintances. But at this moment, I feel that only you are like my relative. You give me earnest teachings, bless me, and worry about me. Sister Mu, will I be able to see you in the future? Bai Ruoxing was reluctant to leave. No one had ever treated her as well as Mu Yun. At this moment, in her heart, Mu Yun was no longer just a friend. She was more like her own sister. Mu Yun held her hand and smiled. Maybe. If your husband can pass the high school entrance examination and live in Beijing in the future, we may meet. I will eventually go to Beijing because my home is there. There are still many people in that house waiting for her to take care of things. She will probably live there permanently in the future. Bai Ruoxing nodded heavily. Well, I will urge my husband to study hard. Bai Qianqian sneered and said, Why, sister really wants to be the wife of the top scholar? You and daddy are really whimsical. Chen Chongsheng looks like a poor man, and he is in high school? It's impossible for him to be in a low school, Hearing this, Bai Ruoxing looked at her and said coldly, If you dare to say these words in front of daddy, I will respect you, but you dare not, and only dare to say it in front of me. Bai Qianqian, I really look down on you. You are so hypocritical. Bai Qianqian wanted to get angry, but was stopped by Mrs. Bai, who came in. Okay, Qianqian. The groom is here, Ruoxing, get ready. It's time to go out. Mrs. Bai's tone was gentle, but she looked different from usual. Bai Ruoxing nodded, then took the veil on the side and covered it. Madam Bai said to Mu Yun, Miss Mu, please go outside and sit down. There are maids here to take care of you. Bai Ruoxing nervously grabbed Mu Yun's hand. Seeing this, Mu Yun said to Madam Bai, It's okay. I'll accompany Ruoxing. She's a little nervous until she goes out. It will be better if I'm around. Madam Bai was a little unhappy. Mu Yun had ruined her plans many times. If it weren't for Mu Yun's intervention, Bai Ruoxing would have married that idiot and would not have the glory she is now. Miss Mu really doesn't treat herself as an outsider. Madam Bai said sarcastically and turned away. With Mu Yun accompanying her, Bai Ruoxing felt more at ease. As the matchmaker shouted, the maid helped Bai Ruoxing get up. The boy in Mr. Bai's family was still young and couldn't carry Bai Ruoxing, so Mr. Bai asked someone of the same generation as Bai Ruoxing in the family to carry her out. When going down the stairs, the man suddenly slipped and was about to fall. Mu Yun was quick to grab Bai Ruoxing on his back and pulled her down to stand steadily on the ground. However, the man lost his balance and fell down the stairs. The sudden change scared everyone, but fortunately the bride was fine. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, except for Mrs. Bai, who had a flash of disappointment in her eyes. Mu Yun said, You can't even carry someone steadily. Since you've fallen to the ground, let the bride walk by herself. You don't need this, brother. Hearing this, the matchmaker looked embarrassed. Mu Yun sneered, Is she really unsteady on your back, or did she fall on purpose? I can see it clearly. It's a pity to miss the auspicious time. Let the bride walk out by herself. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, Chen Chongqing's voice rang out from outside. My wife. Let me carry her. Hearing this, everyone looked at Chen Chongqing. When Bai Ruoxing heard his words, her heart was suddenly filled with sweetness. The matchmaker was about to say that it was against the rules, but was interrupted by Master Bai. Okay, then thank you, son-in-law, for your hard work. Master Bai liked Chen Chongqing's talent very much, and felt that this son-in-law would definitely be a dragon among phoenixes in the future, so he was particularly good to him. After Chen Chongqing thanked his father-in-law, he carried his bride out of the door and sent her to the sedan chair. My wife, we are going home. He approached the sedan chair and whispered. Bai Ruoxing heard it, and she smiled even happier under the red veil and was also glad for her choice. As the festive trumpets sounded, the red sedan chair and the horse with red flowers started all the way to Chen Chongqing's home. Master Bai bought them a house, but they didn't want it. They still chose to hold the wedding banquet in their own small house, but they still simply renovated it, and it looked much better than before. Muyan also came to the Qin family, watched them worship in the hall, and sent them to the bridal chamber, and then asked Qin Chongxing to treat by Ruoxing well. The next morning, Xiao Ningji and Pang Qingyun, as well as Bai Ruoxing and Chunlon, all came to the city gate to say goodbye. When the carriage arrived at the city gate and saw them, Muyan was a little surprised. She was used to parting and would not say anything sentimental. She could only smile helplessly and listen to them. Not wanting to waste time on the road, and not used to sentimental, after each of them said a few words, Muyan said, "Okay, everyone, we'll meet again in the rivers and lakes if we're destined to. Don't be so sentimental. Be generous. Goodbye." Muyan waved goodbye and let Bai Mu drive the horse and start to leave. The three big words Lingxi County were getting farther and farther away. Muyan looked back and then smiled and said, "A new life has begun." Yuan Bao asked, "Mother, what does Yunzhou look like?" Muyan smiled and said, "Yunzhou is bigger than Lingxi County, with more people and more houses. You'll know what it looks like when the time comes." The children were all very happy to go to a new environment, but Hu Tianxi was the only one who didn't speak and was unhappy. Muyan naturally noticed his abnormality. Thinking that he had to pass through Tianna County to go to Yunzhou, and Tianna County was Hu Tianxi's original home, Muyan was a little worried about Hu Tianxi's mood. Tianna County is very close to Yunzhou, and this little fat boy must have actually been to Yunzhou to play. "Brother Tianxi, what's wrong with you?" Yueya's crisp childish voice sounded, with great doubts. Hu Tianxi looked up at her and shook slightly. "It's okay." Everyone looked at Hu Tianxi in confusion, thinking that he was really strange today. Muyan said, "Tianxi may not be comfortable in the car. It's okay. Come, lean on Aunt Yun and take a nap. Wait until Aunt Yun wakes you up." Hu Tianxi nodded, leaned on Muyan's legs, and closed his eyes. Bai Xing said to Yueya, "Come, Uncle will hold you." Yueya nodded and nestled in Bai Xing's arms obediently. Bai Xing smiled happily and satisfied. His little princess was still obedient and easy to take care of. Bai Mu outside said, "Each person goes a certain distance. Bai Xing, I'll call you when it's your turn." Bai Xing ignored him. Yi Xian lifted the curtain and explained some knowledge from books to Yuan Bao and Mu Yang, saying that one should not only read thousands of books, but also travel thousands of miles. The breeze blew, and the carriage swayed. Accompanied by Yi Xian's lecture, Muyan gradually became sleepy and his eyelids became heavy. In the capital, at the same time, Song Jingnian also received a pigeon letter from Bai Mu, saying that Qi Chen had gone to Yunzhou. Song Jingnian stared at the envelope in a daze. It had been almost a month since he returned to the capital, and Muyan had never written him a letter. This woman was very passionate when she was flirting with people, but when the person left, she would act as if the person had never appeared. "Jingnian, what are you looking at?" The eldest princess suddenly came over, and seeing her son staring at the envelope in a daze, she asked curiously. Song Jingnian quickly put the letter away and said calmly, "Nothing, just a letter from White Eagle." The princess sighed and said slowly, "Is your royal grandmother's illness delaying your business?" Song Jingnian shook his head. "Mother, nothing is more important than your royal grandmother's illness. I never thought it was a delay." "Mother, don't think too much." The princess nodded. "I know, let's go in and take a look. Your royal grandmother may not make it through tonight. The imperial doctors have tried their best. They have been using medicinal herbs to keep her alive these days. If it continues, your royal grandmother will also be uncomfortable. Today she said that she would not take the medicine anymore. Let her go with peace of mind. It will be a relief for her." As the princess spoke, her eyes turned red and she couldn't help but choke up with sobs. Song Jingnian hurriedly got up and ran towards the Queen Mother's bedroom. The bedroom was full of people at this time. The imperial physician said, "Your Majesty, there are too many people in the room, which is not conducive to the condition of the Empress Dowager. Try to get out. Just leave 1 or 2 people." The emperor nodded, glanced at the concubines, and said in a cold voice, "Haven't you heard what the imperial physician said? Get out of here." The concubines originally wanted to show their presence, but when they saw the emperor was angry, They couldn't even run away and immediately disappeared in the bedroom. The queen also went out. Song Jingnian squatted in front of the Empress Dowager's bed, looking at the increasingly thin old man, feeling very uncomfortable. "Grandmother, why don't you take the medicine? Don't you want to see me?" Song Jingnian's voice was gentle and reluctant. The Empress Dowager smiled with difficulty and wanted to reach out and touch Song Jingnian, but she couldn't raise her hand. She had no strength left. Song Jingnian held her hand. "Don't move. Lie down and talk slowly if you have anything to say. Jingnian, can you tell Grandma who the girl you like is now?" Song Jingnian nodded and said with red eyes, "Yes, yes, Grandma." The emperor came over immediately and wanted to know. Song Jingnian looked back at him. "Uncle, you should go out first. I have something to say to Grandma." The emperor's face fell, and he gave him a cold look. He even dared to drive away the emperor. It was really getting more and more outrageous. "Grandma, Uncle won't leave and wants to eavesdrop on our conversation," Song Jingnian complained. The queen mother immediately looked at the emperor. Before she could speak, the emperor laughed and said, "Mother, I will take my leave. Please tell Jingnian slowly. You two can talk more." After the emperor left, Song Jingnian said to the queen mother, "Grandmother, there is actually a secret that I have not told anyone. Now I will tell you quietly, but you have to promise to keep it secret for me." The queen mother nodded. "Okay, Grandmother will keep it secret for you." Song Jingnian whispered to the queen mother about the crescent moon and the ingot. After hearing this, the queen mother's originally dull eyes immediately lit up and were full of excitement. Really? She said excitedly, and her old hands could not help shaking. Song Jingnian held her shaking hands tightly, smiled, and nodded. "Yes, really, Grandmother. Don't be excited. Take good care of yourself." The queen mother laughed happily. How could she not be excited? It was her biggest regret that her only grandson could not have an heir. Now that this regret is gone, she would be willing to die now. Although Song Jingnian was reluctant in his heart, he also knew that this was the last deadline for the Empress Dowager. "Grandmother, take care of yourself. I really want you to see the two children. You will definitely like them." The Empress Dowager knew her fate in her heart. Now she was very satisfied. She smiled with effort and said, "Tell me about the two children." Song Jingnian actually didn't spend much time with Yuanbao, but he also said a lot. Yuya was cute and beautiful, smart and considerate, and Yuanbao was also very good-looking, very similar to him, and very brave and smart. Maybe he could become a general in the future. Song Jingnian said a lot, and the Empress Dowager listened with relish, with many more smiles on her face. It was not until she began to feel drowsy again that Song Jingnian stopped the topic. Seeing that the Empress Dowager fell asleep, he slowly pulled out his hand, but he found that the temperature on the Empress Dowager's hand was slowly disappearing and gradually becoming cold. Song Jingnian's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he reached out to feel the Empress Dowager's breath in disbelief. The Empress Dowager passed away. Song Jingnian's tears fell, and he knelt on the ground with a thud, ignoring his numb legs. "Grandmother." His voice was sad and loud, and the people waiting outside rushed in after hearing it. The emperor, the eldest princess, the queen, the prince, everyone looked at Song Jingnian kneeling on the ground, and then looked at the Empress Dowager on the bed, and immediately understood. The imperial physician came forward to check, then knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager, she has passed away." The emperor knelt down immediately, full of grief. "Queen Mother." The others also knelt down, their voices sad. "Queen Mother, Grandmother." The Empress Dowager passed away peacefully, in her sleep. "Your Majesty, this is a great blessing for the Empress Dowager," the imperial physician said. These words made the emperor feel much better. Song Jingnian knelt on the ground with red eyes, unwilling to get up for a long time. The emperor felt distressed after seeing this. He patted his shoulder and said, "It seems that what you said to your royal grandmother made her very happy." When she left, she had a smile on her face. "This is good. It's good enough to be like this." Song Jingnian cried for the first time. His mind was full of everything about the past and the Empress Dowager. This old woman protected him and loved him until her death.
She was always worried about him.
He would no longer have a grandmother in the future. His grandmother was going to disappear from this world. Song Jingnian felt very uncomfortable until someone came to arrange the Empress Dowager's body. He got up with the help of Song Yayan. Cousin, next, it's time for the royal grandmother's funeral. We still have a lot to do. The royal grandmother doesn't want to see us, so sad. Song Jingnian stood up, lowered his head to wipe the moisture from his eyes, and began to personally participate in all matters related to the funeral of the Empress Dowager. The Queen Mother passed away, and the whole country mourned. The news spread quickly all the way to all places. In the territory of Xia, no one was allowed to slaughter within 3 days. All officials were not allowed to have fun within 100 days. No one was allowed to marry within 3 months. Men were not allowed to wear red clothes. Women were not allowed to wear flowers, and all officials had to fast for 100 days and wear plain clothes, etc. The palace was full of white lanterns and white cloth. The Queen Mother's funeral was very grand. Song Jingnian and the eldest princess were busy with the funeral and had no time to take care of other things. Su Qingyuan and Chu Ziqian had just gotten together. After the parents of the two families discussed, they exchanged the engagement letter and set the wedding date for 2 months later. However, the Queen Mother suddenly passed away, so the wedding date had to be postponed. The Empress Dowager's funeral was held, and the Su family went to the palace to attend the funeral. Song Jingnian looked haggard, which made Su Qingyuan feel heartbroken. She wanted to say something, but found that her fiancé Chu Ziqian was standing aside, looking at her intently, and Xue Qin was with him. Su Qingyuan's face turned pale, and she immediately withdrew her gaze. She felt nervous, fearing that Chu Ziqian had misunderstood something. Now she has no better choice. Chu Ziqian is her best choice. She doesn't want any more accidents. See, the look in her eyes just now. Is she feeling sorry for the prince?
Ha!
Don't you see who you are? Do you have the right to show such a distressed look? Hypocritical and disgusting. Xue Qin spoke with a disgusted tone. He didn't expect that what Su Qingyuan said that day would come true. She really found Chu Ziqian to take over the deal, and she relied on Chu Ziqian. The two quickly got engaged and exchanged engagement letters and even set a wedding date. Xue Qin felt that all this was Su Qingyuan's conspiracy. She just couldn't get close to Prince Ping, so she found Chu Ziqian, but Chu Ziqian, this stupid dog, was willing to let her do it. Chu Ziqian said coldly, "Enough, Ah Qin, she is your future sister-in-law. If you still recognize me as your brother, don't insult your future sister-in-law like this in the future." Xue Qin was helpless, holding his breath and unable to vent, and turned away angrily. Su Qingyuan was wearing a long white dress, without any hair accessories on her head, only a small white flower, which made her look even more fragile and cold. She walked slowly towards Chu Ziqian, feeling a little uneasy. Brother Chu. Chu Ziqian was 1 year older than her, and she had always called him that. He was wearing the daily 3rd grade military uniform, with broad shoulders and narrow waist, tall figure, handsome eyebrows, holding a sword in one hand and a kettle in the other. His eyes were always on Su Qingyuan. It was not until Su Qingyuan came in front of him that his indifferent expression was tinged with a hint of warmth, and a smile appeared in his eyes.
Yeah.
He responded softly, and then said, "Are you going back?" Su Qingyuan shook her head lightly. "Brother Chu, can I walk with you here?" Chu Ziqian was surprised, then nodded. "Sure, I don't have anything to do for the time being." Su Qingyuan smiled at him. "Thank you, Brother Chu." Looking at the kettle in his hand, she asked, "Can I drink? I'm a little thirsty." Chu Ziqian was a little surprised again, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, "This is my kettle." Su Qingyuan smiled. "I know, Brother Chu. Are you reluctant to part with it?" Chu Ziqian shook his head and handed the kettle to her. She took it with a smile, then opened the lid and took a sip. Chu Ziqian's eyes fell on her red lips. He had just drunk from the kettle, and the place where Su Qingyuan's lips touched was also touched by him just now. "Brother Chu, here." Su Qingyuan handed him the kettle, but saw him turn his head to the side. The red on the tip of his ear was unusually eye-catching. She smiled and was very satisfied. With Chu Ziqian, she finally regained some confidence. Chu Ziqian turned around and took the kettle, but he still didn't dare to look at her. He lowered his eyes, wondering what he was thinking. Brother Chu, the wedding date has been postponed. Are you unhappy? After realizing her charm with Chu Ziqian, Su Qingyuan felt more relaxed, and her smile became more sincere. Chu Ziqian hurriedly said, No, I'm not unhappy. It's our duty as ministers to mourn for the Queen Mother. This marriage will be successful sooner or later. It doesn't matter if it's earlier or later. Su Qingyuan smiled. Yeah, I think so too. The two walked aimlessly until a long time passed. Chu Ziqian's subordinates came and said that they had something to do. Su Qingyuan then asked him to go and do it. Without Chu Ziqian by her side, the smile on Su Qingyuan's face disappeared instantly. It was tiring to maintain a relationship with great effort. She also found a way out of the palace and prepared to go back. Unexpectedly, she met the eldest prince Song Yifan halfway. He had admired Su Qingyuan for a long time, but Su Qingyuan looked down on him. He spoke in a frivolous tone, was not good-looking, and most importantly, was too stupid. Therefore, although he was a prince, he was never considered by Su Qingyuan, and she never gave this eldest prince a good face. Hello, Your Highness. Su Qingyuan knelt down and saluted with an indifferent tone. The eldest prince smiled and looked her up and down. He still had that frivolous look on his face. He smiled and said, Miss Su, I heard that you were engaged to the Chu family. Why did you give up Song Jingnian? You are not someone who would give up so easily. Did Song Jingnian reject you harshly? Or what? Su Qingyuan said expressionlessly, Your Highness, I have something else to do. I will leave first. Su Qingyuan was about to leave, but was stopped by the eldest prince. He laughed and said, What's the hurry? You don't want to talk to me?
Huh.
As he spoke, the eldest prince stretched out his hand to touch Su Qingyuan's face. Su Qingyuan was so scared that she stepped back again, and her whole body became visibly panicked. Ha! Why are you hiding? You ungrateful woman. The eldest prince was irritated by her actions and became angry. After abandoning Song Jingnian, you didn't go to me, but to Chu Ziqian. Humph. You think highly of a guard leader, just a dog of our royal family. The eldest prince said sarcastically, not taking Chu Ziqian seriously at all. At the same time, he was ashamed that Su Qingyuan chose Chu Ziqian instead of him. Su Qingyuan snorted coldly, Your Highness, do you mean that all the ministers in the court are dogs of the royal family? Do you dare to say this in front of His Majesty and all the ministers? If you dare, I will respect you as a person. Unfortunately, you don't dare. Su Qingyuan's appearance made the eldest prince very angry. He looked ugly and gritted his teeth and said, Su Qingyuan, you are very brave? Dare to talk to me like this, believe it or not. I will ruin your marriage with the Chu family and let you enter my prince's mansion to be my concubine. As he said that, the eldest prince slowly approached Su Qingyuan. This is a garden with many rockeries, and the view is blocked. It is a bit secretive and difficult to be discovered. Someone come. Someone come. Woo woo woo. Su Qingyuan sensed the danger, and just as she shouted, the eldest prince quickly covered her mouth. Her shouting made the eldest prince even more embarrassed and angry, and he subconsciously covered her mouth. What are you shouting for? With a little anger, the eldest prince scolded in a low voice. Feeling the faint fragrance of Su Qingyuan, he approached and sniffed with a lewd look on his face. It smells really good. This is the first time I have such close contact with you. Qingyuan, just follow me and be my concubine. How about it? As he spoke, the eldest prince's hands began to move, and he was about to touch her. Su Qingyuan felt extremely humiliated, and tears rolled down her cheeks, but she was unable to break free from the eldest prince's grip. Just when she was completely desperate, a stone suddenly flew out and hit the eldest prince's hand. The eldest prince felt the pain and subconsciously let go of his hand. As soon as Su Qingyuan was free, he ran away. The eldest prince reacted, cursed inwardly with an ugly face, and then immediately chased after him. Su Qingyuan ran around the rockery in panic. When she turned around and saw the eldest prince chasing her, she was panicked and scared, as well as angry and hateful. Suddenly, she saw a bright yellow figure in front of her, and she immediately came up with a plan, unnoticeably slowing down her pace to let the eldest prince catch up.
Ah!
A scream rang out, and the emperor and others in front were stunned for a moment. Your Highness, please spare my life. Spare my servant. I'm already engaged. You can't destroy my innocence like this. Su Qingyuan's panicked and frightened voice rang out, and the emperor heard it clearly, and his face suddenly turned pale.
Ha!
You run again. You think I can't catch you, right? Humph. Chu Ziqian followed the emperor, and when he heard this slightly familiar voice, he ran over first than everyone else. When he saw the eldest prince hugging Su Qingyuan tightly and pinching her neck with a sinister expression, Chu Ziqian was furious. He couldn't control his anger and kicked him away. The eldest prince was confused by this sudden change. When he reacted, he had already fallen to the ground and was surrounded by a group of guards. Su Qingyuan suddenly plunged into Chu Ziqian's arms, hugged him tightly, buried her face in his arms, and sobbed softly. Chu Ziqian was stunned for a moment, then raised his hand and gently patted her back to comfort her. It's okay, don't be afraid, I'm here. Although Su Qingyuan looked scared, she was very calm at the moment. She just had to pretend to be scared. Her body was shaking constantly, which made Chu Ziqian feel distressed. The emperor looked at his eldest son on the ground with a sullen face, feeling extremely ashamed.
Father.
The eldest prince realized it later and realized that he was in trouble, but it was too late. The queen looked at the ridiculous eldest prince and sneered in her heart. The good son raised by concubine Chiu was really in trouble this time. Rebellious son. Come, take this rebellious son down for me and send him to the prince's mansion for house arrest for 100 days. He cannot eat meat within 100 days. If he dares to disobey, he will be removed from the royal family and demoted to a commoner. Hearing this, the eldest prince was so panicked that he knelt down and admitted his mistake. Father, I was wrong. I am guilty. Please forgive me. Father, please forgive me. Song Jingnian watched from behind and did not interrupt. The emperor was very angry, and the queen added fuel to the fire. During the funeral of the Empress Dowager, the eldest prince behaved like this, which is really disrespectful to the Empress Dowager and also very unfilial. You can do whatever you want at other times, and I have turned a blind eye to it. After all, you have your own mother to teach you, and no matter how much I say, it will be useless. But today you really went too far. The emperor nodded, his face still full of anger. Okay, then drag this rebellious son away, give him 10 big strokes, and then send him to the prince's mansion for house arrest. During this period, Ziqian, you will guard him. If he dares to step out of the prince's mansion, I will break his legs immediately. If he dares to eat a bite of meat, I will tear his mouth apart immediately. He must copy scriptures and pray for the Queen Mother every day. If he dares to slack off, he will be beaten directly. The emperor was very angry, and his whole face turned blue with anger. Chu Ziqian was a little surprised that His Majesty actually asked him to guard. Without much hesitation, he immediately agreed. I obey your order. Chu Ziqian agreed respectfully. The emperor left, and before leaving, he asked the queen to give Su Qingyuan some things to appease her. The queen rewarded Su Qingyuan with a lot of jewelry on the spot and asked her to go to Fingyi Palace to get it. Su Qingyuan accepted it calmly and thanked her. Chu Ziqian personally watched the execution of the eldest prince. After receiving the news, concubine Chiu hurried over. When she came, she saw her son being beaten. She wanted to stop it but was stopped by Chu Ziqian. My lady concubine, please do not hinder us from executing the orders of His Majesty. The eldest prince was beaten and cried loudly. When he saw concubine Chiu coming, he called his mother pitifully. Concubine Chiu was heartbroken. She stretched out her hand to push him away regardless of Chu Ziqian's obstruction. How dare you stop me? Who do you think you are? Although concubine Qiu yelled and threw a tantrum, Chu Ziqian did not give in at all. He just stood in front of her and prevented concubine Qiu from getting close. Keep beating, and stop after you're done, Chu Ziqian said lightly, expressionless. Concubine Qiu was so angry that she snorted coldly. It's just for a woman, Chu Ziqian, right? I'll remember you. Concubine Qiu left angrily. It was useless for her to stay because she couldn't get close to her son. She went all the way to the queen's palace and happened to meet Su Qingyuan, who was coming out with the reward. Without saying a word, concubine Qiu went up to her and slapped her in the face. The people in the queen's palace sent Su Qingyuan out, and before they turned back, they saw this scene and immediately ran over to stop them. My lady concubine, aren't you afraid that His Majesty will blame you for beating Miss Su like this? Concubine Qiu sneered. Humph. Who is she? Today, I will scratch her face. As she spoke, concubine Qiu was very excited and stretched out her hand to scratch Su Qingyuan's face. Her long nails made people panic. The people in the queen's palace hurried to stop her, but the resistance was a little loose, and concubine Qiu's nails still scratched Su Qingyuan's neck. A bright red blood mark was formed instantly, and it was clearly visible, which frightened the palace people. Stop. Stop it. The queen walked over angrily, stretched out her hand, and slapped concubine Qiu in the face. Concubine Qiu was caught off guard and was slapped. The slap was very loud. You dare to hit me? She covered her face and looked at the queen in disbelief, her eyes full of anger. The queen said angrily, I have already beaten you lightly. Concubine Qiu, you have gone too far. Come here, call the imperial physician to treat Miss Su. The palace maid immediately went to the imperial hospital. Also, go and ask His Majesty to come over. Concubine Qiu was suddenly panicked, and only then did she realize that she was a little impulsive today. But it was too late to regret now. The imperial physician came soon, and the emperor also came. His face was very cold, waiting for the imperial physician's diagnosis. The emperor was relieved until the imperial physician said that it was not a big deal and the scars would disappear after applying ointment for a few months. Your Majesty, in front of so many people, concubine Qiu wanted to act coquettishly, but when the emperor's cold eyes fell on her, she could not make that charming expression. Concubine Qiu, it seems that I have been too indulgent to you in the past few years, and you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and you can't tell right from wrong, and do whatever you want. Mu Yun and his companions were traveling slowly. When the carriage arrived at Tianhe County, it was already Shunshi. It would be dark in another hour or two. They could not reach Yinzhou even if they hurried, so they decided to stay in Tianhe County for one night and continue to Yinzhou tomorrow. Bai Mu found an inn, opened a few upper rooms, and the group settled down first. After that, Mu Yun took the children to find a place to eat. The food in this inn didn't look very good, so they thought it would be better to go out and find something to eat. The group came to the street for a stroll. Mu Yun paid attention to Hu Tianxi's mood. Seeing that he didn't say anything but just looked around, she didn't say anything. Anna Yun, the food in the restaurant in front is okay. Although it's not as delicious as the food in the restaurant in Lingxi County, this is the best restaurant here. Hu Tianxi suddenly pointed to the restaurant in front and said. Mu Yun looked at him in surprise, and then looked at the restaurant in front. Has Tianxi eaten here before?
She asked.
Hu Tianxi nodded. Yes, my grandmother used to bring me here. Bai Mu, Bai Xing, and the others didn't know Hu Tianxi's origins, so they looked at him curiously. How did Tianxi come here to eat? Bai Mu asked curiously. Hu Tianxi forced a smile at him. Uncle Bai Mu, my family used to live here. Seeing that the boy's smile was a bit far-fetched, Bai Mu laughed and rubbed Hu Tianxi's round head. Look at your smile. How fake it is. If you don't want to smile, don't smile, and no one is forcing you to smile. Hearing this, Hu Tianxi's fake smile disappeared immediately, and his expression was a little discouraged. He just didn't want Aunt Yun and the others to worry about him. Mu Yun threw a branch at Bai Mu and said dissatisfiedly, What fake smile? Our Tianxi smiles better than you even if he fakes. Bai Xing also said quickly, That's right, Tianxi is the cutest child I've ever seen. He's chubby, like a fat baby in a painting, very cute. Yi Xian smiled and said, Not only cute, but also very smart. Tianxi's arithmetic is very good. He is the child with the best arithmetic talent I have ever seen. Everyone praised him, and Hu Tianxi really laughed this time. I'm fine, Aunt Yun, Uncle Bai Mu, Uncle Bai Xing, Mr. Yi, you don't have to worry about me. Now I'm with Aunt Yun. Aunt Yun and the others are there. That's my home. This is the past.
Mu-yun laughed.
This little brat still knows what the past is. This book is not read in vain. She took Hu Tianxi's hand and smiled at him. Okay, our Tianxi is the best. Now let's go to try the restaurant you recommended and see if the food in our restaurant is delicious. The group walked towards the restaurant. As soon as they entered, the waiter ran over to entertain them enthusiastically. The private room was full, and only the hall had seats. They were not picky, so they found an empty seat and sat down, and then began to order dishes. The waiter looked at Hu Tianxi frequently, thinking that the child looked familiar, as if he had seen him there before, but he couldn't remember for a moment. It had been almost half a year since the incident at the Hu family, and now Hu Tianxi had grown taller and fatter and was a little different from half a year ago. Mu Yun didn't like the look of the waiter and said coldly, "Who taught you to stare at the guests like this?" Hearing this, the waiter quickly retracted his gaze, put his doubts in his heart, and apologized repeatedly.
Sorry.
Guest, it's really that your children are so cute that I couldn't help but take a few more glances. The waiter really glanced at the children again, and this time, they were really more beautiful than the other. He felt that his words of praise just now became sincere at this time. Mu Yun heard this, but she was not angry anymore. This waiter had a high EQ and spoke in a likable way, so she didn't bother with him. After ordering the dishes, the waiter took the menu and went down to work. There were quite a lot of customers, and the restaurant was not serving dishes very fast. After waiting for a long time, their stomachs were growling, and the dishes were slowly served. After trying it, they were very disappointed, and the taste was just average. Aunt Zizhu, this dish is not as good as yours, Mu Yang said, with a flash of disdain in his eyes. Yuya also nodded in agreement. Yes, it's not as good as Aunt Zizhu's. Aunt Zizhu's food is the best I've ever eaten. Hu Tianxi also frowned. He thought it was okay before. Why is it really not delicious now? Zizhu was very happy to be so affirmed by the children for her cooking skills. She smiled and squinted her eyes. She was coaxed to want to pick up the spatula and cook for them immediately. Mu Yan also smiled and said, "It's true that Zizhu has a good talent for cooking. It's our blessing to have her. She has spoiled our mouths." Several people talked and laughed, and left after eating a little. Just after leaving the restaurant, they suddenly heard someone shouting, "Tianxi!" Mu Yan looked back in confusion. It was a boy about 7 or 8 years old, running towards them. "Tianxi, it's really you. I didn't recognize you wrongly. You're not dead?" Hu Tianxi looked at the familiar face and smiled. "Yes, I'm not dead." Mu Yan felt that the boy looked familiar, as if he had stayed in the manor with Hu Tianxi before. The boy's name was Zhou Zirwei, who was Hu Tianxi's former playmate and the child of a wealthy businessman in Tianhe County. "What about Tang Yuan? Isn't he dead too?" Zhou Zirwei asked. Hu Tianxi recalled what happened that night again. He hid in the rice jar and saw Tang Yuan die in front of him with his own eyes. Those people mistook Tang Yuan for him. Hu Tianxi's face turned pale, and he seemed unable to speak. Seeing this, Mu Yun took his hand and said to Zhou Zirwei, "We have something else to do, so we'll leave first. Where are your parents? You should go find them quickly. Children, don't run around alone." Zhou Zirwei looked at Mu Yun. Of course, he knew Mu Yun. Although he had only met him once, he remembered him. He didn't expect Hu Tianxi to be with them and not dead. He was very surprised. After Mu Yun finished speaking, he took Hu Tianxi and left. After walking away, Mu Yun asked, "Tianxi, are you on good terms with that kid just now? If you still want to see him, I'll take you to see him later." Hu Tianxi shook his head. No need to see him, Aunt Yun. Mu Yun nodded. "Okay, then we'll see each other." Hu Tianxi hesitated for a moment and said to Mu Yun, "Aunt Yun, can we go that way? Let's go that way and take a look." Mu Yun looked up in the direction he pointed. Although she didn't know what was over there, she wanted to leave, so she naturally agreed. Okay, let's go this way. It's good to walk around more. It's still early. If you see anything you like or want to eat, tell me and I'll buy it for you. Muyun looked at the children and said. The group walked towards the east street again, but they unexpectedly came to the prefectural government. Muyun understood instantly that the child wanted to see his former home again. Muyun touched his head with some distress and said, in the future, our Tianxi will become very powerful and live a happy life. Your father and mother will be happy for you when they see it. Hu Tianxi stared at the gate of the prefectural government, and after a long while he said, well, I know. Anyun, let's go. Muyun nodded, took his hand, and turned to leave. Bai Mu and Bai Xing didn't know what this place meant to Hu Tianxi. Seeing that he looked so lonely, they were all curious, but it was not easy to ask at this time. The group strolled back to the inn. Muyun observed the shops on the street. There were quite a lot of people, more than Lingxi County, and the population of Tiana County was even larger. In a few days, Peng Qingyun can come to find a shop, open a restaurant, and a clothing store. When they returned to the inn after strolling, it was already Yushur, and the sky was slowly getting dark. After washing up, everyone began to rest. The next morning, after a simple breakfast at the inn, they set off again. They also bought a lot of snacks to eat on the way. After leaving the city gate, Bai Xing felt as if someone was following them from behind. He looked back in confusion but didn't see anything. But with him and Bai Mu there was no need to worry about safety, so he didn't care and continued on his way. Yi Xian started giving lectures again. It had just started, and the children were quite interested in listening and occasionally asked questions. Muyun wanted to go outside to get some fresh air, so she got out of the carriage and sat in the front driving position. As soon as she came out, she heard a burst of horse hoof sounds, which seemed very urgent. Bai Xing, did you hear the horse hoof sounds? It seems that there are quite a lot of them. Muyun asked. Bai Xing nodded. I heard it, Miss Mu. Since we left the city, I felt as if someone has been following us. I wonder if these horse hoof sounds are coming towards us now. Bai Mu said, it shouldn't be. We haven't offended anyone, so it shouldn't be coming towards us. Muyun also thought about it, and it seemed that she hadn't offended anyone recently. While she was thinking, the horse hoof sounds were getting closer and closer, and soon, a group of people surrounded them and blocked their way. They were all masked, and it was impossible to tell who they were. Hand over the child of the Hu family, and I can barely bypass you and let you live. Muyun heard this and immediately realized that they were coming for Hu Tianxi. It was really a coincidence that someone just recognized Hu Tianxi yesterday and someone came to chase him today. In the carriage, Yi Xian stopped lecturing. When Hu Tianxi heard that he was looking for him, his face turned pale. Yuanbao patted him. Don't be afraid. We have Mother and Uncle Bai Mu and Uncle Bai Xing to protect us. Outside the carriage, Muyun said coldly, if you don't hand it over, what will you do? Hearing this, the leading man looked fierce. If you don't hand it over? That means you are refusing to accept my offer and drinking a forfeit. You are simply courting death. As he spoke, the man drew out his sword and stabbed straight at Muyun. Bai Xing on the side also drew out his sword to block the man's assassination. After that, the two men flew to the ground and started fighting. The other masked men also stabbed at the carriage one after another. Muyun jumped to the ground and fought with them. Bai Mu got out of the carriage and stood guard at the entrance of the carriage. He knocked down anyone who came. Bai Xing had a sword in his hand, and his moves were full of killing intent. One after another, the masked men fell under his sword. Muyun had no sword in her hand, and she was unarmed. While dodging other people's swords, she looked for opportunities to kick and hit the enemy's weak parts. Even without a sword, these people could not hurt her at all. Soon, the masked men died or were injured. There were only a few left. Seeing that they were no match for the enemy, the remaining few rode their horses and fled. Bai Xing looked at Muyun and asked, Miss Mu, do you want to catch up and solve the problem? Muyun shook her head. Forget it. Let's continue on our way. Bai Xing nodded, and then she put away her sword. Looking at the many horses left on the spot, Muyun said, it's not good to leave these horses here, right? Bai Xing didn't understand what she meant, So she asked, "Then what do you think Miss Mu should do with these horses?" Mu Yun smiled and said, "It's a pity to throw them away. Why don't we ride these horses away? When we get to Yunzhou City, we can sell the horses for silver. It's the best of both worlds." Mu Yun looked eager to try, as if he was looking forward to riding a horse. Bai Xing laughed, thinking that she was going to kill the horse. "Okay, listen to Miss Mu." Mu Yun picked a horse that she liked, and then asked Yuya if she wanted to ride a horse. She wanted to take her daughter to ride a horse for fun. Not only Mu Yun wanted to try it, but Yuan Bao and Muyang also wanted to ride a horse. Only Hu Tianxi was not interested in riding a horse. He had ridden a horse before, but he didn't like it, so he didn't ride it later. Seeing that Yuan Bao also wanted to ride, Bai Mu and Bai Xing took Yuan Bao and Muyang to ride horses, leaving the carriage to Yixian. For a while, only Zizhu and Hu Tianxi were left in the carriage. Riding a horse is more free. The breeze is blowing, and the surrounding scenery is unobstructed. Mu Yun likes it very much. "Mom, I also want to learn to ride a horse when I grow up. Riding a horse is so fun." Yuya was very excited. Sitting on the tall horse, she felt that she had become so tall and powerful. Yuan Bao was also riding a horse for the first time. He was very excited. After adapting to it, he wanted to ride the horse himself. "Uncle Baimu, can I ride one by myself? I think I can do it." Baimu shook his head. "No, it's too dangerous. What if the horse runs and throws you off?" Yuan Bao said hurriedly, "It's okay. I won't hit it, it won't run away, I'll ride it slowly." Baimu still didn't agree, and was afraid that Yuan Bao would be disappointed, so he comforted him. "When we get to Yunzhou, I'll find you a pony, and then train you, and then you can ride it by yourself. Now these horses belong to those bad guys, and they are not safe." Hearing this, Yuan Bao felt a little sorry, but he didn't say anything more. Baimu was afraid that he would be unhappy, so he said he would take him to run faster to feel it, and then he took the reins and rode the horse to run. Seeing this, Muyang also hurriedly said, "Uncle Baixing, I want to run too." Baixing had no choice but to ride the horse to catch up. Afraid that Yuya would also run fast, Muyun hurriedly said, "Don't worry about them. We will walk slowly in the back. Your brother Tianxi is still in the carriage. It will be bad if those bad guys come again. We will stay to protect Tianxi, okay, Yuya?" Yuya nodded. "Yes, okay, mother, we won't run." Muyun smiled and nodded. The horse walked leisurely, and the two of them swayed on the horse's back. In terms of comfort, it is more comfortable to sit in the carriage, and the scenery and air are better. Baimu Baixing took the two children back and forth several times before finally killing the children's interest. At noon, Muyun asked them to find a suitable place to rest and eat something before walking. Baimu took Yuan Bao forward to find a suitable place. Seeing a huge banyan tree, they decided to rest there. With a big tree blocking the sun, it would be much cooler. After a while, Mu Yun and her companion's carriage arrived. The sun was getting higher and higher, and riding a horse was unbearable in the sun, so she took Yuya back to the carriage. They came and sat under the banyan tree. Zizhu took out food and distributed it to everyone. At this moment, Mu Yun missed the modern iced jelly and cold noodles. This scene with the iced jelly and cold noodles must be very comfortable. It's a pity that there are only dry food and water here. After taking a bite of the dry pancake and swallowing it with water, the beautiful scenery seemed not so beautiful anymore. The others ate with gusto. After all, when they were hungry, everything tasted delicious. "Sister Yun, why don't you eat?" Zizhu saw that she took only one bite and stopped eating, so she asked curiously. Mu Yun was helpless. He looked at the blue sky and said lazily, "I was thinking about how delicious it is. This dry pancake is really hard to swallow." Zizhu laughed. "Sister Yun, just make do with it. I'll make you something delicious when we get to Yunzhou." Mu Yun nodded, threw away the iced jelly and cold noodles in her mind, and continued to eat the dry pancake. After eating half of it, she couldn't eat any more and put the rest of the pancake away. "It will take another 2 hours to get to Yunzhou City. Just bear with it. We will have delicious food in 2 hours." Mu Yun comforted the children, but it seemed more like comforting herself. Zizhu laughed. The children could bear it, but it seemed that Muyan couldn't bear it. After eating the dry food, they rested for a while before continuing on their way. There was a mountain ahead, which needed to be crossed. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they met two villagers who told them that it was better to take a detour and not go up the mountain. Muyan was puzzled and asked, "Why can't we go? Are there bandits?" But she and Song Jingnian took this road last time and didn't meet anyone. The villagers nodded repeatedly. There are bandits and many people passing by have been robbed. You'd better take a detour. You are carrying so many children. If they are really robbed, it will be difficult to deal with.
Muyun nodded.
After thanking the villagers, she looked at Bai Mu and Bai Xing and said, "If we take a detour, we won't be able to get there before dark. What do you think?" Bai Mu said, "What are you afraid of? They are just a few bandits. Let's take the mountain road. It won't be a problem." Muyan also wanted to take the mountain road in her heart. She didn't care about bandits. She had never encountered bandits before and was quite curious. Bai Xing also said, "We can easily take down ordinary bandits. It's okay. Let's take the mountain road." Muyan nodded. "Okay, let's continue." After entering the forest, we didn't find anything unusual. The road was wide, and the carriage was running steadily. Until we reached the depths of the woods, Muyan seemed to hear some movement. Some lighter footsteps were heard, and there seemed to be a lot of people. Bai Mu and Bai Xing, one of you must guard the carriage and don't let anyone get close.
Muyan said,
"Robbery. Hurry up and get down here." The fierce man in the lead had a rough voice, carrying a big axe on his shoulder, and shouted at the carriage. Muyan lifted the curtain and saw that there were many burly men standing in front of the carriage, who looked like bandits. The man saw Muyan's face and smiled. "Oh, there's a little beauty here. How rare." The eyes of the men around the man lit up instantly, and they looked at Muyan with a wretched look. Bai Mu glanced at them coldly. "Dare to look at our young lady like that? Believe it or not, I'll dig out your eyes." "Haha, big boss, this pretty boy said he wanted to dig out our eyes." "Big boss, why don't we dig out his eyes first?"
"Ha ha ha."
The men behind the so-called big boss laughed crazily. If they were ordinary people, they would have been scared by these people by now. Muyan got out of the carriage and looked around. There were about 20 to 30 bandits, which was considered quite a lot, but I didn't know how strong they were. "Go, brothers, take this young lady down for me first." As soon as the boss said that, everyone surrounded the carriage and started to fight. Bai Mu flew down the carriage and rushed towards the boss. Feeling the heavy murderous aura coming, the boss immediately took off the axe on his shoulder to resist and fought with Bai Mu. Muyan also got down the carriage, leaving Bai Xing to defend. She injured a bandit and stole his long knife. Without weapons, it would be difficult to win. The other side had more people, and everyone was ferocious, but they only showed mercy to her. They used killing moves on Bai Mu, and Bai Xing. Muyan was no longer soft-hearted and started to kill people. After losing her psychological restraints, her moves became faster, but there were too many people around her, so she couldn't kill anyone for a while. It can't be seen that these bandits are quite orderly. It seems that the chance of winning by encircling and suppressing one person in this way with advances and retreats seems to be very high. 20 or 30 people were divided into 3 groups. One group attacked Bai Xing on the carriage, one group attacked Muyan, and another group led by the boss attacked Bai Mu. The boss's axe was too powerful, and Bai Mu's sword was no match for it. In addition, there were too many of them, and Bai Mu couldn't hurt them at all for a while. Muyan was a little worried about Bai Mu, so her moves became faster and more brutal. This time, she only chopped at the opponent's hands and knees. She was petite and agile, so even if she was surrounded, she quickly broke through. She bent down and rolled to the ground, and the knife in her hand immediately cut some people. 3 people fell down immediately. Several of them had big gashes on their knees. They rolled on the ground in pain and had no strength to fight back. The others, seeing this, became even more bloodthirsty and chopped at Muyan with their knives as if they were risking their lives. This time, they no longer cared about the boss's desire for this woman, and they would capture her first, and if she was injured, they could still treat her. The opponent became more ferocious, but Muyan was not afraid. Instead, he became more passionate. Bai Xing saw that Bai Mu was not able to defeat the big boss, and he shouted helplessly, Bai Mu, if you can't beat him, come back and let me take over. Bai Mu resisted the big axe and replied, you can try it. Bai Xing basically beat one by one. It was very easy, not as difficult as Bai Mu's. He shouted to Bai Mu, get ready, I will take over from you. The big boss heard the conversation between the two and laughed, his mouth wide open, a row of yellow teeth exposed. It was disgusting to see. Shiraki and Shirahoshi learned different sword techniques, but Shirahoshi was better in swordsmanship. His moves were fast, accurate, and ruthless, and his figure dodged as fast as the wind. The boss only won in strength, but at this time, facing the more flexible and fast Shirahoshi, he was obviously no match. In the first round, Shirahoshi's sword pierced his arm, although it was only a shallow cut. Seeing this, the others shouted worriedly to the boss. Shirahoshi didn't pause at all. While the boss was stunned, he attacked again and stabbed his chest with a sword. The boss raised his axe to block it, but he didn't expect that when Shirahoshi got close, the other hand moved. He drew a short sword from his waist and quickly inserted it into the boss's abdomen. Such a feint to the east and attack in the west surprised everyone. The big boss couldn't even believe that he was stabbed. He looked down at his abdomen in a daze. This moment of distraction gave Bai Xing another chance. The long sword on his chest tilted slightly, missed the axe, and pierced into the big boss's chest. This sword killed him directly. The bandits stared at this scene with wide eyes and couldn't believe it. The big boss is dead. I don't know which bandit shouted, and the other bandits hurriedly looked over here. Seeing the big boss bleeding on the spot, everyone's face was stern. Revenge for the big boss.
Kill.
With this shout, all the bandits seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They all burst out and fought harder. Muyun thought that the big boss was dead and these people surrendered, but she didn't expect that they were actually angry and wanted revenge. It seems that this big boss is still very popular. She didn't want to think too much, so she accelerated her actions and had to fight quickly and not waste time. During the fight, the remaining bandits became fewer and fewer until most of them fell down, leaving only 4 or 5 people. Several of them lost confidence in fighting and immediately knelt down to surrender. Spare my life. Great heroes, spare my life. We are also forced to become bandits. Spare my life. Great heroes, I surrender. I surrender. There were corpses all around. This was the first time Mu Yun killed so many people since he came to this world. What do you rob? Just money? Or do you rob people as well? Mu Yun looked at several people and asked. Several people's eyes dodged, and some dared not to speak. Seeing their expressions, Mu Yun knew that these people were probably doing all kinds of evil. She said coldly, if you talk nicely, maybe I can spare your lives. If you don't talk nicely, then I will send you to reunite with your brothers on the ground with a sword. As she said that, the sword in Mu Yun's hand touched the neck of one of them. The sharp sword touched the neck and immediately cut a blood mark. The man was immediately frightened and trembled all over. I say, hero, don't kill me. Several people didn't say anything before, but now they are vying to speak. It's the big boss. We all follow him. He not only robs money, but also rapes women. He has killed many people. We all follow his orders. The big boss robbed many rich ladies who passed by, took them back to the village, and distributed them to the brothers. They were disobedient, and some were beaten to death. The big boss hates those officials. He will not let go of any young masters, young ladies, or even wives of officials he meets. He will take them all back to the village, torture them in every way, and finally kill them and throw their bodies into the wilderness. Mu Yun was shocked. This big boss is so heartless. She wanted to stab the big boss a few more times, and the guilt of killing so many people just now disappeared immediately.
They deserve to die.
Bai Xing was also surprised. I didn't expect this person to be so bad. If I had known earlier, I should have chopped him a few more times and let him die slowly in pain. Bai Mu kicked a bandit and asked coldly, where is your village? Are there any captured people in it? Tell me how many there are. At this time, the bandit did not dare to hide any more and hurriedly said, "Not far from the mountain. There are more than a dozen captured people in the village." Muyan looked at Bai Mu. "Do you want to go to the village?" Bai Mu nodded. "Miss Mu, we must take care of this kind of thing. So, you wait for us here. Bai Xing and I will go to kill the remaining bandits and release the captured people." Muyan nodded. "It's time to save them. Let's go together." Bai Mu was worried about the safety of the children, but he was relieved when he learned that there were not many people in the village. Riding on horses, the group, led by several bandits, walked towards the village. The village was indeed not far away and arrived in a short while. In order to avoid the people inside not opening the door and wasting time, Muyan promised the bandits that as long as they opened the door, he would let them go and not kill them. Several people nodded impatiently and ran forward to shout to open the door. Mu Yun and others rode on horses, hid in the woods, waited for the door to open, and rushed in directly. "The boss is injured. Open the door. Open the door, and follow me to rescue him." Several bandits shouted loudly. The people inside saw that they were their own people and opened the door immediately without any doubt. Seeing several people covered in blood, the bandits in the village were very surprised. But before they could ask more questions, Mu Yun and his men came on horseback. Before the people in the village could react, Mu Yun and his horses were in front of them. By the time they thought of closing the door, it was too late. "Traitors! You traitors! I'll kill you rascals!" The bandits in the village realized that they had been deceived, and they were all ferocious and angry. Mu Yun and Bai Mu had already started, and those people had no power to fight back. Soon the few people at the door were dealt with. The village was not big, with more than 20 houses of different sizes. Mu Yun looked at Bai Mu and said, "Why don't you shout a few times and call everyone out? We can't go to each room one by one." Bai Mu was helpless, but still nodded. "Okay, I'll shout." Bai Mu ran to stand on a stone step and shouted loudly, "Listen, people in the village, you are surrounded. Come out and surrender quickly. Otherwise, if I catch you, your heads will be moved." Bai Mu's voice was quite loud, and sure enough, some people ran out immediately, but some of them were actually pulling up their pants. Obviously, they hadn't reacted to what was happening. Mu Yun frowned, feeling a little nauseous, and even more inexplicably angry. She walked up the stone stairs and entered one of the rooms. As soon as she entered, an indescribable smell filled her nose, making her feel sick. On the bed inside, a woman was tied with ropes.
Her clothes were torn to shreds.
She was lying there like a dying fish. Only the slight breathing sound could prove that she was still alive. Mu Yun was shocked by this scene. At this moment, she wanted to tear these bandits into pieces. She walked over, picked up a quilt, and covered the woman. Noticing that her movements were different from before, the woman opened her eyes and found that they were not those men. Her eyes were still like a pool of dead water. When she saw a stranger, she didn't waver at all. "Girl, I will kill those who bully you right now, and I will take you out, okay?" Mu Yun said softly. The woman's appearance made people feel uncomfortable. After hearing her words, the woman seemed to have a reaction and moved her body slightly.
"Who are you?"
She spoke. Her voice was cold and a little hoarse. Mu Yun introduced himself to her. "My name is Mu Yun. I was passing by the foot of this mountain and encountered these bandits who were robbing me. But I killed them all. Don't be afraid. I will protect you and take you out to find your family." The woman's eyes lit up slightly. "Can I go out? Can I go out?" Mu Yun nodded and helped her sit up. "Yes, you can go out. Wait a minute, I'll find you some clothes," Mu Yun said, and ran out. As soon as she ran to the door, she heard a scream from next door. It was a man's. She hurried to the next room and was stunned by the scene in front of her. The man rolled on the ground in pain, holding his lower body, and the woman in red on the bed had a mouth full of bright red blood, which was brighter than her red dress. A fierce look flashed in Mu Yun's eyes, and he swung the long sword in his hand and instantly cut off one of the man's arms.
"Ah! Ah!"
The man wailed in pain. "Bai Mu, drag this man out and deal with him later." Mu Yun's voice was cold, with suppressed anger. Suddenly realizing that the red-dressed woman's clothes were in disarray, she hurriedly said, "Wait, don't come in yet. Go find some women's clothes for me." Bai Mu outside stopped and hurriedly responded. Mu Yun walked towards the red-dressed woman. She took out a handkerchief from her arms and handed it to the woman, saying softly, "Wipe it." The red-dressed woman looked up at Mu Yun. She was very beautiful, with fair and smooth skin that seemed to glow, thin eyebrows and red lips, upturned eyes, and a pair of wind eyes full of coldness and hatred. Such a beauty, but encountered such a thing, being bullied by these dirty bandits. Mu Yun felt complicated and didn't know how to comfort her. This blood is too dirty, so don't dirty your handkerchief. After looking at Mu Yun, the woman retracted her gaze and spoke lightly. Seeing that she didn't take it, Mu Yun simply wiped it for her himself. "It's because the blood is dirty that you have to wipe it off. It's okay, just wipe it off." The woman pulled the corners of her mouth, but there was no smile in her eyes, as if she was mocking. Mu Yun continued, "My name is Mu Yun, what's your name? I'll take you out and send you home, okay?" The woman looked at Mu Yun again. Mu Yun was wiping herself with a focused look, and a faint fragrance from his body drifted into her nostrils. This was the best and cleanest smell she had ever smelled. "Go home." Mu Yun nodded. "Yes, go home. I'll send you home. What's your name?" After Mu Yun finished wiping, he threw the handkerchief away. "My name is Lin Shiruan." The woman in red replied. "Did you kill all the bandits here?" Lin Shiruan asked lightly. Mu Yun said, "Most of them were killed, and there are still some in the village." Mu Yun looked at her in surprise, and seeing the hatred in her eyes, he understood. Facing such a group of bandits, the women here must have suffered a lot of extraordinary suffering. "I'm afraid they have already been filled with hatred." Mu Yun felt pity in his heart and nodded in agreement. "Okay, let you kill." Bai Mu's voice sounded outside. "Miss Mu, there are no women's clothes in the village. I asked Bai Xing to get your and Ziju's clothes from the carriage." Mu Yun walked out and said, "Go and call Ziju down and ask her to help deliver clothes to the women in the house." Mu Yun looked at several rooms in a row. She took a dress of her own and gave it to Lin Shiruan, and then took another one to the first room and gave it to the woman tied with a rope. The woman had sat up at this time, and the torn clothes showed blue and purple marks. Mu Yun walked over quickly, untied the rope for her, and then handed her the clothes. "Put on your clothes, I'll take you down the mountain," Mu Yun said. The woman had a gentle appearance, an oval face, eyebrows like willow leaves, eyes full of autumn water, and rosy lips under the tip of her nose. Unlike Lin Shiruan next door, this woman was very gentle at first glance, but at this moment, she was filled with a desperate suffocation. "Go down the mountain? So what if I go down? Everything has changed now. How can I go back with my broken body like a flower and a willow?" The woman's voice even had a taste of despair. After untying the rope, the woman's wrists and ankles were full of red marks, and these few bright red marks were particularly obvious on her fair skin. Mu Yun turned his back to the woman so that she could dress more easily. Hearing this, he comforted her softly. "Don't think too much, girl. You didn't do anything voluntarily today. It's all the fault of these bandits. Go down the mountain, live a good life, and forget everything here. By the way, what's your name? Where do you live? I'll take you home." The woman couldn't help sobbing softly while getting dressed. "You don't understand. My husband will never accept me when I go back to this state. I have wanted to die countless times, but they tied my hands and feet, so I can't die even if I want to. Now I can find death, but I can't bear to die. I want to see him again. He must be worried about me during the time I disappeared." Mu Yun didn't say anything, but listened to her quietly. After a while, the woman put on her clothes and stood in front of Mu Yun. She wiped her tears and said, "My name is Lu Yu, and my home is Yunzhou. Miss, thank you for saving me. I am very grateful, but I don't have the ability to repay your kindness now." Mu Yun showed her a kind smile and spoke soothingly. "It's okay, I save people without asking for anything in return. It's an accident that I came here today. I just happened to be going to Yunzhou, and you can come with us." Hearing this, Lu Yu nodded and didn't refuse. "Okay, then I won't be polite. If I have a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you for your kindness. As she said this, Lu Yu knelt down towards Mu Yun, and Mu Yun was so scared that he helped her up. No, 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 no need to be so polite, and no need to repay. Meeting is fate, and being able to meet means we are destined to meet. No need to be so polite. After being helped up, Lu Yu still bowed to Mu Yun to express her gratitude. After taking Lu Yu out, Mu Yun went to other rooms to continue delivering clothes. Lin Shiruan had already changed her clothes and walked out, standing on the stone stairs and looking at the bandits below. She walked down the stone step by step and headed towards the bandits who were surrounded in the middle of the yard. The bandits all showed expressions of fear at this time, as if they realized that they might have no chance of survival today. Lin Shiruan did not take action immediately. Standing in front of a group of bandits, she looked back at the women who were walking out of the house on the stone stairs. As a woman who was also captured, she knew what they had been through. The sounds of fear and screams were still vivid in her mind. Seeing that almost everyone had come out, she looked at Bai Mu next to her and said, "Master, can you lend me your sword?" Just now, Miss Mu promised to let me do it myself. Hearing this, Bai Mu nodded and handed the sword to her. After getting the sword, Lin Shiruan's eyes flashed with a strange smile, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised, approaching the bandits. "You dare to kill me? Stinky woman! Have you forgotten the time when you enjoyed yourself under me?"
Bah!
A bandit spat at Lin Shiruan angrily, but the insulting words from his mouth could no longer arouse any emotion in Lin Shiruan. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and the tip of her sword approached the man who spoke. A cold voice rang out. "Let's start with you. You have such a big mouth, just chop it off." As she said, her eyes became fierce and she exerted force with her hands, and the bandit's mouth was immediately cut by the sword. His upper and lower lips were directly separated in the middle, becoming 4 petals, with a bright red cut that was frighteningly deep. Screams and screams echoed throughout the village. The bandit nearly fainted from the pain and cried out in agony, but every time he cried out, the pain in his mouth increased. All the bandits had their hands and feet tied and were unable to resist or move. Looking at the man rolling and squirming on the ground, Lin Shiruan felt that it was not enough. She approached again and continued, "The mouth can still make sounds. How can that be possible?" After she finished speaking, she squatted down and approached the bandit, stretched out her hand to pinch the bandit's disgusting chin, forcing him to open his mouth. She chuckled and slashed at the tongue with the sword. "Ha, this time. Can't you shout something?" Lin Shiruan's somewhat crazy voice sounded. Blood frequently flowed out of the bandit's mouth, and he could no longer roar. There was only a low and hoarse humming sound. His eyes were scarlet, fearful and angry. The other bandits around were frightened and began to beg for mercy. Mu Yun watched on the stone steps and let her kill. The other women saw this scene and felt happy. They were timid before, but now they opened their eyes and watched without dodging. Lin Shiruan stabbed the bandit's mouth and tongue, and then started his chest, arms, abdomen, legs, feet, and lower body. Anyone touched by her sword had no intact part of their body, and they were all tortured to the point of unbearable pain, but they could not die happily. There were only a dozen bandits in total, and each of them was tortured beyond recognition by Lin Shiruan's sword. A woman in green also walked down the stone steps. The woman was petite and looked like a pretty girl. Although she was not as stunning as Lin Shiruan and Lu Yu, she was still a beauty. She walked up to Lin Shiruan and said, "I want to kill someone, too." The woman's voice was soft, clear, and clean, and there was a kind of refreshing comfort. She should have been a cute and lovely girl. Unlike Lin Shiruan's calmness and indifference, she looked a little uneasy, with fear in her eyes, as if she was gathering up the courage to avenge herself. Lin Shiruan killed another person and tortured him in every way, and then slowly let him die. "If you don't do it now, I will kill everyone else." After a while, Lin Shiruan's cold voice sounded. The woman then raised her knife and closed her eyes, slashing at a bandit. She didn't dare to open her eyes, but just slashed hard and yelled, and the yard was full of her screams. The bloody scene made many people close their eyes and dared not look. Lin Shiruan also stopped and looked at her in surprise. Unexpectedly, the person who looked like a little white rabbit just now suddenly exploded. The people he killed were more frightening than those she had just killed. The woman seemed to be venting, and she kept waving the knife in her hand with her eyes closed. There were still 2 bandits who were not dead. They were frightened and fainted at this time. The man under the knife was already bloody. This scene scared even the bandits who had been killing people for years. Several women on the stone steps were disgusted by the messy and bright red things. Their stomachs were churning, and they kept retching while holding their chests. "That's enough, girl." Lin Shiruan couldn't help but speak. She kept watching with her eyes open. At this time, her stomach was also very uncomfortable, but she was just trying to bear it. Hearing Lin Shiruan's words, the woman stopped her hand and slowly opened her tightly closed eyes. Seeing the bright red scene in front of her, she was stunned for a moment. Her pupils dilated rapidly, and she couldn't believe that she did it. With a clang, the knife in her hand fell down. She shook her head and stepped back, a little scared by the scene in front of her. Muyan walked down and said in a gentle voice, "There are 2 last bandits. If any of you want to take revenge yourself, you still have a chance." None of the women on the stone steps moved. They didn't dare to. Seeing this, Lin Shiruan said calmly, "Let me do it." As she spoke, she raised her sword and killed the last 2 bandits. The whole bandit village, without a single bandit, became an empty shell in an instant, and everyone died. Muyan led a group of people down the mountain. Fortunately, they had robbed several horses before, which came in handy at this time. In addition, there were also robbed carriages and horses in the village, so there were enough for everyone to use. However, many of the women did not know how to ride horses, so Muyan gave the carriage to them. The journey only took 2 hours, and if they drove faster, they could still reach Yunzhou before dark. Leaving behind a blood-red village, they walked farther and farther, until 2 hours later, when the sun set and the sky began to turn gray, they finally arrived in Yunzhou. After entering the city gate, Muyan took out some silver and distributed it to the women rescued from the mountain stronghold, and let them go home. The women thanked Muyan profusely, saying that they would pay her back someday, and then they left. Lin Shiruan didn't take Muyan's money. She said her home was in the city and she didn't need any travel expenses. Lu Yu also refused, saying that her home was in the city. There is also a girl who looks cute but is very vicious. Her name is Su Huanju. Su Huanju lives in the capital city. He said he wanted to go to the capital and asked Muyan and the others if they wanted to go there. She recognized the accents of Bai Mu and the others, and they sounded like people from Beijing. Therefore, she had some guesses in her mind. After this incident, she dared not go out alone again, for fear of encountering criminals again. Muyan left Su Huanju behind temporarily, and then said he would send Lin Shiruan and Lu Yu home in a carriage. Lin Shiruan said, "Miss Mu, can I stay with you for 2 days? I want to go back in 2 days." Muyan did not refuse. She felt pity for these women and would help them if she could. Lu Yu did not want to stay. She could not wait to go back. After Muyan sent her into Yunzhou City, the carriage came to a seaside according to Lu Yu's instructions. It was the first time that Muyan saw the sea since she came to this world. Yunzhou is close to the sea. Many people build houses by the sea and make a living by fishing at sea. I didn't expect Lu Yu's house to be on the seaside. No wonder she was called Lu Yu. "My home is in front, Miss Mu. Thank you for saving me. Will you stay in Yunzhou? Can you tell me where you live? I will visit you another day." Muyan did not want her to repay him, but he was afraid that she would encounter difficulties in the future after this incident, so he told her where he lived. After saying goodbye to Lu Yu, Muyan took Lin Shiruan and Su Huanju to the house that Yu Qingling had rented in advance. The house was very large, and the layout of the yard was very beautiful. The rockery was built around a pond, and goldfish could be seen swaying in the pond. The surrounding veranda could shelter from the wind and rain, and many flowers were planted in the flower bed under the veranda, which was in full bloom. Muyan was very satisfied with my house. A man of about 40 hurried into the main house, followed by 6 maids and 4 children. Meet Miss Mu. This old servant is the housekeeper found by Master Yu, named Chen Fu, who is responsible for managing this house. Mu Yun was a little surprised. She didn't expect Yu Qingling to buy servants to serve her. She nodded slightly and then asked, "Do you know me?" Butler Chen smiled slightly. "Master Yu showed this old servant your portrait, so I recognize him." Butler Chen introduced the maid behind him to Mu Yun. "Miss Mu, this is Yulan Yume. They will serve you personally from now on. This is the servant we found for Master Yuan Bao. His name is Yu Chuan. He is calm and smart. He is 10 years old this year. He will follow Master Yuan Bao and take care of his daily life in the future. This is Yuling, Miss Yuya's personal maid. She is 10 years old this year. She knows some martial arts and can protect Miss Yuya on a daily basis. And this is Beiqing, the servant of Master Muyang, and Baiting, the servant of Master Tianxi. These are carefully selected by Master Yu for the young masters and young ladies. Miss Mu, please take a look and see if they're suitable." Mu Yun did not expect Yu Qingling to arrange so many things, which surprised her and made her feel embarrassed. They were not related to each other, and he did this, which made her feel that she owed him a favor. "Oh, I came back at the right time. You are all here." Yu Qinglong's voice sounded outside, and he walked quickly to Mu Yun's side. "How is it? Are you satisfied with my arrangement?" Mu Yun asked. "How did you arrange these?" Yu Qingling smiled and said, "Hee, I was thoughtful and considerate, and prepared these for you on my own." "How is it? Are you touched?" After getting familiar with each other, Yu Qingling also learned to joke. Bai Mu couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. "You're just bragging."
Puff.
Mu Yun couldn't help but burst out laughing. Bai Xing and Yi Xian couldn't help laughing, and they were holding back their laughter. Bai Mu couldn't help blushing because of what they did. I mean, it couldn't be that he prepared it. He insisted on taking the credit. How despicable. Bai Mu blushed and stammered to explain. Yu Qingling laughed a few times and then said, "Okay, since you said so, then I have to admit that it was not prepared by me, but by the child's father." Jing Yan's fatherly heart touched me. "Miss Mu, are you touched?" Mu Yun gave him a helpless look. "Dr. Yu, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you talk more nonsense." Mu Yun's embarrassment just now disappeared immediately. Yu Qingling chuckled twice. Mu Yun didn't look at him, but looked at a few servants and looked them up. From this point of view, they were quite good. Are all these people prepared by Song Jingyan? Hearing this, Yu Qingling smiled and nodded. "Yes, that's right. How about it? Are you satisfied?" Mu Yun didn't say anything, but only looked at these maids and housekeepers. They all know Kung Fu? Yu Qingling didn't expect her eyes to be so sharp that she could see this. Miss Mu has a good eye. This old captive does know some Kung Fu. Your maids Yulan and Yume also know martial arts, which will make it easier to protect her safety. The butler took the initiative to speak. Yu Qingling also smiled and said, "It's good to know martial arts so that you have an extra layer of protection when you go out." Seeing that Mu Yun was slow to speak, Yu Qingling was a little worried that she would reject these people, which would be bad. If Song Jingyan didn't do the things he told him to do, he would definitely be scolded. He was told not to be exposed, but he was exposed at the beginning. He must be said to be incompetent. Well, Miss Mu, in fact, it would be better if there were more people who knew martial arts in the house so that everyone's safety would be more guaranteed.
Bai Mu said.
Seeing someone joining in, Yu Qingling hurriedly agreed. Yes, safety is the most important. Mu Yun, why don't you keep them? Knowing them well, it's safer to use them. Mu Yun glanced at them and finally said lightly, "Okay, stay." After that, she continued to ask, "Which courtyard do I live in?" Butler Chun hurriedly said, "Yulan Yume, take Miss Mu to her courtyard. And Yuchu and Yuling, you guys, take the young masters and young ladies to their courtyards." The mansion suddenly became lively. Housekeeper Chin was busy arranging accommodation and dinner at the same time. After a long journey, everyone washed up, had dinner together, and then went back to rest. A pigeon flew out of the mansion and flew towards the capital. The next morning, Mu Yun got up and prepared to go out. Su Huanju appeared and said that she wanted to go with her. She did not refuse. She also asked Lin Shiruan if she wanted to go out for a walk. Lin Shiruan said that she did not want to go out, so Muyun did not say much. Bai Mu wanted to help with the work, so he went out with Muyun. Yuan Bao and the others had already gone to Yixian's courtyard to start studying. Muyun was not very familiar with the streets of Yunzhou. She had to find a shop to rent first and also find a larger and more spacious house to use as a weaving, dyeing, and garment workshop. This kind of workshop is best transferred from someone else. It would be much more convenient and labor-saving to take over someone else's existing workshop and then improve it than to start a new one. Muyun asked Bai Xing to inquire about the workshop, while he was looking for a shop first. The most important thing was to find a location to open a restaurant, because the restaurant would make money faster. The more money she had, the faster her career would develop. After the restaurant was opened, the cloth shop and the ready-made clothing shop would be opened one after another. On the street, Su Huanju looked around. She had lived in Yunzhou for 2 days. She passed by here when she ran away from her marriage. Because she thought it was fun, she stayed here for 2 days and then continued to go south. However, she didn't expect to be kidnapped by a group of bandits when passing through the forest. Su Huanju recalled everything unconsciously in her mind. At this time, she regretted her ignorance and willfulness when she was young and ran away from her marriage. Now she thought that the son of the loyal and brave Marquis' mansion was actually quite good and his status was not low. If she married him, she would be the Marquis' wife in the future and live a noble life. If she hadn't run away from her marriage, her life would not have been ruined. Now Su Huanju was full of regret. Let's go in and take a look. Muyun's voice rang out, interrupting Su Huanju's thoughts. There were very few people in the shop, and no one greeted the three of them after they entered. After looking around in the shop for a long time, a waiter came over to ask. Muyun looked at the dismal business and asked, "Are you going to keep your shop open?" The waiter heard this. A strange color flashed in his eyes, and hurriedly replied, "Of course we are going to open it. Why are you asking this, sir?" Muyun smiled politely, just asking casually, "If you don't plan to run the shop anymore, you can give it to me. You can ask your boss if the shop wants to sell. As long as the price is right, I will take it immediately." The waiter was not angry, but looked at Muyun seriously. "Girl, are you serious?" Muyun nodded. "Of course. Do you think I'm lying to you?" The waiter shook his head, looked at Muyun, and then said, "This shop is very large, and it can't be divided.
Do you want to rent or buy it?
How much can you pay? What do you use it for?" "This shop has a good location, but it is too big. The first, second, and third floors are interconnected, and there is a staircase in the middle. It can be said to be the largest shop in Yunzhou City. It was also because it was too big that the boss couldn't sell it even if he wanted to, because no one wanted such a big shop." Muyun smiled and asked, "How big is it? Tell us in detail." For her, the bigger the better. She was worried that the shop was too small to display some things. The waiter immediately introduced her and asked her to go upstairs to have a look. Muyun was also very interested and followed the waiter upstairs to have a look. It was indeed very large and spacious. Muyun unconsciously imagined her own design ideas for this place in her mind, and she was very satisfied with this shop. "Can you make the decision? I feel that you are more than just a waiter, right?" Muyun asked the waiter. The waiter looked honest and simple. After forcing a smile, he said, "I can't decide the price. My father has the final say. This shop was left by my grandfather. My grandparents used to be old tailors and were very famous in this area. It's just that when it comes to me, I really don't care about these fabrics and clothes. My father is old, so we want to sell this shop and do some other business." Muyun nodded, indicating that he understood. "Then go back and ask your father how much it costs." The waiter nodded. "Okay, but my father has a request. After buying this shop, I can only do cloth and clothing business. He doesn't want this place to be destroyed and turned into a restaurant, tea house, or tavern." Muyun smiled. The shop is so big, and there is still such a request. It's not easy to sell, right? The waiter smiled and replied honestly, "Indeed, it's not easy to sell. Otherwise, this location would have been sold long ago." Muyun nodded. "I understand. The location here is indeed good. So, go back and ask. I really want to buy it. Tomorrow morning, I will come to your shop again, and you can ask your father to come and discuss the price." The waiter's eyes were suddenly filled with surprise, and his eyes were much brighter. Miss, are you sure you're going to sell cloth? Muyan nodded. Don't worry, it meets your father's requirements. Hearing this, the waiter was immediately delighted. Okay, I'll go back and tell them. After leaving the cloth shop, Su Huanju asked curiously, Sister Mu, are you going to do business? Su Huanju is 1 year younger than Mu Yun and is only 17 this year, but in this era, 17 is not considered young. Mu Yun nodded. Yes, I came here to do business. Su Huanju nodded, smiled and praised Sister Mu. You are really amazing. You can do business. Seeing her envy, Mu Yun smiled and said, if you want to learn, I can teach you. Su Huanju smiled on her face, but she didn't agree in her heart. Doing business is something that inferior people do, and someone like her is not suitable for doing these. After leaving the shop, Mu Yun continued to look for the restaurant shop. It should be no problem to take over this cloth shop, but the restaurant shop has not been settled yet. After walking a few steps, Su Huanju said a little embarrassedly, Sister Mu, can I borrow some money from you? After saying that, as if she was afraid that Mu Yun would think she was ungrateful, she hurriedly explained, don't worry, I will pay you back in the future. I won't take your money for nothing. When I find my family, I will pay you back more. Is that okay? Sister Mu. Mu Yun smiled and said without hesitation, of course, I will lend you as much as you need. Mu Yun said to lend, not give. Su Huanju felt a little disappointed when she heard it. Although they had been together for a short time, she knew that Mu Yun was still very generous. She thought she would just take it and use it without borrowing. Hiding her inner emotions, Su Huanju smiled happily and touchily. Thank you, Sister Mu. How about 50 taels? I will pay you 100 taels later.
Mu Yun nodded. Okay.
Mu Yun took off the purse from his waist and gave her 50 taels. This was not a small amount of money. Although she wanted to know why Su Huanju wanted the money, it seemed difficult to ask. After hesitating for a while, she did not ask. Sister Mu, can I go shopping by myself? I know the way home. I will go back by myself later. Mu Yun nodded. Okay, go ahead. After Su Huanju left, Bai Mu said, Miss Mu, what does she need so much money for? She is not going home. Does she want to buy something? Mu Yun chuckled. Don't worry about her. Let's continue. Bai Mu nodded, and the two of them soon found a shop that was quite suitable. It was just a tea house, with a good location and big enough, but the boss asked for too high a price. The shop and everything inside had to be sold, a total of 1,000 taels of silver. Seeing that he was asking for too much, Mu Yun did not negotiate and continued to look for it. Su Huanju took 50 taels and went to the ready-made clothing shop first and bought herself 2 sets of dresses. The material was not good, and it could even be said to be very poor compared to what she wore before, but now was not the time for her to be picky. She knew it in her heart, so she didn't care too much. She bought 2 sets of clothes that she liked and picked out 2 sets of underwear made of excellent materials. However, she spent 15 taels on the 2 sets of dresses and 10 taels on the underwear. More than half of her money was gone at once, and she still had to buy shoes. She regretted not borrowing more money just now. 50 taels was too little. She also bought 2 pairs of embroidered shoes and spent 10 taels. Looking at the remaining 15 taels, she could only put them away and dared not spend any more. After that, she went to buy some snacks to try, and then she went back with her dress and shoes. After returning home, Su Huanju showed off her new dress to Lin Shiruin. Lin Shiruin was sitting quietly by the pond watching the goldfish and was startled by Su Huanju's sudden appearance. Covering her chest, Lin Shiruin said with some dissatisfaction, "Why are you so scary?" Su Huanju pouted, with a playful smile on her face. "I saw you were in a daze, so I wanted to tease you, but I didn't expect to scare you." "Sorry, Sister Lin, are you okay?" Seeing her apologize and looking guilty, Lin Shiruin didn't pursue it anymore and said lightly, "Don't scare people like this next time. The timid ones will be scared to death by you." Su Huanju apologized repeatedly, like a child who had done something wrong, looking uneasy. Seeing this, Lin Shiruin couldn't say anything, so she didn't speak again. "Sister Lin, How about I give you one of my new dresses as an apology? As he said that, Su Huanju took out the dress and handed it to Lin Shiruan. Lin Shiruan glanced at the dress in her hand and said lightly, "No need. I can't wear your dress either." Hearing this, Su Huanju looked annoyed. "It seems so. I didn't think of these. I'm sorry, Sister Lin." Lin Shiruan looked at Su Huanju seriously and asked, "Didn't you go out with Miss Mu? Is she back too?" Su Huanju shook her head. "No. Sister Mu went to find a shop. She wants to do business." Lin Shiruan didn't speak and nodded slightly. "Do you have money to buy clothes?" Lin Shiruan asked again. Su Huanju smiled and said, "It was given to me by Sister Mu. I only have this set of clothes on, which is Miss Siju's, so I want to buy 2 suitable ones." Lin Shiruan always felt that Su Huanju was weird, but she couldn't tell what was weird.
Yeah.
She hummed lightly, turned around and left, and ignored Su Huanju. Su Huanju looked at her and left like that, a little disappointed. Holding her own clothes, she went back to the yard arranged by the housekeeper for her, and then instructed the maid to fetch water for her to bathe, and she wanted to change into new clothes. With the idea that visitors are guests, housekeeper Chen assigned a maid to Lin Shiruan and Su Huanju. Su Huanju ordered people around with a righteous and condescending look, which made the maid a little dissatisfied, but she didn't say much. Lin Shiruan almost always hid in her yard, and only came out when eating. The next day, Muyin looked around again, but could hardly find a suitable restaurant or shop, which made her feel not very beautiful. At dinner, Su Huanju appeared in a newly bought skirt, with a pearl hairpin on her head, and she was dressed very beautifully. Muyin looked at her a few more times. He looked at Lin Shiruan again. She was still wearing her own skirt. Muyin felt that he had neglected it a little, and should prepare some of their own clothes for them. "Miss Mu, thank you for taking me in these days. Tomorrow morning I plan to go home. My family lives in Fully Street in the east of the city. I will go back by myself tomorrow. Miss Mu will definitely repay her great kindness." Lin Shiruan's voice sounded, and the eyes of the people at the table immediately fell on her. Muyin knew that she would leave sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. He thought she would need more time to adjust her mood, but he didn't expect her to adjust in just 2 days. "You can stay for a few more days. I've been busy these days and haven't taken care of you. If you have any needs, you can tell Butler Chen," Muyin said. Lin Shiruan smiled, and her cold face softened a little, although the smile was not obvious. "You have helped us a lot." Muyin smiled and said, "When we are away from home, we rely on friends to help each other. Today I help you, and tomorrow you help me. This is very normal."
Don't be too polite.
Su Huanju asked curiously, "Where is your home, Sister Lin? Can we go to your home to play?" Lin Shiruan said lightly, "It's not very convenient."
Oh.
Su Huanju didn't like her coldness, and the smile on the corner of her mouth disappeared instantly. Lin Shiruan looked at Muyin and asked, "I heard that Miss Mu has been looking for a shop these days. Have you found one yet?" Muyin nodded. "Well, it hasn't been solved yet. There are suitable shops, but they are hard to find. They either don't sell them or ask for an exorbitant price." Lin Shiruan nodded slightly and then asked, "What kind of business does Miss Mu want to do? What kind of shop do you need? Maybe I can help you. These 2 streets are the most prosperous and lively streets in Yunzhou City. Lin Shiruan actually has shops on these 2 streets. It seems that she is a rich lady, but she has survived this disaster. I use it as a restaurant. I need a big shop. Do you have a big one?"
Muyin asked.
Lin Shiruan nodded. "Yes, I will take you to see it before I go back tomorrow to see if it is suitable." Muyin nodded in agreement. After dinner, Muyin took a new dress and went to Lin Shiruan's yard. Lin Shiruan was sitting in front of the window and looking at the flowers and plants in the yard in a daze. Muyin knew that she was worried, but he didn't know how to enlighten her. She can do everything, but she is not good at comforting and enlightening people. "Shiruan, what are you thinking about?" Muyin opened his mouth and called her name directly. Lin Shiruan heard the voice and turned back in surprise. "Miss Mu." Muyin smiled. "We are the same age. You can call me by my name too. I treat you as a friend, and friends should not be too formal." Lin Shiruan was surprised.
Friend?
The person who had seen her at her worst could still treat her as a friend so sincerely. Lin Shiruan thought Mu Yin was very strange. She seemed to be different from everyone else. She had a free and easy temperament. She rescued so many women, had pity on them, gave them money to go home, and took those who didn't want to go home to her home to raise them. She was also very respectful to them, never looked down on them, and would take care of their emotions. Without any relatives or friends, I'm afraid no one would be so good to a few strange and dirty women like she was. Lin Shiruan didn't understand. If it were her, she might have some kindness, but she would never do so, let alone respect them from the bottom of her heart. Even if it was not their fault to be insulted, the secular perspective and human psychology were like this. They would unconsciously and subconsciously look down on those who had fallen into the mud. Well, what? You don't want to be friends with me? Seeing that she was slow to speak, Mu Yin asked jokingly. Lin Shiruan said hurriedly, No, that's not what I meant. Then I should call you Mu Yin? Mu Yin smiled and nodded, yes, sure. Lin Shiruan smiled slightly, or I should call you Ah Yun. Calling you Mu Yin is quite unfamiliar. Didn't you say that we are friends? Since we are friends, we should call each other more intimately. Mu Yin smiled and nodded, okay, whatever you say. Lin Shiruan, then I should call you Mu Yin? Mu Yin smiled and nodded, yes, sure. Lin Shiruan smiled slightly, or I should call you Ah Yun. Calling you Mu Yin is quite unfamiliar. Didn't you say that we are friends? Since we are friends, we should call each other more intimately. Mu Yin smiled. She borrowed 50 taels from me and I didn't know she used it to buy the dress. It was my negligence. I should have asked the housekeeper to prepare a few sets of clothes for you all to change into. Lin Shiruan was not so ungrateful. She said quickly, You've been good enough to us. Don't worry so much. Don't give me clothes, I will go back tomorrow. There are some at home. Mu Yin put the clothes on the bed and said, I designed this one myself. It suits you very well. You can wear it home tomorrow. Wear something beautiful when you go back. Your family won't worry. They will just think you are playing around and running out to play. Hearing this, Lin Shiruan sneered, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. If they cared about me, I wouldn't have appeared in that bandit village. The desperate and disgusting memory made Lin Shiruan's face turn pale immediately, and her whole body began to tremble. Mu Yin noticed her shaking, and felt even more pity in his heart. Holding her slightly trembling hand, Mu Yin said, Don't recall the past, let it go, and look forward. Since you were knocked unconscious and sent there, it means you were harmed by someone. Whoever harmed you, you should pay it back tenfold or 100-fold, instead of falling into memories, making yourself miserable, and making your enemies happy. Mu Yin knew that there were too many tragedies in this era. In a family, there are wives, concubines, illegitimate sons and daughters, legitimate sons and daughters, and there are many people and conflicts. Many of them don't look like family members, but like enemies. Lin Shiruan's family is probably in this situation. Lin Shiruan tried to calm down, holding Mu Yin's hand tightly, and said word by word, I will not let them go. I will make them pay back tenfold and 100-fold. There was a glimmer of expectation in her eyes. Ayun, can you help me? I will give you a shop, and you help me to get revenge. No, two. I will give you 2 shops, one as a reward for saving me, and the other as a reward for asking you to help me to get revenge, okay? I thought about it for a long time. The reason why I didn't go back was that I wanted to think about how to get revenge before going back. But I thought about it for so many days, and I had no idea in my mind. I can't think of how to get revenge. We have nothing. There is not even a trustworthy servant in the mansion. If I go back like this, I'm afraid I will be harmed again, or maybe I will lose my life one day. Lin Shiruan's expression became lonely, and her thoughts were confused. Mu Yin patted her soothingly and said in a gentle voice, Okay, I'll help you. You tell me the story slowly. Lin Shiruan nodded. Seeing her agree, she felt more at ease. She told Mu Yin all her stories. Lin Shiruan is the daughter of Lin Manhwa, the largest jade merchant in Yunzhou City. The Lin family has been engaged in the jade business for generations, and the family funds are huge, but they have declined a lot in recent years. Her mother is Lin Zhenhua's original wife, and she is also the daughter of a wealthy merchant, but she is from Suzhou. The two families are well matched, and the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words are arranged, but there is no emotional foundation. Lin Zhenhua has a woman he likes, but her status is too low, so she can only be a concubine. 1 year after marrying Lin Shirwen's mother, he married a concubine. After that, with the addition of the concubine, everything in the mansion was in chaos. The wife of the main wife was not like the wife of the main wife, and the concubine was not like a concubine. When the old lady in the mansion was still alive, she was able to suppress the situation and didn't cause too much trouble. After the old lady died, the concubine became even more arrogant. Without someone to suppress her, she was rampant in the mansion until she angered Lin Shirwen's mother to death. Lin Shirwen didn't know what the concubine said to her when her mother was seriously ill, which made her angry to death. Because of this incident, she hated the concubine very much, but she had no means to deal with the concubine. She was also harmed to the current state, and her life was ruined. After listening to it, Muyun felt that revenge should be quite simple. She had seen a lot of fights between women in the inner house just by watching TV dramas. It was nothing more than jealousy, fighting for men, fighting for property, and fighting for favors. There was nothing else. The one who hurt you was the concubine? Does your father know about this? Muyun asked. Lin Shirwen shook her head. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't know. Or maybe he does know. But even if he does, he probably won't punish wrong. Lin Shirwen's expression was full of disgust. She had long been disappointed with her father. Now she was not only disappointed, but also hated. She hated everyone in that family. Then it's impossible to take revenge on your father. He won't make the decision for you. Then you can only make the decision for yourself. What do you want to do? Kill them? Muyun asked, looking into her eyes. Lin Shirwen's eyes flashed with cold light, and she gritted her teeth and said, killing them is not enough. I want to make them suffer 1,000 times more than me. I will destroy what they care about most. Mental torture is the most painful. Muyun nodded. Indeed, revenge is not only about killing. You can do whatever you want. In this way, how about I go back with you as your maid? But you have to find a restaurant and shop for me first. After the shop is found, I can arrange for them to do other things. Only in this way can I have time to help you. Lin Shirwen shook her head. How can I let you be a maid? This is not good. Muyun was actually quite interested, and hurriedly said, there's nothing wrong with it. Different identities can experience different lives. I used to like doing this. In her previous life, when she was bored, she would deliver takeout, do volunteer work, etc. In short, she was not idle during her vacation. She was always busy. Although she didn't know what she was busy with, she always felt something was wrong when she was idle. But you are my benefactor, not a maid. This is too unfair to you. Lin Shirwen always felt that this was not good. Muyun was helpless and asked, do you have any other ideas? So that I can go back with you openly. Lin Shirwen thought for a moment and said, just say that you are my lifesaver, and that you are visiting my relatives in Yunzhou. I invite you to stay with me for a few days. Muyun asked uncertainly, are you sure this is okay? Lin Shirwen nodded. Of course, you can't be a maid. They will make things difficult for you with this identity. It will be bad if you get hurt because of this. The identity of a maid has too many restrictions. Muyun thought about it and said, okay, then let's do as you say. Thinking that Muyun would go back with her, Lin Shirwen suddenly felt at ease and was no longer so anxious and afraid. Thank you, Ayun. Lin Shirwen thanked him seriously. Muyun smiled. Thank you slowly later. Now you can rest first. We will go to your house tomorrow. Lin Shirwen nodded. After Muyun left, she called for water and took a good bath. The next morning, Lin Shirwen went to find Muyun after she got up. She put on the dress that Muyun sent her last night. The noble and mysterious purple color made her look more charming. Muyun was amazed at the first sight. The two of them had a simple breakfast and went out. Lin Shirwen took Muyun to Fully Street to see the shop she mentioned. It turned out to be the tea house that Muyun had seen the day before, the one with a huge mouth. I've been here before, but I didn't expect it to be yours. Muyan was a little surprised. This shop is perfect for opening a restaurant. The place is big and spacious, and the location is also very good. Lin Shiruan smiled. Muyan came out specifically to find a shop, so he must have seen all the shops, so it's not surprising that he has seen hers. Is this place okay? Do you want to take a look at the one on Jinxiu Road? Lin Shiruan asked. Muyan shook his head. No, just this one. This one is the most suitable. Muyan was very satisfied, and his face was even more smiling. Okay, now that we have finished looking at the shop, let's go back to your house and take back the title deed. She was still waiting to use the shop, so she had to get it quickly. Lin Shiruan took Muyan to the Lin family's house. The Lin family's house was not far from here, just behind the street. There were several houses here, but they were all wealthy families with large areas. Muyan had also heard about the houses behind Fully Street, and it seemed that they were all inhabited by rich people. When they arrived at the gate of the Lin mansion, the door was open. 2 servants were standing at the door. When Lin Shiruan approached, the 2 servants recognized that this was their eldest daughter. They were surprised and hurriedly bent over to greet her. The eldest daughter is back. The servant inside was immediately frightened when he saw Lin Shiruan, and his legs went weak. He shouted unconsciously, and then ran quickly towards the mansion. In Jiahua courtyard where Aunt Rong lived, the servant stumbled in. His voice panicked. The eldest daughter is back. Madam, the eldest daughter is back. After the death of the original wife, because of the old lady's instructions before her death, Aunt Rong still could not be promoted to the first wife and could only continue to be a concubine. However, she was the only mistress in the mansion now, and knowing that she liked to be called Madam, the servants in the mansion changed their names to Madam, whether they wanted to or not. After all, they had to rely on her for food. There was nothing they could do. Aunt Rong was preparing for her daughter's return and was carefully selecting dishes. She was immediately frightened by the servant's call. However, after hearing what the servant said, she was no longer in the mood to be angry and asked hurriedly, "What did you say? Who's back?" The servant trembled. "It's the eldest lady. The eldest lady is back. At the door, I saw it." Aunt Rong almost tore the dish list in her hand, and her face, which was delicately made up, suddenly became ugly. How is it possible? That little witch is not dead? A vicious look flashed across Aunt Rong's eyes, and she didn't quite believe that Lin Shiruan could come back. Here, Lin Shiruan took Muyan into the mansion and went straight back to her own courtyard. However, when she arrived at her own courtyard, she saw that the name had been changed. It was changed to the name of the courtyard used by her concubine's sister Lin Cece. "Miss, this is the second lady's courtyard. You can't go in." Even though her daughter had already married and no one lived there, Aunt Rong asked the maid to clean the courtyard for her daughter at any time and keep it for her daughter. Lin Shiruan sneered. "Lin Cece, a concubine's daughter, dares to live in my courtyard. Huh, is she worthy?" As soon as Lin Shiruan finished speaking, Aunt Rong came with a group of maids and old women. "My Cece deserves the best things in the world, Lin Shiruan. Is this what you said about your sister behind her back?" Aunt Rong ran over with a menacing look, and when she saw Lin Shiruan's good appearance, which seemed to be even more beautiful, she suddenly felt uncomfortable as if she was pricked by a needle. After more than a month, Lin Shiruan met Aunt Rong again. Hatred shot out of her eyes, and she said coldly, "Aunt Rong, you are an aunt. Who allowed you to talk to me like this? I am the eldest daughter of the legitimate wife, the real master, and you are just my father's concubine. You are just an aunt, half a servant, and you dare to call me by my name. It seems that you are really uneducated. It's no wonder that my grandmother looked down on you until her death and forced my father to swear that he would never make you his wife, so as not to make people outside laugh at you. It seems that my grandmother's decision is still very correct. You are really not presentable and don't even know the most basic etiquette." Aunt Rong couldn't believe that Lin Shiruan would say such irritating words. Not being able to be made her wife was her pain. The death of that old man would not let her have a good life, which made her even more angry and ashamed. Now that Lin Shiruan said it so openly, she was instantly furious. Her face flushed, and she was shaking with anger. You little witch. You dare to talk to your elders like that. I will teach you a lesson today. Aunt Rong's mind was full of anger at this time. She had no time to think more and raised her hand to hit Lin Shiruan. Seeing this, Muyun pulled Lin Shiruan when Aunt Rong was about to touch her, and at the same time threw a porcelain piece in his hand to the ground in front of her. On my face! After a scream, Aunt Rong shouted in horror. She clearly felt a sharp sting on her face. Without caring about anything else, she reached out and touched her face. When she looked at her hand again, it was blood. The bright red on her hands made her whole body tremble. Her heart beat violently, her eyes widened, and she couldn't believe that she was disfigured. "Madam, are you okay?" The close maid and the old woman immediately helped her up. Seeing the wound on Aunt Rong's face, everyone was shocked. "Madam, your face." The old woman looked at her face in horror, looking frightened and at a loss. Seeing her reaction like this, Aunt Rong's heart was even more shocked, and a bad premonition arose.
Quick!
Call the court doctor. Go quickly. Her voice was broken with excitement, and she was about to lose her balance, but the old woman held her tightly. "Lin Shiruan, wait. I will make you look good when your father comes back." She pointed at Lin Shiruan angrily, with shaking hands. Lin Shiruan chuckled. "Oh, what does it have to do with me? You fell down by yourself." Aunt Rong looked at the broken porcelain on the ground, gnashing her teeth in anger, wishing she could kill Lin Shiruan right now. But her appearance was more important at this time. The court doctor came quickly and was also shocked when he saw Aunt Rong's face. Then he hurried to treat her wound, but the wound was too deep, and it was impossible to recover. The court doctor didn't know what to say. He knew Aunt Rong's temper and didn't dare to slack off at all. But even if he didn't say anything, Aunt Rong would still ask, "How is it? Is he okay? Will there be a scar?" Aunt Rong's nervous voice sounded. She had asked twice before. The court doctor stepped aside tremblingly, then lowered his head and said, "The wound is too deep. I'm afraid it will be difficult to recover." "What?" Her sharp voice startled everyone. The teacups and tea sets on the table were swept off by her anger, and they fell to the ground with a crackling sound, which frightened everyone and also stabbed several maids. Seeing the debris at his feet, the court doctor was glad that he had retreated in time. Otherwise, he would have been covered in blood. Waste. A bunch of waste. Aunt Rong's face was distorted with anger. Thinking of something, she picked up the debris on the ground and ran out. Lin Shiruan was introducing her yard to Muyun. Unfortunately, many of her flowers had been dug up, and now she was planting the flowers that Lin Sisi liked. Aunt Rong rushed out, holding the porcelain shard high in her hand. "You little witch, you dare to destroy my appearance. You deserve to die." Aunt Rong rushed over too fast, and it was too late for Lin Shiruan to dodge by the time she reacted. A trace of fear flashed in her eyes, and she thought she was about to be in trouble. But the next moment, she was pulled, and a figure blocked her way. Muyun pulled Lin Shiruan behind him, then kicked Aunt Rong away. With a thud, the sound of a body falling to the ground and the angry and painful screams sounded almost at the same time. The maids and servants who had chased after them were busy again. Lin Shiruan stared blankly at Muyun in front of her. It was the first time someone stood in front of her to protect her like this. This is what it feels like to be protected by someone. Rebellious girl. How dare you come back? Suddenly a rough male voice sounded, and a middle-aged man hurried in from outside the yard angrily. Lin Shiruan looked at the father and smiled coldly. "Why don't I dare to come back? Does father know where I went?" Father Lin raised his hand to hit Lin Shiruan, but Lin Shiruan grabbed his hand and said, "You want to hit me right after I got home? Does father hate me so much?" Father Lin got even angrier and pulled his hand out. He was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at her. He said sternly, "You still have the nerve to come back and do such a shameless thing. You have lost the face of our Lin family, and you dare to come back. Come on, tell us the family rules." Lin Shiruan frowned and said coldly, "You are always the same. You want to convict me, without asking any questions. Many times I don't even know what I have done, but I am convicted and punished. Father, are you really my father, not my enemy? Why do you treat me like this? Lin Sherwin's accusation was without any emotion. She had long lost her expectations for the people in this family. These questions were just stating who it was. Father Lin roared. Don't you know what you did? The news that you eloped with someone and ran away from marriage is known to everyone in Yunzhou City. How could you not know? Elopement? After being surprised, Sherwin understood that this was the reason that Aunt Rong gave her. It was really a good reason that made people have no doubt.
Why?
Isn't it? Do you still want to deny it? Father Lin asked aggressively, and his eyes seemed to want to eat people. Lin Sherwin said calmly, I didn't elope, nor did I run away from my marriage. I was knocked unconscious and taken out of the city, and was rescued on the way. This person is my savior, Mu Yun. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. I have been with her all this time. Father Lin's gaze fell on Mu Yun. He didn't notice that there was a stranger in the yard just now. Seeing him now, he felt embarrassed and felt that it somewhat damaged his image. Ayu, what's wrong with your face? What happened? This. It's going to be disfigured. Father Lin was anxious. Aunt Rong then complained with a look of grievance that Lin Sherwin pushed her and made her fall as soon as she came back, causing her to be cut by the porcelain pieces and ruining her appearance. Father Lin raised his hand to hit Lin Sherwin again, but Muyun pulled Lin Sherwin away and explained, Master Lin, it was Aunt Rong who wanted to hit Sherwin just now, but Sherwin was afraid and dodged, so Aunt Rong missed and fell herself. The only thing to blame is the irresponsible maids in this yard. They actually let the porcelain pieces fall to the ground, which caused Aunt Rong to hurt her face. Muyun's words made Aunt Rong very angry. She couldn't control her temper and said in a sarcastic tone, Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? Get out of the Lin mansion. Come here, throw this person out and don't let him enter the mansion anymore. Lin Sherwin said coldly, Let's see who dares. She stood in front of Mu Yun with a cold face and firm eyes, full of the aura of a young lady. For a moment, the servants didn't dare to move. They were in a dilemma. They didn't know whether to drive him away or not. After a while, Lin's father said, Okay, stop arguing, Lin Sherwin. Your escape from marriage is another matter. Now your aunt's face has been disfigured because of you. What do you say we should do? Lin Sherwin thought it was funny. What should we do?
Cold or hot?
Whatever you want, father. By the way, my uncle and aunt are coming tomorrow. I wrote to tell them that I need their help. I think they are on the way now. Father, I'd better find someone to restore my yard to its previous state as soon as possible. It's quite strange now. I heard that my eldest cousin from my uncle's family is the top scholar this year. He is returning home to visit his relatives. I'm afraid he will come with us. Father, should we prepare well and treat my uncle's family well? Hearing this, all the anger in Lin's father's heart was reduced by half. Your eldest cousin is coming too? He asked in surprise. He also knew that his uncle's eldest son was the top scorer in the imperial examination. Although he was jealous, this top scorer was not ordinary. Their Lin family had been in business all their lives and had never had any official connection. Although he was jealous, he was also happy that his nephew could be the top scorer. At least they were relatives, and he could still come to him for help in the future if he had any problems. Lin Sherwin nodded, yes. Father Lin was in no mood to care about anything else and immediately said, I'll ask someone to clean up the yard for you and change the name. As he said that, Father Lin began to order the housekeeper to prepare for Lin Sherwin, and he left in a hurry, even forgetting about Aunt Rong's injury. Aunt Rong was so angry that she almost broke her teeth. She was injured like this, but Lin Sherwin didn't receive any punishment at all, which made her very angry. And her husband actually left without caring about her, which made Aunt Rong even more sad. Aunt Rong left with a cold face. Lin Sherwin took Mu Yun into the house. After taking a look, Mu Yun said, Is it true what you just said that your uncle's family is coming? Or did you lie to your father? Lin Sherwin's eyes were filled with sadness. They are indeed coming, but I don't know if my eldest cousin will come. My eldest cousin is now the top scholar. My father must want to maintain a good relationship between the two families. He most hopes that someone in our family can become an official, but there are so many people in the entire Lin family, and none of them has a talent for studying. He is very disappointed about this. Muyan was curious. Is he really the top scholar? So, amazing? Lin Shiruan nodded. Well, my eldest cousin is very smart. He has been good at studying since he was a child. Now he is the top scholar in high school, and he is only 17. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a young genius.
Muyun nodded.
At the age of 17, he was the top scholar in high school. Lin Shiruan's eldest cousin was really amazing. She was curious about what kind of young man he was, with such amazing talent. The maids quickly cleaned up Lin Shiruan's yard and cleared away all of Lin Cece's belongings, leaving no trace behind. Because her face was ruined, Aunt Rome wore a veil to cover her face. When she saw her son-in-law's luxurious carriage and thought of her son-in-law's family background and his sister, who was the wife of a prefect, she felt much better. It was just that which Lin Shiruan's cousin who became the top scholar, not Lin Shiruan. What was there to be proud of? Her son-in-law's family also had a backer and could not be bullied at will. The more Aunt Rome thought about it, the happier she felt. She smiled and greeted them with a warm face. Jinxiao, Cece, you are here.
Come in.
Your father has been waiting for you for a long time. Let's have a good meal together. Lin Cece looked a lot like Aunt Rome, with the kind of beauty of a beautiful girl from a small family. At this moment, she was wearing a red dress, beaming with joy, and her face was filled with a happy smile. But the smile faded when she saw Aunt Rome wearing a veil, and she asked with a puzzled look, Mom, what's wrong with you? Why are you wearing a veil? Last night, Father Lin only talked a lot of truths to Aunt Rome and didn't comfort her. He didn't let her feel her husband's care at all, and she felt much colder. Today, she felt very wronged when her daughter asked her such a worry. Her eyes suddenly turned red, but she remembered that this was her daughter's return day, and it was too unlucky to cry, so she quickly stopped her emotions and squeezed out a smile and said, It's okay, Mom just missed you. Let's go in and talk. Don't stand here, or you will make Jinxiao tired. Chun Jinxiao is the only son of the Qin family, the largest wealthy businessman in Yunzhou. He has a wealthy family and is also handsome and elegant. This marriage was snatched from Lin Shiruan by the mother and daughter after many years of conspiracy. The person who arranged the marriage for the two families was the old lady who has passed away. Chun Jinxiao smiled slightly. It's okay, mother-in-law. Cece also misses home very much. We plan to have dinner before leaving today, so let Cece accompany you more. Chun Jinxiao is a handsome man, gentle and polite in dealing with people. Aunt Rong is very satisfied and can't help but feel proud that her daughter has found such a husband. Okay, Jinxiao is really considerate. With such a good son-in-law like you, I will feel relieved about my Cece even if I die one day. Hurry, let's go in and talk. Aunt Rong let her daughter and son-in-law in with a smile, but when they came to the main room, they saw that there was not only Lin's father, but also Lin Shiruan at the dining table. Aunt Rong's eyes, which were originally smiling happily, suddenly turned cold. When Lin Cece saw Lin Shiruan, she was startled. Her eyes were round, and she stared at the face that made her disgusted and jealous, and her breathing became heavier. Sister Lin. Sister? You'd at your back? Lin Cece's psychological endurance was good, although she was shocked at first. But after she reacted, she remembered that her husband was there and she couldn't lose her image, so she immediately changed her words. But her tense body exposed her nervousness and fear. Chun Jinxiao had never met Lin Shiruan. Both families knew that Lin Shiruan had escaped from marriage. He had met Lin Cece many times and had a good impression of her. When he heard that the Lin family wanted to replace Lin Shiruan with Lin Cece, he did not object. The Qin family also felt that although Lin Shiruan was a legitimate daughter, the current situation of the Lin family meant that the person who would be in charge of the family in the future would be Lin Cece's younger brother. Although Lin Cece was a concubine's daughter in name, she was actually no different from a legitimate daughter, except that her reputation was not so good. However, they did not care too much about these. because Lin's father paid a lot to make this marriage successful, and their Qin family benefited, so it was not a loss. When Chen Jinxiao saw Lin Shiruan at this time, he was stunned by her beautiful face. Lin Shiruan was dressed in purple, cold and noble, with delicate and bright features on her small face, which was only the size of a palm, making people unable to take their eyes off her. Chen Jinxiao unconsciously looked at her twice more, until Lin Shiruan's eyes turned to him. He quickly looked away, not daring to meet her gaze. Lin Cixi naturally noticed that her husband had just looked at Lin Shiruan. Her hands hanging at both sides clenched unconsciously, and worry arose in her heart, fearing that Chen Jinxiao would fall in love with Lin Shiruan. After all, that face is really irresistible to men. However, thinking that she was already the young lady of the Qin family, she felt a little relieved. No matter what, this is the truth, and it is impossible to change it now. Is my sister surprised to see me? Lin Shiruan smiled and spoke. Her voice was calm and emotionless. Lin Cixi was a little guilty and didn't dare to look directly into Lin Shiruan's eyes. She turned her eyes away and smiled. I'm really surprised, but I'm more happy. It's great that you're back, sister. Seeing that everyone was standing, Lin's father told the family to sit down.
Mu Yun was also there.
It was Lin Shiruan who forced Mu Yun to eat with him. Lin's father had no choice but to agree. After everyone sat down, Lin Cixi curiously asked about Mu Yun's identity. When Lin Shiruan said that she was knocked unconscious and taken out of the city, and then rescued by Mu Yun, Lin Cixi panicked for a moment. So that's how it is. If that's the case, then we won't mention the past, so as not to hurt the harmony. We will be a good family in the future. Dad, please find a few guards for my sister. Always follow her to protect her. Seeing that neither the mother and daughter mentioned her escaping marriage, Lin Shiruan knew that they were guilty and didn't dare to mention it for fear of being exposed. Guards are not necessary. Yun is a martial arts expert. Even a dozen guards are no match for her. I am safe with her accompanying me during this period. But if I remember correctly, I am the one who is engaged to the Qin family. How come the wedding date is not only moved up, but my sister is also marrying there? Lin Shiruan's eyes fell on Chen Jinxiao. Chen Jinxiao's heart was unconsciously tense when he saw her beautiful eyes. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to say it. Mr. Chen, shouldn't you also give me an explanation? Lin Shiruan asked directly. Lin Cixi tightened her hands under the table, and her heart beat strongly with anxiety. Sister, Brother Jinxiao and I are in love with each other.
Can you?
Please don't disturb our happiness now. I beg you, Lin Cixi said. Her eyes were blurred with tears, and she looked pitiful. Aunt Rong was anxious, but she didn't know what to say. At this time, her son-in-law was still there, and it wasn't just their family. So you changed your marriage without my knowledge? Was it because you two were in love with each other? Then you could just tell me straight. Why did you knock me out and throw me to the bad guys and go to such great lengths to kill me? Lin Shiruan's words were shocking, and Aunt Rong and Lin Cixi panicked when they heard it. Chen Jinxiao was surprised. He couldn't help but speak in the end. Miss Lin, you ran away from the marriage first. After you ran away from the marriage, our two parents discussed and decided that Cixi could only marry us. But now you say that you were knocked out and taken out of the city. Do you have any evidence? Or is this your excuse? Do you regret running away from the marriage? Lin Cixi looked aggrieved and looked at Chen Jinxiao with her big innocent eyes. Chen Jinxiao held her hand and rubbed it gently, comforting her with his eyes. What a loving couple you are. I'm really envious. Lin Shiruan said with a sneer, staring at the two with an interesting look, which made Chen Jinxiao feel a little uncomfortable. Lin Shiruan glanced at Aunt Rong and her daughter and continued, Evidence? If you want to know the evidence, then look at who is the biggest beneficiary in this matter. I am a rich lady who never leaves the house, and I went there to make enemies with others and was knocked unconscious and taken away at home. Isn't this outrageous? Hearing her meaningful words, Aunt Rong hurriedly said, Shiruan, I know you are unhappy, but now, Cixi and Jinxiao are married, and today is their return home. Let's not talk about this today, okay? The marriage is a foregone conclusion and cannot be changed. If you are dissatisfied, I will compensate you, and I will compensate you later. I only ask you not to ruin Cece's return home day now. Aunt Rome looked like a loving mother, always considering her daughter's return home. Lin Sherwin glanced at the people at the table. Knowing that it would be a waste of words to say more, she sneered, stood up and looked at Mu Yun and said, Ayun, let's go. I'm not welcome here. Lin Sherwin looked at the others and said, the evidence will be found soon. Just wait. Lin Sherwin left, leaving the worried family to sit down and eat. The two did not go back to the yard, but went out of the house directly. After that, Mu Yun went back to his own home, while Lin Sherwin had other things to do. Before dark, the two went back to the Lin mansion together. The happiest person about Mu Yun's return was Su Huanju. When Mu Yun was not around, not many people paid attention to her. She had no money and could not go out to play. The silver left over from the last time was also spent by her yesterday. Mu Yun hurried back and asked Bai Mu and Bai Xing about the weaving workshop. He had no time to care about Su Huanju for the time being. Miss Mu, I found the location of the weaving workshop, but we need to build it ourselves. I searched the whole city, but couldn't find a suitable house. Some of the original weaving workshops were very small and not enough. I couldn't find a house, so I went to find a piece of land. We can build one ourselves. We can build weaving, dyeing, and ready-made clothes in this location. It will be more convenient to concentrate them in one place. Mu Yun nodded, that's fine. But can you estimate how much silver it will take to build these 3 workshops? Bai Mu said, I calculated it, about 2,000 taels because we need too many houses and they are too big. This is the silver for building the houses. If we need to decorate them later, we have to calculate it separately, but it will not exceed 2,500 taels at most. What about the silver for buying the land? How much does it cost? Mu Yun asked again. Bai Mu hurriedly said, the land is not expensive because it is in the suburbs but not too far from the city. The land belongs to 2 families. The total price is 680 taels. Mu Yun nodded, that's fine. It's within the budget. Okay, then let's buy the land. But in this case, when will it be built? Ask someone how many workers are needed and how long it will take. The banknotes are in Bai Xing's hands. Tell him if you need them. I'll leave the purchase of land and construction to you. I'll be busy with the restaurant and shop these days. Bai Mu nodded, okay, Miss Mu, go ahead and do your work. You can leave anything to me. By the way, the master will be here in a month. The master's grandmother passed away, and now is the mourning period, so she can't leave yet.